On an early winter night in 1960, in a mud brick house at the eastern end of Chenjiagou Village, Chen Guodong curled up in a ball as a burning, twisting pain raged in his stomach while the torn paper over the window crackled in the cold wind. Go! A mosquito-like whisper came from the edge of the Kong. 10-year-old Chen Xiaomei rose on tiptoe, holding a chipped clay bowl in her hands, her dark little fingers clutching half a gray-brown, wild vegetable dumpling. Roused by the girl's voice, Chen Guodong opened his eyes and saw the dilapidated roof overhead. Where's this? Wasn't I working overtime? Suddenly memories flooded into his mind like a sluice gate flung open. 1960, the very height of the famine years. 3 days earlier, a 16-year-old boy had poured the last half bowl of bran porridge into his younger sister's bowl, telling her to eat, while he himself gnawed on elm bark for 3 days. Last night, starving to the point of collapse, the boy staggered toward the latrine. A gust of icy wind knocked him off balance, and he fell heavily to the ground, the back of his head smashing hard against the stone mill in the threshing yard. Now Chen Guodong was utterly stunned. How could such memories exist in his mind? Just as he was about to speak, he felt something jabbing painfully into his back. Only then did he realize he was lying on a hard, uncomfortable earthen Kong, with a few sharp wheat stalks poking out from the straw mat beneath him. He tried to push himself up with both hands, only to discover his arms had become thin and stick-like, utterly devoid of strength. A thought surfaced in Chen Guodong's mind. Had he crossed into another life? The original owner of this body was also named Chen Guodong. A flurry of questions surged up, but before he could think further, the ragged cloth curtain was suddenly lifted, and a woman with a blue headscarf rushed in. His mother Lin Yue seized his shoulder with her emaciated fingers, choking with emotion. Guodong, my heart and liver, you've finally woken up. Strands of silver threaded her hair, and the patched cotton jacket she wore had frayed cuffs with loose clumped cotton stuffing spilling out. Woman, the boy has just woken up. Let him save some strength. A thunder-like rebuke rumbled from the doorway. His father Chenjiagou leaned on a hoe as a crutch, trouser legs caked with yellow mud. Though just over 40, this farmer was hunched like a man of 60. Go eat. Seeing her brother awake, his younger sister, Chen Xiaomei, broke the wild vegetable dumpling into crumbs and tried to stuff them into his mouth. The little girl was so thin that at 10 years old, she looked only 7, her head large and her body small. Instinctively, Chen Guodong turned his head away, his throat feeling as if a lump of burning charcoal were lodged inside. In a hoarse, parched voice, he said, You eat. Gu is not hungry. His mother Lin Yue suddenly hardened her resolve. She snatched up the clay bowl and forced it to his lips. The wild vegetable soup, gritty with sand and dirt, flooded into his mouth, making Chen Guodong cough violently. When she finished, Chenjiagou let out a long sigh. Let the boy rest. With that, he turned and walked out. As his parents left, Chen Guodong caught sight of his mother secretly licking the residue, clinging to the rim of the bowl. Exhausted, his little sister laid down on the Kong, eyes half closed. Go, I'm sleepy. I want to nap for a bit. Chen Guodong did not answer. His heart was a tangle of emotions as he tried to sort through the chaotic memories in his mind. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. To earn the project bonus for a major proposal, so he could buy a place of his own, a home, he had worked round the clock, until sudden death from overwork claimed him. Chen Guodong smiled helplessly. Fate truly toyed with people. What he had longed for yet never obtained in his past life of family was now placed before him the moment he arrived. Since he was here, he might as well settle into it. From now on, he would be the Chen Guodong of 1960. Aside from their hardship, everything else was good. His family treated him well. With so much advanced knowledge in his mind, he believed he should at least avoid starving to death. Even so, uncertainty gnawed at him, for in his previous life, he had heard many stories about those difficult years. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, he continued to sift through the original owner's memories, which remained a jumbled mess. In this household, besides his parents and younger sister, there were 2 older sisters who had already married. His third uncle Chen Jianyong's family was just as unable to put food on the table, and his eldest aunt Chen Hao had come to borrow grain a few days earlier. With predictable results, there truly was nothing to give. The entire village was waiting for the spring harvest, yet even the rats in the granary were so starved they gnawed at the door threshold. What could he do now to solve this pressing problem of food? Right, wasn't transmigration supposed to come with a cheat? Where was his golden finger? A system of venerable old master. Chen Guodong shouted inwardly for a long time, but nothing responded. Could it be that his start was this miserable, thrown into a time of hardship with an empty pantry, relying only on his own 2 hands? From the next room came Chenjiagou's muffled coughing and the faint rustling of movement. Hearing the sounds, Chen Guodong groped his way up in the dark, wanting to see what was happening. Suddenly, a dim kerosene lamp flared to life in the kitchen. You can't, Lin Yu cried out, her voice choked with tears. Peering through a crack in the door, Chen Guodong saw Chenjiagou, hands trembling, reach up to the roof beam and take down a gray cloth bundle. When he opened it, golden corn seed gleamed with a gentle luster under the lamp. These are seed grains saved to be exchanged for salt. Lin Yu tried to stop him, but was pushed aside by her husband. Deep lines furrowed Chen Jianyou's face as it twitched in the shadows. Can salt be eaten as a meal? The child will starve to death. Boil them for Guodong. The word struck Chen Guodong like a bolt of lightning. He knew that in this era seed grain was as precious as life itself. His heart surged with an overwhelming, almost messy emotion. In his past life slurping instant noodles alone in a rented room, he had often wished someone would simply ask, "Are you hungry?" And now there was someone willing to give him their very last grains. When had anyone ever treated him so well? Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Guodong pushed the wooden door open. "I keep the corn seed. I'll find a way to solve our food problem." Chenjiagou snapped, "What solution can a snot-nosed boy like you possibly have? Take them, cook them, and eat them." Regardless of whether Chen Guodong agreed, his father shoved the corn seed into his pocket, pushed him out of the room, and slammed the door shut. Feeling the blunt, simple, yet fierce love of this father in his new life, Chen Guodong swore to himself that he would let his family eat well and live well. The corn kernels in his hand could no longer be returned. What should he do? Turning the problem over in his mind, he returned to the room and lay down again on the slightly painful Kong, shifting his body until he found a marginally more comfortable position. His younger sister was already asleep. Gazing at her sleeping face, Chen Guodong sank into deep thought. If only there were a space where he could store the corn and plant it. As he was thinking this, the corn kernels and the cloth bag in his hand suddenly vanished. What was happening? Could there really be a space? Delighted, Chen Guodong thought there must be a space. Otherwise, how could the corn have disappeared into thin air? Excited, he began to feel around his body, searching for a jade pendant, a ring, or something similar. After searching for a long time, he found nothing but tattered clothing until sweat beaded on his brow in anxiety. He called out again and again in his heart, to some grand system, a celestial fairy, an old master. But still there was no response whatsoever. Where on earth was it? Suddenly, he recalled a novel he had once read. Could it be inside his mind? Acting on the thought at once, Chen Guodong forced himself to calm down, holding his breath and focusing his spirit. Chen Guodong held his breath and focused, and indeed sensed a jade pendant within his mind. Was this not the very same jade pendant he had worn all his previous life? Could it be that this was what had brought him across worlds? The moment his consciousness brushed against it, his mind was drawn straight into a space. Thrilled, Chen Guodong began to survey this place, discovering it was roughly the size of 5 football fields. Lowering his head, he saw that the corn kernel that had just vanished was indeed lying here. So it truly was a spatial realm. Was this his golden cheat? Overjoyed, Chen Guodong clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, brimming with confidence that he now had far more assurance of surviving this arduous era. He suddenly noticed to his surprise a spring not far away, clear water dripping rhythmically into a bowl. Curious, he walked over, lifted the bowl, and prepared to take a sip. All of a sudden, a stream of information echoed in his mind. This jade pendant housed a spirit spring space. The spirit spring space did not yet support planting, but could be upgraded. To use the space, one collected items by touching them with the hand and released them through intent. The spirit spring could produce 1 bowl of spring water each day. Taken outside, it could instantly mature a single seed. If there were 10 seeds, they would need 5 days to mature. The spring water was effective only on plants, and each plant could benefit from it only once. Wonderful. This spirit spring was simply heaven-defying. There was hope at last. Although the conditions for upgrading and the detailed functions of the space had not been specified, Chen Guodong could hardly restrain the eagerness in his heart to experiment. He thought for a moment and realized it would not do to experiment at home. This secret could only be buried in his heart. Tomorrow he would head into the mountains to find a secluded place with no one around to conduct his tests. Just then his little sister's stomach rumbled loudly, and she murmured in her sleep, "This drumstick is so tasty," clearly talking in her dreams. Chen Guodong smiled softly and whispered, "All right, tomorrow your big brother will make sure you can eat a drumstick." Knowing he now possessed a golden cheat reassured him greatly, and he looked forward to his cheat's display of might the next day. The first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the torn window paper and fell across Chen Guodong's face. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his younger sister curled up at his side. Her small hand clutched tightly at his arm as though seeking a trace of warmth. A sour ache welled up in Chen Guodong's heart. He gently moved her hand aside and was about to get up when his little sister blinked awake in a daze, gazing at him pitifully. "Brother, I'm so hungry," she said. Looking at her, he recalled her sensible behavior yesterday and her coquettishness today, a truly heart-achingly good little sister. He gently patted her head, keeping his voice as soft as possible. "Little sister, I'll go find some food in a bit. Bear with it a little longer." He rose from the heated brick bed, a chill biting into the soles of his feet. Pulling his tattered cotton coat tightly around himself, he walked toward the door. Linyu was busy at the stove when she heard movement. She turned to look at him, her eyes full of distress. "Guodong, you didn't sleep well last night. Rest a little longer." Her voice was slightly hoarse, clearly from staying up late and from hunger. Curious, Chen Guodong walked over. Since there was no grain left, why was she up so early and even making a fire? To his surprise, he saw a bundle of dried purslane. "Mother, where did this dried purslane come from so early in the morning?" he asked in puzzlement. Linyu smiled slightly. "Your third uncle brought it over at dawn. He originally wanted to give me dried field mice, but I refused. Then he just left this dried porcelain and walked off. He probably heard the commotion at our place yesterday. After all, we're only 2 houses apart. Guodong, you must remember your third uncle's kindness. All right, mother, I understand. I'll head out for a bit to the woods and see if I can find something edible. Chen Guodong took it to heart. In these times, when even one could not eat their fill, anyone willing to send food was truly one's closest kin. He picked up the hoe leaning against the wall and prepared to leave. Guodong, eat a little before you go. Lin Yu urged, a thread of worry woven through her tone. No need, mother, I'll be back soon. I'll eat when I return. Chen Guodong turned back with a smile, then stepped out. Behind him, Lin Yu's voice followed. Be careful on your own. Don't go into the forest, it's dangerous. Just walk around outside and come back early. Chen Guodong waved his hand and continued on. He knew clearly that his mother worried not only about his safety, but also whether he would manage to find any food. Following the familiar path, he saw that anything edible along the way had long been stripped bare. Even the earth itself had been dug up by starving people, leaving the ground riddled with pits. No, he would have to go deeper into the forest. After walking for another 2 hours, he reached a small, open clearing already near the deeper part of the woods. He remembered that his body's former owner had come to search for food in this area. It was an excellent spot, extremely hidden, surrounded by tangled shrubs and weeds, making it feel like the perfect place to run his experiment. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no one had followed him, Chen Guodong began attempting to use the spirit spring space. He first tested the storage function. The hoe in his hand vanished in an instant, and with a mere thought it reappeared in his grasp. After a few more trials, he found that items could be retrieved by intent to any position within 5 meters, while storage required direct contact with his hand. The ability was quite formidable, and Chen Guodong was thoroughly satisfied. After finishing with storage, he moved on to the main event, rubbing his hands together in excitement. With grains so scarce, he could only first hasten the maturity of a single corn plant to relieve their immediate crisis. He took a corn seed from the space and placed it on the ground. Closing his eyes, he sank his consciousness into the spirit spring within his mind, silently intoning release. The bowl of water in the spirit spring space instantly emptied, appearing above the corn seed and pouring down, soaking the seed in spring water. Come then, let me witness a miracle, Chen Guodong murmured softly. In an instant, the corn seed began to change. Tender green sprouts burst forth and grew at a breathtaking pace. In less than a minute, a fully mature corn plant had grown tall, 5 hefty ears hanging heavily from its stalk. Heavens! It actually produced so many ears of corn. Chen Guodong's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. He carefully plucked one ear of corn and cradled it in his hands, his heart brimming with delight. Never had he imagined that a single ear of corn could make him this happy. This is incredible. Wonderful. Now we won't have to starve, or we'll have food to eat. His heart thumped wildly as he spun around the clearing a few times in exhilaration. Then he broke off an ear, tore it open, and began gnawing on it raw. He truly was desperate with hunger, yet to his surprise the raw corn was deliciously sweet, utterly satisfying. After finishing one ear, he still wanted more, but forced himself to resist. With food so scarce, he had to save what he could. He stored the remaining corn ears into the space, and even the corn stalk did not escape his thrift, for that too could be eaten. Once everything was put away, Chen Guodong began searching the area for any trace of wild game, but after a long hunt, not even a single feather from a pheasant turned up. Forget it. He would conserve his strength and go up the mountain again tomorrow. He took out one ear of corn and tucked it into his tattered cotton jacket. He dared not carry more lest his clothes bulge and arouse suspicion. He remembered how history books said people of this era were driven mad by hunger, so he had best be cautious. Tomorrow he would bring a bamboo basket and carry more back. Having made up his mind, he sneaked his way home. Lin Yu was waiting at the doorway. Seeing Chen Guodong return, a flicker of expectation flashed in her eyes. Guodong, did you find something to eat? Chen Guodong replied mysteriously, Mother, let's talk inside. With that, the two of them went into the house, and he promptly shut the door behind them. Lin Yu asked in confusion, Guodong, what's wrong? Why did you close the door? Chen Guodong flashed a mysterious smile. Mother, look at this. He pulled a large ear of corn from his bosom and placed it in his mother's hand. Lin Yu's expression flickered, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the corn in her hand. Guodong, this. Where did this come from? Chen Guodong chuckled and lied. Mother, today I found a spot in the woods where I used to play. A few wild corn stalks had grown there. I picked just one ear for everyone to taste, afraid to take more in case someone saw. The lie was flimsy, but the sight of the corn was undeniable. Lin Yu did not suspect a thing. She stood stunned, nearly dropping the corn from her hand. Her hands trembling, she gently stroked the cob, as if confirming it was not a hallucination. Guodong, you mean there's more? Yes, Mother. Enough to last us for a while. Chen Guodong's voice brimmed with excitement. A glimmer of tears shone in Lin Yu's eyes as she tightly clasped his hand. Guodong, my child, you are truly blessed. Just then his younger sister Chen Xiaomei was roused by the noise. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed off the Kong. Spotting the corn in her mother's hand, her eyes lit up. Brother, is that corn? Am I dreaming? Chen Guodong smiled. Xiaomei, it's corn, not a dream. It's delicious. Big brother will make sure you have enough. That's wonderful. Xiaomei spun around in joy. At that moment Chenjiagou returned from outside. Hearing the commotion, he pushed open the door and stepped in. Seeing the corn in Lin Yu's hands, his eyes widened. This is... He reacted instantly and shut the door. Lin Yu stepped forward and handed him the corn. Father Guodong picked this from the mountains. From now on our family will have food. The mother repeated Chen Guodong's fabricated tale. Chenjiagou did not doubt it either, for the fresh corn in his hand was solid proof. He examined it closely, then lifted his head, his eyes brimming with surprise and gratification. Guodong, you've truly grown up. Finding food like this, that's remarkable. Chen Guodong smiled. Just lucky. By the way, Guodong, let's go fetch the rest of the corn after dark. It would be a shame if someone discovered it, or if wild animals ate it. Chen Guodong was startled. That would never do. He quickly made up an excuse. Father, rest assured. I've already hidden all the corn. There's just too much to bring back at once. They'll fetch a little each day. It's well concealed, you needn't worry. Chenjiagou felt relieved upon hearing this. Indeed, keeping it at home was risky. If discovered, trouble would follow. He nodded. Then you keep it well hidden. Lin Yu wiped away her tears, a long-lost smile spreading across her face. They'll go cook the corn. No, let's save half for tomorrow. Chen Guodong said helplessly. Mother, 1 ear isn't even enough for everyone. There's more in the mountains. They'll bring back 2 more tomorrow. Chenjiagou spoke up. Do as Guodong says. The mother said nothing more, simply nodded, took the corn cob into the kitchen, and began boiling water to cook it. Soon the corn was ready. Chenjiagou fished it out of the pot and broke it into 4 pieces. He gave the 2 larger sections to Chen Guodong and Xiaomei, keeping the smaller ones for himself and Lin Yu. Eat up. Chen Guodong refused. Father, I'm not hungry. You 2 eat. Having eaten in the mountains, he knew the rest of the family was starving and wanted them to have more. But Chenjiagou, unaware of his son's thoughts, scolded him directly. Eat when you're told. A family shares weal and woe. How can we eat while you go without? Chen Guodong was deeply moved. He said nothing but kept it in his heart as he took a bite. It tasted truly delicious. Whether from hunger or genuine flavor, he couldn't tell. Chen Xiaomei grabbed the corn and eagerly took a bite, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Brother, it's so good. Chenjiagou and Lin Yu remarked that it had been ages since they'd tasted such wonderful corn. Chen Guodong watched his family's joyful expressions, a sense of accomplishment swelling in his heart. In the end, everyone devoured, even the cobs and husks. Chen Guodong couldn't stomach any more and left his portion untouched. Chen Guodong regretted not bringing back all the corn. He had been overly cautious. Still, caution was no great fault. The space must remain an eternal secret. After the meal, everyone went to sleep. Chenjiagou's exact words were, now that you're full, don't move. Go to bed early. Chen Guodong found it strange to sleep in broad daylight, but he obediently laid down on the Kong, his mind already planning to head into the mountains the next day to see if he could find some game. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Chen Guodong quietly got up. Careful not to wake his family, he tiptoed out the door with a bamboo basket on his back. This time he planned to bring back more corn and headed straight for the mountains. Once in the mountains, the eerie silence sent a shiver down his spine. The village elders had spoken of fierce beasts deep in the woods, black bears and wild boars, which were dangerous without weapons. Chen Guodong feared they might come charging out and cause trouble. He first went to the spot where he had planted corn the day before. Glancing into the spirit spring space with his mind, he saw that the bowl was once again filled with spiritual spring water. He placed a single corn kernel on the ground and poured the spiritual spring water over it. Miraculously, the corn sprouted, grew, and ripened before his eyes. Though he had witnessed it once before, it still seemed utterly astonishing. This time Chen Guodong pulled the cornstalk out by the roots. The stalk itself was edible, and stored it in the space. In these times, edible things were far too scarce. The space could not be used for farming, and he had no idea how to upgrade it. Perhaps it required a jade pendant. He would have to find one to test his theory. For now, he had to be thrifty. After harvesting the ripe corn, Chen Guodong decided to take a risk and venture a little deeper into the woods. Only a little, for the outer area was already barren of life. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a cuckoo sound. Following the noise, he spotted several wild pheasants foraging in the grass. Running into pheasants. This luck was almost unbelievable. Truly, the early bird catches the worm. But how to catch them? Charging straight at them would be futile. The space could only store things he touched. A bright idea struck Chen Guodong. Using his spatial ability, he stealthily scattered a few corn kernels near the pheasants. He stashed the bamboo basket into the space, planning to use it for catching the birds. Everything set, Chen Guodong hid behind a large tree not far away, patiently waiting for the pheasants to take the bait. Before long, a bold pheasant was lured by the corn kernels and came over to peck at them. Just as the pheasant was engrossed in eating, Chen Guodong focused his mind. Suddenly, a bamboo basket appeared above the bird's head and slammed down. He could hear the pheasant flapping frantically inside. The other pheasants, seeing this commotion, scattered in panic with squawks of alarm, vanishing in an instant. Chen Guodong cursed under his breath at the missed opportunity, promising to catch them next time. He dashed over excitedly and pressed down on the basket to prevent the pheasant from escaping. 2 seconds slower, and it would have broken free. Close call. Carefully, he reached into the basket and grabbed the pheasant. It struggled incessantly, and Chen Guodong had to exert considerable effort to secure it. He lifted it out and weighed it in his hand, quite heavy over 2 jin. Not bad at all. Satisfied, he promptly stored the pheasant in the space. Oh, Chen Guodong discovered in astonishment that the space was completely static. The pheasant once stored remained utterly motionless exactly as it had been the moment before storage. A playful impulse seized him. He released the pheasant into his hand. At first it lay still, then after a moment it came to and began flapping again. He put it back, took it out, and repeated this several times. Eventually, when he brought it out again, the pheasant no longer moved. Could it have been driven senseless? It seemed the space still had many functions yet to be unlocked. Why wasn't it intelligent? He could only develop it slowly. Oh, well, enough playing around. He put the pheasant back into the space. Haha, this is perfect. Now my sister can have a chicken leg and our family can eat better, Chen Guodong said cheerfully to himself. He then wandered around the mountains for a while searching for other gains. Unfortunately, aside from some wild vegetables, there was nothing else edible. Chen Guodong decided to head home. Along the way, his steps were light and his heart swelled with joy at the thought of his family's delighted expressions upon seeing the pheasant. When he reached the foot of the mountain near home, he looked around to make sure no one was watching. He then placed all the corn and the pheasant into his bamboo basket, covered them with wild grass, nodded in satisfaction, patted his hands, and carried the basket home. Upon returning home, Chen Guodong entered and whispered, "Father, mother, I'm back. I have a surprise." "Guodong, what surprise?" Lin Yu asked. Chen Guodong smiled mysteriously and gave a knowing look. Lin Yu tacitly closed the door. Chen Guodong chuckled and said, "Mother, you always understand me, haha." With that, he took a pheasant and 8 ears of corn out of the basket. "Wow, a pheasant. So much corn," his little sister exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yu immediately covered her mouth and scolded, "Don't shout, or it will disappear." The little sister nodded obediently. Chenjiagou beamed and whispered, "Son, you're truly capable. Your third uncle went into the mountains several times and never caught a pheasant. You're amazing today. How did you catch it?" "Didn't catch a pheasant. He didn't even see a single feather." Lin Yu chimed in with a laugh. Chen Guodong smiled. "Just lucky. I set a few small traps yesterday, and I didn't expect to catch a pheasant today. If I set more traps, I think I can catch even more. Don't get too cocky. What if it was just luck?" Chenjiagou tapped Chen Guodong on the head. Chen Guodong shrank his neck and chuckled sheepishly. Lin Yu took the pheasant and said softly, "Why did you hit the child, dear? Let's cook half of this pheasant to nourish the family and save the corn to eat slowly." They all spoke in hushed tones as if they were thieves. It was oddly thrilling. The family gathered around, gazing at the pheasant, their faces glowing with happiness. But when Chen Guodong heard they would only cook half, he protested. "It was hard enough to get meat, why save half?" He whispered, "Mother, tonight let's stew the whole pheasant and boil the corn too. Look how hungry everyone is." Lin Yu looked at everyone, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, today will be like New Year's. They'll go Chenjiagou laughed. "We didn't even have chicken for New Year's. This is a bountiful New Year." The little sister clapped her hands. "Great. We get to have chicken for New Year's." The little sister was immediately tapped on the head by Chenjiagou. "Learn some discretion. Don't talk so loudly." Chen Guodong covered his mouth, snickering. The little sister pouted, waiting for dinner. Soon the pheasant was ready. The family gathered around the table. Chenjiagou gave the order to begin, and they all dug in, as if wrestling with the chicken. Why describe it that way? Because the chicken was incredibly tough. They hadn't dared to stew it too long for fear the aroma would waft out. It was only just cooked through. Yet his parents and little sister ate with great relish. Especially his sister, who got the chicken leg she had been longing for. Only Chen Guodong struggled with the tough meat. Perhaps he still wasn't used to this era, but at least they had eaten their fill. It was the first time he had felt full in this world. Seeing his family satisfied, Chen Guodong felt a deep sense of contentment. After the meal, everyone was too stuffed to move. They sat together chatting. The little sister said happily, "I wish we could eat our fill every day." The little sister was tapped again by Chenjiagou. "Are you dreaming? What times are these? Being able to have a meal like this is already incredible luck. And you want it every day, eh?" The little sister stuck out her tongue and said nothing. Chen Guodong smiled and chimed in, "Father, mother, I want to go into the mountains more often. Maybe you'll find even more good things." Chenjiagou cautioned, "All right, but be careful." Lin Yu also worried, "Yes, son. Don't take too many risks." Chen Guodong nodded. "I know. Don't worry." In his heart, he was already planning to catch more game tomorrow. Chen Guodong couldn't wait and got up before dawn. Washing his face was out of the question. They had no money for toiletries. He slung his bamboo basket over his back and hurried toward the mountains. Maybe he should wait until daylight next time. Walking alone in the mountains was still a bit frightening. Arriving at the usual spot, he placed down the corn kernels and poured the spiritual spring water directly onto them. Under the nourishment of the spiritual spring, the corn grew and matured rapidly like magic. In no time, the corn was ripe, yielding 5 ears. Not bad. Chen Guodong ate 1 ear raw. Delicious. Then he pulled up the remaining corn by the roots and stored them in his spiritual spring space. After harvesting the corn, Chen Guodong began to search the mountains meticulously for prey, hoping to find the pheasant from yesterday still nearby. He examined every nook and cranny. After roaming the mountains for a long time, just as he was feeling weary, he suddenly heard a faint rustling. Chen Guodong immediately became alert and crept quietly toward the source of the sound. It turned out to be a wild rabbit nibbling grass beside a bush. Chen Guodong's heart leaped with joy. Haha, no pheasant, but a wild rabbit was just as good. He judged the distance. Perfect. Hee. With a thought, he used the space to drop a bamboo basket. The rabbit struggled frantically inside the basket. Chen Guodong dashed over in a few strides, pressed down on the basket, and burst into laughter. Haha, caught you. Where do you think you're going? He reached in and grabbed the rabbit. Not bad. It weighed about 2 jade. Holding the wild rabbit, Chen Guodong was overjoyed, thinking about how his family would have meat again tonight. He put the rabbit into his spiritual spring space, humming a tune. Life was good. He walked home with a light step. But when he reached his doorstep, he found several people gathered outside. His heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling surged within him. He quickly stowed his bamboo basket in the space to avoid being discovered, then pushed through the crowd and entered the house. He saw his father Chenjiagou lying on the kong, with his eyes half closed, one ankle wrapped in thick gauze. His mother and little sister were sobbing beside him. Chen Guodong asked urgently, "Mother, what happened to father?" He was fine when he left this morning. Lin Yu looked up, saw it was Chen Guodong, and immediately cried, "Your father! Your father!" He slipped while patrolling the mountain and broke his leg. Her words were choked with sobs. Village chief Uncle Chen Jinfu and third Uncle Chen Jianyong then approached. Chen Jinfu sighed and said, "Sister-in-law, let me explain. Guodong, today we assigned your father to patrol the mountain to earn work points. It was supposed to be an easy job, but he accidentally slipped and dislocated his ankle. We didn't know the exact situation at first, but we saw his foot was badly swollen. We quickly took him to the clinic and they set it back in place. He'll need to rest for half a month before he can move around again." Chen Guodong breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It could have been much worse. Chen Jianyong continued. The medical bill was 3 yuan and 70 cents. Your family couldn't afford that much, so the villagers pooled together and covered the cost for you. Hearing this, Chen Guodong was deeply moved. He bowed to everyone and said, "Thank you all so much. Once I have money, I'll pay you back." Chen Jinfu said seriously, "Guodong, we all share the same ancestor, or we're all connected by blood or marriage. When there's trouble, we have to help. Don't say such polite words in the future. Pay us back when you have the money. There's no rush." The other villagers at the door nodded in agreement. Chen Guodong hadn't expected that besides the warmth of his family, he would also feel the warmth of the villagers in this world. His eyes reddened with emotion, and he didn't know what to say. Seeing that their help was no longer needed, the villagers dispersed. Chen Jianyong walked over to Chen Guodong and said, "Guodong, if there's any heavy work at home, just call for me. They'll be heading back now." With that, he stepped out. Chen Jinfu patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder. "Take good care of your father, Guodong." Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he secretly slipped an egg into Chen Guodong's pocket and left before he could refuse. Chen Guodong looked down at the egg in his pocket, standing there dumbfounded. By the time he came to his senses, Chen Jinfu was already far away, and he couldn't call out. An egg! What a great kindness this was. It seemed he would have to find a way to repay it someday. Composing himself, he walked to the edge of the kong and looked at Chen Jianjun's pale face. His heart aching, his eyes reddened. "Dad, how are you? Does it still hurt?" Chen Jianjun forced a faint smile. "Dad's fine. It's just this injury. It's..." Lin Yu wiped her tears and said to Chen Guodong, "Son, thank goodness for the villagers. Otherwise, how would we have managed the medical expenses?" Chen Guodong nodded heavily. "I know. Well, remember everyone's kindness. In these hard times, for them to be willing to help his family, he had to keep it in his heart." Just then his little sister tugged at his hand, crying, "Brother, I'm so scared." Chen Guodong patted her head. "Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. Dad will get better soon." He comforted Chen Jianjun. "Dad, just focus on recovering. He'll handle things at home. He'll go into the mountains more often. I'm sure I can find more food." Chen Jianjun looked at his sensible son and nodded with relief. "All right, but be careful in the mountains. We owe the villagers money, and we need to pay it back as soon as possible." Lin Yu also cautioned anxiously, "Son, don't push yourself too hard. If something happens to you, what will we do?" Seeing the worry in his parents' eyes, Chen Guodong felt warmth in his heart and said firmly, "Don't worry. He'll be safe and sound." Chen Guodong then showed Lin Yu the egg from Chen Jinfu. "Uncle gave this. Mom, boil it for Dad to help." The two were stunned, speechless at the sight of the egg. Finally, Chen Jianjun sighed. "We owe this cousin again. With his nature, he won't take it back if we try to return it. Dear, boil it for everyone to share." Chen Guodong quickly said, "Dad, you need nutrition to heal faster. You eat it yourself. We have corn." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "Husband, then it's for you. Well, have the corn." Seeing they were both set on it, Chen Jianjun had no choice but to agree. There was still a wild rabbit in the space, but Chen Guodong decided not to bring it out now. It wasn't the right time. He planned to save up some game and find a chance to go to the city's black market to exchange it for money and repay the debts as soon as possible. Chen Guodong was not one to owe favors. That evening they each had a corn cob and then rested. Lying on the Kong, Chen Guodong thought to himself that he had to go up the mountain tomorrow and catch more game. If that didn't work, he would try a different direction. He drifted off to sleep with these thoughts. The next morning, Chen Guodong woke at dawn and saw his mother busy at the stove. He greeted her, "Mom, what's cooking?" Lin Yue, clearly not well rested and looking weary, forced a smile and said, "Knowing you were going up the mountain, I boiled some corn for you to take on the way." Chen Guodong felt a warmth in his heart. "Thanks, Mom. He'll stay in the mountains a bit longer today and see if I can." Lin Yue cautioned, "All right, but be very careful. Your father is already hurt. You can't have any accident." Chen Guodong nodded earnestly. "Got it. I'm off now." He tucked the corn into his chest. He wouldn't dare eat it on the way, and shouldering a hoe headed out. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, Chen Guodong's brow furrowed into a knot. If he wanted to support his family, catching small game wouldn't cut it. Besides, I still owe the villagers money. I can't go on like this. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted the hoe onto his shoulder and strode deeper into the mountains. Summoning his courage, Chen Guodong ventured straight into the depths of the forest, all the while keeping an ear out for any sounds around him. Having gone deep enough that the woods had fallen into an eerie silence, he recalled a survival expert from a past life short video who taught how to catch wild boars. Today he would try it himself. Fortune favored the bold. He had to take a gamble. Wild boars liked to forage in soft soil and left large droppings. He would have to search carefully, his eyes scanning every corner without missing a spot. After walking for a while, Chen Guodong finally found a spot that seemed perfect for setting a trap matching the description. There was a slight depression and a large rock. He directly stored the rock into his space, revealing a big pit. That saved a lot of effort. He thrust the hoe into the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and started digging. The pit couldn't be too small. It had to be big and deep enough to trap a wild boar. With each swing of the hoe, the soil turned over, and Chen Guodong's arms went numb from the vibration. "This soil is really hard," he muttered, but he didn't stop. After more than an hour of digging, the pit was finally ready. He found some bamboo, sharpened it into stakes, and placed them at the bottom. Next, he spread a layer of dead branches and bamboo slices over the opening, then sprinkled corn stalks and cobs on top. "This trap might be a bit crude, but it's done. Now I just wait for a boar to take the bait. Don't let me down." Chen Guodong dusted the dirt off his hands, satisfied with his handiwork, and plopped down on the ground. He patted his pocket, thinking to have a smoke, only to realize he had none. He let out a wry smile. "Guess I'll have to find a chance to go into town and get some smokes." After setting the trap, Chen Guodong remembered the spring water in his space. He took out a corn seed and watered it with the spring. Before long, the corn ripened. He stored the corn in his space and continued tracking the wild boar. By noon, Chen Guodong finally found wild boar footprints in a muddy area. "This is it. There should be a spot nearby to set another trap." He followed the direction of the footprints. Beside a thicket, he discovered a natural shallow pit perfect for converting into a trap without too much effort. Chen Guodong immediately got to work digging the pit deeper and wider and placing bamboo stakes around the edge. He set up the top of the trap just like before. Now it's foolproof. Chen Guodong looked at the trap with satisfaction. After finishing, he searched the area, but found no traces of other small animals. This was probably the boar's territory. A bit disappointed, Chen Guodong could only head back. He arrived home in the evening, ate a simple meal of corn, asked about Chenjiagou's condition, and went to bed early. His mind was on the traps, and he was too excited to sleep, tossing and turning until he finally dozed off. The next morning before dawn, Chen Guodong woke up. He scrambled out of bed, not even stopping to eat the corn his mother had boiled, and rushed toward the traps. Along the way, his heart raced, his mind flooded with all sorts of possible outcomes. "I hope I caught a boar. Please let me have caught one," he prayed silently. Hurrying to the vicinity of the first trap, Chen Guodong held his breath and approached cautiously. Pushing through the reeds, he saw the trap was still intact. The disappointment was plain on his face. With a sigh, Chen Guodong pulled himself together and comforted himself. "It's okay, there's still one more trap." As he neared the second trap, he slowed his pace and crept closer. Suddenly, he heard heavy, labored breathing coming from the second trap. "Haha, got one." Joy surged through him. In 3 quick strides, he was at the edge of the pit. Looking down, he saw a massive wild boar weighing over 100 kg impaled by the sharp bamboo stakes at the bottom. Blood was pooling around it. Trapped inside, it was clearly unable to escape. The boar was covered in black bristles, its 2 long tusks protruding outward. Though it lay motionless, likely exhausted from blood loss after falling into the trap early on, it still looked ferocious. Now it glared at Chen Guodong with bloodshot eyes, furious. Chen Guodong was startled at the sight of such a savage beast and took a step back. But soon his initial fright gave way to excitement. His heart pounded as he spun around on the spot, shouting, "Haha, I'm rich. I'm rich." After his jubilant cries, he quickly found a long bamboo pole and cautiously poked the boar. The boar only grunted a few times without much resistance. Chen Guodong waited a while until he was sure the boar had little strength left. Then, carefully lowering a bamboo pole into the pit, he touched the boar. Before it could react, he stored it into his space. Phew, finally done. If I'd been a second slower, that boar would have bitten me. Chen Guodong wiped the sweat from his brow and breathed a sigh of relief. Climbing back up the bamboo pole, he reset the trap, then plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. This is no job for a human. Too intense, he muttered. After resting a while, Chen Guodong began to worry again. He had caught the boar, but how was he to deal with it? Private sales were illegal now. How could he sell the wild boar? The black market. He hadn't even been to the city, so how would he know where the black market was? This matter required careful planning. However, Chen Guodong had an idea. He certainly couldn't sell the pork, but he could use the pig offal to repay the villagers for saving his father. Such was Chen Guodong's nature. He never delayed revenge, nor did he delay repaying a kindness. Why pig offal? Chen Guodong had considered that bringing the entire pig back to share with the villagers was unrealistic. In these hard times, one had to be careful. Flaunting wealth would not be repaying a debt of gratitude, but making enemies. After all, when everyone was struggling in poverty, how could they feel good about your sudden fortune? The saying, a favor of a liter of rice breeds a debt, a favor of a bushel of rice breeds a foe, was a lesson to remember in this era. Though the villagers were kind, one should not overestimate human nature. So after some thought, Chen Guodong finally devised a reasonable plan: treat the entire village to a meal of pig offal. It was plausible. He could say he encountered hunters in the mountains who had killed a wild boar, but couldn't carry it out. He helped them, and they gave him a set of offal as payment. That story would work. No one could verify its truth. Having made up his mind, Chen Guodong set to work. He had seen butchering in videos, and he had brought a knife. He found some bamboo tubes to collect the blood and began cleaning the offal. After 3 hours of clumsy, unskilled work, he finally finished. It was exhausting, but short videos had taught him a lot, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to handle it. Suddenly, he remembered that other spaces could be manipulated. Why didn't his space have a processing function? He sighed, frustrated at not knowing how to upgrade it. Forget it, he would deal with the immediate problem of food and clothing first. Chen Guodong packed everything into his space and walked home with a light heart. When he neared the village, Chen Guodong placed the portioned offal into a bamboo basket and also folded the corn stalks neatly inside. With both meat and vegetables, he could give the villagers a meal to stave off hunger. Having packed up, he prepared to go home and ask his father how to proceed with the plan. Carrying a basket full of offal and corn stalks, Chen Guodong deliberately swaggered back into the village. The sun had risen high, its rays casting a glow on him that reflected the barely concealed excitement on his face. Along the way, he met a few villagers who had risen early to work. They all cast curious glances his way. Chen Guodong smiled from a distance and greeted a more familiar villager, Uncle Guzi, busy at work. Uncle Guzi, looking at Chen Guodong's bulging basket from a distance, exclaimed in surprise, "Io, Guodong, what are you carrying there?" Chen Guodong smiled and said, "You'll find out later," as he headed home. Several people watched Chen Guodong leave with curiosity and began to murmur among themselves, "Hey, what do you think Zhangwo's kid is carrying? Did you see? No, is it grass? No, it looks like corn stalks. Their family can eat for another 2 days. I wonder where he found them." A hint of envy tinged their voices. As they spoke, Chen Guodong had already reached home. Stepping through the door, he shouted, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." He carried the basket straight to the kong where his father lay. Lin Yu saw the basket overflowing with pig offal, and her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Lin Yu hurried over, helping him unload the basket while asking eagerly, "Guodong, where did all this good stuff come from?" His little sister also came over, curiously asking, "What good stuff?" Chenjiagou looked at the basket, his face a mix of surprise and uncertainty. "Son, is this pig offal?" Chen Guodong affectionately patted his sister's head and lied, "That's right, it's pig offal. I met an old hunter in the mountains today who had killed a wild boar but couldn't move it by himself. He asked me to help carry it out of the mountains and gave me a set of offal. Brother, can we eat this?" "Of course we can, it's delicious," Chen Guodong said, gently tapping his sister's nose. Lin Yu said excitedly, "Son, you've met a benefactor. This offal can last us a long time. We don't have to worry about food anymore." She moved to take the offal and clean it. Chen Guodong quickly stopped his mother. "Mom, the villagers helped us yesterday. If we eat meat while they eat wild greens, or even go hungry, my conscience won't allow it." He then explained his plan to repay the villagers with the offal. Chenjiagou pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, you're a sensible child, thoughtful. Do it." Lin Yu, reluctant, said, "Give it all away." Seeing his mother's reluctance, Chen Guodong smiled. "Don't worry, Mom. I can get more meat." Lin Yu hesitated, her reluctance clear, but she nodded. Just then footsteps were heard outside. It was his third uncle and his uncle from the paternal side who had heard the news and come over. Chen Jianyong burst in, "Guodong, I heard you brought back something good. What's going on?" Chen Jianfu followed him into the house. News really traveled fast in the village. Chen Guodong laughed. "Third uncle, you're fast. Indeed, I brought back something good. Look," he said, pointing at the basket. Their eyes widened and their mouths fell open in disbelief. Chen Jianyong, being outspoken, asked in astonishment, "Guodong, you rascal, where did you get the pig offal?" Chen Jianfu looked at Chen Guodong with a grave expression, saying nothing. Chen Guodong repeated the story, then looked at them, waiting for their response. Chen Jianyong was shocked. Guodong, are you sure you want to treat the whole village to this awful? Chen Guodong nodded firmly. After hearing Chen Guodong's explanation, Chen Jianfu's brow relaxed, and he said with relief, Guodong, you're a good kid, always remembering everyone's kindness. But your father is injured, it's more important to save this to nourish him. It's enough that everyone knows you have the heart. Chen Jianyong nodded in agreement. Exactly. Your father is the only strong laborer in your family. He needs to get well soon. Chen Guodong thought to himself, these are my true people. In such hard times they refuse meat, and still think of my father's health. My kindness to them was not wasted. Chen Guodong firmly refused. Third uncle, don't say anymore. They'll take care of my father's health. Take this offal and corn stalks to the village hall, and cook a big pot of soup for everyone to nourish themselves. Chen Jianfu was torn. Then Chen Jianjun spoke up, listen to my son. Some debts of gratitude must be repaid. You know my character. Chen Jianfu sighed, knowing the decision was made. All right, I'll thank the villagers on your behalf. Chen Guodong laughed. Uncle, what are you thanking for? We're all family. Chen Jianyong chuckled. Good lad, you sure know how to talk. You're using the very words your uncle used yesterday. Chen Jianfu smiled. All right, I don't think we should give it all away. Keep one pig heart at home to nourish your father. Take the rest to make the big pot of soup. Everyone nodded in agreement. The news spread quickly through the village. The villagers were ecstatic when they learned they would be having pig offal soup at the village hall that evening. In this era of scarcity, a meat meal was a luxury. Everyone praised Chen Guodong's actions, calling him a good. Chen Guodong was embarrassed by the praise. Lin Yu and several aunties were tasked with washing the offal, while Chen Guodong, his third uncle, and uncle went to the village hall to help prepare the big pot and firewood. In the village hall, everyone was talking and laughing, the atmosphere lively. Chen Jianfu stood to the side watching the bustling crowd and said with emotion, this child Guodong has brought fortune to our village. Everyone must remember this kindness. The villagers echoed his sentiment, their gratitude for Chen Guodong overflowing. Chen Guodong stood aside watching the lively scene, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. He knew this was more than just a meal. It was his way of repaying the villagers' kindness, and it was the first step in his new beginning in this era. Finally, the soup was ready. Chen Jianfu, not afraid of the heat, dipped his finger into the broth. He frowned and turned to the crowd. Does anyone have salt to contribute? The soup needs a bit of salt. It would be a shame to have such a good meal without it. Uncle Guzi immediately spoke up. I have some right on me. As he stepped forward, his wife, Aunt Guzi, quickly tugged at him. Chen Jianfu understood immediately. Sister-in-law, go, your family can take an extra bowl. Does anyone object? No, everyone responded. Only then did Aunt Guzi smile and let go. Uncle Guzi hurried over and handed the salt wrapped in oiled paper to Chen Jianfu. Chen Jianfu smiled and began to pour the salt into the pot. Uncle Guzi watched Chen Jianfu pour the salt, his eyes fixed on it, as if afraid it would all be used. Brother Fu, less, that's enough. His pained expression made everyone burst into laughter. Chen Jianfu laughed too. All right, here you go. Look how much it pains you. Uncle Guzi took back the salt with a look of distress. I only brought it out because I wanted a good meal. Otherwise I wouldn't have. Chen Jianfu chuckled and scolded him. All right, you'll get 2 big bowls. Get in line. The steaming pig offal soup was ladled into large bowls. In the dilapidated mud brick house, the villagers sat together sipping the soup and singing Chen Guodong's praises. Chen Guodong couldn't stand it anymore. He realized that being praised was also terribly awkward. He quickly grabbed a bowl of soup and ran home to give it to his father. After returning home, Chen Jianjun sat on the kong looking at his son and said earnestly, Guodong, you handled things beautifully today. Chen Guodong chuckled, it's what I should do. His younger sister followed through the door saying, Brother, I ate so well today, so full and delicious. I wish I could have this every day. You little glutton, Chen Guodong said, patting his sister's head. After finishing the pork offal soup, Chen Jianjun sighed. It's been years since I last had this. Lin Yu returned at that moment, smiling as she said, all right. Since everyone has eaten their fill, let's rest early. If we move less, we can skip breakfast tomorrow morning. All three thought the same, but Chen Guodong still felt a bit uncomfortable. This was at best a watery fullness. Oh well, better to sleep. After all, he had to get up early tomorrow to check the traps on the mountain. The next day, just as dawn broke, Chen Guodong tiptoed out the door with his bamboo backpack and headed up the mountain. As he neared the first trap, Chen Guodong slowed his steps, his heart racing with anticipation, wondering if he'd be as lucky as yesterday. Suddenly, a squeak sound came from the trap. A hint of excitement curled at the corners of his mouth. He approached the trap, crouched down, and peered inside. 3 gray rabbits were hopping about, struggling in panic. Without hesitation, Chen Guodong found a bamboo pole and jumped down into the trap. Just as he reached out to grab one, the male rabbit suddenly turned and bit him. Truly, a cornered rabbit will bite. That's the truth. He dodged swiftly while simultaneously reaching out to grab the rabbit's hind leg. The rabbit struggled to escape, but Chen Guodong moved faster. He stored the rabbit into his space, his movements clean and efficient. After storing all 3 rabbits into his space, he sighed with satisfaction. This was incredible. He continued on to another trap, his heart full of expectation after the first success. But the second trap was empty untouched. Chen Guodong spat on the ground and cursed his bad luck inwardly. Still, he figured he was being too greedy. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he cut a tree branch to use as a walking stick and prepared to venture deeper into the mountains in search of prey. After searching for a long time with no success, Chen Guodong grew tired. He found a large rock to sit on and rest. As he looked up, he suddenly noticed a crack in the cliff ahead large enough for a person to enter. A faint light seeped through the crack, suggesting a hidden world within. Intrigued, Chen Guodong decided to investigate. He parted the vines covering the crack and, summoning his courage, crawled inside to explore. Passing through the crack into the cave, he saw a large opening in the ceiling. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating the cavern, making it exceptionally bright. The cave was spacious, roughly half a mu in size. Startled, Chen Guodong thought, "This is a natural planting base, hidden and safe from discovery. Heaven is truly helping me. Now that food isn't so scarce, I can plant in bulk for greater efficiency." Excited, he took 10 corn seeds from his space and scattered them into the humus soil. He then drew spiritual spring water from his space and watered them evenly. In no time, a miracle occurred. The shoots swished as they broke through the soil, growing several inches in an instant. Though Chen Guodong had witnessed this many times, he still found it wondrous. Now he only had to wait 5 days to harvest. From now on, he would plant 10 seeds every day, ensuring a Just as he leaned in for a closer look, a rustling sound came from outside the cave. Startled, Chen Guodong crept toward the entrance. Slowly poking his head out, he saw only a pig's tail disappearing into the grass. Frightened, he wondered what it could be. But it was good news, a stroke of luck. He decided to set another trap nearby. Who knew? Next time he might catch a wild boar. Without delay, Chen Guodong first concealed the cave entrance, then searched for signs of the boar and began digging. Drenched in sweat, he finally finished setting the trap, thinking, "Don't let this be for nothing." After finishing everything, he rested for a moment, then took a wild rabbit from his space, tied it with grass rope, placed it in his backpack, covered it with weeds, and headed down the mountain. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, Chen Guodong spotted a man in work clothes pushing a bicycle toward him. The basket on the back of the bike bore the words, "Red Star Steel Mill." Delighted, Chen Guodong thought, "This guy is definitely a purchasing agent. Looks like I found a sales channel." Feigning calm, he approached and greeted, "Comrade, are you purchasing supplies in the countryside?" The man looked up, wiped his sweat, and smiled bitterly. "Yes, little comrade. I've had a wasted trip. There's no mountain produce in Chen Family Gully." Chen Guodong confirmed the man was a purchasing agent. Glancing at the empty cloth sacks in the basket, he had an idea. He lifted the weeds from his backpack, revealing 3 wild rabbits. "How about some game?" Purchasing agent Zhao Dahai's eyes lit up with excitement. 3 wild rabbits. Excellent, I'll take them, comrade. Seeing his interest, Chen Guodong smiled. "Then, comrade, how would you like to trade?" Zhao Dahai pondered for a moment. "Comrade, times are tough, and I don't want to shortchange you. How about 6 yuan? Chen Guodong considered it fair, but though thrilled inside, he feigned indifference and bargained. "Comrade, these rabbits are genuinely caught in the mountains. It took a lot of effort. 6 yuan is a bit low. Could you add a little more? Hunting is a family tradition of mine, and he'll have more good catches in the future. He'll prioritize you, how about that?" Zhao Dahai laughed. "Kid, you're pretty sharp for your age, even haggling. I like your spirit. But are you sure you know?" He clearly doubted that a 16-year-old could hunt. Chen Guodong smiled and pointed at the rabbits. "Don't worry. My name is Chen Guodong from Chen Family Gully. I promise I won't cheat you." Seeing Chen Guodong state his name openly, Zhao Dahai had no more doubts. "All right, comrade. Since you're sincere, I won't be stingy. I have an industrial coupon here. Fair enough." 2 industrial coupons, Chen Guodong insisted, holding onto his backpack firmly. Zhao Dahai hesitated briefly, but quickly nodded. "Deal." He pulled money coupons and his ID from his pocket and handed them to Chen Guodong. "Let me introduce myself. I'm a purchasing agent for the steel mill. I'm at the factory for the first half of every month. You can find me if you have any game." Chen Guodong took the ID and glanced at it. It read, "Purchasing Agent Red Star Steel Mill," with a photo of Zhao Dahai. Returning the ID, Chen Guodong thought, Zhao Dahai is quite straightforward. He'll trade with him a couple more times to see if he's trustworthy. This bargain probably worked because he valued my hunting skills. As they parted, Chen Guodong suddenly grabbed the bike seat and asked worriedly, "Comrade, this isn't considered profiteering, is it? It's for the factory canteen, official procurement." With that, Zhao Dahai pedaled off, his bike bell ringing along the mountain path. Chen Guodong looked at the 6 yuan and the few coupons in his hand, and his mood lifted. Finally, things were looking up. For the first time in this world, he had money and coupons, filling him with an indescribable sense of security. Clutching the money and coupons tightly, Chen Guodong murmured, "Good times are finally coming." Suddenly a plan formed in his mind, and he decided to go back and discuss it with his family. He hurried home, unable to contain his excitement. Chen Guodong hurried home with immense joy, humming a tuneless ditty along the way. The moment he entered the door, he called out loudly, "Father, mother, little sister, I'm back." As he spoke, he stepped into the inner room where his father was. Hastily setting down his bamboo basket, he took out the wild hare he had caught 2 days prior, its legs still weakly kicking in his hands as it struggled to escape. Lin Yu strode quickly in from the kitchen. Spotting the wild hair in Chen Guodong's hands, her face lit up with surprise, her eyes gleaming. She promptly said, "Oh my son is truly capable. Brother, you're amazing. What a big hair." Little sister exclaimed as she approached, reaching out to stroke the hair. Seeing his sister's fondness, Chen Guodong handed her the hair and began to lie without batting an eye. "Mother, I ran into that hunter again today. He taught me quite a few tricks for setting traps. The trap I just laid caught another one. From now on, I can keep catching them to help support the family." Lin Yu's heart blossomed with joy. "That's wonderful. With this, our family's days will be much better." Chenjiagou sat on the heated brick bed, his initial delight at the sight of the hair giving way to a furrowed brow. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Guodong, we should invite your uncle and third uncle over to discuss this matter. These mountains are all public property. If anything goes wrong, we'll need the villagers' support." Chen Guodong's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat trickling down his back. He realized he had been too short-sighted and unfamiliar with the rules of this era. "Wife, go cook the hare meat." Hearing this, Lin Yu hurried to the kitchen. Once the meat was ready, Chen Guodong sent his little sister to fetch Chen Jianfu and Chen Jianyong. The girl dashed off like a streak of light. Soon she returned with the two men. As they entered, Chen Guodong quickly closed the door behind them. The moment Chen Jianfu and Chen Jianyong laid eyes on the steaming, fragrant meat on the square table, their eyes widened and their throats involuntarily bobbed. Unable to resist, Chen Jianyong leaned close to the table, inhaled deeply, and asked urgently, "Brother, is this hare meat? What's going on? Where did it come from?" Chen Jianfu, being the village head, maintained his composure, yet his eyes betrayed both curiosity and longing. Chen Jianjun chuckled, "Your nose is sharp as ever. Sit down first, sit down. It's like this: Guodong went up the mountain and met a hunter who taught him trapping. He gave it a try, and to his surprise caught a wild hare. We're all family, so naturally we couldn't keep such good fortune to ourselves. I called you over to share a taste." Chen Jianyong exclaimed excitedly, "Great. That boy Guodong is really making something of himself. I've gone into the mountains several times and never caught a thing." Chen Jianfu, however, looked at Chen Jianjun with keen interest and said, "Cousin, you didn't call us over just to eat this hare meat, did you? There's something else on your mind, isn't there?" Chen Jianjun laughed heartily. "Huh, nothing gets past you. It's like this: the mountain is collectively owned. Our Guodong has learned the skill of trapping and hopes to catch some game in the mountains to support the family. If the militia patrol happens to spot him, we'd like the village to help cover for him. Of course, if he gets anything good, he won't forget the village." Chen Jianfu burst into laughter upon hearing this. "I thought it was something serious. It's just this. Nowadays the commune folks turn tail and run when they see us afraid, well, ask for grain. They've no mind to bother with us. Being able to catch game in the mountains is a skill. Rest assured, leave this to me. But it must stay within the village. If you take it to the black market or trade it privately and get caught for speculation, even I as village head can't help you. You must be careful." He then turned to Chen Guodong and cautioned, "Guodong, be extremely careful when you go into the mountains. Don't take any risks." Chen Guodong quickly nodded in agreement. "Uncle Fu, rest assured I know what I'm doing." Just then Lin Yu emerged from the kitchen and said, "The hare meat is cooked. Don't let it get cold. Everyone please." Chen Jianfu, however, waved his hand and said, "Sister-in-law, it wouldn't feel right for just the few of us to enjoy such fine food. Bring some bowls. Jin Yong and I will each take a portion home for our families to taste." No one insisted further. Each took a bowl, divided the hare meat, and returned home. Only after the two uncles had left did the Chun family begin their dinner. Curious about his son, Chen Jianjun asked, "Guodong, now that you've learned to hunt, what do you plan to do with the game? Sell it on the black market?" Having read many records of this era in his past life, Chen Guodong was eager to visit the black market, but he didn't want to worry his parents. So he replied, "He'll sell the game to the purchasing agents from various factories. It's safer and trouble-free." Chen Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. "You've made the right choice. The black market is chaotic and dangerous. The purchasing agents are a better option. Besides, the weather is getting colder, so the game won't spoil easily. I support your decision." Lin Yu said with relief, "Our son has truly grown up knowing how to help the family." Chen Guodong replied cockily, "Of course. Just look at whose son I am." Chen Jianjun tapped him on the head. "Enough, stop showing off. You need to be more steady." Protective Lin Yu said, "Father, why do you always hit our son? Guodong has done very well. That heir Wazi from the village is still causing trouble everywhere, while our son is already helping the family." Fine, you just keep coddling him," Chen Jianjun said with a resigned smile. Little sister protested, "Brother is the best. When I grow up, I want to help the family, just like him." "All right, little sister is the best too. Now eat up before the hare meat gets cold," Lin Yu said with a smile. "Mother, the hare meat is delicious." Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, her eyes narrowing with delight. Chen Guodong smiled and said, "If you like it, eat as much as you want." Lin Yu also smiled and nodded. The family continued eating the hare meat, but Chen Guodong was somewhat disappointed. It was too tough to chew and lacked flavor. The family had little salt and no oil. He thought he must find a way to go to town. There was still a wild boar in his space. Just as he was thinking, Lin Yu said, "Guodong, do you still have any corn? We're almost out." Sharing one ear among the whole family for a meal is too extravagant. Maybe we should just eat half. Chen Guodong, realizing she thought there was no more corn because he hadn't brought any back today, quickly said, "Mother, don't worry. From now on, each person can have a whole ear per meal. There's plenty more." "No, we'll still share 1 ear per meal. You're being too wasteful." Lin Yu refused, waving her hand. Women of this era were too frugal. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Chen Guodong decided to go up the mountain the next day to force ripen a stalk of corn and bring it back to ease her mind. After dinner, the family rested. Chen Guodong lay thinking about the traps he had set near the cave that day, wondering if they would catch anything. A mix of anticipation and excitement slowly lulled him to sleep. In the early morning, before the sun had fully risen over the mountains, the horizon was merely tinged with a pale, fish-belly white. Chen Guodong had already eagerly gotten out of bed. He had been preoccupied by his mother's mention that the corn at home was almost gone, so after a quick wash he hurried towards the mountains. Along the way his steps were light, and he hummed a little tune. As soon as he entered the mountains it grew even colder, and he shivered directly. It was truly cold in the morning. If not for poverty, he wouldn't have been able to get up. He really needed to find a way to get a set of cotton clothes. This leaky padded jacket had to be replaced. Before long he arrived near the first trap. Chen Guodong checked it with great anticipation. At the first trap, he heard a fluttering sound. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 2 wild pheasants. "Oh, not bad, not bad. I reckon each one must be about 2 jin he." Instantly the smile at the corners of Chen Guodong's mouth became irrepressible, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he swiftly stashed the pheasants into his space. How exhilarating. If only he could have such luck every day. Then rubbing his hands together, he quickly strode toward the second trap. However, as he neared it, there was no sound at all, though indeed upon looking the trap was completely empty. Chen Guodong sighed. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Somewhat disheartened, he continued toward the third trap near the cave. Upon approaching, unfortunately the third trap had also yielded nothing. It's okay in this era, having these 2 wild pheasants is already pretty good. Chen Guodong consoled himself. He had already made up his mind these 2 pheasants couldn't be eaten by himself. He would have to take them to the county town to exchange for some urgently needed supplies. After composing himself, he arrived at the cave and saw that the corn had grown to half a man's height, looking healthy. He then used the spring water to hasten the ripening of another cornstalk, yielding 5 ears of corn, which should be enough for emergencies. Tomorrow he planned to plant another 5 stalks to increase the harvest, alternating the planting. Over the next few days, Chen Guodong's luck was remarkably good. His traps had caught a total of 3 wild rabbits and 5 wild pheasants. After deducting the corn consumed over these days, there was already a surplus. Looking at the fruits of his labor over these days, Chen Guodong's heart blossomed with joy. Having been in this era for so long, he had finally achieved food self-sufficiency. However, eating corn every day would definitely make his parents suspicious of its source. He now had to find a way to convert the corn into other grains. The next step was to achieve material abundance, and the first step was to build a good relationship with the supply and marketing cooperative. That day during a meal, Chen Guodong asked his father if there was an ox cart going to the city. Chenjiagou put down his chopsticks, thought for a moment, and said, "Son, I heard that Uncle Guzi is going to drive the ox cart to Chenjiagou City tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong was overjoyed. That very evening, he found his uncle to get a letter of introduction. The next day before dawn, Chen Guodong got up and packed. He packed 2 wild pheasants in a bag and stored the remaining rabbits and pheasants in his space. He didn't want to be too conspicuous and cause unnecessary trouble. When he arrived at the village entrance, Uncle Guzi's ox cart was already waiting there. Chen Guodong quickly ran over and greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Guzi, good morning." Uncle Guzi saw the bag in Chen Guodong's hand and asked curiously, "Guodong, your father said you're going to the city. What's in this bag?" Chen Guodong scratched his head sheepishly and explained, "Uncle Guzi, these are 2 wild pheasants. I'm going to exchange them at the city's supply and marketing cooperative to pay off some of the village's debts." Upon hearing this, Uncle Guzi's eyes showed a look of approval. "Guodong, you're a promising lad, thinking of earning money for the family and still remembering the village's debts." Along the way, Uncle Guzi, while driving the ox cart, kept praising Chen Guodong. "Guodong, last time, thanks to you getting the pig awful, everyone got a taste of meat. The village hasn't been this lively in a long time. Not like my good-for-nothing son, who just makes trouble." Chen Guodong was a bit embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head, and said with a smile, "Uncle Guzi, you flatter me. I was just lucky." Then he quickly changed the subject and asked Uncle Guzi about some matters concerning Chenjiagou City, finally diverting his attention. Otherwise it would have been truly awkward. The ox cart rattled along for half a day before finally reaching Chenjiagou City. Once in the city, Uncle Guzi had business to attend to, so they parted ways. Since Uncle Guzi was busy in the afternoon, Chen Guodong would have to walk back on his own. Following Uncle Guzi's directions, he began searching for the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. The city was different indeed. The streets were bustling with crowds. The people here had a different spirit from those in Chen Family Gully. Their faces were full of drive, heads held high, and chests puffed out. Chen Guodong looked around curiously at the buildings full of era characteristics. Red brick walls, gray tiles, and the striking slogans on the walls. and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. This is the unique scenery of this era, he murmured to himself. Following Uncle Guzzi's description, Chen Guodong quickly found the supply and marketing cooperative because it was simply too conspicuous. In this era, if you had meat, you were the boss. So Chen Guodong found a corner and stuffed all the pheasants and rabbits into the bag to avoid being looked down upon, which would make it impossible to build a good relationship with the cooperative staff. To be honest, in the novels of his past life, the supply and marketing cooperative had been demonized beyond recognition. Chen Guodong's heart was also uneasy, wondering if he would encounter staff who beat up customers. If so, he would just back out. Chen Guodong took a deep breath and entered with his bag. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed there was no one around. That made sense. With the food shortage, people used their money to exchange for grain, not for non-urgent goods at the cooperative. Looking up, Chen Guodong saw the large characters "Serve the People," which had a very distinctive style. Behind the counter, a female comrade in her 20s dressed in blue work clothes was idly knitting a sweater. Chen Guodong felt a twinge of envy. At this time, a sweater wasn't something just anyone could have. Chen Guodong approached the counter and said to the female sales clerk, "Comrade, hello. I have some mountain products here. I was wondering if you accept them." The sales clerk looked up, saw Chen Guodong in his patched clothes, then glanced at the bulging bag in his hand. Thinking he was just another person selling wild vegetables, she felt a bit disappointed, but said politely, "We accept agricultural and sideline products here. For mountain products, you can go to the purchasing station next door." Chen Guodong heard that the female comrade's tone was fine and breathed a sigh of relief. He really had been driven mad by the novels from his past life, and he laughed at himself wryly. At that moment, the female comrade asked with concern, "Little comrade, what's wrong? What are you laughing at?" Chen Guodong immediately snapped back to reality and said with an awkward smile, "Comrade, I'm sorry. I just thought of something funny. By the way, these are wild pheasants and rabbits. Are you sure you don't accept them?" Upon hearing this, the female comrade stood up abruptly, not even bothering about the sweater that fell to the floor. She came straight out from behind the counter, approached Chen Guodong, and asked excitedly, "Little comrade, are you saying that everything in this bag is wild pheasants?" Chen Guodong was stunned by the sales clerk's reaction. What was going on? He nodded woodenly. In truth, Chen Guodong still hadn't fully grasped just how scarce meat was in this material-deprived era. Upon seeing Chen Guodong's affirmative nod, the female sales clerk immediately shouted urgently toward the back room, "Director Li, quickly come out. Something big has happened." After a moment, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back 46-part haircut, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, emerged from the back room. He said discontentedly, "Xiao Sun, you're a grown woman now. Why are you still so rash? What major event is worth all this shouting?" Saleswoman Sun Meihua, ignoring the director's attitude, grabbed Chen Guodong's cloth bag as if afraid he would escape, and said hurriedly, "Quick, Director Li, this young comrade has brought meat for us to purchase." Chen Guodong thought to himself that this must be the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. He hadn't expected that selling a bit of meat could draw the director's attention, a good omen. Director Li walked while looking at the documents in his hand and said, "So he brought meat, what's the big deal?" "What? Meat? Where is it?" Sun Meihua covered her mouth with a laugh as if to say, "Why aren't you calm now?" She pointed at Chen Guodong. Director Li immediately put away his documents, losing his composure. His eyes filled with anticipation and uncertainty as he asked, "Young comrade, you say you've brought meat for us to purchase?" Chen Guodong wasted no time. He directly unzipped the cloth bag for the director and the saleswoman to see. When they saw the colorful pheasants inside, their expressions of surprise and delight were unmistakable, their lips curling into smiles. Director Li looked at Chen Guodong with great satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. Come to my office to talk. Xiao Sun, go to the warehouse and call Xiao Wu to my office to weigh this game." With that, he put his arm around Chen Guodong's shoulder and led him toward the office. Chen Guodong was bewildered by their enthusiasm. Wasn't it just a few wild game birds? Was it really necessary to make such a big deal? In truth, Chen Guodong thought this way because he hadn't yet adjusted to his current identity. If others knew, they would surely call him a clueless rich man. Lost in thought, Chen Guodong carried his cloth bag and followed Director Li into the office. As soon as he entered, Director Li warmly invited him to sit. Only after seeing Director Li seated did Chen Guodong take his own seat. Director Li nodded approvingly and asked, "Young comrade, what is your name and where are you from? Did you catch this game yourself?" The director was clearly probing. No wonder those who became cadres were no ordinary men. Fortunately, Chen Guodong was prepared. He took out his introduction letter and handed it over, saying openly, "Director, my name is Chen Guodong from Chen Family Gully. The village caught this game and sent me to sell it, saying it would be good experience for me." The director glanced at the letter and returned it. Seeing that Chen Guodong showed no timidity, he smiled and said, "You're a fine young man. If you have more game in the future, bring it to me. They'll guarantee a good price. But compared to that place, it might be a bit less. Though that place carries great risks, wouldn't you agree?" The director's mention of that place surely referred to the black market. Chen Guodong tactfully nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course. I'd rather trust the organization and wouldn't trade there." The director laughed heartily at Chen Guodong's words. Just then a spirited young man in his 20s, Wu Yong, another salesman from the supply cooperative, burst in excitedly, with a scale grinning. "Director Li, I heard there's meat." Director Li saw through Wu Yong at once, knowing the young man had no good intentions. He scolded with a smile. "If it weren't for your brother-in-law begging me to take you in, I wouldn't want you here." "Never serious. This young comrade brought us meat." "Weigh it." Xiao Wu, unfazed by the director's attitude, cheerfully weighed the meat and said, "Director, this game weighs 14.5 Jin." Chen Guodong noted it was about right. This cooperative seemed honest without shortchanging him. Director Li nodded. "Good. Xiao Wu, you can go now." Hearing the amount, his attitude warmed, and he turned to Chen Guodong. "Guodong, you see this is 14.5 Jin. You know the price of meat these days. It changes every day." Chen Guodong nodded, though he actually knew nothing. This was his first time selling game in the city. The price the previous buyer had offered was surely low, as they had traveled a long distance and couldn't ignore the cost difference. It all depended on whether this director was fair. Seeing Chen Guodong nod, Director Li continued. "At first meat was 80 cents, but later you couldn't buy it even with money. I haven't been able to get any from the meat processing plant. The price at that place has soared to 3 yuan, but since we're a formal unit, we can't issue such high slips. So we'll give you 2 yuan. What do you think?" Chen Guodong was secretly shocked. Was the price really this high? The situation must be extremely tense now. He still had a wild boar in his space. Had better keep it or it might come in handy. Now seeing that the director's offer was reasonable, Chen Guodong smiled and agreed. "That's definitely acceptable, more than acceptable. Thank you, Director. I'm very satisfied with this price." Seeing Chen Guodong's tact and understanding, Director Li grew increasingly fond of the young man. He said with admiration, "Guodong, since you're satisfied with the price, bring any future game to me. If prices change, I'll make sure you're happy too. What do you say?" Also, that's what he was driving at. In these times, few could supply meat. Offering this price was likely a bid for a long-term partnership with Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong was happy to have such a partnership. After all, since arriving in this world, he had no connections yet. The system wasn't well established back then, and without connections it was truly hard to get by. Chen Guodong said cheerfully, "That's great, Director Li. Then it's settled. We'll bring any game I catch to you from now on." "Haha, wonderful, it's a deal. Hey, race the money for this time. Count it." Director Li, even more pleased with Chen Guodong's response, found himself increasingly fond of the young man. He took 29 yuan from his drawer and handed it to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong took the money and without counting stuffed it into his pocket. This startled Director Li, who said, "Guodong, why don't you count it? This is a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Aren't you afraid I shortchanged you by a note?" Chen Guodong chuckled. Director Li, I trust you completely. No need to count." Hearing this, Director Li felt a surge of pride and said, "Good lad, I like your character. From now on, call me Uncle Li. I accept you as my nephew." Chen Guodong's heart raced with excitement. In this era, acknowledging someone as a nephew was genuine, not like the polite formalities of modern times. Having an uncle who was a director of a supply cooperative would be incredibly advantageous. Though part of it was surely to get more game from him, Chen Guodong himself wanted a powerful backer. With that thought, he immediately showed his sincerity by standing up and bowing to Director Li, saying, "Hello, Uncle Li. You rascal, no need for such formalities." Though Uncle Li said this, he accepted Chen Guodong's bow with clear satisfaction. He thought to himself that this young man was tactful and well-mannered. He would surely amount to something. The more he looked, the more pleased he became. But from Chen Guodong's perspective, Uncle Li was staring at him intently, which was a bit unnerving. What was going on? Did Uncle Li have some strange hobby? Was he in trouble? As Chen Guodong's mind wandered wildly, Uncle Li said, "What are you thinking about, boy? Have you eaten?" Snapped back to reality by Uncle Li's call, Chen Guodong replied, "Not yet." "Well, since you've acknowledged me as your uncle today, I can't be stingy. Hey, race, a 1 Jin food coupon. Go buy yourself a meal," Uncle Li said generously. Chen Guodong didn't refuse. In those days, someone who offered you a meal was truly one of your own. Of course, it was also because Uncle Li hoped Chen Guodong would supply him with meat. In any society, the most stable bond between unrelated people was mutual interest. Otherwise, why would a supply cooperative director take you as a nephew? Having just established this connection, Chen Guodong couldn't reject the goodwill. He happily agreed. "Thank you so much, Uncle Li. I was just worried about where to eat." "You're too kind." Uncle Li chuckled. "Don't mention it. I can't let you call me uncle for nothing. Go eat now. I need to deal with the meat you brought, so I won't join you. Remember, bring any meat to me." "Got it, Uncle Li. You go ahead, I'll head out to eat." With that, Chen Guodong left the office. He figured Uncle Li would use the meat to curry favor with others, whatever, as long as he got paid. Chen Guodong approached the counter intending to make a purchase. Spotting Sun Meihua, he greeted her, "Comrade, I'd like to buy something." Sun Meihua looked up at the sound of her name. Recognizing the young man who had just sold pheasants, she broke into a warm smile. "Don't be so formal, little brother. Just call me Sister Sun. What's your name?" Taken aback by her sudden warmth, Chen Guodong quickly deduced it must be because of his ability to procure meat. Otherwise, such enthusiasm would be unthinkable. He thought to himself, when others show you respect, you accept it. Besides, she's one of the 8 essential workers, and he'll have to deal with her long term. With that in mind, he smiled and said, "Since you insist, Sister Sun, I want stand on ceremony. My name is Chen Guodong." Wu Yong chimed in from the side. "That's right, Guodong, no need to be so formal. Just call me Brother Wu." Chen Guodong naturally responded, "Brother Wu, Sister Sun." All three were shrewd individuals who understood the unspoken dynamics. "Ah, you're so polite, little brother. What did you say you wanted to buy?" Sister Sun asked. A bit embarrassed, Chen Guodong replied, "Sister Sun, I only have 2 industrial coupons. What can I get with them?" "Oh, only 2 industrial coupons. That's a bit tricky. Let me think," Sister Sun said with a frown, evident. Unfamiliar with the local market and lacking memories of his predecessor's rare visits to town, Chen Guodong simply nodded and waited for her answer. After a moment's consideration, Sister Sun said, "2 industrial coupons can get you many things. What category are you looking for? Let me help you figure it out." Without hesitation, Chen Guodong replied, "Daily necessities." "All right, we have soap, toilet paper, and handkerchiefs." "What do you need?" she asked professionally. "Soap and toilet paper," Chen Guodong answered after a brief thought. It had been far too long since his last bath, and he found it unbearable to use bamboo slices or leaves in the latrine. "That'll be 1 yuan and 2 industrial coupons," Sister Sun said with a smile. Chen Guodong counted out the money and coupons, handed them over, and she packed the toilet paper and soap efficiently after checking them. Chen Guodong looked at the items in his hands and sighed, inwardly frustrated by having money but no ration tickets. Noticing his change in mood, Sister Sun asked, "What's wrong, little brother? Why the sigh? A sigh brings 3 years of poverty. You mustn't do that." Chen Guodong gave a self-deprecating smile. "Thank you, Sister Sun, but look at me. Am I not already poor?" Sister Sun laughed awkwardly. "Not at all. Just selling that game earned you more than a month's wages for most people." "Sister Sun, you jest. That was from the village's collective, not mine alone." "Please don't joke like that." Chen Guodong. "Oh, of course, my mistake." "Yes, the collective," Sister Sun quickly corrected herself, realizing her slip. In truth, everyone knew Chen Guodong was acting on his own, but in this era, who could resist the allure of meat? Wu Yong tactfully changed the subject. "So, Guodong, you got what you came for. Why the sigh?" "Yes, little brother, what's troubling you?" Sister Sun added, now playing the role of a caring confidant. Seeing they had hit the mark, Chen Guodong feigned distress. "Alas, without tickets I can't buy anything. Winter's coming and my parents are still in tattered single-layer clothes. It breaks my heart. I wanted to buy cloth, but I have no coupons. Life is so hard." Moved by his words, Sister Sun exchanged a glance with Wu Yong. "Little brother, you may lack tickets, but if you promise to keep bringing us meat, I can get you cloth." "Really? You're not joking, are you?" Chen Guodong was pleasantly surprised that his act of playing pitiful had. Sister Sun chuckled. "It's true. As long as you keep supplying us with game, it'll help you out." Overjoyed, Chen Guodong beamed. "Don't worry, Sister Sun. Whenever our village bags any prey, they'll bring it straight here. I swear it. If I lie, you can come to Chen Family Gully and settle the score." All right, I believe you," Sister Sun said, giving Wu Yong a meaningful look. Catching her cue, Wu Yong smiled at Chen Guodong. "You're in luck, Guodong. Our supply cooperative just got a batch of flawed fabric meant for internal distribution, but we can spare some for you." "How many feet do you need?" Having never bought cloth before, Chen Guodong was baffled. "I'm not sure how much we need. There are 4 in my family." "Sister Sun, could you calculate it for me?" Sister Sun laughed. "Sure, that's easy. 4 people, about 37 feet of cloth, costing 22 yuan. You'll need needles and thread for all those clothes, right?" Chen Guodong recalled that his family had little sewing supplies left and nodded. "Then get 1 yuan's worth. That should be enough." "That makes 23 yuan total," Sister Sun continued. Remembering from some old novels that fruit candy didn't require coupons, Chen Guodong asked, "Sister Sun, is it true that fruit candy doesn't need tickets?" "Yes, but it's more expensive now. It used to be 1 yuan per caddy, now it's 2. It's in high demand though. How much do you want, little brother?" Thinking he still needed to buy mantu and repay the village, Chen Guodong said, 2 caddies, please." He counted out 27 yuan and handed it over, a pang of regret hitting him as his hard-earned money dwindled. Sister Sun took the money, counted it, and briskly packed the items. Wu Yong went to fetch the flawed fabric. Soon both returned with neatly wrapped parcels on the counter. Sister Sun smiled. "Everything's here, little brother. The receipt's inside." "Thank you, Sister Sun and Brother Wu. They'll bring the game as soon as we catch some," Chen Guodong replied with a smile. He knew he had to mention the game. After all, their help was contingent on that promise. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Guodong understood the unspoken rules well. Hearing his assurance, the two exchanged a look and laughed. "Then well, wait for your good news. It won't be long. Just wait for me, brother and sister," Chen Guodong promised cheerfully. With that, he picked up his purchases, waved goodbye, and headed out. The two nodded as they watched him leave. Wu Yong mused, "Sister Sun, do you think he's reliable? We've staked quite a bit of flawed fabric on him." Sister Sun chuckled. "Don't you know how sharp the director is? I eavesdropped on their conversation earlier. The director acknowledged him as a nephew, so we have to do our part. Besides, I think this young man is trustworthy." Wu Yong spread his hands and sighed. "Fine if you say so. Whether we eat meat from now on depends on him. Life's getting tougher by the day." Sister Sun echoed his sigh. "Ain't that the truth? Who knows when things will turn around?" Walking down the street, Chen Guodong sneezed several times. Thinking it must be his little sister missing him, he smiled and headed toward the state-owned restaurant. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Guodong found a corner, checked that no one was around, and immediately stored his purchases into his space. This space was truly convenient. After storing them, he headed straight for the state-run restaurant. Its location was easy to find, just a short distance. Chen Guodong arrived at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. The facade was modest, with the slogan, "Save Food," prominently displayed on the drab walls. Beside the wall stood an elderly man and his granddaughter. The little girl gazed through the window at the steaming baskets of mantou, murmuring, "Grandpa, I want to eat big white mantou. I'm so hungry." The old man helplessly patted his pocket and shook his head, his face etched with weariness. "Be good, Nyonyo. We won't buy any. We need to save the money for Grandma's medical treatment, okay?" The little girl nodded obediently. "Okay, I want Grandma to get better soon. Nyonyo will be good and won't eat any." The old man led her away, but she kept turning back to look at the large steaming baskets. Having come from the modern era, Chen Guodong couldn't bear to see this. He wanted to take them inside to buy some, but suddenly stopped and let out a self-deprecating laugh. In this era, who wasn't struggling? Wasn't he hungry himself? Chen Guodong suppressed his emotions, took a deep breath, and stepped into the restaurant. Pushing open the ironclad fur door, he was met with a wave of heat mixed with the aroma of line noodles and steam. In the 40-square-meter hall, 8 square tables with benches occupied most of the space. In the corner, stacks of steaming baskets reached half a person's height. Besides the slogan, "Hard work and plain living," a red flag for sanitary excellence hung on the wall. A waitress in a blue apron was writing the day's offerings on a blackboard with chalk. Mixed flour mantou available, each requiring 1 liang of food coupons and 5 fun. A worker who had just entered complained, "Sai, why are mantou getting more expensive?" "Be grateful you have something to eat, don't complain," another worker replied. Next, the round-faced girl behind the counter wore a faded blue work uniform with a badge reading "State-Run Restaurant No. 007. Flour still clung to her fingertips as she handed mantou to the worker ahead. Chen Guodong stared at the gleaming white mantou made from premium flour in the glass cabinet, swallowing hard. He had never imagined he would crave mantou so much, especially since such refined flour products were usually only available at the cadre special supply window. After the 2 customers finished, Chen Guodong stepped forward. Although he had seen what was written on the blackboard, he asked uncertainly, "Comrade, how many mixed flour mantou can I get for 1 jin of food coupons?" As he spoke, he pulled out the food coupons. 1 jin of food coupons can get you 10 mixed flour mantou plus 50 fun. You. The waitress suddenly fell silent. At that moment, a man in a mouse suit pushed forward, 2 pens clipped to his breast pocket. "Waitress, set aside half a jin of meat buns for me. I have an authorization slip from the Commerce Bureau." Chen Guodong ignored the man in the mouse suit and said, "I want 10 mixed flour mantou." He handed over the food coupons and money. "Hold on." The Commerce Bureau cadres suddenly pressed down on the food coupons. Last month, the 4-mile store caught someone reselling food coupons. The police station reported that counterfeit coupons are circulating. He pointed at the edges of the coupons. "Why are these coupons so new? Where did you get them?" The waitress, trying to be helpful, quickly explained, "Comrade Zhang, these coupons from this countryman look genuine to me." Chen Guodong had never encountered such a situation and didn't know how to explain. Just then a voice rang out. "What's all this commotion about?" Manager Liu of the state-run restaurant pushed aside the door curtain and came out. Comrade Zhang immediately put on a smile. "Manager Liu, I was just helping you check things over." The manager nodded, then glanced at the food coupons. "Young comrade, could you please explain where you got these coupons?" Chen Guodong was taken aback, but sensing Manager Liu seemed approachable, he said, "Director Li from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative gave them to me." Comrade Zhang sneered. "Humph, Director Li from the cooperative. Why would he give food coupons to a country boy like you? I think these coupons must have come from illegal reselling. Don't underestimate these food coupons. With the current food shortage, reselling them is a serious case of speculation and profiteering." His shout drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Chen Guodong was speechless. This man was slapping such a serious label on him for no reason. Was he insane? "All right, let's see how I deal with you. Don't talk nonsense. I really did help Director Li, and that's why he gave me the coupons." Comrade Zhang pressed on relentlessly. "Help? What help could a little brat like you possibly offer? If you can't explain clearly today, you'll have to assume these coupons are problematic." Why was this man clinging on like a... Suddenly Chen Guodong understood. Looking down on others was a timeless trait. Unfazed, he said with amusement, "Why should I tell you?" Comrade Zhang blustered. "You're asking for a beating, kid. Spit it out." Unhurriedly, and with a hint of contempt, Chen Guodong replied, "I've already told you. If you don't believe me, that's your problem. How about this? If I'm telling the truth, you compensate me with 1 jin of food coupons deal." Seeing Chen Guodong's confidence, Comrade Zhang faltered. You. At this point, Manager Liu sized up Chen Guodong and felt he wasn't lying. If he were falsely accused, it would be embarrassing for everyone. So he mediated. "I know Old Li quite well, and the cooperative is nearby. I believe this young comrade isn't lying. How about we let this go?" But Comrade Zhang refused to back down. "Look at this kid's shabby appearance. There's no way he knows Director Li. He must be lying." Kid'll take that bet. Manager Liu, you can be the witness. He handed the food coupons to Manager Liu. Manager Liu reluctantly accepted and said, all right. Shall he go to the cooperative and ask Director Li to come confirm this? The waitress Shao he acknowledged and left, returning shortly with Director Li. As soon as he entered, Director Li joked, Old Liu, what's the urgency? If it's nothing important, you'll have to treat me to a meal. Manager Liu went over to greet him. Old Li, it's nothing serious. I just need you to confirm whether you gave food coupons to this young comrade. You know how strict the crackdown on speculation is these days. Comrade Zhang here suspects the coupons might be illegitimate. Director Li glanced at Comrade Zhang, then turned and saw Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong immediately greeted him. Hello, Director Li. Director Li thought to himself, this kid has good sense. He didn't call me Uncle Li. He's teachable. Turning to Manager Liu, he said with a smile, Old Liu, I did give this young comrade some food coupons privately. As for the reason, it's not convenient to say. He then shot a meaningful glance at Comrade Zhang, subtly backing Chen Guodong without causing too much offense. Chen Guodong understood Director Li's intention and felt quite satisfied. Manager Liu said to Comrade Zhang, all right, it's just a misunderstanding. The food coupons were indeed given to this child by Director Li. Hearing that the kid actually had connections and knew Director Li, Comrade Zhang's face turned ashen. His earlier arrogance vanished without a trace. He stammered, I was just trying to prevent speculation and profiteering. That's why I asked a few more questions. Chen Guodong glared at him and said, you accused me without any evidence, and you almost cost me the chance to buy Mantu. The manager smiled and tried to smooth things over. All right. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's not dwell on it. Young man, go get your Mantu. Still seething, Chen Guodong had no intention of letting it go. He asked, then does our bet still count? Comrade Zhang, his face darkening, glanced at Director Li and Manager Liu, then gritted his teeth and said, fine. Manager Liu hadn't expected Chen Guodong to still remember the bet. It seemed this young man was either a reckless fool or a ruthless character. So you all agree, young comrade. Do you still want your ration tickets and steamed buns? Chen Guodong immediately broke into a smile and said, yes, all of them changed into steamed buns. Our family hasn't seen steamed buns in a long time. With that, he handed the money and ration tickets to the waiter. The waiter then passed the newspaper-wrapped steamed buns to Chen Guodong. Taking them, he cast a grateful glance at Director Li and Manager Liu and said, thank you, Manager Liu and Director Li, for clearing up the misunderstanding. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble today. Manager Liu waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing. In the future, when you encounter such situations, don't rush. Just explain things clearly. Director Li interjected smoothly. All right, we're all good comrades. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, that's what matters. Comrade Zhang, you were just trying to serve the people better. This young comrade is young, so don't take it to heart. He'll be on my way now. Though his face remained grim, Comrade Zhang, hearing Director Li offer him a way out, and unable to refuse the face-saving gesture, forced a smile and replied, yes, Director Li is right. That's exactly what I was thinking. I didn't take it to heart. It's a small matter. Seeing the matter resolved, Director Li took his leave and walked out the door. Chen Guodong mused inwardly at Director Li's diplomatic finesse. Clutching the steamed buns, he followed him out. Once outside, he caught up to Director Li and apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Li, for causing you trouble. I originally planned to let it go, but that man kept staring me down. I couldn't swallow my anger without standing up for myself. Director Li laughed heartily. If you hadn't come to explain, I would have underestimated you. It's normal for a young man. But from now on, pay more attention to the situation. There are many people I can't afford to offend either. You understand, don't you? Chen Guodong nodded firmly. Uncle Li, I understand. He'll be more careful in the future. Director Li nodded with satisfaction and said, I have things to attend to, so I can't stay with you. If you get some meat, remember to bring some over. With that, he walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Chen Guodong watched Director Li leave, mentally noting this debt of gratitude to be repaid when the opportunity. Looking at the large steamed buns in his hand, they were truly enormous. He wondered if they tasted good. He took one, a mixed grain bun, and bit into it. Very fragrant. He thought whether from hunger or genuine flavor, it carried a rich weed aroma, a taste he had never experienced in his past life. It was a bit dry though. Chen Guodong was so ravenous that he ate two before feeling somewhat better. Though he craved more, he restrained himself, thinking of his family. He would share with them when he returned. Composing himself, he found a secluded corner, stowed away the buns, and headed home. Just as he left the city, he spotted from afar the grandfather and granddaughter he had encountered at the state-run restaurant, rummaging through a garbage heap. Was this fate? As he pondered, he heard the little girl exclaim joyfully, Grandpa, I found chicken bones. Tonight we can make soup for Grandma to strengthen her body. Chen Guodong felt the little girl's words pierce his heart like a cold wind, sending a chill through his soul. What kind of world was this? This was too harsh. He had thought his own start was a disaster, but this little girl's situation was a living hell. To be honest, Chen Guodong's conscience ached. Yes, it did. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, Chen Guodong had a conscience. He felt the pain and couldn't bear to witness such suffering before his eyes. He had held back earlier, but seeing this again, he could no longer suppress his impulse. He took out 3 steamed buns, then reconsidered. He had his spatial storage and could surely find more money. Besides, there was still a wild boar, though he hadn't figured out the most profitable way to sell it. But this grandfather and granddaughter were clearly in dire straits. From their words, the grandmother was ill. Gritting his teeth, he counted out the 3 yuan and 70 cents he owed the village and placed it into his space. He then wrapped the remaining money along with 3 pieces of candy in oil paper and headed toward the pair. As Chen Guodong approached, the grandfather and granddaughter were still rejoicing over their find of chicken bones. Suddenly noticing Chen Guodong also dressed in rags, they assumed he was coming to snatch their bones. The old man shielded his granddaughter behind him, watching Chen Guodong warily ready to defend himself. Chen Guodong offered what he thought was a friendly smile and said, "Elder, don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I'm just passing by." The little girl clutched the chicken bones tightly with both hands, hiding behind her grandfather. The old man relaxed his guard slightly, but remained cautious. "Young man, is there something you need?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to give you some food." Chen Guodong spoke kindly. The old man immediately became alert and flustered, saying, "I'm not selling my granddaughter. Go away." Hearing this, the little girl's voice trembled with tears. "Grandpa, don't sell me. It'll be good. I won't be greedy. I'll work hard to find food from now on." Chen Guodong stood there dumbfounded. What was happening? Who was he? Where was he? And what had he said? In truth, he still didn't fully grasp the current situation. Many people were so desperate for food that they would sell their own. The old man stroked his granddaughter's head soothingly. "Don't worry, Grandpa won't sell you. Young man, please leave quickly. I won't sell her. Don't frighten my granddaughter." Only then did Chen Guodong realize such things happened in these times. He smiled and said, "Elder, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to buy. I simply think it's fate that we've met twice, and I want to help you." Young man, you say you want to help me. No need, no need. Times are hard for everyone. Look at yourself. You're not well dressed either. Go and take good care of your parents." The old man was surprised, but still politely declined. Chen Guodong urged, "Don't worry, elder. I will certainly take good care of my parents. I overheard at the Statron restaurant that your wife is ill. If I hadn't met you this time, I might have let it go. But since I have, I can't ignore it without feeling terrible. Please take these things. Even if not for yourself, think of the young and the old. It's just a few steamed buns. Keep them, don't refuse." With that, Chen Guodong pressed the oil paper package into the old man's hands. The old man wanted to refuse, but the words wouldn't come, as everything Chen Guodong had said struck home. His eyes reddened, and his voice choked. "Thank you, young man. You are our family's benefactor. Nyonyo, come and thank the big brother." He pulled Nyonyo forward to bow to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong immediately stopped them. No. I want to live a few more years, elder. This is revenge, not gratitude." The old man's words of thanks were stifled by Chen Guodong's retort. "You young rascal. Well, keep it in our hearts. Nyonyo, remember this big brother well. He is our benefactor. Young man, where are you from?" Nyonyo stared intently at Chen Guodong, as if etching his image into her memory. Chen Guodong shook his head. "Good deeds leave no name. If you can help others in the future, take care, elder." He then turned and walked away. The grandfather and granddaughter watched him disappear into the distance before unwrapping the oil paper. Before their eyes lay 3 steamed buns, candy, and money. The old man hastily re-wrapped the package in panic. Nyunia's eyes sparkled with delight. "Grandpa, I saw money. Grandma can see a doctor now." The old man's eyes reddened again as he said gratefully, "Nyonyo, come, let's kneel and kowtow to our benefactor." With that, the old man pulled Nyonyo down and kowtowed heavily in the direction Chen Guodong had gone. Of course, Chen Guodong knew nothing of this. Otherwise, he would have cursed loudly, for such an act was believed to shorten one's life. At that moment, Chen Guodong was ambling home, feeling somewhat disheartened. The money he had struggled to obtain, never again would he play the Good Samaritan. Damn it. Chen Guodong hurried along, finally making it back to the vicinity of Chen Family Gully just before nightfall. Chen Guodong thought it over and decided not to take too much candy. Half a jean would suffice. Taking more would be hard to explain, and besides, there wasn't even a proper sugar jar at home. If he took too much, it would spoil before they could finish it and attract ants anyway. Then he took out all the steamed buns along with the flawed cloth needles, thread, and coarse paper he had bought today and stuffed them into the cloth bag. He couldn't go back just yet. Carrying too many things required caution. He waited near the village entrance until dark before heading home. By now, the villagers had all retired for the night. Don't ask why. Moving less meant slower hunger and conserved energy. As Chen Guodong approached his doorstep, he saw Lin Yu standing there, craning her neck in eager anticipation. A wave of warmth swept over him. Having someone waiting and caring for him felt truly wonderful. Chen Guodong quickened his pace and called out, "Mother, I'm back." Hearing Chen Guodong's voice, Lin Yu's furrowed brow relaxed, and the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. She scolded, "Why are you back so late? I was so worried, I almost sent your third uncle and uncle to look for you." Chen Guodong quickly comforted her, "Mother, it's fine. I'm a grown man, don't worry. Let's go inside. I've brought you all something nice." With that, he took Lin Yu's hand and led her into the house. Lin Yu asked with slight confusion, "Son, what have you brought back? Why is that cloth bag so bulging?" Hearing the commotion at the door, his little sister also got up from the Kong and seeing it was Chen Guodong, exclaimed happily, "Brother, you're back. I fell asleep waiting for you. What's in the cloth bag?" Curiously, she walked over. Chen Guodong chuckled, "Little sister, this is something good." He took out 2 candies, placing one in Lin Yu's palm and popping the other directly into his sister's mouth. When the little glutton came to her senses, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Guodong. "Brother, it's so sweet. Is this candy?" "Yes," Chen Guodong replied with a smile, patting her head and handing her a few more pieces. Delight flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as well, and she instinctively moved to put the candy into her pocket, likely planning to save it. Chen Guodong immediately stopped her. "Mother, eat it now. Don't hoard it. There's plenty more." With that, he pulled out the half-gene of candy. "Brother, so much candy," the little sister exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Son, why did you buy so much candy? This is terribly wasteful." Lin Yu said, her eyes bright with surprise, yet pained by the expense. "It's fine, mother. This candy is very cheap and no ration tickets are needed. Eat it. It's delicious," Chen Guodong urged. Lin Yu looked at her son helplessly, knowing she couldn't win the argument. She put the candy in her mouth, her eyes lighting up as she sighed. "Indeed, it's been so long since I last had candy. So sweet. I'm truly blessed because of my son." "Better days are still ahead," Chen Guodong said proudly. By now he had led Lin Yu into the inner room, and his little sister followed like a little shadow. Chenjiagou, sitting on the Kong in the inner room, relaxed upon seeing his son return. He asked with concern, "Guodong, why are you back so late? Did something happen?" Chen Guodong laughed. "Nothing happened. I just walked a bit slowly. Today I sold the game at the supply and marketing cooperative for a good price and exchanged it for these things." Just then the little sister took a candy and popped it directly into Chenjiagou's mouth, asking, "Father, is this candy sweet?" Startled by his daughter's sudden gesture, Chenjiagou's eyes filled with warmth and surprise. "Where did this candy come from?" "It's very sweet." The little sister smiled. "Brother bought it." Chenjiagou looked at Chen Guodong in astonishment, hardly believing it. "Guodong, you bought candy?" Chen Guodong grinned. "I didn't just buy candy. I brought back lots of good things." He said this with a hint of pride as he pulled the mixed grain steamed buns from the cloth bag. The little foodie sister immediately exclaimed in delight, "Brother, are these steamed buns? They're so soft." She reached out to touch them. Lin Yu's joy at seeing the mixed grain buns instantly turned to alarm. She clamped her hand over her little sister's mouth and scolded, "Don't shout. Don't shout. How many times have I told you? You never remember. What if someone hears? Would you share them with them?" The little sister shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Only then did Lin Yu release her, saying, "Remember this from now on." The little sister nodded obediently. Though delight shone in Chenjiagou's eyes, he still spoke with some concern. "Guodong, how did you exchange for so many buns and candies? We haven't even paid off the village debt yet, and now we're eating this well. It's not right." Chen Guodong thumped his chest confidently and placed the money he owed the village on the Kong. "Don't worry, father. I handle things properly." Seeing the money on the Kong, Chenjiagou's face broke into a beaming smile. "Guodong, you've done splendidly. You've truly grown up." Chen Guodong chuckled. "Father, mother, little sister, there's more." He then pulled coarse paper and salt from the cloth bag. Though joy filled Lin Yu's eyes, she still remarked, "Son, there was no need to buy this coarse paper. Leaves and bamboo strips would do. You're wasting money." Chen Guodong shook his head dismissively. "It's fine, mother. This doesn't cost much. When it runs out, I'll buy more." With that, he pulled out the cloth. When Chen Guodong had laid out all the cloth, he noticed no one was speaking. Looking up, he saw his little sister and Lin Yu both covering their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief at what he had brought out. Chenjiagou was no better. His words came out stammering. "Guodong, did you exchange all these things by hunting? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" Hearing Chenjiagou's question, Lin Yu burst into tears. "Son, we may be poor, but we can endure. If you've done something illegal, then there's no turning back." Only then did Chen Guodong realize he had indeed brought out too many things. In this era, caution was necessary. "Father, mother, rest assured. I exchanged all this at the supply and marketing cooperative. I even have the receipt. Look, this is flawed cloth. No ration tickets needed, and it's very cheap. I've become quite skilled at hunting." Hearing Chen Guodong's words, Chenjiagou and Lin Yu saw clearly that it was indeed flawed cloth. Lin Yu shot Chenjiagou a glare. "Father, why did you have to make wild guesses? You scared me half to death. I knew my son couldn't be a lawbreaker." Chenjiagou gave an awkward laugh. "I was just thinking, how could just a few game animals fetch so many things?" Chen Guodong interjected. "Father, grain is scarce now, and meat is even more precious. In the city, meat is hard to come by, so it fetches a high price. From now on, I'll go hunting in the mountains more often to lighten the family's burden." Chenjiagou asked in surprise, "Guodong, is that true?" "It's true. When I took the game to trade, you should have seen how eager they were. The prices they offered startled even me," Chen Guodong explained. Chenjiagou said with some worry, "You were lucky to catch game this time, but the forest is too dangerous. You shouldn't go anymore. We've paid off the debt now, so don't take risks." A few days ago, Wang Er from the next village went deep into the woods and never came out. Lin Yu also looked at Chen Guodong anxiously. "Yes, listen to your father. You're my only precious son. I can't have anything happen to you. We can bear being poor. Their concern moved Chen Guodong deeply, but he found their thinking too conservative. He had no intention of suffering needlessly, so he said, "Father, mother, don't worry. I've learned many skills from my master. He's taken me as his apprentice, and from now on I'll often go hunting with him in the mountains. It was my master who helped me sell so much this time." Hearing this, Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu's faces lit up with joy. "Then you must study hard under your master. But I have only one request: stay safe." Lin Yu said, her heart happy, but still unable to let go of her worry. Chen Jianjun also spoke earnestly. "Guodong, since you've acknowledged him as your master, remember a teacher for a day is a father for life. Learn your skills well and repay him properly in the future." Having only fabricated the story, Chen Guodong was now stuck when both parents took it seriously. He could only nod. "I understand, father and mother. They'll study hard and make sure our family lives a good life." The little sister then chimed in happily. "Brother, does that mean I can eat meat every day from now on?" Chen Guodong tapped her nose playfully. "Of course you can. But if you eat it every day, you'll turn into a big fatty. Do you want to be a big fatty?" The little sister immediately shook her head. "No, I don't want to be a big fatty. That's ugly." It was surprising that she already had such a sense of aesthetics at her young age. Her words sent the whole family into peals of laughter. Lin Yu chuckled. "You wish you could eat meat every day? Dream on. Just having steamed buns to eat makes me smile in my sleep." Chen Guodong smiled. "Mother, rest assured. They'll make sure our family never goes hungry." Lin Yu nodded approvingly. "I believe you, son. Oh, it's been so many years since I last saw so much new cloth. Now I won't have to worry about you two being cold this winter. I can make several sets of clothes for you." As she spoke, she gently caressed the fabric. Chen Guodong was deeply moved. Even now, she only thought of making clothes for the two children, not herself. "Mother, I bought this for all four of us in the family. Make one set for each person." Chen Jianjun quickly refused. "Just make them for you two children. Your mother and I can make do with what we have." Lin Yu also nodded. "Your father is right. Just make them for you too." Chen Guodong wouldn't have it. "Father, mother, don't worry. I can still hunt in exchange for more cloth. Mother, make 4 sets. Listen to me, or I won't take mine either." The little sister, being obedient, chimed in. "If brother doesn't take his, I won't take mine either." Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, and Chen Jianjun smiled warmly. "All right, well, do as Guodong says. Make 4 sets." Only then did Chen Guodong breathe a sigh of relief. He had truly been afraid they wouldn't make clothes for themselves. Just then, Chen Jianjun pondered for a moment and said, "Son, we can't eat all these steamed buns ourselves. Send 2 each to your third uncle and your uncle." Lin Yu said with a smile, "Don't be anxious, dear. Let's eat first. We can't very well go help others on it." Chen Jianjun scratched his head awkwardly. Right. I'm always in such a hurry to repay favors. Let's eat first, then we'll talk." Chen Guodong immediately picked up a steamed bun and handed one to each person, and everyone began to eat. Lin Yu looked at him with satisfaction and admiration. "I haven't had such good food in a long time. Truly am enjoying the blessings my son brings." "Mother, there's more if you finish," Chen Guodong said, passing another bun to her. Lin Yu quickly shook her head. "No, I'm full. Save it for tomorrow. One is enough for me." Chen Guodong could see she wasn't full at all, she was simply afraid of scarcity and wanted to save it for later. A pang of bitterness struck his heart. He resolved to ensure his family would never go hungry again. "Mother, please eat without worry. I will make sure everyone has enough to eat from now on." Chen Guodong pressed another bun into her hand, then turned to Chen Jianjun. "Father, you should eat more too, so you'll recover quickly." "I don't need that much. I haven't been active, so I'm not hungry." Chen Jianjun started to refuse. "Father, you could easily eat 5 more. Get well soon. The family still needs your strength." Chen Guodong said earnestly. The couple exchanged glances at his firm insistence and silently began to eat without further protest. Seeing his parents eating, Chen Guodong gave another bun to his younger sister and ruffled her hair with a smile. "Little sister, you eat 1 more too, so you'll grow up fast." The little girl looked at her parents, then at the bun, seeming hesitant. Chen Guodong added fuel to the fire. "Little sister, just eat. Your brother can find plenty of food." Hearing this, the little girl no longer hesitated. Happily she said, "Okay, big brother. I will grow up fast and find lots of food just like you." Everyone laughed heartily at her earnest, grown-up expression. After eating 2 corn and wet buns, everyone refused to have any more. Chen Guodong had no choice but to let it be for now. He carefully wrapped the remaining buns in 2 clean cloths, clutched them to his chest, and stepped out the door, heading towards his third uncle's house. Arriving at the door, Chen Guodong knocked gently. "Who is it?" came Chen Jianyong's voice from inside. "Third uncle, it's me, Guodong." The door creaked open, and Chen Jianyong's face showed a hint of surprise upon seeing him. "Guodong, what brings—" Chen Guodong glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then smiled and took out the cloth bundle from his chest. "Third uncle, my father asked me to bring you some food." Chen Jianyong paused for a moment before quickly ushering him inside. Inside, third uncle's wife was sitting on the edge of the Kong. Chen Guodong greeted her. "Hello, third aunt." Seeing the cloth bundle in his hand, her eyes lit up instantly, but she quickly averted her gaze and said, "They're all sleeping in the inner room. Food is so scarce these days, I didn't dare let them move around much. Please sit down, Guodong." Instead of sitting, Chen Guodong opened the bundle revealing 2 corned wet buns and handed them to Chenjiagou. At this sight, third aunt's eyes went wide. She said nothing but turned to look at her husband, her gaze clearly pleading, "Take it, hurry up." Chenjiagou looked at the buns Chen Guodong offered and hastily waved his hand. "Guodong, this won't do. Food is so scarce now, you should keep these for yourselves." Chen Guodong quickly replied, "Third uncle, please don't refuse. My father said you've always helped our family a lot. You must accept this small token of our gratitude. If you don't take it, my father will be upset." Chenjiagou still hesitated, a look of deep conflict in his eye. On one hand, he truly felt for Chen Guodong's family. After all, they were his own brother's family, and he knew their struggles. On the other hand, his own household was also desperately short of food, and these 2 buns were a significant temptation. Seeing this, Chen Guodong pressed on. "Third uncle, if you don't accept it means you look down on us. Don't worry, we still have food at home." Hearing this, Chenjiagou glanced at his wife, whose eyes were full of longing, then back at the sincere face of Chen Guodong. Finally, he sighed and took the buns. "Guodong, I'll accept them even if it shames me. Thank your father for me. We're all family. If you ever need anything, just ask. Tell him thank you. We're all one family. If you ever have any trouble, just speak up." Chen Guodong nodded with satisfaction and said playfully, "All right. If anything comes up, it'll definitely come to you, third uncle, ha." Chenjiagou laughed. "You rascal." Chen Guodong grinned. "Well, third uncle, he'll be heading back now." Just as Chen Guodong turned to leave, he heard Chenjiagou call out again, "Guodong." He looked back puzzled. "What is it, third uncle?" Chenjiagou seemed to want to say something, but then shook his head. "It's nothing. Be careful on your way home, it's getting dark." "Third uncle, is there something you wanted to say?" Chen Guodong asked. Chenjiagou smiled. "No, it's nothing. Just be safe on the way. It's all right." Chen Guodong didn't press further. He nodded. "All right, third uncle, I'm off then." With that, he stepped out the door. After Chen Guodong left, Chenjiagou turned to his wife and said, "See, this is what brothers are for. When good things happen, they think of us. From now on, don't say we shouldn't help them." His wife was finally convinced. "Fine, I admit they have a conscience. I won't complain anymore." It was clear she had previously looked down on Chen Guodong's family, given their extreme poverty and the hard times everyone faced. "By the way, dear, why did you call Guodong back just now?" Third aunt asked, coming to her senses. Chenjiagou didn't answer directly. "It's nothing. We had some wild vegetable soup today. Since Guodong brought these 2 buns, go and cook them into a paste. We can add some water to make it more filling. Call the 2 boys to get up and eat some." As expected, the mention of food immediately brought a smile to his wife's face, and she bustled off to prepare it. Chenjiagou let out a sigh. After leaving third uncle's house, Chen Guodong hurried on to his cousin's house. The same scene played out there. Chen Jinfu initially refused as well, insisting, "Guodong, take these buns back. You eat them yourselves. We're relatives, helping each other is only right. We can't take your things." Chen Guodong patiently persuaded him again. "Cousin, please don't stand on ceremony. My father said we remember all the good you've done for our family. Please accept these buns. Let us show our gratitude." His cousin's wife stood by silent, but her eyes were fixed on the buns in Chen Guodong's hand, an undisguised look of anticipation on her face. Chen Guodong continued, "Cousin, these are hard times for everyone. But if we relatives help each other, we can surely get through this. If you don't accept, you'll be putting me in a difficult position." Chen Jinfu pondered for a moment before finally taking the buns. He said gratefully, "Guodong, thank your father for me. If you ever need anything, just give me a shout." "All right, I'll remember that, cousin. They'll probably be bothering you quite a bit in the future, so be prepared." Chen Jinfu laughed. "No problem, but just don't ask me to break any rules." Chen Guodong immediately assured him, "Of course not. Oh, and cousin, hey, race the money the village owes. Could you help me return it to the villagers?" Saying this, he handed the debt money over to Chen Jinfu. Chen Jinfu took it with some surprise. "You managed to gather it all so quickly. I got lucky and caught some game. I traded it in the city. I just hate being in debt. Now that it's paid off, I feel light as a feather," Chen Guodong said with a smile. "You're really something, lad. All right, I'll return this to everyone tomorrow." Seeing that everything was taken care of, Chen Guodong said, "Then I'll leave you to it, cousin. They'll be heading home." "All right, go on then." He stepped out the door feeling truly free from the burden of debt, walking home with a light heart. Along the way, he thought about the situations at his third uncle's and cousins' houses, as well as his own family circumstances. Although food was still desperately short, he felt that the mutual concern and support among relatives was more precious than anything else. Back home, Chen Guodong recounted the entire process of delivering the buns and repaying the debt to his father. Chen Jianjun's face lit up with a gratified smile. "Good. That's how we should live. Remember the kindness others show us and never forget our roots." Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. From his father, he learned the principles of life and understood the immense power of family bonds during these harsh times. An individual's strength is always limited. If he wanted to live better in this era, he realized he would need to leverage these family ties to build his own power. The next day, Chen Guodong awoke early, his spirits lifted by the success of his hunt the previous day. His little sister was still asleep, drooling, probably dreaming of chicken legs again. Chen Guodong muttered to himself, "What a glutton. But in these times who isn't hungry? Shaking his head, he put on his worn-out shoes and headed out. As he stepped outside, he saw Lin Yu busy in the kitchen. He walked over. Mom, what are you doing? Lin Yu turned at the sound of his voice and smiled. I'm boiling corn. By the way, Guodong, you don't have much corn left, do you? Maybe we should eat less. Having 2 ears of corn a day is too extravagant. Indeed, eating nothing but corn was bound to raise suspicion. He had to find a way to get other food. Don't worry, Mom, just go ahead and cook it. Once I catch some game, I'll trade it in town for other provisions. But, Lin Yu started, but Chen Guodong interrupted. All right, Mom, just eat in peace. I'm going to check the traps in the mountains. Here, take this to eat on the way. Be careful, Lin Yu said, pressing the corn into his hand. I know, Mom, he replied, taking the corn and heading out. The sun had just risen, and the village was utterly silent. Perhaps everyone was conserving their energy, too weak from hunger to move. The mountain path was eerily quiet. Chen Guodong found himself enjoying the tranquility of this small mountain village. In his past life, he had been too busy to truly appreciate life. The past was like the wind. He shook off these thoughts, vowing to live a brilliant life this time. But reality was harsh. The first trap was empty. His grand ambitions quickly shriveled to the simple hope of having enough to eat. He laughed bitterly and moved on to the next trap, hoping for a catch. Please don't let it be empty, or we'll have no meat. He even considered eating the wild boar stored in his space, but that boar could be much more useful later. He resisted the urge. He walked toward the second trap with anticipation. It didn't disappoint. From a distance, he heard a rustling sound. His heart tightened. There was something there. As he got closer, he saw a small mouse nibbling on a corn stalk on top of the trap. The mouse was too light to trigger it. A mouse will do better than nothing, he thought. But just as he was figuring out how to catch it, the mouse spotted him and scurried away in a flash. Chen Guodong was speechless. It was too small to trigger the trap. Sighing, he headed toward the cave, where another trap lay. He checked on his corn, which was growing splendidly. Seeing the food grow was a great comfort in these harsh times. He planted 10 more corn seeds, watered them with spiritual spring water, and left the cave. He walked to the trap, hoping for a catch. But there was no sign of any activity. He was exasperated. What was going on? His luck today was terrible. He sighed and consoled himself. Even with corn as bait, you can't catch prey every day. If you could, everyone in the village would be up here. He pulled himself together and prepared to go down the mountain. Just as he was about to leave the woods, he heard someone shouting, sounding very urgent. Chen Guodong followed the sound, which grew increasingly familiar. He quickened his pace. The voice became clearer. Is anyone there? Help! What was going on? His mind filled with questions, he ran toward the voice. When he got close, he saw someone had fallen into a He recognized them, his third uncle's 2 sons, his 20-year-old cousin Chen Guodong, and his 14-year-old cousin Chen Guodong looked up as he heard someone approach. Seeing it was Chen Guodong, he shouted joyfully, Guodong! Guodong! Thank heavens! Quickly find a vine to pull us up. Chen Guodong also saw him, his eyes brimming with surprise and tears. He wailed, Brother Guodong, pull us up. Seeing that they seemed unharmed, Chen Guodong felt relieved. Brother Chong, are you alright? How did you fall into this trap? We're fine. We slid down the edge. Don't ask questions now, just get us out of here. Chen Guodong said, Alright, wait for me, I'll find a vine. Chen Guodong looked around, found a sturdy vine, broke it off with a rock, and brought it to the edge of the trap. He lowered the vine. Brother Chong, help Guodong up first. Then Guodong, and I will pull you up. I can't. Alright. Guodong, you go first. Okay, bro. Chen Guodong grabbed the vine, and with a boost from Chen Guodong, he climbed out. Together, Chen Guodong and Chen Guodong pulled Chen Guodong up with great effort. Once Chen Guodong was up, the 3 of them collapsed to the ground panting. Chen Guodong asked curiously, So, Brother Chong, how did you fall into the trap? Chen Guodong blushed with embarrassment. Yesterday you gave us those mixed grain steamed buns, remember? It's the slack season, and there are no work points to earn. I thought I'd try my luck in the mountains to see if I could catch something to help the family. Brother Chong, you should have told me. I could have taught you how to set traps. I know these woods well. It's dangerous to wander around like this, Chen Guodong said, feeling a sense of approval for his cousins. Chen Guodong interjected, Brother Guodong, my dad wanted to ask you last night, but he couldn't bring himself to. It's about your livelihood after all. What does that matter? We're family. How could I watch you go hungry? We're blood relatives, Chen Guodong said, feeling a pang of sadness at how traditional and reserved people were in these times. But this is the skill your master passed down to you. Would it be all right for you to teach us? Chen Guodong asked, torn between gratitude and hesitation. Chen Guodong waved his hand dismissively. What's the big deal? It's just digging a trap and catching game. It's not some profound secret. It's all just hard work. Really? Brother Guodong, you'll really teach us to catch game. That's great. Now we can help bring food to the... Chen Guodong, not one to overthink things, jumped for joy. Chen Guodong patted him on the shoulder. Of course. We're brothers. Guodong, you seem much more mature lately, Chen Guodong remarked, puzzled. Haha, Brother Chong, people grow up. It's normal, Chen Guodong laughed. Inwardly he thought, of course I'm mature, I've lived 2 lives. Chen Guodong nodded in agreement, but still asked worriedly, Guodong, are you sure it's okay to teach us? What will you tell your master? Don't worry, I'll handle my master. Just put your mind at ease, Brother Chong, Chen Guodong explained patiently. In those days, once a teacher, always a father was a deeply held belief. It was no wonder his cousin was concerned. Just then, Chen Guodong spoke up with a sly grin. Brother Guodong, actually, there's a reason we fell into that trap. Oh Gongzi, what's the reason for being so secretive? Chen Guodong asked with a hint of confusion, looking at Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong mysteriously pulled a small finger-sized piece of sweet potato from his trouser pocket, beaming with pride. Hee, it's a sweet potato. Chen Guodong immediately slapped him on the back of the head and chuckled. It's all because of you. Seeing that sweet potato on the trap, you rushed at it without a second thought. I couldn't stop you. Luckily Guodong was nearby, or we might not have climbed out on our own. Chen Guodong found the reason both amusing and exasperating. Next time you really need to be careful. Nothing good falls from the sky. Only traps do. As he spoke, a thought suddenly struck him. This sweet potato is far more bountiful than corn and much more filling. An unexpected boon. Got it, Guodong Gu. He'll be careful next time. Guodong Gu, you can have this to eat. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Guodong offered the precious sweet potato to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong was slightly taken aback, having been pondering how to trade for the sweet potato. They had fallen into a trap for it, and now they were handing it over without a second thought. It was clear how desperate they were for food. Honestly, he felt deeply moved. This was kinship, a feeling so warm. Are you really giving this sweet potato to me? You want to eat it? Chen Guodong teased. Of course it's true. Guodong Gu, you should fill your stomach first, Chen Guodong said, trying to act mature and worldly. Alright, I'll take it. Let's head back first. Tomorrow we'll bring tools and go up the mountain to set traps. With that, he put the small sweet potato into his pocket, stood up, and headed home. Along the way, Chen Guodong explained to the two brothers how to set traps and choose locations. But they seemed to lack talent or exposure. They barely understood. Finally, Chen Guodong gave up and said, Alright, just follow my orders then. This they understood, nodding happily in unison. They returned to Chenjiagou, where from afar they saw third uncle pacing back and forth at the village entrance. Hearing their approach, he looked up and saw the three returning together, his anxious heart finally easing. As they drew near, Chen Guodong greeted with a smile. Third uncle, what are you doing out here? Chenjiagou scolded with a wry smile. Waiting for these two rascals. I told them not to go up the mountain, but they wouldn't listen. If they hadn't come back soon, I was about to gather people to search for them. The two brothers hung their heads in silence. Chen Guodong quickly interjected to ease the tension. Third uncle, we met them as soon as they entered the mountain. I asked them to help me set traps, which is why we're late. Chenjiagou shook his head. I know these two well enough. You don't need to cover for them. Thank you today, Guodong. We'll head back now. Your third and is worried sick. Turning to his nephews, he barked. Hurry up and come home with me. Your mother is worried to death. Okay. The two replied hurriedly, following Chenjiagou home. Chen Guodong shook his head with a smile and also headed home. As he neared home, he took 4 ears of corn from his space and placed them in his bamboo basket before pushing open the door. Lin Yu and his little sister greeted him. Lin Yu asked with concern, Son, did you encounter any danger while learning to hunt with your master? His little sister also gazed at her big brother with wide, worried eyes. Feeling warmth in his heart, Chen Guodong smiled. What danger could there be? I'm perfectly safe. Mother, just set your mind at ease. Look what I've brought back. He set down the basket, and his little sister spotted the corn, her eyes sparkling with joy. Brother, you got corn again. That's great. I love corn the most. Lin Yu also smiled at the sight of the corn. Son, you're truly amazing. You managed to bring back corn. I thought there was none left. Chen Guodong felt a pang of guilt. He'd have to stop bringing corn. Luckily, Gongzi had found a small sweet potato today. He could switch things up tomorrow. He patted the little girl's head and said, Mother, there won't be any corn tomorrow. I've used up all of it. Then what will we eat from now on? We can't. Today we'll cook just one and save the rest. Sai, I told you to ration a few days ago, but you wouldn't listen. Now what? Lin Yu said, flustered. Chen Guodong understood Lin Yu's feelings well. She had just found a glimmer of hope only to have it snatched away. Such thoughts were natural, but he hadn't finished speaking. Mother, wait. It's just that there's no more corn. I can still hunt, and I can find edible things on the mountain. Oh, right. Look at me, so impatient. I've been so hungry that I panic at the thought of running out. But let's still eat lightly today. The prey on the mountain isn't ours to squander. Lin Yu said, suddenly enlightened. Mother, cooking just one ear won't do. Let's cook 2 and add some steamed buns. I need to go up the mountain, so I have to eat enough to keep my strength up, Chen Guodong said helplessly. Lin Yu had been set on cooking just one, but upon hearing her son's words, she agreed, without hesitation, and Chen Guodong went into the inner room and greeted Chenjiagou. Father, are you feeling better today? Nothing serious. Much better. The swelling has gone down, so I should be able to move soon. You must be careful on the mountain. Your uncle came by today to warn me that people from another village encountered a bear in the mountains a while back, Chenjiagou said with concern. Oh, that's fine. My master has a hunting rifle and is an experienced hunter. Don't worry, father, Chen Guodong. Hearing this, Chenjiagou felt somewhat reassured. Still be careful and listen to your master. I understand, father, Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. By the way, father, I met Xiangzi and Gongzi on the mountain today. They also want to hunt to help the family. I plan to teach them how to hunt and set traps. Otherwise, it's too dangerous for them to go alone and their family after all. Chen Jianjun thought for a moment and approved. You're right to do this. But if you do catch any prey, be fair, don't give more or less. Even between brothers, accounts must be clear. Got it. Chen Guodong was suddenly jolted awake. He had been thinking of giving them extra if they caught anything. He realized he still hadn't adapted to this era. He had to be careful about a favor two great breeds enmity, lest good intentions turn into bad outcomes. I understand, father. He'll remember. Good. I know you have a kind heart, but you must know your limits, Chen Jianjun advised. After chatting a while longer, they ate the corn and steamed buns and rested. Why so early? As father often said, eat your fill and stay still. It saves a meal. The next day, eager to take his cousins up the mountain, Chen Guodong prepared early. He thought he had risen very early, but when he stepped out, he found Chen Guoqiang and Chen Guogang already waiting at the door. Just as they left the village, a voice called out from afar, Guodong. Guodong, where are you all going? Chen Guodong turned around at the sound and saw a young man of about 20 rushing toward him. Only when the man drew near did he recognize his cousin Chen Guowei, the eldest son of his uncle Chen Jianfu. The three of them stopped somewhat perplexed and turned to look at the newcomer. As Chen Guowei approached, he greeted with a smile. Guodong, I heard from my father that you're going hunting up the mountain. Can I join you? He then looked at Chen Guodong with a hint of apprehension. Cough, is that all? We grew up together wearing the same open crotch pants. Of course you can come. Grab a hoe and he'll take you hunting. Chen Guodong chuckled. He figured that whether he took one or a group, they were all family anyway. This cousin was a decent and upright man, having finished middle school, but unfortunately had no connections to find a job. Now he just assisted his father, village chief Chen Jianfu, in the village. Thus Chen Guodong's party became four. As the seasoned hunter, he naturally had to go empty-handed, so he handed the hoe he had brought to Chen Guowei. Chen Guowei took the hoe and laughed. You rascal, fine. Today you're the master, and well, follow your orders. Haha, listen to me, and I guarantee everyone will eat meat, Chen Guodong said smugly. His words drew hearty laughter from the others. The four of them chatted and laughed as they headed into the mountains. When they reached the edge of the woods, they noticed Chen Guodong showed no sign of stopping. As the eldest and most cautious, the first to voice doubt, he asked uncertainly, Guodong, we're already near the depths of the forest. Should we keep going? Chen Guodong had anticipated their question. Brother Wei, look around. Where are any signs of food or animals? Fortune favors the bold. Besides, my master often took me around this area. It's safe, don't worry. Hearing Chen Guodong invoke his master's name, the others felt somewhat reassured and continued following him. When they neared the cave, Chen Guodong found several spots with traces of animal activity, marked them, and stopped. Brothers, we've marked the places where animals often frequent. You go dig traps while I visit my master for some bait, Chen Guodong instructed like a seasoned teacher. Brothers Chang and Wei had no objections and nodded, ready to dig traps at the marked spots. Only Gangxi's eyes flickered as he said, Brother Guodong, can I come with you? Chen Guodong was about to refuse. After all, he was heading to the cave to harvest corn, and that couldn't be discovered. But before the refusal left his lips, he saw a solid slap land on the back of Gangxi's head. Chen Guoqiang delivered the slap and scolded, what do you think you're doing? Behave yourself and come dig traps with me. Guodong Gangxi is young and clueless. You go ahead and well dig the traps. After scolding, he dragged Gangxi toward the marked spots with Chen Guowei following. Once they were far away, Gangxi asked with naive curiosity, Brother, why did you hit me? Isn't it just to go with Brother Guodong to see his master? What is his master, someone who can't be seen? Chen Guowei laughed. Your brother was right to hit you. This is your cousin Guodong's secret, not something for you to know. Bringing you along to hunt is already generous. What more do you want? What if Brother Guodong's master doesn't like meeting strangers? That would ruin your cousin's livelihood. Gangxi nodded, half understanding. All right, you'll understand later. For now, hurry up and dig the pit. Otherwise, if we don't finish and have no catch tomorrow, we'll go hungry. Chen Guoqiang urged. Naturally, Chen Guodong was unaware of their conversation. Chen Guoqiang's intervention eased his mind and saved him unnecessary trouble. In a cheerful mood, he arrived at the cave only to hear some noise inside. What was going on? No one should have discovered this place. What should he do? If it were an animal, fine. But what if it were a person? Glancing around, he noticed many stones of various sizes. A flash of inspiration struck, and he quickly gathered all the stones into his space. These would make excellent defenses. After collecting them, he crept softly into the cave entrance, ready to release stones from his space for protection at any moment. The ability to place stones anywhere within a 5-meter radius gave him a strong sense of security. Once inside, Chen Guodong found no one there, a false alarm. He patted his chest in relief, but what was that noise? He began searching for the source of the sound. Finally, he saw his planted corn nod and pitted, realizing it must be small animals like rabbits or rats. Sure enough, behind the corn beside a rock, a rabbit's tail was exposed. Chen Guodong thought to himself, so it's a rabbit. Haha, lucky me. Since he had spotted it, he couldn't let it escape. He released a large stone from his space to block the cave entrance, trapping the rabbit inside. Excitedly, he moved toward the rabbit, but the creature was extremely alert, darting around frantically before he could get close. Despite his dusty futile chase, he couldn't catch it. Rabbits truly were the fastest runners. He had wanted to play fair as an ordinary man, but since the rabbit was serious, he gave up the pretense. With a thought, a basket suddenly appeared above the rabbit's head, trapping it before it could react. Chen Guodong rushed over and pressed down. "Ha, see if you can escape now." He reached and grabbed the rabbit and stored it in his space, clapping his hands in delight. Then he looked at the gnawed corn stalks, a bit regretful, but they could still be used as bait for the traps. He collected the bitten corn stalks into his space, found an open area, placed the small sweet potato that Gongzi had given him yesterday on the ground, and poured spiritual spring water from his space directly onto it. The sweet potato visibly sprouted roots and grew. Though he had witnessed it many times, it always felt surreal. Before long, the sweet potato matured. There were so many vines. This was far better than growing corn. It was time to witness a miracle. Chen Guodong excitedly began digging up the sweet potato, wondering if the spiritual spring water would yield a bountiful harvest. He found a stick to dig with, and as he moved the soil, a sweet potato as large as a corn cob emerged. Damn, was it really that big? Overcome with excitement, he quickly dug out 2, 3, 10. This was incredible. Was the sweet potato really this productive? And so many vines. This was amazing. Now he wouldn't lack food. He could even trade for supplies. If only his spiritual spring space could be used for farming, he could have an endless supply of sweet potatoes, corn, and even more crops. But no, he shouldn't be too greedy. For now, he should be content. Composing himself, he left the cave and blocked the entrance with a large stone to prevent small animals from getting in and ruining the corn. After all, this batch of corn was nearly ripe, and he could take it to town to trade for supplies. He sat down right outside the cave. There was no way he was going to do the tiring work of digging pits. He'd leave that to his cousins. Habitually, he patted his pocket only to remember he had traveled through time and had no cigarettes. He'd have to go to town next time to get some. Chen Guodong figured it was about time, so he headed toward his cousin's direction. They should have finished digging by now. As Chen Guodong neared his cousins, he retrieved corn stalks from his spatial storage to use as bait for prey. Upon reaching them, he found them still swinging their hoes, laboriously digging pits. Chen Guodong felt a flicker of sympathy for his cousins before greeting them with a smile. "Wow, you've almost finished digging a trap. That's quite fast." His shrewd cousin Gongzi chuckled. "Not bad. Would be faster if we'd eaten enough, though." "Hey, brother Guodong, is that corn stalk you're holding? Are we supposed to eat it?" Chen Guodong delivered another slap to the back of his head, making Gongzi wince in pain. Turning to Chen Guodong with a smile, he said, "Gongzi's being foolish. Those corn stalks are bait, aren't they?" Chen Guodong grinned. "You've got it, brother Chong. My master gave them to us as bait. They've been nibbled on by small animals, so they're inedible." Chen Guowei eyed the gnawed corn stalks with some regret. "Guodong, a lot of them are still good. Why not use the bitten parts as bait and eat the rest? Using all of them as bait is such a waste. They could last several meals." The other two nodded in agreement, looking at Chen Guodong. Without a word, he set down his basket and pulled out 4 large sweet potatoes, placing them on the ground. His cousins were stunned, their mouths agape, momentarily speechless. A hint of pride swelling within him, Chen Guodong said, "What's the matter, brothers? Don't just stand there. Eat your fill. You need the strength." The quick-witted Gongzi immediately grabbed a sweet potato. "Brother, hit me and see if I'm dreaming. I've never seen a sweet potato this big in my life." Chen Guodong, perhaps doubting his own eyes, didn't hold back and gave him a slap. Gongzi didn't complain but grinned happily. "Huh, I'm not dreaming. There's food." Both older cousins asked in unison. "Yeah, Guodong, where did you get such huge sweet potatoes?" Chen Guodong smiled mysteriously. "My master gave them to me." A hint of envy flickered in their eyes, but they wisely refrained from asking further. Gongzi, less restrained, wiped the dirt off a sweet potato with his clothes and took a big bite. Chewing with a look of pure satisfaction, he exclaimed, "Brother Guodong, this is the best sweet potato I've ever had. So sweet and delicious. You all should try it, really." He urged them on, as if fearing they wouldn't believe him. So the 3 of them also took large bites. Their eyes lit up. It truly was sweet, delicious, and juicy. The 4 quickly finished the sweet potatoes. But then the earlier joy on Chen Guodong and Chen Guowei's faces vanished. Curious, Chen Guodong asked, "What's wrong, cousins? Weren't you happy just a moment ago? Why the long faces now? Why the gloomy expressions?" Regretfully, Chen Guodong said, "I was so hungry that I finished the sweet potato in a flash. I should have saved some for my family." "Oh, is that all? It's no big deal. I've already prepared some for you. 1 for each of your families. I'll ask my master to get more next time," Chen Guodong said nonchalantly. With that, he took 2 more sweet potatoes out of his basket. Chen Guowei shook his head. "Guodong, food is scarce these days. You should keep them. It's our fault for not controlling ourselves. We can't take yours. Save them for your parents and little sister." The other 2 nodded in agreement. In such a difficult era, having relatives who would refuse food was truly a blessing worth cherishing. So he insisted firmly, "Come on, we're family. Am I supposed to eat meat while you watch? I can't do that. Take them. If you feel bad, just dig a few more traps later." Seeing Chen Guodong's insistence, the 3 had little choice but to accept, though they silently noted his kindness. People in those days were truly sincere. The three immediately picked up their hoes and headed to the next trap site. Chen Guodong was dumbfounded. He felt a bit guilty seeing their earnestness and wanted to help, but was refused. "They're too sincere," he muttered. Still, he was happy to have some leisure. By noon, all the traps were dug and covered with corn stalks. Chen Guodong called everyone to head back, suggesting they return the next day to check for any catch. Gongzi was puzzled. "Brother Guodong, why not check this afternoon? What if something falls in?" Chen Guoqiang scolded with a laugh. "Checking every few days is good enough. Do you think you put an immortal pill in the trap that wafts fragrance for miles, instantly luring prey? It's a game of luck. Be patient, it takes time." Gongzi nodded sheepishly. "I thought prey would come as soon as the trap was dug." His words drew hearty laughter. "Let's head back. Hope Gangzi's right, and we'll have a catch tomorrow," Chen Guodong said with a laugh. The morning wasn't wasted for the two families. Thanks to the sweet potatoes from Chen Guodong, it was still a fruitful day. As for Chen Guodong, he had an easy morning and saved a lot of effort by having many traps dug. It was a win-win, and everyone returned home in good spirits. As soon as Chen Guodong entered the house, he called out happily, "Dad, Mom, little sis, look what I brought back." He went into the inner room and set down his basket. "Another good haul today, Guodong?" Chen Jianjun asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Chen Guodong smiled mysteriously. "Of course." Just then his little sister and Lin Yu walked in cheerfully. Lin Yu asked with a smile, "Guodong, another good catch today. Did you bag some game? You seem so happy." Chen Guodong deliberately teased his mother. "No, I didn't catch any game." Lin Yu's excitement deflated. "You rascal. If you didn't, why are you so happy and shouting? I thought you caught something." She turned to leave and continue her chores. "Wait, Mom. I wasn't finished. I didn't catch game, but I got something else," Chen Guodong called out anxiously. "You child, why can't you say it all at once? I thought I'd been happy for nothing. So what else did you get besides game?" Lin Yu stopped, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Yeah, brother, what delicious food did you bring? Show us," his little sister chimed in. "Look at you, so impatient," Chen Guodong said with a laugh, tapping her nose. With that, he pulled out the sweet potatoes. When he had laid them all out, everyone stared in silence at the corn-sized sweet potatoes, their mouths agape. It was his father Chen Jianjun who first reacted, asking uncertainly, "Guodong, are those sweet potatoes?" His little sister looked at him like a curious child, silently awaiting confirmation. "Yes, they're sweet potatoes," Chen Guodong affirmed. It was then that Lin Yu exclaimed, "My goodness. I've never seen corn this big in my life. Son, are these really sweet potatoes? Where did they come from? Mom, they really are sweet potatoes. My master dug them up deep in the mountains. Only he knows the spot. The soil must be very fertile to grow them this big." Chen Guodong began to spin his tale. After all, seeing was believing, and there was no way to verify it. But his family had no doubts, only awe. Chen Guodong took 2 sweet potatoes, broke them into 4 pieces, and shared them with everyone. "Come, mother, father, and little sister, eat this sweet potato. It's not only big, but also very delicious." Chen Guodong distributed the sweet potatoes to them as he spoke. Although Chen Jianjun was not entirely convinced that sweet potatoes could be that tasty, he still smiled graciously and said, "Guodong, your father thinks that any food that fills the stomach is good." Lin Yu, trusting her son's words, took a bite, and her eyes lit up with surprise. "Husband, it really is delicious." Little sister, a glutton, had been eager to eat, and immediately took a bite upon hearing Lin Yu mumbling, "Father, it truly is good." Chen Jianjun, also hungry, took a skeptical bite. His eyes widened in astonishment. "I never imagined sweet potatoes could taste this good. Guodong, I've truly never had such delicious sweet potatoes." Chen Guodong felt a swell of pride inwardly. "Father, how could I deceive you? I said they were delicious, but you didn't believe me. Now you do." Indeed they are," Chen Jianjun affirmed. Little sister Chen Xiaomei, the little glutton, said with anticipation, "If only we could eat sweet potatoes like this every day." Lin Yu teased her. "You little glutton, last time you wished for meat every day, now it's sweet potatoes. Which do you choose, meat or sweet potatoes?" Xiaomei was momentarily stunned by the question, scratching her head and mumbling, "Mother, can I choose both?" Her unexpected answer surprised everyone, and after a moment of realization, they burst into laughter, exclaiming how clever she was. "Xiaomei, you're so clever, truly a little glutton. But meat might not be available every day, though there will be plenty of sweet potatoes," Chen Guodong said with a smile. "Really?" Xiaomei looked at Chen Guodong with eager anticipation. "Really? My master once accidentally discovered a patch of sweet potatoes deep in the forest. It's quite a secluded spot, probably planted by someone long ago, and now it belongs to my master. Master said I can have some whenever I want since he can't finish them all anyway, and am his only disciple, so it's my gain." Chen Guodong lied with a straight face. "Son, your master is too kind. Does that mean our family won't go hungry anymore? I'm so tired of this life of never knowing where the next meal will come from," Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. Chen Jianjun, however, said seriously, "Guodong, it's fine once or twice, but you can't keep asking. Especially when times are hard for everyone. Even if he is your master, doing so will make you seem greedy." Chen Guodong had forgotten his father's straightforward nature. Sighing inwardly at the difficulty of finding excuses, he said, "I understand, father. I won't ask unless master insists on giving. Is that all right?" Chen Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. Relying on yourself is the true way. Your master treats you so well, you must honor him in return. I know, father. I will certainly honor him well, Chen Guodong replied earnestly, though inwardly he thought, making up lies is so exhausting, but I have no other way to explain the source. At least this solves the problem for now. The next day, Chen Guodong was roused early by Lin Yu. Groggily he asked, Mother, what's wrong? It's not even dawn yet. Why wake me so early? Is something the matter? Nothing much. I just got up and found a few people sitting at our doorstep. It gave me a start. It turns out it's Guowei and the others waiting to go up the mountain with you to check the traps, Lin Yu said, somewhat exasperated. Ah, so early. Chen Guodong finally shook off his drowsiness. Lin Yu, however, found it normal. It's not early. By the time we reach the mountain, it'll be dawn. Well, Chen Guodong had forgotten how hardworking people were in this era. Resigned, he got up and headed out. Mother'll go check the traps with them then. Wait. I've divided one sweet potato into 4 parts. Take them to eat on the way, Lin Yu said, wrapping the pieces in a cloth and handing them to Chen Guodong with a reminder. All right. Mother, you're the best. I'm off. Chen Guodong took the sweet potatoes with a smile. Isn't that obvious? Now go be safe and come back early, Lin Yu scolded playfully. Got it, Chen Guodong said as he stepped out. Outside, he saw the 3 brothers squatting in the clearing. He greeted them. Brother Chong, Brother Wei, Gongzi, you're all up early. Chen Guowei laughed. Guodong, we didn't just wake up early. We haven't slept since the middle of the night. I thought I was the only one, but when I got to your door, I found these 2 here too. Chen Guoqiang and his brother smiled awkwardly. Chen Guodong couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you guys are amazing. Aren't you tired? Gongzi said excitedly, not tired at all. We slept all afternoon yesterday, and now we're full of energy. Brother Guodong, let's get going. After speaking, they all looked at Chen Guodong. What are you looking at me for? Let's go, he said helplessly. They left the village and headed into the woods. When there was no one around, Chen Guodong took out the sweet potatoes his mother had given him and shared them. The others hadn't expected such treatment and tried to refuse, but Chen Guodong insisted. How can you catch game on an empty stomach? Eat up. We're all family, no need to be polite. Chatting and laughing, they entered the woods and headed toward the traps. As they neared the traps, everyone fell into a tacit silence. Even the usually lively Gongzi was quiet. It was just as well that dawn was breaking, or they wouldn't have been able to find the traps. They approached slowly. The initial excitement gave way to a heavy feeling as they got closer. The trap was undisturbed with no sign of collapse. When they reached the edge, they exchanged glances, all seeing the disappointment in each other's eyes. The eldest Chen Guowei consoled them. It's normal not to catch anything. It's all a matter of luck. Don't worry, there's another trap. Let's go check that one. Chen Guodong, not too disheartened due to past experience, also cheered them up jokingly. Yeah, Brother Wei is right. It's normal. I often find empty traps too. Don't be too disappointed. Maybe the next one has 2 wild boars in it. Everyone burst into laughter at Chen Guodong's joke. They cheerfully moved on to the next trap. Suddenly Gongzi, who was running ahead, shouted, Got one. Got one. Everyone come quick. The trap has collapsed. The others who had been ambling along sprinted forward excitedly. But when they reached the trap and looked in, they were dumbfounded. There was nothing there. Utterly disappointed, they stood dejectedly before the trap in silence. Chen Guodong studied the trap for a moment and said, Something must have triggered it. Don't lose heart. This is a good sign. It means there's game around. We'll definitely catch something next time. Let's dig this trap deeper and wider. His words made sense, and they regained their confidence, throwing themselves into the work. After finishing and resetting the trap, they went to check the last one. This time, everyone's spirits were much better. Gongzi, still just a child, had bounced back from the disappointment and was once again running ahead excitedly. The others followed, leisurely chatting and laughing when Gongzi shouted again, Another one. The trap collapsed. This time we've definitely got something. Though uncertain, they quickened their pace and ran over. With uneasy hearts, they cautiously approached the trap. Gongzi, reaching the edge, first exclaimed, Brother, there's a wild rabbit. A wild rabbit. We've actually caught something. Hearing this, the others hurried over, and indeed a wild rabbit was hopping about, unable to escape. A look of relieved satisfaction spread across everyone's face. Gongzi volunteered to catch the rabbit, and the others let him, given his youth. It took him considerable effort to grab the rabbit, as the creature was remarkably agile. Yet he felt no fatigue, only exhilaration. Hee, Brother Guodong, I caught the rabbit. Chen Guodong praised him generously. Impressive. I couldn't have done that. It was the truth. The rabbit was too quick. After resetting the trap, Chen Guowei pondered and said, Guodong, since we caught only one rabbit, let's not divide it. Take it home to give uncle some nourishment. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Chen Guodong glanced at Chen Guowei in slight surprise, not expecting such an attitude from everyone. He had thought that in this era people would fight tooth and nail for food. Wasn't the script supposed to be different? He had assumed they would kill the rabbit and split it equally. Chen Guoqiang patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder. Guodong, what are you spacing out for? Jolted back to reality, Chen Guodong said, No, let's kill the rabbit and share it equally. This is everyone's achievement. We share joys and hardships. No objections allowed, or else I won't come hunting with you next time. Seeing Chen Guodong's firm stance, the others had nothing more to say. Chen Guowei said with a hint of resignation, All right then, leave the rough work to us. Chen Guodong had no objections to that, and was happy to be free. Fine, you get on with it. He'll go find my master, and we'll meet outside the woods later. Go ahead. We'll finish up and wait for you outside the woods. With that, Chen Guodong headed toward the cave. Upon arrival, he looked around to ensure no one was watching, then moved the large boulder blocking the entrance into his spatial storage, slipped inside, and resealed the entrance. Inside the cave, he gazed at the nearly ripe corn with satisfaction, estimating it would be ready by tomorrow. He decided to plant sweet potatoes next instead. He took out sweet potato seedlings, divided them into 10 portions, and watered them with spiritual spring water. The seedlings grew rapidly, a true miracle, always so wondrous. The thought of a bountiful harvest in 5 days filled him with delight. Afterward, he checked his other traps. Luck was poor, nothing caught, but he had placed some sweet potato vines and chunks as bait. One must risk something to gain something. He hoped for a catch tomorrow. When Chen Guodong arrived at the forest edge, the others were already waiting. Chen Guowei called out, "Guodong, we've finished. Come see if this is all right." Chen Guodong approached and asked in confusion, "Why is it divided into 3 portions? Aren't there 4 of us?" Chen Guoqiang chuckled, "We thought it's better to divide by household rather than by person. But wouldn't your family be at a loss? The 2 of you put in the work while it's just me and Brother Wei alone?" Chen Guodong queried, puzzled. Chen Guowei smiled. "Come on, Guodong, we're family. Being too calculative creates distance. Let's do it this." Seeing such harmony among the brothers in the face of gain, Chen Guodong felt deeply gratified and was even more determined to lead them to prosperity in the future. "All right, I'll go along with you." Chen Guodong picked up his share and placed it in his bamboo basket. Seeing his agreement, the others did the same, and they headed home chatting and laughing. After agreeing to meet on the mountain the next day, they each went to their own homes. As Chen Guodong entered, he saw Chen Jianjun sitting at the door and asked with pleasant surprise, "Dad, you're feeling much better." Chen Jianjun smiled, "Much better indeed, or else I wouldn't be sitting here. I can move around a bit now." Delighted at his father's improvement, Chen Guodong said, "That's great. Where's Mom and little sister? I don't see them." "They're in the inner room, making clothes," Chen Jianjun replied, pointing inside. Just then the curtain parted and Lin Yu and his little sister emerged. "Mom, are the clothes ready?" Chen Guodong asked expectantly. "Not that fast. Give it a few days," Lin Yu said, a bit exasperated. "Brother, did you catch anything today?" His little sister bounced over, trying to peek into his basket. Chen Guodong teased her. "Little sister, can you guess?" "Brother must have had some luck, right?" she asked, looking at him Chen Guodong patted her head and praised, "So smart. We were lucky today. Caught a rabbit with your cousins." He took out the rabbit meat. "Mom, can you cook this rabbit? And those steamed buns too. I'm starving today." His stomach growling, Chen Guodong made the request. Lin Yu immediately refused. "Son, are we not thinking about the future? Meat and buns. I can't even imagine it. Let's be frugal. Mom, trust me, our days will get better and better. Look how thin we all are, and Dad needs nourishment too. Please cook it, Mom." Chen Guodong coaxed with a childlike wheedle. Lin Yu, unaccustomed to this side of her son, softened and agreed. All right, I'll cook it now." She walked away. Chen Jianjun looked at his son as if seeing him for the first time. "Guodong, you're amazing. How did you manage that?" Your mother, with her thrifty nature, actually agreed. "Haha, that's a secret," Chen Guodong replied smugly. He thought this is the ultimate move, acting cute. What mother can resist her son setting aside pride to be endearing? He mused that his father could try the same, but imagining the burly farmer attempting such a thing made him shudder. It was a frightening thought. Chen Jianjun asked in confusion, "Guodong, are you cold?" No. I'm going to check on Mom's sewing," Chen Guodong said, quickly hurrying off. Before long, Lin Yu had the meal ready. The family ate in harmonious contentment, satisfied expressions on their. Chen Jianjun belched and sighed emotionally. "I never dared to dream of eating steamed buns and meat." Lin Yu said proudly, "Indeed, we owe it all to our son." "So am I enjoying my brother's blessings?" the little sister asked curiously, prompting hearty laughter from everyone. Yes, little sister, enjoy your fortune." Chen Guodong laughed until tears came. They chatted a while longer, then retired for the night. Chen Guodong found it a bit absurd, eating and then sleeping, but he was gradually getting used to it. Early to bed and early to rise, he hoped tomorrow would bring a pleasant surprise. The next day, Chen Guodong was once again awakened by Lin Yu. He couldn't tell if it was because his brothers were truly full of energy, or if they had tasted the sweetness of success, arriving even earlier and more eagerly than before. With sleepy eyes, Chen Guodong slowly dragged himself out of bed and stepped outside to greet them, saying, "Brothers, aren't you all tired? I truly admire you." But then Gangxi's reply left Chen Guodong both amused and exasperated. "Brother Guodong, I simply couldn't sleep from sheer hunger." "All right, let's go then," Chen Guodong said with a hint of helplessness. The following days brought decent harvests. Whether it was due to Chen Guodong's use of sweet potato vines as bait or sheer luck, they managed to catch rabbits or pheasants almost every day, rarely returning empty-handed. They also dug a few more traps. This might have been the benefit of strength in numbers. Chen Guodong received a fair share of the game, far more than he could have managed alone, and his own traps yielded good results as well. Today, after planting sweet potatoes on the mountain and returning from the hunt, Chen Guodong checked his space. The game weighed about 30 jin. The sweet potatoes, thanks to their high yield, totaled 100 jin, and the corn amounted to 30 jin. After all these days of hard work, it was finally time to reap the rewards and head to the city. Chen Guodong looked at his brothers. None of them were gaunt and sallow anymore. Their complexions had improved significantly, a clear sign of better nutrition. He smiled and said, "Brothers, I'm going to the city tomorrow. You'll have to check the traps in the mountains on your own." "Ah, brother Guodong, you're going to the city. Take me along." "Ew, I want to go too," Gongzi said with anticipation. Chen Guodong chuckled. "Next time. I have some business to take care of this trip." None of them asked what it was about. The brothers held great respect for Chen Guodong. After speaking, they dispersed. Back home, Chen Guodong found Chenjiagou and said, "Dad, I want to go to the city tomorrow. I've hunted some game with my master to exchange for money or goods." Chenjiagou had no objections. "All right, be careful, and don't come back too late." "Dad, is there anything we need at home? I can buy some while I'm there," Chen Guodong asked. Before Chenjiagou could answer, his little sister chimed in, "Brother, I want steamed buns." All right, you little foodie. They'll bring some back for you," Chen Guodong said, patting her head. Chenjiagou thought for a moment. "There's nothing we need. We have enough to eat now." Chen Guodong glanced around the house, seeing the broken pots and pans everywhere. Nothing in the house was in good condition. He thought to himself, it's not that there's nothing we need. It's that we need far too much. "All right, I'll leave early tomorrow and might not return until evening," Chen Guodong replied, mentally calculating what. "By the way, on your way to the city, you'll pass through Lu family village. Stop by your aunt's place. She's always been strong-willed. It was a first for her to come borrow grain from us. She must be in real trouble to lower her pride like that." He then gestured to Lin Yu. Though a bit reluctant, Lin Yu took out 5 sweet potatoes from behind the door and handed them to Chen Guodong. It seemed they had already discussed helping out his aunt. Chen Guodong looked at Lin Yu in surprise, knowing that grain was her lifeblood. He couldn't believe she was willing to give so much to his aunt. Still, he quickly took the sweet potatoes. Lin Yu smiled. "Why are you staring at me? Your aunt has helped us before. Your mother isn't so unreasonable." Chen Guodong quickly laughed it off. No, how could I ever think that of you, Mom? You are the best mother in the world." Lin Yu let him off with a smile. "That's more like it. By the way, Dad, if I have to go to Aunt's place, that might delay me. I might not come back tonight and could stay over at Aunt's or my master's place." "He'll return tomorrow," Chen Guodong said after some thought. Lin Yu looked at her son with concern. Chenjiagou, seeing his wife's worry, said, "It's fine. The boy is grown now and he has his master with him. Go prepare some food. After we eat, he'll go get a travel permit from his uncle, then rest early and set out at dawn." Lin Yu went off to prepare the meal. After the family ate, Chen Guodong went to get the permit from his uncle and returned home to rest early. At the break of dawn, Chen Guodong was already up, not because he was diligent, but because he had slept too much and couldn't stay in bed. He packed a few things and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out, Lin Yu, busy in the kitchen, called out, "Son, wait. I've boiled some sweet potatoes for you to eat on the way." "Thanks, Mom. I'm off now," Chen Guodong said, his heart warmed. "Be careful," Lin Yu reminded him. She watched him walk far into the distance until he disappeared from sight, then wiped her hands on her apron and turned back into the house to continue her chores. Of course, Chen Guodong in his hurry was unaware of this. His mind was already occupied with thoughts of getting a bicycle to make the trips to and from the city less inconvenient. Lost in a jumble of thoughts, he finally arrived at Chenjiagou City around noon. Near the supply cooperative, he found a secluded corner and pulled out a cloth sack filled with game from his space. Before setting out, he had used the space's properties to knock the animals unconscious, so the sack didn't draw much attention and looked nothing like a bag of game. He glanced across the street at the supply cooperative. Seeing a customer inside, he waited until the customer left before walking straight in. For such matters, safety came first. The fewer people who knew, the better. Entering the cooperative, Chen Guodong found Sister Sun still knitting as usual. She looked up at the sound of footsteps, then lowered her head to continue. Chen Guodong thought she hadn't recognized him and was about to greet her, but suddenly she looked up again, shot to her feet, and greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, little brother, you're finally here. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me." Chen Guodong teased. "Sister Sun, isn't that a bit much? It's only been a week. I've been busy in the mountains with this," he said, lifting the cloth sack. "It wouldn't be right to come with too little." Seeing the sack, Sister Sun grew even more excited. Come, let's go to the director's office first. The director said to bring you straight there when you arrived." Knowing the sack contained game, Sister Sun walked briskly, her steps almost a skip, as she quickly led Chen Guodong to the director's office door. She knocked excitedly. Director, open up. Look who I've brought." "Who is it, Xiao Sun? How many times have I told you to stay calm? Always so hasty. How will you ever find a husband like this?" came the director's exasperated voice. The director's voice carried a tone of frustration, as if lamenting her lack of composure. As Director Li opened the door, he saw Chen Guodong standing at the entrance holding a cloth bag. His expression shifted visibly with surprise, and he laughed heartily, saying, "It's Guodong. It's been a while. Come in, and let's talk." Xiao Sun asked Xiao Wu to bring the scale over. "All right, Director, take your time chatting," Sister Sun said, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Guodong's cloth bag. Director Li understood Sister Sun's look and nodded. Chen Guodong caught their exchange and surmised that she was hinting for the director to save some for her as well. It seemed Sister Sun was no ordinary sales clerk. Thinking about it, in this era, anyone who managed to secure a position among the 8 major roles was hardly a simple character. Chen Guodong chuckled wryly to himself, shaking off these useless thoughts. He needed to solve the problem of food and clothing first. He followed Director Li into the office. Director Li greeted him warmly. "Guodong, it's been a long time. I thought you'd forgotten about your old uncle." He was playing the emotional card, which was exactly what Chen Guodong wanted to see. He smiled and replied, "How could I, uncle? I've been thinking of you all along. I've just been busy hunting in the mountains. As soon as I got something, I brought it to you." Chen Guodong's answer pleased Director Li, who laughed heartily. "I like the way you talk, boy. This time it looks like you've caught more than last time." "Yes, I got a bit luckier and managed a few more," Chen Guodong replied courteously. As they spoke, Brother Wu walked in and greeted them. "Oh, Guodong, you finally came today. That's quite a haul. Long time no see, Brother Wu." "I got lucky with a few catches," Chen Guodong said modestly. "Shall we stop chatting and weigh the game first?" Director Li urged. "All right, Director," Brother Wu said, picking up the cloth bag to weigh it. "Wow, it's not light at all. Exactly 30. Chen Guodong wasn't surprised. It was about what he had guessed. Good. "Shall we? You can go now," Director Li said with a satisfied nod. But Brother Wu didn't move. Director Li, exasperated, said impatiently, All right. With that look of yours, when have I ever shortchanged you all?" Hearing Director Li's words, Brother Wu grinned obsequiously. "Got it, Director. You're busy, you'll be off now. Get out. The sight of you annoys me," Director Li scolded with a laugh. Chen Guodong felt their relationship was quite friendly, not like a typical superior-subordinate dynamic. They were probably all connected by family ties. Director Li turned to Chen Guodong and said with a smile, "Guodong, don't mind the little show. That kid's brother-in-law is a close friend of mine. What can I do?" "Not at all, uncle. You treat me like family," Chen Guodong said gratefully. Director Li's explanation clearly indicated that he considered Chen Guodong one of his own. Perhaps it was because Chen Guodong could consistently supply him with meat, or maybe they simply had a good rapport. Either way, Chen Guodong didn't mind. As long as he could build a connection, it was fine. He believed in exchanging sincerity for sincerity. If you treat me well, I'll treat you well. If you treat me badly, then we each go our separate ways. Haha, you really know how to talk, boy. I like that. I'll give you the same price as last time, all right?" Director Li laughed heartily. Sure. Just like last time is fine," Chen Guodong said, satisfied with the price. Seeing Chen Guodong's agreement, Director Li counted out 60 yuan from his drawer and handed it over. Chen Guodong immediately took it with both hands and pocketed it directly. This action startled Director Li. "Boy, you trust me that much? This is double the amount from last time. Aren't you even going to look? Uncle, you counted it twice. How could I not trust you?" Chen Guodong said with a smile. "You little rascal, are you joking with me? Money is no small matter," Director Li scolded with a laugh. Rest assured, uncle. I've never counted the money you give me, but I always count others' money several times over," Chen Guodong said with a straight face. "You're young, but so shrewd. If only my boy had half your brains," Director Li said with a sudden note of emotion. Chen Guodong didn't know how to respond for a moment. Director Li realized he had said too much. "All right, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Hey, race a gene of food coupons. Go get something to eat." Chen Guodong said ingratiatingly, "Thanks, uncle. He'll go eat now. Don't mention it. Just remember to bring any meat you get to me," Director Li reminded him. "Got it, uncle." "You're busy," Chen Guodong said as he left the office. He felt great today, scoring another food coupon. Having an uncle in the supply and marketing cooperative certainly had its perks. He made his way to the front counter of the cooperative, which was mostly empty since it was noon and everyone had probably gone home for lunch. Sister Sun, Brother Wu busy. Chen Guodong greeted them as he saw them chatting, his eyes occasionally scanning for items that could be bought without coupons. "Little brother, all done. Have you eaten?" Sister Sun greeted him warmly with a smile. "Not yet. They'll grab a few steamed buns at the Statron restaurant to tide me over," Chen Guodong said casually. "What's the matter, little brother? Looks like you want to buy something," Brother Wu said with a grin. Chen Guodong asked curiously, "Brother Wu, how did you guess I want to buy something? Do you have mind-reading powers?" Sister Sun burst out laughing. "You're talking to us while looking around everywhere. Even a blind person could tell. Is it that obvious?" Chen Guodong scratched his head awkwardly. "Of course. So what do you want to buy this time, little brother?" "They'll get it for you," Sister Sun asked like a caring older sister. Chen Guodong sighed before he could even speak. Hey, Guodong, no sighing aloud. "Didn't Sister Sun tell you last time?" Brother Wu quickly interjected. "You're a rich man, now don't sigh away your fortune." This Brother Wu was really sharp. As soon as he sighed, he knew he had planned to sigh and try to get some flawed fabric like last time, but it seemed the sympathy trick wouldn't work anymore. Probably they were short on coupons themselves and were afraid they couldn't meet his request, which would be awkward. Chen Guodong felt a bit helpless. Without coupons, what could he do? He resignedly said, "Sister Sun, could you tell me what's available without coupons? He'll buy some." Seeing Chen Guodong's expression, Sister Sun found it amusing. A 16-year-old boy wearing a look of helplessness that carried the weariness of a 30-year-old. She suppressed a smile and said, "There's salt matches kerosene. I can give you 5 gene of that." enamel mugs, enamel basins, and toilet paper. Chen Guodong thought for a moment, and then said, Sister Sun, I think I need all those things you mentioned that don't require coupons. What? You need all of that? Sister Sun and Brother Wu were both stunned. Yes, we have nothing at home. Brother Wu, Sister Sun, could you give me a bit of everything? I'm guessing there are limits on most items, right? Chen Guodong said, scratching his head awkwardly. Don't worry, since you've called me sister, I'll give you the maximum for each item, Sister Sun said generously. Exactly, we can't let you call us brother and sister for nothing. Guodong, wait for us, and we'll arrange whatever doesn't require tickets for you. Only the necessities, of course, nothing useless. Brother Wu added. All right then, thank you so much, Brother Wu and Sister Sun, Chen Guodong said gratefully. Indeed, having connections made a difference. Without them, many items would have been rationed or required tickets. He smirked, inwardly realizing this move had paid off. After a short wait, the two had packed everything, even using 2 cloth bags instead of 1. Chen Guodong knew 1 bag would have sufficed, but using 2 showed extra kindness, a debt he would remember. There you go, Guodong. We've packed everything useful for you. It should last a good while, Brother Wu said, dusting off. All right, I'll remember the kindness you've shown me, Brother Wu and Sister Sun, Chen Guodong said, moved. No need to be polite. That'll be 20 yuan total. Sister Sun chuckled. Ah, Sister Sun, I thought when you said no need to be polite, you meant it was free. So it still costs money. Chen Guodong teased. All right, then I'll cover it for you, Sister Sun said with a playful glint in her eyes. I'll forget it, sister. I was joking. Don't take it seriously. Chen Guodong quickly stopped her. If he actually let Sister Sun pay, it would damage their relationship. They weren't. Brother Wu smirked and scolded playfully. Guodong, look at this. You offered to let Sister Sun pay, and now that she's willing, you're backing out. If it were me, I'd have let her cover it. Well, Brother Wu had a point. He had shot himself in the foot. He was still too green. All right, Brother Wu and Sister Sun, I was wrong. You two are ruthless. Chen Guodong surrendered. Seeing his awkward expression, Brother Wu and Sister Sun burst into laughter. All right, we're all just joking. Little brother, is there anything else you need to buy? You still have a long journey home, don't you? Better not get back too late. Sister Sun mediated with concern. Chen Guodong knew it was all in jest and didn't mind, but he decided to play up his poverty. After all, the squeaky wool gets the grease. Feigning pity, he said, nothing else, but it's tough without tickets. He handed 20 yuan to Sister Sun, hoping to squeeze out a few more items without tickets. Sister Sun, seeing his act, couldn't help but laugh. There really isn't anything today. Just as Chen Guodong resigned himself, Brother Wu suddenly said, come on, grab your stuff and follow me to the door. Puzzled, Chen Guodong picked up his bags and followed Brother Wu out of the supply cooperative. Sister Sun stayed behind the counter watching them leave, as if she had guessed Brother Wu's intention. She shook her head and sat back down to continue knitting. Once outside, Chen Guodong asked curiously, Brother Wu, why did we have to come out here to talk? Brother Wu smiled. I'm not sure if this is good or bad for you, but you normally can't get ration tickets. However, there's one place where you can. Oh, you mean the black market? Chen Guodong asked in surprise. Yeah, I see you know about it. It's not exactly a secret, but the black market has its risks. They'll tell you this if the authorities come to inspect. Head to the edge of the market. You'll find a big rock. Under a smaller stone next to it, there's a wooden plank. Lift it, and it leads to a small grove 5 meters away. How can you tell me this secret? You should keep it for yourself. Chen Guodong was genuinely touched. It's nothing. I haven't been going to the black market lately anyway. Can't even find a scrap of meat. But don't misuse it. Only use it during inspections, Brother Wu said casually. Understood. Thank you, Brother Wu. I don't know how I can ever repay you, Chen Guodong said, deeply moved. This favor was enormous. Speculation and profiteering were serious crimes in this era. With this escape route, the black market would be much safer. You've called me brother. How could I shortchange you? Just bring us some meat when you can. No need for formalities. It makes things awkward. Brother Wu patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder. All right, I won't stand on ceremony. They'll make sure to bring you good things from now on, Chen Guodong promised readily. The two exchanged a knowing smile. They'll head back now. You get on with your work, Brother Wu, Chen Guodong said, picking up the 2 cloth bags and turning to leave. Brother Wu also turned and re-entered the supply cooperative. Sister Sun asked curiously, Old Wu, did you tell him about the tunnel? Yeah, I have a feeling this young man has great potential. I can't quite explain it. I'm just planting a seed of goodwill, Brother Wu said thoughtfully. I feel the same way. I hope our instincts are right, otherwise who knows how long it'll be before we taste meat again. These days just seem endless, Sister Sun said wistfully. Yeah, the situation outside is getting tighter. The meat processing plant hasn't had any for ages. Even meat tickets are useless now, Brother Wu sighed. Suddenly Sister Sun perked up. Come on, let's go check with the director to see how much meat we can get. Brother Wu's spirits lifted too, and the two hurried toward the office. Of course, Chen Guodong, walking along the road, had no idea they were talking about him. Otherwise, he might have quipped with a touch of melodrama. Can you two see the aura of a great emperor in me? Chen Guodong found a secluded corner, stashed everything into his spatial storage, dusted off his hands, and felt much lighter. Having a spatial storage was incredibly convenient. Now what should he do? He still had money and food, but going back like this felt incomplete. Maybe he should check out the black. He was curious to see what this black market, so mystified in novels, was really like. Once the thought of visiting the black market took hold, he couldn't suppress it. Since he had already told his family he wouldn't be back today, Chen Guodong decided to give it a try. Lost in thought, his stomach suddenly growled unbecomingly. Chen Guodong chuckled. The black market would have to wait until nightfall, but his stomach needed immediate attention. He headed straight for the state-run restaurant. At the entrance, the familiar environment and the alluring scent of wheat greeted him. Probably because he was hungry, it smelled especially good. It was noon, and a long queue had already formed for steamed buns, which were now rationed. The line was exceptional. Chen Guodong wondered if there were scalpers. Lost in thought, he soon reached the front of the line. The server was still Xiao, he number 007. Chen Guodong smiled and called out, "Hello, comrade." ID like 10 mixed flour steamed buns, handing over the money and tickets. Xiao he recognized him at once and grinned. "It's you, little comrade. Hold on a moment." Chen Guodong replied with a smile, "Sure, comrade." Xiao he quickly packed the buns. "Little comrade, our manager, said to let him know if I see you. He seems to have something to discuss. Please wait here for a moment." A bit puzzled, Chen Guodong nodded. "All right, I'll wait." He wondered if it had anything to do with the last incident. Chen Guodong stood in a corner to avoid appearing obstructive without making a purchase. Before long, Manager Lu enthusiastically approached and greeted him, saying, "Comrade, I finally ran into you. I thought you wouldn't come to buy steamed buns anymore." Manager Liu's fervent demeanor left Chen Guodong bewildered, and he asked, "Manager Lu, hello. I recall the last matter was resolved, wasn't it? Why do I get the feeling you've been looking for me? Is there something you need?" Manager Lu chuckled. "It's not about last time, comrade. Let's talk in private in my office." Pondering but finding no clue, Chen Guodong decided to follow Manager Lu to his office to see what this was all about. "Have a seat, comrade, don't be shy. I heard you have meat to trade." Manager Lu asked cautiously. "Oh no, I don't. I'm just a young lad, where would I get meat to trade?" Chen Guodong broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn, who leaked this? Being targeted was no good." Manager Lu smiled. "Don't misunderstand, comrade. I overheard it from Old Li. A directorly said that." Chen Guodong could hardly believe it. His mind was filled with question marks, betrayed. Seeing that the situation was different from what had expected, and that the young man was too wary, Manager Lu decided to come clean. "After the last incident, Old Li invited me to dinner and actually brought out some meat. I grilled him endlessly, but he wouldn't say a word. I had to get him drunk to find out it came from you, comrade. Don't blame Old Li, please. I'm at my wit's end. The meatpacking plant hasn't had any supply recently, and the leadership needs to entertain guests. I'm truly desperate. Rest assured, only Old Li and I know about this. I swear no third person will find out. He and I are old comrades and brothers in arms," Manager Lu further assured. Hearing this, Chen Guodong finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt better, realizing he hadn't been betrayed by Uncle Li after all. Since that was the case, having another channel to sell his game was a good thing. It was all legal and beneficial to him. After a moment's thought, Chen Guodong said, "Since you're Uncle Li's comrade, I won't hide it from you. Yes, I provided the meat. Our village hunted it in the mountains." Manager Lu was relieved to hear Chen Guodong relent, fearing the young man might be stubborn. He smiled. "I've heard about that. I'm hoping you could bring some game to me as well. What do you think?" "No problem. If I get any game, I'll definitely bring it to you," Chen Guodong agreed. Rubbing his hands together, Manager Lu said, "If you could get larger game like roe deer or wild boar. I have leaders coming this month, and I have nothing good to entertain them with. It's driving me crazy. Oh, this wasn't ordinary game anymore. I'd have to negotiate carefully. If I manage to get a wild boar, that's not like a small pheasant. What about the price?" Chen Guodong asked, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Noticing the change in Chen Guodong's expression, Manager Lu laughed. "You little rascal, I didn't expect you to be such a good businessman. So sharp at your age." "Not at all, I just learned from the adults in the village," Chen Guodong replied modestly. After a moment's consideration, Manager Lu said, "For large game like wild boar, I'll give you 3 yuan. Chen Guodong played coy. "This is too big a decision. I'll have to discuss it with the villagers." "What if they don't agree?" Gritting his teeth, Manager Lu said, "If you can get me 200 jin of meat, I have a job quota, I can trade for it. How about that?" "Really?" Chen Guodong shot to his feet, unable to stay calm, his heart pounding. "A job quota, a secure lifelong position. I Old Lu keep my word. But it's only valid this month. After that, the deal's off. My old leaders are coming at the end of the month, and they crave this kind of thing," Manager Lu affirmed. "All right then, wait for my good news," Chen Guodong promised readily. "You're so confident?" Manager Lu asked dubiously. Manager Lu, "Just rest assured. Is there anything else? If not, I need to get back and tell the village the news." "No, that's all. It's up to you now," Manager Lu said with a wave. Chen Guodong nodded and left the office. Once outside the restaurant, he found a secluded corner. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he pumped his fists in the air. "Yeah, woo, awesome." Suddenly, an elderly woman behind him asked, "Young man, are you all right?" "Oh no, nothing. Just practicing some moves." Chen Guodong stopped abruptly, grinning awkwardly. How embarrassing. He wished he could crawl into a hole. Seeing that he was fine, the woman praised. "Ought to be young and so energetic." Not knowing how to respond, Chen Guodong just chuckled nervously. But as she turned to leave, the woman muttered under her breath, This kid must be simple-minded, practicing boxing when he can barely get enough to eat. What a sad case. Hey, Chen Guodong felt like jumping up and shouting, "Excuse me. Could you at least mutter a little more quietly?" But he thought better of it. He was in too good a mood to bother. Once she was far away, he plopped down on a stone step, pulled out a steamed bun, and started eating. In his mind, he calculated the wild boar in his space weighed about 100 jin. Why was Chen Guodong so confident in promising Manager Liu? Because he had seen wild boar near the cave before, and he believed he could find them if he searched deliberately. But then came the question, what would he do with the job once he got it? Work it himself. Forget it. He had a golden finger now, who would want a regular job. So who would he give it to? It had to be someone close, his cousin, eldest aunt, eldest sister, second sister. He ran through the possibilities, but couldn't decide. He'd figure it out once he got the job. It was too early to tell. After eating his fill, Chen Guodong spent the afternoon wandering around town, also scouting out the location. By evening, after downing a few more steamed buns, he slung his old bamboo basket over his back and headed toward the black market. Along the way, he noticed many people walking in the same direction. Near the market, most of them covered their faces with scarves. Chen Guodong was puzzled at first, but then figured they were avoiding acquaintances or the risk of being reported. He followed suit, covering his face, and entered. Up ahead, people were queuing. There was an entrance fee, 5 fun for buyers, 1 jiao for sellers. Chen Guodong paid 5 fun and went in with the crowd. Chen Guodong followed the person ahead into the black market, only to discover it was an open-air square bustling with people, all setting up stalls. Though there were many shoppers, all spoke in hushed tones, not a single loud voice. Chen Guodong felt both excited and curious. His first visit to the black market naturally called for a stroll. Glancing left and right, he had to admit the black market was a dazzling array of goods, some for sale, some for trade, and others for purchase. Truly an eye-opening experience for Chen Guodong. After wandering through most of the market, Chen Guodong hadn't seen anyone trading grain. It made sense. In this era, people could barely feed themselves, let alone have surplus to exchange. No sooner had he thought that than he spotted a stall in the distance that seemed to have rice. Could it be real? The irony struck him. Such a quick slap in the face. Rubbing his eyes and stepping closer, he confirmed it was indeed rice. Chen Guodong's heart raced with excitement. Finally, he could eat rice again. He was determined to acquire it no matter what. Thankfully, his face was covered by a towel hiding his expression, or the vendor might have jacked up the price. Composing himself, he asked in a calm tone, "Comrade, how do you trade this rice?" The vendor replied with a hint of pride, indifferent, "This rice is for trade, only not for sale. 1 jin of rice for 3 jin of coarse grains." After saying that, he ignored Chen Guodong, likely tired of countless inquiries, doubting anyone would trade given the grain shortage and the steep exchange rate. But Chen Guodong had no shortage of coarse grains, it was fine grains he craved. As a modern man transported to this era, surviving on coarse grains daily was driving him to despair. Seeing no room for bargaining, he said flatly, "How much do you have?" "He'll take it all." The vendor, stunned, replied, "What do you mean you'll take it all? What?" Suddenly covering his mouth, the vendor looked up in disbelief at Chen Guodong, as if questioning whether he had heard. Chen Guodong, striking a cool pose with hands in his pockets, nodded. "Yes, I'll take all you have." "Great, I've got 10 jin. Where's your coarse grain?" The vendor, ignoring his posturing, asked impatiently. "Well, so much for that cool act. Come with me. I don't have it on me. By the way, sweet potatoes count as coarse grain, right?" "Yes, yes. Lead the way, young comrade," the vendor urged, more anxious than Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong remembered a secluded corner nearby and headed there. Using his position as cover, he directly retrieved 30 jin of sweet potatoes from his space and loaded them into his basket. Turning around, the vendor approached. "Trading here, young comrade?" "Yes," Chen Guodong replied, setting down his basket as the vendor placed his cloth bag beside it. They inspected each other's goods. Chen Guodong reached deep into the bag, felt around, and shook the rice sack, nodding. "No problem. The rice was excellent. The seller must be an educated person to have such clean rice." The vendor, pleasantly surprised, said, "Young comrade, these sweet potatoes are top-notch, every one of them so big." He even scraped the skin with his nail to confirm. "Yes, they're all good grain. Weigh them and pack them up," Chen Guodong said, trying to sound mature. "All right." The vendor came well prepared, even bringing a scale. After a bit of work, they completed the trade, but relieved by the deal, the vendor became chatty. "Young comrade, you don't know? I've been here 4 days. Everyone just asks and leaves. I was frantic, and my family's grain won't last the month. Lucky you came, or I'd never know when it would sell." "No worries. I happen to need rice," Chen Guodong replied calmly, though inside he was ecstatic, dreaming of cooking rice and salivating. "Oh, young comrade, do you need a lot of rice?" the vendor suddenly asked. Chen Guodong perked up. "Comrade, do you?" The vendor shook his head. Frustrated, Chen Guodong thought, then why ask? Just messing with me. He started walking away, annoyed. Hey, slow down, young comrade. I haven't finished. Though I don't have any, my friend does. If I bring it, will you trade at the same rate? The vendor called out anxiously. "Oh, why didn't you say so?" "No problem, same rate. But I might not come back for a while." "How about that?" Chen Guodong said after a moment's thought. "How long? Do you have a specific time?" The vendor pressed, clearly eager to secure the deal. Are you trying to make a profit on the difference? Chen Guodong asked, now calm since the vendor was so eager. The vendor chuckled. Times are hard. It's a win-win, isn't it? Chen Guodong considered. He had thought about haggling, but decided against it. As a time traveler, a few pounds didn't matter. With his space, he had the world in his hands. All right, how about this? 10 days from now, if I come, I'll leave a mark here. You see it, and we trade the next day. Deal? Chen Guodong proposed after careful thought. The vendor beamed. Yes, that works perfectly. I should be able to get about 20 jin of rice. Good, well talk then. I'm off. With that settled, Chen Guodong left feeling pleased and continuing to browse the black market. Suddenly something caught his eye, a jade pendant. Though the sky was dim, the moonlight revealed its lustrous sheen. Chen Guodong was instantly drawn to it. The vendor, an elderly woman holding a child, brightened as he crouched to look. Young comrade, are you interested in this jade pendant? She watched him nervously as if afraid he'd walk away. Her gaze made Chen Guodong uneasy, so he coughed to steady himself. How do you trade this pendant? For money or something else? He picked it up, examining and feeling it. Based on his past life experience, it seemed genuine. The elderly woman, excited he was interested, said, for grain. Just 10 jin of grain. Chen Guodong was shocked. 10 jin of grain for a jade pendant. Really? Could it be fake? He felt trapped. The woman seemed to read his doubt and explained, nowadays money can't buy grain. This is the only valuable thing I have. I just want some food to last a few more days. Please, young comrade, have mercy. Chen Guodong glanced at the emaciated child. People might lie, but their bodies don't. Both were so thin with sunken eyes. Even if it was a scam, he decided to go through with it. Just as he made up his mind to buy, a voice rang out from behind, hold on. Chen Guodong turned around at the sound, his mood soured by the interruption, and said irritably, what is it? The newcomer was a middle-aged man who spoke politely. Comrade, would you be willing to part with this jade pendant and let me have it? Chen Guodong refused outright. No. Don't be hasty, comrade. I truly adore this jade pendant. Ooh, I feel a connection with it. The middle-aged man said anxiously. What connection? I saw it first and had already agreed on a price. How is it fate for you to barge in? Chen Guodong was getting angry. Seeing he couldn't persuade Chen Guodong, the middle-aged man ignored him and turned to the old woman, saying, Comrade, how about I trade you 20 jin of grain for it? The old woman's eye showed a flicker of hesitation. The middle-aged man, sensing her wavering, pressed on. How about 25 jin? The old woman stared at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Chen Guodong hadn't been set on the pendant either. Suddenly the old woman gritted her teeth and made the wisest choice of her life. No. One must keep their word. Since this comrade won't yield, I cannot break my promise. The old woman's stance infuriated the middle-aged man. He flicked his sleeve and stormed off in anger. Fortunately, the black market had its rules, otherwise he might have resorted to outright robbery. Chen Guodong admired the old woman's principles and joked. I thought you were going to let him have it. I may be poor and hungry, but a person without trust isn't worthy of being called a person. This old woman still has that bottom line, she said earnestly. Hearing her words, Chen Guodong was filled with respect and said, all right, for that bottom line of yours, come with me. We'll make the trade over there. Grain still couldn't be flaunted easily. Attracting unwanted attention would be troublesome. Chen Guodong led the way with the old woman following behind, heading to their usual spot for the transaction. Chen Guodong set down his basket and said with a smile, Comrade, here are 30 jin of sweet potatoes. Pack them well. The old woman was startled. What? 30 jin of sweet potatoes? So much? Weren't we agreed on 10 jin? Young man, times are hard for you too. Keep them ill, just take the 10 jin. Hearing her refusal, Chen Guodong knew he hadn't helped the wrong person. That man was willing to offer 25 jin, so the pendant must be worth more than that. Even so, I'm still getting the better deal. No, we had an agreement, the old woman said, tempted but still refusing. Chen Guodong said earnestly, no more arguments. Take it. Even if you don't eat, the little one must. I have plenty more at home, don't worry. Hearing his words and looking at the child, tears streamed down the old woman's face as she said gratefully, thank you, comrade. Then ill shamelessly accepted. Little Grass, thank the big brother. Little Grass bowed politely to Chen Guodong. Thank you, big brother. Chen Guodong quickly helped her up. No. Pack it up and head back early. All right, he said, helping her load the sweet potatoes into her cloth sack. As he helped pack, Chen Guodong secretly slipped in 2 ears of corn. Little Grass was just too skinny. It was truly pitiful. After they left, Chen Guodong lost the desire to browse the black market. He had used up a good amount of grain. Though there were many things he wanted to buy, everything here required grain in trade. He never imagined grain would become such a hard currency. Fortunately, he had his space, otherwise he didn't know how he would survive. Shaking off the tangled thoughts, he stored the jade pendant in his space and headed toward the ticket scalper's spot. During his stroll, Chen Guodong had spotted a ticket scalper. How did he know? The man had a sign in front of him with just one word, tickets. Such blatancy suggested he had strong connections with the authorities, otherwise he would have been caught long ago. After the previous customer finished, Chen Guodong stepped forward and asked, hello, comrade. How do you trade these tickets? The scalper looked up at Chen Guodong and said flatly, more expensive for cash, cheaper for grain. Depends on what ticket you want. Oh, and we also accept grain and items. Huh. You take grain too? Chen Guodong asked in surprise. Of course. Grain is more useful than money now. Do you have any comrade? The scalper said matter-of-factly. Chen Guodong smiled, not at the moment. Oh, well, when you do, remember to come find me. My prices are always the fairest. The scalper said, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Chen Guodong with renewed interest and a bit more warmth. Truly, grain was king. Chen Guodong grew intrigued and asked, so what price are you offering? If you have over 100 jin of coarse grain, I'll give you 2 yuan per jin. If less than 1 yuan per jin, the scalper said after a moment's thought. Chen Guodong was astounded. This was incredibly high. Outside it was only a few mao per jin. Here it was several times that. Though prices outside were low, there was nothing to buy. Truly an eye-opener. All right. When I have some, how do I find you? What should I call you? Chen Guodong asked, calming himself. I'm older than you, so you can call me Brother He. No need to find me. I'm here every day, rain or shine. And you, little brother? Brother He said with a hint of pride. Pride was fine, and he had the capital for it. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, call me Xiao Chun. By the way, Brother He, do you have any cigarette or oil coupons today? Of course. What grade of cigarette coupon do you need? Brother He perked up at the prospect of business, grinning. Brother He, there are different kinds. Chen Guodong hadn't heard of that. He just knew everything required coupons and wanted to get himself a pack of cigarettes. Certainly. Grade A coupons are for Zhonghua, 5 mao each. Grade B are for Dakiamin, 2 mao each. Grade C are for Fima, 1 mao each. Brother He explained professionally. What? The coupon costs as much as the cigarette itself, Chen Guodong remarked, recalling the prices he'd seen at the supply cooperative. Brother He laughed, of course. Look at the times we're in. If I didn't have the connections, I couldn't even get these coupons. Don't complain about the price, brother. All right. Give me 10 grade B cigarette coupons. And what about oil coupons? Chen Guodong asked further. 1 yuan each. Don't say it's expensive, Xiao Chun. Rapeseed oil is 8 mao a jin outside, but it's scarce. A coupon is hard to come by. Brother He cut him off before he could complain again. Well, it seemed he couldn't haggle down the price since they weren't familiar yet. Chen Guodong stopped asking and said directly, all right, Brother He. Give me 4 shoe coupons, 5 jin of oil coupons, and 10 jin of cotton coupons. I want bargain. Oh, just give me your best price. Upon hearing Chen Guodong's intention to purchase ration tickets, Blackie's eyes widened as he asked uncertainly, little Chun, are you sure you want this many? Chen Guodong patted his pocket, his meaning clear. Without words, he had the money. Blackie understood Chen Guodong's gesture. Money was no object, and changed his address. All right, brother, I'll give you the best price. But what you're asking for are hot commodities. I only have 3 jin of cotton left. Together ITLL be 20 yuan, and I'll waive the odd change. That's the best deal I can offer. Chen Guodong thought it over and nodded. Deal. He'll be a regular customer, so I hope you're giving me the best price, Blackie. Hearing this and seeing Chen Guodong's generosity, Blackie added absolutely the best price. I'll throw in an extra sugar ration ticket for you. How's that for being generous? Chen Guodong hadn't expected an extra sugar ration ticket from his remark and said happily, thank you so much, Blackie. He'll definitely be back often. With that, he handed the money to Blackie. Satisfied with the transaction, Blackie replied cheerfully, good goods, and money settled. Come again, brother. Chen Guodong nodded and left. Watching Chen Guodong's retreating figure, Blackie muttered to himself, this is the first time I've seen such a young lad carrying so much cash. He must be the child of some official. I should keep a good relationship with him. Unaware of Blackie's assumptions, Chen Guodong happily made his way out of the black market. As he walked, he suddenly thought, where will I sleep tonight? I still need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow to use up all the tickets. He looked at the sky. It was still early. Perhaps he could go to his aunt's house only an hour's walk away. Tomorrow he could return to the city, buy what he needed, and then head back. With that decided, he left the black market and headed toward Liujia village where his aunt lived. But as soon as he exited the black market, he had a faint feeling of being followed, as if something was amiss. Just as he reached a sparsely populated area, someone suddenly shouted, stop. Startled, Chen Guodong, already a bit scared walking at night, thought it can't be a ghost, can it? He quickened his pace, thinking only a fool would stop. You up ahead, stop. The voice called out more urgently. Suddenly Chen Guodong halted, for someone had blocked his path. He sneered at the middle-aged man chasing after him. I told you I'd catch him here, but you didn't believe me. The man behind, panting heavily, finally caught up. Ignoring the one blocking the way, he complained to Chen Guodong, why would you run faster the more I called out? Chen Guodong turned back and recognized the middle-aged man who had wanted to buy the jade pendant. He cursed impatiently, wouldn't you be scared if someone called out to you in the dead of night? If you have something to say, spit it out. Young man, don't be so hasty. It's like this. I really like that jade pendant of yours. How about I pay you 5 times the price? 5 times? No. I like it too. Besides, I've already sent someone to take it back to my father. The pendant isn't on me anymore, Chen Guodong said calmly. It seemed the jade pendant was no ordinary item, given they had intercepted him halfway. I don't believe you. Young man, don't try to fool us. We've been watching you the whole time. How could you have handed it to someone else? The middle-aged man insisted. Believe it or not, I really did have someone take it back, Chen Guodong said calmly. The man blocking the path grew impatient. Stop wasting words with him. Let's just search him. Kid, we couldn't do anything in the black market, but now that you're out you have no choice. Damn, was he being robbed? Chen Guodong's heart pounded violently. What terrible luck. Had only been here a few days, and this happened. But he kept his composure and said this is against the law. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Haha, kid, are you joking? Enough nonsense. Hand over the pendant. The man slowly approached. Young man, you'd better just give it up. My friend here isn't as easygoing as I am, the middle-aged man chimed in. Chen Guodong didn't want to argue anymore and was about to make a run for it, but the man blocking the way pulled out a gun. Don't even think about running, kid. I can't guarantee my gun won't go off. Chen Guodong had never seen such a thing, pulling a gun over a disagreement. He was terrified. This was cheating. In truth, he didn't understand the era. Carrying a gun was common, especially during the famine years. What to do? Chen Guodong was now drenched in cold sweat from panic. The two men closed in step by step. Chen Guodong, having lost his composure, decided to let them search him since the jade pendant was already in his spatial storage and couldn't be found. I really don't have it. Go ahead and search me. The two exchanged glances and then searched him thoroughly. After finding nothing, both were somewhat deflated. The middle-aged man persisted. When did you give it to someone else? We didn't see it. Right after the deal, I asked Blackie, the ticket dealer, to take it out for me. Chen Guodong lied. Chen Guodong wasn't stupid. This was clearly making enemies and they wouldn't let him off easily. He had to bluff his way out or things would get really troublesome. The two exchanged surprised glances. The man blocking the path shook his head. Oh, is that so? It seems the pendant really isn't on you. Remember to keep today's events to yourself. You can go now, the middle-aged man said, disappointed. The man blocking the way also tucked his gun back into his waistband. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Blackie had quite the background. Chen Guodong nodded calmly, feigning composure as he walked away. After he left, the two exchanged glances. The middle-aged man said, what a shame about that jade pendant. It was a valuable item. The man who had blocked the path said worriedly, forget the pendant for now. If this kid really has ties to Blackie from the black market, letting him go like this might cause us trouble. The middle-aged man shook his head. We didn't do anything, just scared him a little. Besides, we were wearing masks and changed our voices. The kid won't recognize us. Don't worry. The two sighed and left. As for Chen Guodong, after walking a short distance, he only dared to stop at a corner and look back. Seeing no one, his heart raced, and he gasped for air. Damn, that scared me to death. Thank goodness I was quick-witted enough to use Blackie as a shield. Otherwise, I'd have had to fight them with the rocks in my spatial storage. The rocks in the storage were small. If I had thrown one out and didn't kill them instantly, getting shot was no joke. I don't even know if I could transmigrate back. I didn't dare take the risk, or I would have taken them out from the start. Thinking about it was frustrating. I'd get my revenge sooner or later. I had to save up some money to buy a gun, then go to the mountains to collect more big rocks. Anything that could protect me should be stored in the space. Otherwise, it was too dangerous. It was these very thoughts of Chen Guodong that would later give rise to a legend in the black market. But that was a story for another time. After calming down, he continued on his way to Chenjiagou Village. By the time Chen Guodong arrived at Chenjiagou Village, he estimated it was past 9. The village was pitch black and silent, not even a dog barking. People could barely feed themselves, let alone keep dogs. Walking along the path, he could only hear his own footsteps, which made his heart pound with unease. He quickened his pace toward his aunt's house, relying on memory. And why is the kerosene lamp still lit? What's going on? Aren't they out of food? Shouldn't they sleep early to conserve energy? Curious, Chen Guodong entered the yard and approached the window without calling out, knowing that staying up this late must mean trouble. As he drew near, he heard his aunt Chen Hao say, "Husband, what do we do? We only have enough food for tomorrow, and there are no more wild vegetables to dig up. Eldest son isn't doing well at his in-laws either. He sent word a while back that they're short on grain and won't be visiting for now. Second son just started his apprenticeship in town and won't get paid for a while, so he can't bring us food." Uncle Lu Laosher sighed helplessly and said, "Alas, let's leave the little grain we have left for third son. I've heard that guanine clay can stave off hunger. If it comes to that, we'll have to eat some." Chen Hao actually nodded in agreement. "That's the only way. Then tomorrow I'll go ask Cripple Lu at the village head about how to get this guanine clay," Lu Laosher said resignedly. Damn, what's going on? They're about to eat guanine clay. Good thing I came today, or it would have been a disaster. Though Chen Guodong wanted to knock and enter immediately, he held back. Now he needed to figure out the most reasonable way to help his aunt. Based on their conversation, Chen Guodong figured that his aunt's hardship was temporary. Since cousin Lu Yang had become an apprentice, they might manage by next month. There were only 3 people left at home: his aunt, uncle, and cousin Lu Yu. How much grain should he give? He had 30 gene of corn and 40 gene of sweet potatoes plus some sweet potato leaves in his space. Corn was too conspicuous now, but sweet potatoes were reasonable. He could say he found them in the mountains. Yes, that was the plan. He'd give the sweet potatoes to his aunt since she had often helped his family when his elder sisters were still unmarried. Alright, if aunt was in such dire straits, what about his elder sisters? He needed to find time to check on them. He packed the 40 gene of sweet potatoes and vines into a cloth bag and put it in a bamboo basket to make it look plausible. After all, wandering around with a basket full of sweet potatoes in plain sight would be asking for trouble. That was all he could do for now. He straightened himself and knocked on the door. The two inside were startled. Lu Laoshi asked cautiously, who is it? Uncle and it's me Guodong, Chen Guodong called out. Chen how delighted to hear it was Chen Guodong replied cheerfully. Guodong wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. Chen Hao opened the door with a smile. Guodong why are you here so late? Come in quick. Chen Guodong smiled back and greeted them Uncle Aunt. Lu Laoshi grinned warmly. Guodong I haven't seen you in a while. You seem to have grown taller. Chen Guodong chuckled. I have grown a bit lately. Chen Hao asked with concern, Guodong coming to your aunt's so late? Is there trouble at home? Chen Guodong smiled. Nothing's wrong, aunt. A few days ago, I found a small patch of sweet potatoes in the mountains. We dug them all up, kept half for ourselves, and Dad told me to bring the rest to you. What? Guodong, you mean that whole basket on your back is full of sweet potatoes? Aunt stared at him in shock as if to say, don't fool me, I may not be well educated. Lu Laoshi was so excited that he didn't even notice the bowl he was about to fill with water slip from his hand and fall to the ground. He just stared at Chen Guodong. Fortunately, the floor was dirt, so no bowl was lost. Chen Guodong nodded with a smile. And uncle, don't get too excited. It's true. Guodong, you child, what are you saying? How can we not be excited with so much food? Come put down the basket first. I thought it was just wild greens and stalks. It must be so heavy. Chen Hao helped set the basket on the ground. It's not that heavy. Look at what I lie to you. Chen Guodong opened the cloth bag, revealing the sweet potatoes. These big things are sweet potatoes. Aunt marveled at them in disbelief. Lu Laoshi picked up a sweet potato and sighed. I've farmed all my life, but I've never seen sweet potatoes this. Maybe it's because the mountain soil has never been cultivated. It's rich, Chen Guodong said with a dismissive. Maybe. You've worked hard, child. How could your father let a kid deliver grain alone? He should have just sent word for me to pick it up. But Guodong, this is too much. Take some back. We can't eat so much. Chen Hao said, her voice full of concern. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, whether from gratitude or worry for Chen Guodong. Lu Laoshi also urged. Yes, Guodong, there are only 3 of us eating now. We don't need that much. Chen Guodong thought to himself, don't need that much. Even 2 more baskets like this wouldn't be enough. This amount would barely keep the 3 of them from starving. But he had no choice, this was all he could do for now. He'd find a way to bring more later. And uncle, this is what Dad told me to do. You know how stubborn he is. If you make me take it back, he'll give me a beating, Chen Guodong said, invoking his father. Only family would refuse food in such dire times. Chen Hao and Lu Laoshi exchanged glances. Chen Hao said, all right then, I'll accept it. Thank your father for me. Did you leave any for Jianyong? Honestly, his aunt was a good person. Before the famine, she often helped out her 2 younger brothers. And his uncle was kind too, or else she wouldn't have been able to help. And Uncle San and I live next door? Don't worry, we won't go hungry, Chen Guodong said confidently. He couldn't give too much to Uncle San all at once since they were so close he could help any time. Besides, he had game every day now. A big handout all at once wouldn't be wise. A peck of rice creates a favor, a bushel creates an enemy. Chen Hao was relieved. That's good. Guodong, have you eaten? Let me cook some sweet potatoes for you. Lu Laoshi quickly picked up the fallen bowl, wiped it with his dusty clothes, and poured water for Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong's throat tightened. He never dared to lift the bowl, suddenly feeling not so thirsty. He quickly changed the subject. And don't bother. I've already eaten. He'll stay here tonight and head back tomorrow. Oh, leaving so soon. Can't you stay a few more days? Chen Hao said reluctantly. No, there's a lot to do at home, Chen Guodong declined. Seeing his firmness, Chen Hao didn't insist. All right, your cousin's room is empty. You can sleep there. It's clean. Okay, and he'll go rest now, Chen Guodong said, and headed to his cousin's room from memory. After Chen Guodong returned to his room, Lu Laoshi sighed with emotion. We must have accumulated virtues in our past life, for in our hardest times your younger brother lent us a hand. Chen Hao's eyes reddened as she choked out, accumulated virtues. Enough of that nonsense. It's because my brother still cares for us. Look at your brothers. They won't even glance our way. Last time I asked them for grain, they drove me out. Lu Laoshi sighed helplessly. They have their own struggles too. Struggles, my foot. Last time I saw them eating thick porridge, yet they wouldn't spare a bit. Chen Hao began to grumble. Lu Laoshi knew his brother's true nature and didn't defend them. Now that Guodong has given us so many sweet potatoes, can we sell some to get money for Sanhua to continue his schooling? Chen Hao sighed. I wanted to, but who knows how long this famine will last. If eating is already a problem, what use is schooling? But Lu Laoshi hadn't finished before Chen Hao cut him off. Enough with the buts. Let's fill our stomachs first. Go to sleep now, or we'll get hungry again soon. They extinguished the lamp and went to sleep. Of course, Chen Guodong next door had no idea what they were discussing. He was simply exhausted. After surviving the robbery and walking such a long distance, he fell asleep the moment he lay down. The next day, Chen Guodong woke up very late. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered his 14-year-old cousin. Lu Yu exclaimed happily, "Cousin, you're awake. I heard from Mother this morning that you came and brought lots of sweet potatoes. Thank you so much, cousin. Otherwise our family would be in real trouble. Children will be children, blurting out everything without reservation." Chen Guodong smiled. Just woke up. I was too tired last night and slept in. Where are aunt and uncle? Lu Yu pouted at the question. They said they'd go look for food since staying idle at home won't help. Oh, Mother made sweet potato soup. Go inside and sit. They'll bring you a bowl. Having a cousin like this wasn't so bad. Chen Guodong didn't refuse, he nodded, and went inside to wait. Before long, Lu Yu brought over a steaming bowl of sweet potato soup and set it on the table. Sizzling. The heat made the girl quickly pinch her earlobes to soothe the burn. Chen Guodong burst into laughter. Stinky cousin, I got burned, and you're still laughing. Lu Yu stomped her foot and turned away. Alright, I'll stop. Have you eaten? Want to join me? Chen Guodong asked with concern. No thanks. This is the fullest I've been in days. I'm stuffed. You go ahead, cousin. At the mention of food, Lu Yu's face lit up again. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony then. Chen Guodong began slurping the soup. To his surprise, the simple sweet potato soup was refreshingly sweet and delicious. Midway through his meal, Chen Guodong suddenly recalled, by the way, don't you have school today? Why are you still home so late? Aren't you afraid the teacher will punish you? Lu Yu's spirits instantly plummeted, her earlier vitality gone. No money, no food. I stopped going this semester. What? Why didn't you say something earlier? Chen Guodong asked in surprise. Saying it earlier wouldn't have helped. Last time mother went to your house, your family was struggling too, Lu Yu said dejectedly. Oh, so that was why Anne had come last time. No wonder she who valued her pride so much had swallowed her pride to ask for grain. Aunt truly doted on her children. Chen Guodong thought for a moment. He could help Lu Yu. Education was the path to a bright future now, and this schooling must continue. From his memories, this cousin was even top of her class. It would be a waste to let her drop out. Chen Guodong decided to test the waters. Yeah, if you had the money to study, do you think you could get into high school? Even college later? At this, Lu Yu perked up, her spirits soaring as she said confidently, definitely. I can't boast about anything else, but I guarantee I'll always be first in my studies. Chen Guodong felt as if he were witnessing the birth of a scholar. Other things could be faked, but this confidence and determination were unmistakable. He decided to take a gamble. Suddenly serious, Chen Guodong said, you said it. Your cousin will sponsor your education, but you must never forget your roots. Filial piety is the foundation of all virtues. Really? Lu Yu jumped up, staring at Chen Guodong with excitement, as if to say, don't trick me just because I have. How much is your tuition per semester? Chen Guodong asked. It used to be 5 yuan, but now during these special times it's only 3. I come home every day, so there's no boarding fee, Lu Yu replied after thinking carefully. Chen Guodong directly counted out 10 yuan and slapped it on the table, saying magnanimously, hey, raise 10 yuan. That covers 2 semesters' tuition. Use the rest as you see fit. Ah, cousin, you're really giving this to me. So much money. I've never seen this much in my whole life. Cousin, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Lu Yu said, her eyes reddening as she picked up the money, her hands trembling slightly, her face full of disbelief. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? Chen Guodong didn't hold back. If he didn't tease her now, he wouldn't be able to when she grew up. He reached out and pinched her cheek hard. Ow, cousin, it hurts. Stop. Lu Yu quickly begged. Chen Guodong finally let go. Her face was still too thin, not much fun to tease. Now do you believe it's real? From now on, if you ever need money for school, and I haven't brought it in time, come straight to me. Got it? Got it, cousin. You're so good to me. Once I've studied well, I'll definitely repay you, Lu Yu said gratefully. Chen Guodong waved his hand dismissively. We're family. Just remember that filial piety is the foundation of all virtues. That's the root and the character. You'll remember, cousin. Lu Yu nodded solemnly. Having said what needed to be said, Chen Guodong finished his sweet potato soup and said, yeah, when your parents get back, tell them I've gone home. If anything comes up, come find me directly. We're family. Don't stand on ceremony or let pride get in the way, understand? Okay, but won't you stay a few more days, cousin? Lu Yu tried to persuade him. No, there's a lot to do at home. Oh, and tell your mother I only gave you 6 yuan, or she'll definitely take it back. You need some emergency money for school, Chen Guodong instructed. Alright, I'll do as you say. You're so thoughtful, cousin. Lu Yu said happily. Alright, I'm off. Just spend them. With that, Chen Guodong shouldered his basket and left. Lu Yu reluctantly saw him to the door, watching until his figure gradually disappeared from sight. Third daughter, what are you looking at? A voice came from behind. It was Chun Hao and Lu Laosher, who had returned from foraging and saw Lu Yu standing at the door. Lu Yu finally came to her senses and said excitedly, cousin has gone back. Oh, why did he leave so soon without even saying goodbye? Chun Hao said with a hint of reluctance. Cousin said there were many things to take care of at home, so he left without waiting for you, Lu Yu explained. Chun Hao nodded, gazing in the direction Chen Guodong had departed. By the way, Mom and Dad, I can go to school tomorrow, Lu Yu said cheerfully. Lu Laosher replied helplessly, we have no money. How can you go to school? We do. Cousin just gave me 6 yuan for 2 semesters of tuition, Lu Yu said, pulling out the money. The couple stared at the money in Lu Yu's hand, utterly dumbfounded and stunned. Are you saying Guodong gave you 6 yuan for tuition? Chun Hao asked again to confirm. Yes, Mom. Now I have money and can go to school tomorrow, Lu Yu said happily. Suddenly tears streamed uncontrollably down Chun Hao's cheeks as she choked out, that child Guodong. How can he be so good? Third girl, you must always remember your cousin's kindness, understand? Lu Lao's eyes reddened as he sighed. That child is too good. If there's ever a chance, we must repay him. Of course Chen Guodong, who was hurrying on his way, was unaware of their conversation, though he sneezed several times. He muttered to himself, wondering if his little sister was thinking of him, and quickened his pace. Then he suddenly stopped. He had given his cousin 10 yuan, leaving him with only 10. That definitely wouldn't be enough to buy what he needed. Damn, he was broke again. What to do? He could trade in town another time. He had already exchanged quite a lot this time, and bringing too much at once wasn't wise. Having made up his mind, he turned around and headed home. Finally, just before dark, he stopped near Chenjiagou. He found a secluded spot to wait for nightfall. Exhausted, he resolved that he must buy a bicycle. This was the second time Chen Guodong had such a thought. Suddenly Chen Guodong slapped his thigh in regret. What a waste of the spiritual spring water yesterday. He looked around to ensure no one was watching. Not wanting to waste the spiritual spring water, he poured it directly over a sweet potato, which instantly grew larger, still as miraculous as ever. Happily, he stored the sweet potato in his space. When it was completely dark, Chen Guodong groped his way into the village. Arriving at his doorstep, he stuffed all the purchased items into his basket. Like a thief, he glanced around to confirm no one was watching, then knocked on the door. Lin Yue, hearing the sound, immediately opened the door. Seeing her son standing there, she excitedly pulled him inside, saying, "Guodong, my son, you're finally back." It truly proved the saying, a mother worries when her son travels afar. Chenjiagou, also in the main room, felt relieved seeing his son return safely and asked, "Guodong, nothing happened, did it?" Chen Guodong thought to himself, "I did encounter something and almost had to fight for my life." But he didn't say it. Of course, he would only share the good news, not the bad. "Dad, it's fine. I was with my master. He took great care of me and taught me a lot. You and Mom can rest assured." "Then why didn't you invite your master to our home for a meal so we could thank him properly?" Lin Yu asked. "Mom, my master doesn't like crowds. He's used to being alone." "Don't worry, he'll definitely take good care of him in the future," Chen Guodong assured. The lie about the master would probably have to be maintained for a lifetime, but it was indeed convenient. Lin Yu and Chenjiagou didn't press further upon hearing this. His little sister, hearing the commotion, got up and ran happily to Chen Guodong, saying, "Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much." "I missed you too," Chen Guodong said with a smile. Children are just children. One moment they say they miss you, the next they curiously ask, "Brother, what's in that full basket of yours?" At this, Chen Guodong perked up. "These are all good things, he said, setting down the basket and uncovering the cloth for everyone to see. His little sister, the most impatient, immediately started pulling items out one by one. But the more she took out, the more dejected she became. After a few items, she stopped. Chen Guodong, puzzled, asked, "Little sister, what's wrong? Why aren't you taking any more? Weren't you just happy a moment ago?" The little sister said disappointedly, "Brother, why didn't you buy any food to eat?" Her actions made everyone burst into laughter. Children are just children. All they think about is eating. Lin Yue, exasperated, poked her little sister's head with her finger and scolded playfully, "You silly girl, always thinking about food. Everything your brother brought back is precious. These are daily necessities, you know." As she spoke, she also examined the items Chen Guodong had brought, feeling delighted inside, but her words still expressed concern about the cost. "Guodong, why did you exchange for so much? That must have cost a fortune." Chen Guodong just smiled. "It's nothing, Mom. Master and I hunted and traded these in town. Money comes and goes. We'll earn more." Chenjiagou, seeing how much Chen Guodong had brought back, felt that his son had truly grown up. He said earnestly, "Guodong, I know you're grown now. There are many things you'll need to decide for yourself. Just make sure you know what you're doing." "Yes, Dad, I have a good sense of things. Don't worry." "Oh, I also went to visit Aunt," Chen Guodong said with a nod. "Oh, when did you go? How is your aunt now?" Chenjiagou asked anxiously. "It's fine, Dad, don't worry. She's doing well. I gave her some food so she won't go hungry," Chen Guodong said, feigning a light tone, thinking to himself that he had arrived just in time. Chenjiagou let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. "Oh, and I also bought some delicious food today," Chen Guodong said, pulling out a paper bundle from the basket to reveal the rice and lifting it out. Hearing there was food, the little sister immediately perked up again and leaned in to see. "Brother, what's the treat?" Rice," Chen Guodong said, placing it on the table. "Our rice." Lin Yu quickly tore open the bag, grabbed a handful of the gleaming white rice, and even smelled it. "It really is rice. So fragrant. Son, you're amazing. You even managed to get rice." "I'm not that capable. It was my master who got it. He said we should try it," Chen Guodong said, once again making his master the scapegoat. "I really wish I could thank your master, but it's a pity he doesn't like crowds," Lin Yu said regretfully. Chen Guodong thought to himself, "I haven't even seen him myself, It's been years since I last saw rice," Chenjiagou said, gazing at it with a hint of nostalgia. The little sister asked curiously, "Is rice tasty?" "It must be delicious. Today I'll cook and show you my skills," Chen Guodong said confidently, carrying the rice to the kitchen. Lin Yu followed him and worried. "Son, let me do it. He'll make rice porridge." Chen Guodong gently pushed her out. "Mom, just wait to eat. Don't worry about it. You child, be thrifty with it." Lin Yu had no choice but to remind him. "All right, I know, Mom," Chen Guodong said, closing the door firmly. Chen Guodong started the fire and began cooking the rice. As the rice cooked, he suddenly thought, With such fine rice, what's the point without some dishes to go with it? That would be a waste of the rice. What to do? Chen Guodong pondered, and had a sudden inspiration. He still had a wild boar in his space. Although it was meant to be exchanged for a job, a pound or two wouldn't hurt. For his first meal of rice in this era, he had to make it satisfying. He acted on his thought, cutting a strip of pork belly from the space. Holding it in his hand, Chen Guodong felt quite pleased. Though there wasn't much fat, it was enough for fried rice. Chen Guodong looked around and found a decent garlic clove. Lucky. He decided to make garlic pork belly fry. The thought alone made his mouth water. He sliced the pork, crushed the garlic, and waited for the rice to cook. After half an hour, the rice was finally ready. Cooking without an electric rice cooker was such a hassle, it felt like a battle, constantly adding or reducing firewood. He scooped out the rice, cleaned the pot, and heated the iron wok. Chen Guodong saw only a bit of oil left at the bottom of the jar. He shook it vigorously to get some out, then added the pork belly to render the fat. The pork belly sizzled in the pan, its aroma spreading instantly. Little sister with the keenest nose caught the scent and asked eagerly, "It smells so good. Brother, what delicious food are you making?" "I don't know. It doesn't smell like rice, and that kid won't let us in," Lin Yu said, also enjoying the fragrance, but helplessly. Chenjiagou was calmer. "It must be meat. Let's just wait a bit longer." Once the pork belly turned golden, Chen Guodong immediately added garlic to release its fragrance, then poured in the rice and stir-fried rapidly. He added salt and continued stirring until it was perfect. Chen Guodong took a deep breath. Oh my, it was truly fragrant. He couldn't resist taking a bite. This was the feeling, the taste. Amazing. So satisfying. He served a large bowl for each person, and it looked incredibly appetizing. Time to eat. Chen Guodong opened the door and carried 2 bowls of rice into the main room. Everyone was stunned by the fried rice Chen Guodong brought. "Brother, what did you use to make this fried rice? It smells so good," the little foodie little sister asked curiously. "Father, mother, please try my cooking." "Little sister, this is garlic pork belly fried rice. Our bowls are still in the kitchen. Go get them quickly, it's delicious." Chen Guodong placed the 2 bowls before his parents. Upon hearing this, little sister dashed off to fetch the bowl. Chenjiagou asked in confusion, "It smells wonderful, but Guodong, where did you get the meat? I didn't see you bring any back." "Hee, I put the pork in my pocket to surprise you all," Chen Guodong explained with a smile. Lin Yu, looking at the aromatic fried rice, swallowed her saliva and said with concern for the food, "It's more of a shock. With all this rice and meat, if we were frugal, it could last our family several days. Mother, just eat freely. Now that I'm learning hunting from my master, better days are ahead." Chen Guodong comforted. "Dear, let's listen to Guodong. He's grown up now. We should just enjoy ourselves," Chenjiagou also urged. "But this..." Lin Yu wanted to say more, but Chen Guodong interrupted. "Mother, no more buts. If we don't eat now, the food will get cold. Trust me, eat without worry." Just then, little sister walked in with 2 bowls and placed them on the table. "Brother, you eat too. It's so fragrant." Chen Guodong just wanted to savor this hard-earned meal. All right. He immediately dove into eating, taking large mouthfuls. Seeing everyone eating, Lin Yu let go of her worries and also ate heartily. It was incredibly satisfying. The best meal Head had since transmigrating. He thought to himself, was he the most pitiful transmigrator? Others had rice on their first day and rode bicycles, while he had waited so long just for this bowl of rice. It was truly tough. Chenjiagou, who had finished eating the fastest, said with contentment and nostalgia, "Guodong, I never knew you had such skills. I haven't had such a delicious meal in years. I remember the last time was when my mother made me a bowl when I was a child." Chen Guodong smiled. "Father, my master taught me. If you want, I can make it for you every day." Chenjiagou waved his hand repeatedly. "No, even this meal makes me feel uneasy. Though it's delicious, we can't eat it every day and spoil our tastes. That's not good. Besides, what kind of family are we to eat like this daily?" Lin Yu chimed in. "Exactly, son. After this meal, don't be so wasteful next time. You're too extravagant." "But mother, I want to eat it every day," little sister said hopefully. Lin Yu slapped her arm in frustration. "You wish. Eating like this every day. Even this meal is a luxury. Can your brother be lucky enough to hunt every day? Even if he can, we need to save. Who knows how long this famine will last? You don't know how to manage." Seeing Lin Yu and Chenjiagou's attitudes, Chen Guodong knew it would be hard to change their frugal mindset quickly. He'd take it slow. At least today, with so many things brought back, their reaction wasn't as strong. They would get used to it eventually. Lin Yu suddenly became melancholic. "We're eating well, but I wonder how your 2 sisters are doing. They came last year, but this year they haven't." Chenjiagou comforted her. "Dear, don't worry too much. If they were in trouble, they would have come. They're probably managed." Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, "Father, mother, how about in a few days after I hunt something, you'll go to the city to trade for some grain and visit my sisters?" Lin Yu looked at him with relief. "Son, you've really grown up. You know to care for your sisters." Her eyes reddened. "Of course I care. They're my sisters. They doted on me when I was little. Now that I have the ability, I must treat them well," Chen Guodong said firmly. "Guodong, hearing you say that makes me very happy," Chenjiagou said, patting his shoulder approvingly. "Hee, that's only right," Chen Guodong laughed. "Since we've eaten so well today, let's sleep early. With all we've eaten tonight, we can skip breakfast tomorrow and not cook." Chen Guodong's first thought was sleep again. But then he realized it was normal since it was dark, so he didn't argue. Everyone went to bed early. Chen Guodong fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the Kong, probably because he was tired from the journey. But someone else couldn't sleep. That was Gongzi from Uncle San's house next door. He shook his brother Chen Guoqiang and said, "Brother, who's cooking meat? It smells so good. Can you smell it?" Chen Guoqiang, exhausted from running around the mountains all day, said impatiently, "You're dreaming. Go to sleep. We have to go up the mountain tomorrow." "Brother, I'm serious. It smells amazing. Is it Brother Guodong's house cooking meat?" Gongzi insisted he wasn't dreaming. "All right, stop arguing and go to sleep, or I won't take you up the mountain tomorrow," Chen Guoqiang said impatiently. Upon hearing that he might not be taken up the mountain, Gongzi immediately stopped his fuss and quietly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Chen Guodong was once again awakened by Lin Yue, who informed him that his 3 cousins had somehow learned of his return and were already waiting at the door. Chen Guodong reluctantly got out of bed and, stepping outside, greeted the 3 brothers. "Good morning, everyone." "It's not early anymore, Guodong. We've been up for a while," Gongzi replied with a smile. Chen Guodong asked curiously, "How did you know I was back?" "My dad saw you when you came home last night," Chen Guodong. "Oh, I see. Well, let's go then," he said, slinging a bamboo basket over his shoulder and heading toward the mountain. Lin Yu called after him, "Guodong, you haven't eaten yet." "I've got something," Chen Guodong replied without turning back, waving his hand as he and the others followed the mountain path into the woods. They chatted as they made their way to the traps. Chen Guowei said, "Guodong, the day you left we caught a pheasant and shared it with your family. But yesterday we got nothing. Oh, and we're out of bait. Can you get us some more?" After he spoke, everyone looked at Chen Guodong, hoping he wouldn't say there was no more bait, since yesterday's lack of success was due to small animals eating all the bait from the traps. "Of course I can. You all go check the traps, and I'll go ask my master for some bait," Chen Guodong said readily. Hearing his words, the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. "All right, you go ahead, and well check the traps," Chen Guowei agreed. "Okay, I'm off then," Chen Guodong said, heading toward the traps he had dug himself. He hadn't checked his own traps in days, hoping for some luck. As he walked, he collected useful large stones and logs, stowing away various odds and ends into his space for emergencies. Chen Guodong hadn't forgotten the lesson he learned that night. Approaching the first trap, he slowed his pace, silently praying for a catch. From a distance, he saw that the trap had collapsed. Excited, he rushed over, only to find 2 chicken feathers left. What happened? Did it escape, or did someone take it? He looked around, but there were no signs of anyone having been there. Disappointed, he reset the trap. Shaking off his disappointment, he moved on to the next trap, which he had high hopes for due to its favorable location and signs of animal activity nearby. But upon reaching it, he was crestfallen. The bait was still there, slightly dried out. He replaced it with sweet potato leaves and corn stalks, sighing as he headed toward the cave. At the cave entrance, he stored the blocking stone in his space, entered, and then retrieved the stone to seal the entrance. Inside the cave, seeing the ripe sweet potatoes finally lifted his spirits, which had been dampened by his lack of game. Happily, he stored all the sweet potatoes into his space. He then planted 10 more sweet potatoes, watered them with spirit spring water, and felt a surge of joy as he saw his space filled with what must be 100 gene of sweet potatoes. Wait, something's wrong. Where's the jade pendant I traded for? What happened to it? It couldn't have just disappeared. I never even took it out. Where could it be? Chen Guodong frantically searched every corner. It was truly gone. Chen Guodong sank into thought. There was only one possibility: the space had absorbed it. He was certain because the space had previously hinted it could upgrade, but without specifying the conditions. The jade must have been one of the requirements. He quickly checked the space for any changes, but after a thorough inspection, nothing was different. Still, he finally understood how to upgrade the space. He eagerly anticipated what the upgraded space would be like. Would it be extraordinarily powerful? Chen Guodong was now incredibly excited, pacing in circles. He couldn't believe he had stumbled upon the upgrade condition. How exhilarating. But wait, was he celebrating too soon? The jade had been absorbed with no visible effect. Would he need a large quantity of such jade? Damn, he hadn't considered that. It likely required many such jades. This would be difficult. He could only try his luck at the black market more often. What a roller coaster of emotions. Still, at least he now had a direction. All he needed to do was farm more, hunt more, and leave the rest to time. It shouldn't. Composing himself, Chen Guodong used a stone to block the cave entrance and headed to the last nearby trap. Though he held no hope, he figured he might as well check since he was already there. As he approached, he noticed the trap had collapsed. Could there be something? He quickened his pace and peered inside. What a pleasant surprise, 2 rabbits. Rubbing his hands together in delight, he found a bamboo pole and climbed down. Such cute little bunnies. They'd probably be delicious braised in soy sauce. He swiftly stored them in his space and reset the trap. He wondered if his cousins had any luck, hoping some foolish prey had fallen into their traps. Chen Guodong leisurely made his way toward his cousins' traps to meet up with them, but encountered them halfway, sitting dejectedly under a large tree. What's wrong with everyone? Chen Guodong asked, though he already had a good idea. Not a single thing in the traps, Gong. Come on, it's no big deal. It's normal not to catch anything, Chen Guodong said dismissively. But if we don't catch anything, what will we eat? Gongzi lamented. Eat this, Chen Guodong said, handing each of them a sweet potato. Guodong, this isn't right. Food is scarce now, we should save it, Chen Guowei said, swallowing hard. Eat up, I have more. You won't have the energy to trek the mountains on an empty stomach, Chen Guodong said generously. They couldn't argue as they were genuinely hungry. Since Chen Guodong had been away for 2 days, they had been starving. They began to devour the sweet potatoes ravenously. But everyone stopped halfway through. Chen Guodong asked puzzledly, why aren't you finishing? Guodong, we're full. We want to save some for our families, Chen Guowei said awkwardly. You're not full at all. Don't worry, I've set some aside to give to your families later. No need for polite talk, we're family, Chen Guodong said, cutting them off. Still, he was glad to see they had such a strong sense of family. With their worries eased, they remembered Chen Guodong's kindness and happily finished their meal. Chen Guodong watched them eat the sweet potatoes, not minding the dirt still clinging to the skin. They ate with gusto, clearly famished. After they finished, they baited the traps and headed home. Just before reaching the village, Chen Guodong gave each of them 2 sweet potatoes to take to their families. The next day, as usual, they went into the mountains and neared the traps, when suddenly they heard heavy, labored breathing, oomph. Upon hearing this, they immediately halted their steps and exchanged glances, each seeing the delight mirrored in the other's eyes. Gongzi, the most excited, was the first to dash forward. Haha, it's a wild boar, a wild boar. Everyone come quick and see. Gongzi shouted exuberantly as he rushed ahead. Hearing this, the others also hurried over. Indeed, it was a wild boar, though a rather small one, weighing at most 30 jin. Its thigh was pierced through by a bamboo spike, blood flowing as it struggled desperately. Chen Guowei also laughed excitedly. Haha, I never thought we'd actually catch a wild boar. I used to hear the elders say traps could catch them, but I never believed it. Chen Guodong, however, was not particularly pleased as he looked at the small boar in the trap. We caught one, but it's Chen Guoqiang patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder and chided with a smile. Guodong, it's already good enough to catch a wild boar. Don't be so unsatisfied. You don't know we ran around for days before and got nothing. Just be grateful. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and realized it was true. Given the circumstances, his expectations were too high. So he smiled and said, indeed, this is already quite good. So what do we do now? How do we get it out? Gongzi was the most anxious, caring little whether the boar was big or small. Chen Guowei laughed. That's simple. With food it's easy. Watch me. Saying this, he found a bamboo pole and climbed down. Chen Guowei leveled the machete and aimed a firm strike at the small boar. The boar struggled even more violently, its 4 legs thrashing wildly. But Chen Guowei struck it a few more times with force, and finally the small boar went still. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he panted heavily. Done. Brother Wei, you're amazing, Gongzi said admiringly. Chen Guoqiang also praised, you are the one, Brother Wei. Chen Guodong too admired Chen Guowei's courage. Wasn't he afraid the boar would break free and bite? He himself wasn't afraid thanks to his space, but his cousin was a true daredevil. Brother Wei, you're formidable, Chen Guodong said sincerely. Alright, this is nothing, don't exaggerate. Come on, let's get the boar up together. Chen Guowei said modestly. They found some vines, bound the boar securely, and pulled it up. Everyone sat on the ground, gazing at the small boar with immense joy. Chen Guowei broke the silence and tentatively asked, what should we do with this boar? How about taking it to the communal kitchen so everyone can have a taste of meat? I'll give it to the village, Gongzi said, clearly reluctant. I have no opinion on how to divide it. Guodong, what do you think? Chen Guoqiang said. This question caught Chen Guodong off guard. Share with the village. It had happened once before and now again. What about next time? He felt something was off. Brother Wei, what's your reason for giving it to the communal kitchen? I'd like to hear it, Chen Guodong asked after a moment of thought. Chen Guowei answered without hesitation, the village kids. They're so thin, I just can't bear to see it anymore. The impact of Chen Guowei's words was immense. Even the most restless Gongzi nodded. Chen Guodong looked at the others and thought that without his own resources, he too might have been malnourished. After a moment's reflection, he said, all right, but don't include me in the credit. Say it was the 3 of you who caught the boar. Chen Guoqiang asked in confusion, why not include you? This is our joint effort. Chen Guodong smiled. Brother Chong, don't rush. Let me finish. It's like this last time it was me, this time it's me too. If next time I don't give, what will happen? Chen Guowei, being educated, immediately said, a favor too great breeds enmity. Guodong, are you? Chen Guodong gave Chen Guowei a thumbs up. Exactly. Last time it was me, this time it's you. Next time, maybe another family will bring in food and share with the village. That creates a virtuous cycle. If it's always me, some might feel resentful. Gongzi asked in confusion. That shouldn't happen, we're all relatives. Chen Guoqiang tapped Gongzi's head and said, you're still young. Just watch and listen more and you'll understand later. Alright, Gongzi agreed, half understanding. Chen Guowei looked at Chen Guodong with curiosity. Guodong, you've really matured a lot. How do you understand such intricate principles? I don't really know, my father taught me, Chen Guodong said modestly. Oh, no wonder. My father often teaches me these things too, Chen Guowei said. Then it's settled. You 3 go back first. Remember, don't mention my involvement. I'm going to find my master to learn some hunting skills, Chen Guodong instructed. Alright, don't worry. We'll head back. You remember to come back for the wild boar soup tonight, Chen Guowei said. They parted ways. Chen Guodong checked the other traps, but found nothing. Somewhat disappointed, he went to the cave to continue diligently planting sweet potatoes. After planting another batch of sweet potatoes, Chen Guodong left the cave and headed to the last trap. When he arrived, he found the bait still there, and his disappointment deepened. As Chen Guodong stood by the trap staring blankly at the bait, he suddenly heard a grunting sound behind him. Chen Guodong slowly turned around and saw a wild boar watching him from a distance. Holy crap, this boar was enormous, at least 200 jin. Could this be the boar king? What's going on? Was it going to attack him? Chen Guodong looked at the huge boar, then at the trap, and suddenly he picked up a fist-sized stone and threw it, but it fell short. Yes, Chen Guodong was provoking the boar because it was too far away to do anything else. To his surprise, the boar just stared at him without moving an inch. Undeterred, he threw a few more stones, but none hit the target, and the boar remained still. Chen Guodong suddenly felt like a fool. It seemed the trap wouldn't work. I'd have to gamble. Chen Guodong slowly approached, but the boar still didn't move. It almost seemed to have become sentient, as if saying, "What are you doing?" Chen Guodong provoked it again, imitating a tiger's roar, 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 roar. This time the boar seemed to understand, thinking Chen Guodong was challenging its territory, and charged straight at him. The boar's sudden charge startled Chen Guodong, but he quickly calmed down. Stay calm, stay calm. Watching the boar rush toward him rapidly. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. Now, a massive stone suddenly appeared in front of Chen Guodong. A loud, dull thud echoed. The boar slammed head first into the stone, never expecting such a cheating move. Chen Guodong didn't know the boar's condition. Carefully, he circled around the huge stone to check. Heart racing, he circled around the boulder and saw the wild boar lying on the ground, gasping heavily. Seizing the moment before it could recover, he dashed forward, touched the boar, and said, "Absorb." Finally done. Thrilling, and a moment's delay would have spelled trouble. Chen Guodong collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, and burst into laughter. Haha, exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. After calming down, he pondered how to deal with the wild boar. Should he give it to the village? Chen Guodong wasn't foolish. Helping others had its limits. He needed to secure his own well-being first. Trading the boar for work quotas was just enough, and so he decided. With the meat for the work target finally secured, his heart felt much lighter. Having made up his mind, Chen Guodong rose and headed home. As he neared the village entrance, he heard a lively commotion. No need to guess, word of meat had spread. On his way home, he encountered Uncle Guzi beaming with joy and greeted him. "Uncle Guzi, what's got you so happy?" Chen Guodong asked, feigning ignorance. Jianfu and Jianyong, those two lads, caught a small wild boar in the mountains and are treating everyone to meat today. Guodong, you set a fine example. The village hasn't been this united and lively in years. Uncle Guzi sighed with emotion, not forgetting to praise Chen Guodong. Not at all, we're all kin, helping each other in hard times is only natural. Chen Guodong replied modestly. You've truly grown up, lad. Your father is fortunate, unlike my own son. If you ever need a hand, just call on him. Uncle Guzi chuckled. All right, I'll be sure to call on Brother Guohua, if needed. Chen Guodong agreed. Good, then I'll head over to help. Remember to come for dinner tonight. With that, Uncle Guzi walked toward the village office. Sure, Chen Guodong replied, heading home. As he entered the house, he saw Chen Jianjun sitting in the main room and greeted him. Dad, you look much better. Yes, the herbal medicine from Old Li at the clinic is truly potent. I can move around now, but I still can't do heavy work. Chen Jianjun said happily. That's good to hear. Chen Guodong replied, pleased to see his father improving. Son, you're back. By the way, did you know that Guoqiang and the others caught a small wild boar and invited the whole village to eat? Lin Yu walked in and asked. Mom, I know, Chen Guodong answered. I thought you didn't, they kept it from you. Why didn't they mention you had a share? Lin Yu questioned. Wife, don't you know your son? He's sharp as a tack. He must have arranged it, Chen Jianjun said, as if he had known all along. What? That's so honorable, why not let people know? Lin Yu asked. A man fears fame as a pig fears fat. Get it? Chen Jianjun explained. I'll forget it. Do as you please, you. I don't understand these things anyway, Lin Yu said, giving up. Chen Guodong smiled. Mom, where's little sister? I haven't seen her. A bunch of kids are playing at the village office. With pork to eat today, the village children dare to play together. Usually they won't even step out to conserve energy. Now they're running wild, Lin Yu sighed. Oh, we'll go check it out and join the fun, Chen Guodong said, heading out. Arriving at the village office, he saw his little sister and a group of children playing in the mud, laughing and chatting. The adults were joyful too, gossiping about this family and teasing about that one's mishaps. The scene was comforting, yet slightly surreal. Just then, Chen Jinfu approached. Guodong, you did the right thing today. The future rests on you young folks. Chen Guodong wasn't surprised that Chen Jinfu knew about this and smiled. It's only right to contribute what I can. Unity is strength. If we work together, we'll surely overcome this. Good, Guodong, you've truly grown up. Well said, Chen Jinfu said with great relief. By the way, some villagers have asked me if you could take their children up the mountain. What do you think? I think with my eyes, Chen Guodong joked. Chen Jinfu burst out laughing. Haha, you rascal, how can you talk like that? I'm being serious and you pull this stunt. It's not a good idea. Fewer people mean fewer problems, more people bring more trouble. I don't have that kind of capability. Let me be clear, the mountains are dangerous. I just encountered the wild boar king. It brushed past me. If not for my master guiding me, I might not have made it. Chen Guodong refused, bluntly exaggerating to scare him. Indeed, it's dangerous. A few days ago, someone from the neighboring village didn't return. Let's put this aside for now. Oh, I need to get busy. Chen Jinfu nodded. All right, Chen Guodong replied, watching the lively scene. Amusingly, the three brothers were being praised again, their faces reddening, which made Chen Guodong laugh to himself. Soon the food was ready, and everyone received a bowl. Children and the elderly got more meat, truly too lean to look at. Chen Guowai's decision to give to the village was right. The next day the group went up the mountain as usual. Gongzi was the most excited. Guodong, it's a shame you didn't let us tell everyone you had a share. You should have seen how grateful the villagers looked at us. Chen Guodong smiled, not dampening his spirits, and said, then remember that feeling of gratitude. When you have the ability, help them more, but always ensure you're living well first. Guodong is right, Chen Guoqiang agreed. They checked the traps and, continuing their luck from yesterday, caught a wild pheasant. Not bad at all. They descended the mountain, and Chen Guodong said he needed to continue up to study with his master. Arriving at the cave, he resumed planting. He felt this was too slow, only 100 gene of sweet potatoes in 5 days. When would it ever end? If others knew, they'd surely call him an ungrateful rich dog. After planting, he checked the traps, but it seemed his luck had run out. None had been triggered. Days passed like this. On the 6th day, Chen Guodong harvested 2 batches of sweet potatoes, bringing his space's total to 300 gene. As for game, there was none, absolutely none. Chen Guodong began to doubt his existence. That evening, returning home, Chen Guodong couldn't stop worrying about his elder sisters and said to Chen Jianjun, Dad, I want to visit eldest sister and second sister. Good. Your mother and I have been worried too, but we don't have extra food to spare, Chen Jianjun said. In truth, Chen Guodong dared not take too much food. His parents were honest farmers, and he feared they'd worry. It's fine. My master and I have had decent hunting luck lately. He'll go to town first to trade for some grain, then visit eldest sister and second sister, Chen Guodong explained. Lin Yu's eyes reddened. It's your father and I who lack ability, making you children suffer. Mom, don't talk nonsense. You are the best parents in the world. You've been wonderful to us, Chen Guodong flattered. You rascal, where did you learn to be such a smooth talker? Lin Yu scolded playfully. With Guodong's so eloquent wife, you needn't worry about him finding a wife, Chen Jianjun teased. That's true, the couple chimed in together. Chen Guodong was speechless. He was only 16, how could they think so? He turned and went into the house to sleep. The next day, Chen Guodong rose early, briefed his brothers to stay safe, slung on his backpack, and headed to town. Chen Guodong ambled into town at noon. He decided not to go to the supply cooperative first, but to head straight to the state-owned restaurant to secure his job, as he wouldn't feel at ease otherwise. Having formulated his plan, Chen Guodong pushed open the door of the state-owned restaurant and stepped inside. Approaching the counter, he addressed the waitress number 007. With a sweet voice, Sister, could you please call Manager Lu for me? Before he could finish, Sister, he chuckled, little comrade, your tongue is so sweet. No need to explain. The manager said that when you arrive, you can go straight to his office. All right, Sister, just call me Guodong. He'll head in now. After introducing himself, Chen Guodong went to find Sister. He nodded, not watching him leave, as she was swamped during the lunch rush next. Chen Guodong arrived at the office door, saw it was open, and gave a polite knock. Manager Lu looked up, and upon seeing it was Chen Guodong, his face lit up with joy. Guodong, you're here. Have you brought me good news? He looked at Chen Guodong with anticipation. Chen Guodong didn't keep him in suspense, smiling, it must be good news, or I wouldn't dare come to you. Manager Lu grew excited and laughed heartily. Haha, really? How many caddies? Hee, lucky me. Yesterday the villagers went into the mountains and caught a 200 caddy wild boar. Chen Guodong said, careful not to claim the feat himself, needing someone to share the credit. Oh, that's wonderful. Where is the wild boar? Manager Lu asked, glancing behind Chen Guodong. Manager Lu, how could I dare to bring such a large boar in openly? I've asked the villagers to wait for my signal in a secluded spot, Chen Guodong replied with a smile. Oh, I was too impatient and forgot. There's a tricycle at the restaurant's entrance. Take it and bring the boar to the backyard, Manager Lu said after a moment's thought. Chen Guodong teased Manager Lu, aren't you afraid it'll ride off and never come back? A tricycle is a valuable thing these days. No, I'm not worried. I have a good feeling about you, and besides, old lease recommendation can't be wrong, Manager Lu said confidently. Chen Guodong replied helplessly, fine, you're both formidable. He'll go fetch the boar now. Manager Lu smirked smugly, hey, race the key. Go quickly and come back. He'll wait for you at the back door. He took the key from his drawer and handed it to Chen Guodong. All right, you wait right there. Chen Guodong took the key and left. Chen Guodong unlocked the tricycle, feeling a surge of excitement. It had been years since he had ridden a bike. Even a tricycle counted as a vehicle, and in this era, it was quite impressive. He gripped the handlebars, stepped onto the pedal with one foot, pushed off with the other, and swung himself onto the seat in one fluid motion. With a vigorous push on the pedal, he cried out, let's go. After riding around for a while, he found a secluded spot and stopped. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he released the wild boar. It was still alive. Even better, as fresh meat was more valuable. He used his space to knock it unconscious. He covered the boar with a burlap sack from the tricycle and rode to the back door of the state-owned restaurant. Manager Lu waited impatiently, and just as he was about to lose his patience, he saw Chen Guodong approaching on the tricycle. His heart finally settled. He immediately rushed over delighted. "Guodong, what took you so long?" Chen Guodong was a bit embarrassed having lingered to enjoy the ride after so long without cycling. He smiled. It was a bit far, so I'm late. The boar is still alive, just knocked out. Manager Lu was thrilled. "Oh, it's still alive. That's perfect. Now I can prepare a pig-killing feast for my old superior." "Guodong, thank you so much." He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Chen Guodong didn't pry about whether the leader had arrived or if the boar should be kept alive. It wasn't his business, so he kept quiet. "It's nothing. I'm glad I could help." The two pushed the tricycle into the yard. Chen Guodong, showing good judgment, closed the door and walked to the tricycle, pulling off the burlap sack to reveal the boar. Manager Lu marveled at the boar. "I never expected your village to be so skilled, catching such a large wild boar alive. Truly impressive." Chen Guodong humbly replied, "Just luck." "Are you satisfied?" "I can guarantee it's at least 200 caddies, so no need to weigh it. Too much trouble." Manager Lu chuckled. "You're far too generous, kid. It's definitely more than 200 caddies. I can't take advantage." Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, "How about this? When the person comes to work, just look out for them a bit." Manager Lu laughed heartily. "You really know how to calculate, kid. It's been a while since I've met someone so interesting. I heard Old Li has taken you as his nephew." Chen Guodong knew they were comrades who had been through life and death together, so Old Li must have told him everything. He nodded without hesitation. "Yes. In that case, I'll take you as my nephew too. Your personality suits me well. What do you say?" Manager Lu looked at him seriously. Unexpectedly, Chen Guodong, disregarding all etiquette, immediately performed a deep 90-degree bow without a moment's hesitation and shouted loudly, "Hello, Uncle Lu." Even Manager Lu, who had seen many storms, was taken aback by this. He was a bit dazed. Had he just gained a nephew? Chen Guodong, seeing that he hadn't been called upon, looked up to find Uncle Lu in a daze. He waved his hand and called out, "Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu snapped out of it and scolded with a smile, "You little rascal, you've stunned me. Don't you even hesitate." Chen Guodong chuckled. "Is there a need to hesitate? I don't know. Should we do it over? Get out of here. You're getting a bargain and still acting cute. Hey, erase your letter of introduction. Keep it safe, though I won't be responsible if you lose it," Uncle Lu said with feigned annoyance. Hee Uncle Lu, about the person coming to work. Chen Guodong tested the waters as he took the letter. "All right, since you've called me uncle, I won't let anyone bully her. As long as she's honest and hardworking," Uncle Lu said impatiently. "Great. With your word, at ease," Chen Guodong said happily. If you have nothing else, you can go back. Remember, if you get any meat, don't forget your Uncle Lu instructed." "Of course. Oh, by the way, Uncle Lu, I haven't eaten yet. I'm a bit hungry," Chen Guodong said with a cheeky grin. "You little rascal, I really wonder if taking you as a nephew was the right decision. Hey, race 1 caddy of food coupons. Go buy some steamed buns," Uncle Lu said with a wry smile. "Uncle Lu, rest assured this will be the best decision you've ever made in your life." "Thanks, Uncle. I'm off." Chen Guodong waved the food coupons and left without a trace. Arriving at the counter when it was less busy, he called out, "Sister, he ID like 10 mixed flour steamed buns." "Sister," he looked up and smiled. "All right, I'll pick out the big ones for you." "Thanks, sister. You're the best." Chen Guodong's sweet talk knew no bounds. Happily clutching the largest mixed flour steamed buns, he left the state-owned restaurant ready to make a trip to the supply cooperative. Chen Guodong, in good spirits, approached the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a few jean of corn from his spatial storage and placed them into his backpack. Fresh corn was likely a rare commodity now, and the 30 jean he had would be perfect for building goodwill. With this thought, he stepped inside the cooperative. Seeing Brother Wu and Sister Sun chatting, he greeted them. "Sister Sun, Brother Wu, have you eaten yet?" Sister Sun and Brother Wu immediately rose from behind the counter upon seeing Chen Guodong, their faces lighting up with surprise. Sister Sun returned the greeting. "We just ate. Little brother, you're back so soon." "Yes, I missed you both, so I came to see you," Chen Guodong said sweetly. "Why is it always so empty whenever I visit?" Brother Wu chuckled. "You always come at noon. Who isn't having lunch at this hour?" "Oh, I see. I thought it was always like this. By the way, big brother and sister, I brought some fresh corn for you to try." "It's not much, please don't mind it," Chen Guodong said as he took 4 ears of corn from his backpack, handing 2 to each of them. Brother Wu and Sister Sun were astonished by the freshness of the corn. Brother Wu took the corn and asked incredulously, "Little brother, it's already winter. Where did you get such fresh?" As Chen Guodong was about to fabricate an excuse, Sister Sun quickly interrupted Brother Wu. "Where you got it, are you going to go there too? Having food can't even shut your mouth, honestly." Turning to Chen Guodong with a smile, she said, "Thank you, little brother. I haven't had corn in ages. My mouth is watering, so I'll shamelessly accept it." Brother Wu realized he had spoken out of turn and gave an awkward laugh. Right. Thank you, little brother. You're welcome. Think of it as a gift from your younger brother. Just enjoy it without worry," Chen Guodong said generously. "Haha, with words like that, little brother, don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. If I can help, I will," Brother Wu declared heartily. Sister Sun nodded in agreement. "I'll hold you to that, hee. He'll go see the director now, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Go ahead, the two replied, tactfully refraining from asking further questions. Chen Guodong went directly to the director's office. The door was open, so he knocked perfunctorily and walked in. Uncle Li saw Chen Guodong and laughed. You rascal, you're here a bit earlier this time. Did you have some luck? Uncle Li, what are you saying? Can't I come see you without any luck? Chen Guodong teased. Haha, you certainly can. You always have such a sweet tongue. Tell me what's the matter this time. Uncle Li didn't beat around the bush. What else could it be? Just here to pay my respects to you, to let my uncle know how good his nephew is, haha, Chen Guodong said, as he took 5 ears of corn from his backpack and placed them on the table. Uncle Li looked at them in amazement. Wow, this corn is fresh. Just picked. Good eye, uncle, haha, Chen Guodong. You're a thoughtful kid. He'll accept it. It's been a long time since I've had any, Uncle Li said with satisfaction. He didn't ask about the source. By the way, uncle, there's something I need to discuss with you, Chen Guodong said after a moment's thought. He was worried that if Uncle Li and Uncle Lu, who were comrades, chatted, it would be awkward if Uncle Lu had received pork, but Uncle Li hadn't. So this is what you were leading up to? Spit it out. If I can handle it, I will, Director Li said with an expression that said, Uncle, you misunderstand. It's not what you think. It's like this, Chen Guodong then recounted everything about acknowledging Uncle Lu, the job quota, and the wild boar. Oh, so old Lu beat me to it. Lucky him. You were afraid I'd misunderstand, weren't you? It's fine. Your uncle isn't that petty. Besides, with a job quota on the line, I would have done the same. But it shows you have a good heart to tell me, Uncle Li said, relieved. Uncle Li, I'm glad you understand, hee. Chen Guodong said, relieved that Uncle Li wasn't angry after he had clarified the matter. You underestimate me, kid. Anything else? If not, I'm off to freeload at old Liu's place. Uncle Li said, hee, Uncle Li, why freeload? What if I told you I have more wild boar? Would you want some? Chen Guodong said, what? You have more? Guodong, did you raid a wild boar's den? Uncle Li stood up excitedly. It's not big, about 100 jin. What do you think, uncle? Is it worthy of you? Chen Guodong said cockily. You little rascal, what are you saying? 100 jin. I haven't seen this much meat in ages. I was just thinking of going to old Liu's to scrounge a few jin, Uncle Li said, laughing in spite of himself. All right, Uncle, he'll stop showing off. If I have meat, of course he'll think of you. See how I'll get it to you. The villagers are waiting for me at the agreed spot, Chen Guodong said seriously. Uncle Li patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder approvingly. Good lad. Tell Xiao Wu to give you the keys to the tricycle. Just haul it around to the back. All right, I'll go get it now, Chen Guodong said, and walked out. Chen Guodong spoke with Brother Wu, who led him directly to the back door of the cooperative, handed him the keys to the tricycle, and without asking any questions, simply told him to be safe and left. Chen Guodong rode the tricycle to a deserted corner, placed the wild boar inside, covered it with a burlap sack, and returned to the back door of the cooperative. He knocked on the door, and it opened to reveal Brother Wu. Brother Wu laughed. The director told me to come get you and weigh it. He didn't tell me what you were hauling, just told me to guess. Chen Guodong teased back, so guess. Guess my ass, will just open it and see, Brother Wu said in exasperation, pulling back the burlap sack. He froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, slamming the door shut. Guodong, you scared me. So much meat. I didn't even close the door. What if someone saw it? The director would kill me. Chen Guodong laughed. Is it really that dramatic? Yes. My brother-in-law would probably scold me too, Brother Wu said, still shaken. Uncle Li, who had appeared without them noticing, suddenly spoke from behind them with a sinister chuckle. Xiao Wu, you're exaggerating. You're making me sound like a difficult person to get along with. No, you're very easy to get along with. He'll go get the scale, Brother Wu said, mortified at being caught bad-mouthing someone. He scurried away. This kid dares to talk about me. Let's go to the office, Guodong. Let him weigh it himself, Uncle Li said. Chen Guodong, also a bit embarrassed, replied, okay, and the two went into the office. Guodong, the price is the same as before, Uncle Li said. Sure, whatever you say, uncle, Chen Guodong agreed readily. Just then Brother Wu walked in and announced, the wild boar is exactly 100 jin. Okay. You can go now, Uncle Li instructed. He bent down, took 200 yuan from his drawer, and handed it to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong happily took the money, didn't even glance at it, and stuffed it directly into his pocket. You rascal, do you know that's 200? It's one thing not to count a few dozen yuan, but that's a whole 200. You didn't even look at it. Uncle Li said, laughing despite himself. I know, but you gave it to me, uncle. There's no need to count it, Chen Guodong said with a grin. Chen Guodong's words left Uncle Li momentarily speechless. Find your something else, kid. But always count money given by others, understand? Got it, uncle, Chen Guodong promised. Get out of here. I don't know whether to be happy or worried about you, Uncle Li said in exasperation. As Chen Guodong was about to leave, Uncle Li suddenly called out, wait a moment. Uncle, what's wrong? Chen Guodong asked, turning back with a puzzled look at Uncle Li. Nothing much. Even with money, you might not get grain these days. If you ever run short, come to me, and he'll find a way to help you out, Uncle Li said after a moment's thought. Chen Guodong felt a surge of gratitude at his words. Though he knew he wouldn't lack food, the offer was a sign of acceptance. Happily, he replied, all right, thank you, uncle. Go on then. Uncle Li waved a hand. As Chen Guodong approached the counter, sister son burst out excitedly. Brother, I heard you got 100 caddies of meat. That's incredible. It's not my doing, but it's the old hunter in the village who's skilled. I'm just a errand boy, Chen Guodong quickly deflected. Right, how forgetful of me. Brother, do you need anything today? Sister's son changed the subject. Yes, I do. Chen Guodong pulled out all the ration coupons he had gotten from the scalper last time. Sister's son, being one of the 8 great clerks and used to big scenes, showed little surprise, only praising. Brother, you're something. Exchanging all these coupons. Yes, sister son, please help me get them. Let's see how much it costs. And I need 3 pairs of adult shoes and 1 pair for a 10-year-old child. Chen Guodong instructed. All right, wait here. He'll pack them for you now, sister son agreed, and went off to work. She packed quickly and efficiently, then asked curiously, Brother, these cigarettes aren't for you, are they? Chen Guodong lied. No, I don't smoke. They're for the villagers. Sister son, like a caring older sister, said, you're still young. Don't pick up that habit. It's bad. I understand, thank you, sister, Chen Guodong replied gratefully. By the way, Guodong, I have some candy here that doesn't need coupons. Do you want it? I was planning to keep it for the staff, sister son asked. Since she was offering, it must be scarce now. The favor of giving corn was paying off. He immediately said, yes, definitely yes. All right, I can give you at most 5 caddies, sister son said after consideration. That's enough, more than enough, Chen Guodong said happily. Sister son packed the candy as well. It's 35 yuan total. Okay. Chen Guodong agreed and counted out the money. The amount's correct. Should I call Brother Wu to help you carry it out? Sister son asked. No need, it's just these few things. I can manage. Well, sister son, it'll be off now. Chen Guodong picked up 2 cloth bags and headed out. In truth, there wasn't that much stuff, but sister son had given him an extra bag, a gesture of goodwill. After Chen Guodong left, Brother Wu, who had just finished his work, came to the counter and said to sister son, that little brother is really something. He got meat again so quickly. We'll have to rely on him from now on. Sister son immediately stopped him. Watch your words from now on. It's the villagers who are capable. Otherwise, you might get him into trouble without knowing. Brother Wu nodded awkwardly. Got it. Chen Guodong found a secluded corner nearby and stowed everything away. Without his spatial storage, he wouldn't know how to carry it all back or explain it. The space was truly convenient. After putting everything away, Chen Guodong left the city. He took out a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes, tapped it on his hand to pack the tobacco, tore a small opening, and expertly shook out a cigarette. He placed it between his lips, struck a match, and lit it. He took a deep drag, exhaled, and savored the feeling. Ah, this was it. Everything was coming back. It had been so long. Being a modern-day chain smoker had been unbearable. He smoked 2 in a row before stopping, finally satisfying his craving. Worried about his elder sister, Chen Guodong decided to skip the black market and visit her first. She lived near the city, but it still took over an hour on foot. By the time he got there, it would be dark, so he hurried on. Rushing as fast as he could, he arrived at Zhejiazhuang just before nightfall. Following his memory, he found his eldest sister Chen Damia's home. Her marriage was considered a step up. Her in-laws were reasonably well off. But even they might be short of food during the— At the door, he made a bold decision. He wouldn't bring anything except 2 sweet potatoes for his dinner and breakfast the next morning. He wanted to see how his sister was really treated in her husband's home. He knocked, and soon footsteps approached from the yard. The door was opened by his brother-in-law Zhao Taizhu. Hello, brother-in-law. Chen Guodong recognized him and greeted. Zhao Taizhu smiled upon seeing him. Guodong, what brings you here? Is there something at home you need help with? No, I just came to see my sister, Chen Guodong replied. He thought to himself, can I just visit? My brother-in-law is a good man, but he's blunt and afraid of his mother. Taizhu, who is it? Why are you standing out there so long? Came the voice of his sister's mother-in-law Wang Xiaozue from inside. Mother, it's Damia's younger brother Guodong here to see her, Zhao Taizhu said as he ushered Chen Guodong in. Come in, Guodong. You've arrived just in time for dinner. Chen Guodong followed Zhao Taizhu inside and saw pickled vegetables and some porridge on the table. The porridge wasn't too thin. It seemed they were getting by. Chen Guodong felt a bit relieved. Zhao Taizhu called over a 5-year-old girl. Nyonyo, say hello to your uncle. Hello, uncle, Nyonyo said in a sweet childish voice. She was quite polite. Chen Guodong's heart warmed. He crouched down, felt in his pocket, and handed her a piece of candy. Oh, you're so well behaved. Here, uncle treats you to some candy. Little Nyonyo wasn't shy and took the candy, starting to eat it. Chen Guodong smiled and stood up. Hello, Wang Xiaozue said with a hint of disdain. Fine. You sure timed it well, arriving just as we're eating. Chen Guodong caught the resentment, but wasn't surprised. After all, her family was better off and likely looked down on poor relatives. He ignored it and said with a smile, yes, perfect timing. I even brought my own rations. He pulled out 2 sweet potatoes. Zhao Taizhu said warmly, Guodong, why did you bring rations? Are you afraid your brother-in-law won't feed? No. It's just a special time, everyone's struggling. By the way, where's my sister? I haven't seen her in a while, Chen Guodong asked, puzzled. Seeing that Chen Guodong had brought his own food, Wang Xiaozue couldn't say much more. Go call that wife of yours out to eat. She can't miss a single meal, and she only gave birth to a worthless girl. A maid's fate with a lattice heirs. I should never have agreed to this marriage. Mother, please stop, Zhao Taizhu tried to intervene. Chen Guodong's expression darkened. What, I can't even say that. Wang Xiaozue pressed on relentlessly. Zhao Taizhu let out a heavy sigh. Chen Guodong, unaware of the full story, could only suppress his temper and said, Annie, what are you saying? My sister was a hardworking person at home. She kept everything in order, big or small. How could she change after marrying into your family? Wang Xiaozue snorted coldly. She was fine at first, but after giving birth to that worthless girl, she can't even skip a single meal without fainting. I suspect she's faking it. As Chen Guodong was about to press for details, his elder sister emerged from the inner room, leaning against the wall. He immediately rushed to support her. Sis, what's wrong? Let me take you to see a doctor. His sister forced a faint smile and said, Little brother, I'm fine. I'm just hungry. He'll be okay after I eat something and rest. Chen Guodong refused to believe her, starving to this point. You think I'm a fool? Zhao Taizhu stepped in to explain, Guodong, it's true. I don't understand it either. When there was no famine and she ate 3 meals a day, nothing happened. Now with the famine, you know how tight food is. Even our family has it better than most, but we can't afford to skip even one meal. If she misses one, she faints, her heart races, and she feels weak. Once she eats, she's fine again. We took her to the clinic, and they said nothing's wrong. Chen Guodong felt a flicker of recognition. This sounded like low blood sugar. Wang Xiaozue said with disdain, In my opinion, she's just born to be pampered, or she's pretending to avoid work. Hearing Wang Xiaoqui's words, his sister's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Mother-in-law, I'm not pretending. I want to work, but I don't know why this happens. Look at Aunt Lee's daughter-in-law next door. How capable she is, how many work points she earns. And you? You work for a moment, then you faint, get hungry, feel dizzy, and have to come home to lie down until it's time to eat. You've brought shame to my old face. Wang Xiaozue continued her tirade. Mom, please stop. Sister-in-law is a good person. She just somehow got this illness. Zhao Taizhu said though he feared his mother, he still defended his wife. Chen Guodong could no longer bear it. Seeing how his sister was being bullied, he slammed the table and roared, Enough. Is this such a big deal that you have to talk about my sister like this? Can't you see how miserable she is? Do you think she enjoys being scolded by you every day? Show some mercy. We're all women here. Why make it so hard for each other? Wang Xiaozue stiffened her neck, her spittle nearly spraying onto Chen Guodong's face. Easy for you to say. So we just don't live our lives anymore. Are you going to pay for your sister's meals from now on? If I do, I do. What's the big deal? Chen Guodong said defiantly. What makes you think you can afford it? You can't even take care of yourself, coming here with just 2 sweet potatoes. Wang Xiaozue rolled her eyes and sneered. That's none of your concern. Chen Guodong retorted with equal disdain. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Zhao Taizhu tried to mediate. Guodong, don't mind her. My mother just has a sharp tongue. Don't argue with her. Chen Guodong pushed Zhao Taizhu aside and said, This has nothing to do with you. Today I'm going to make her admit defeat. Guodong. His sister cried, wanting to say something. Chen Guodong gave his sister a reassuring smile and said, It's okay, sis. Leave the rest to me. He turned around, pulled an envelope from his clothes, and slammed it onto the table. His face turned cold as he said, Take a good look. You should be able to read, right? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Wang Xiaozue glanced disdainfully at the paper on the table, then suddenly widened her eyes, stammering, Is this a job assignment for the state-owned restaurant? Obviously. Can't you read? Don't you recognize the official stamp? Chen Guodong sneered. Wang Xiaozue examined it several times, still unable to believe it, and asked, You mean you're giving this job to your sister? That's right. It's definitely for my sister. I'm telling you from now on, she's a working woman. If I ever find out you're mistreating her again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Guodong warned. Wang Xiaoqui's face instantly shifted from gloom to glee, beaming like a chrysanthemum. She rubbed her hands together and tried to cozy up. Oh, Guodong, you're so capable. From now on, I'll treat your sister like my own daughter. His sister, tears now forgotten, stared at Chen Guodong with wide eyes, as if she didn't recognize this brother of hers. Sis, you're a working woman now, Chen Guodong said with a grin. Chen Guodong beamed at his sister. His sister slapped him on the shoulder and scolded, Little brother, are you crazy? Take this job back. You're not even married yet, and you're the only son in our family. You need this job more than I do. Besides, jobs are so hard to come by. You must have paid a heavy price for this. I won't take it. Wang Xiaozue immediately panicked. You already said it's for your sister. You can't take it back. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word, Chen Guodong assured her. Little brother. His sister began anxiously. Chen Guodong cut her off. Sis, I can find another job, but I only have one sister. How could I, as your younger brother, not want you to live well? When I was young, you always took such good care of me. Now it's my turn to be your pillar of support. His sister was deeply moved and said, Little brother, you've really grown up. But with this illness of mine, I can't even hold down a job. Sis, this is just a minor issue. It's low blood sugar. Basically, you're hungry. As long as you eat on time and don't go hungry, you'll be fine. If you can't get a meal in time, just eat a piece of candy, Chen Guodong explained. Guodong, is that true? Zhao Taizhu grabbed Chen Guodong's shoulders excitedly. Damn, he's so worked up. He must really care about his wife. It's true. I heard it from someone else. Just watch. Sis, eat this, Chen Guodong said, pulling a handful of candies from his pocket and placing them in his sister's hand. Though full of questions, his sister held back and ate 2 candies. 10 minutes later, she was overjoyed to find herself feeling fine. Zhuzi, it's true. I'm really okay. Sis, that's wonderful. You're finally okay. I was so scared. I thought you had some serious illness. The two held each other's hands in excitement. In the end, Chen Guodong bore the brunt of it all. The lovey-dovey display was truly hard to stomach. Even Wang Xiaozue turned away, unable to watch. Chen Guodong cleared his throat and said, "All right, everyone's here. Sis, since you're fine, now go to work tomorrow. I've already spoken to the manager. Little brother, thank you so much." "I don't even know what to say," his sister said, her eyes reddening. "It's nothing. We're family. Just remember to visit mom and dad when you have time," Chen Guodong said casually. Of course, his sister nodded earnestly. Seeing that her daughter-in-law now had a job, Wang Xiaozue dropped her prejudice and put on a pleasant face, saying, "Let's eat. The food is getting cold." The meal felt bland to Chen Guodong, but as long as his sister was doing well, that was what mattered. It was clear that his sister and brother-in-law had a good relationship, otherwise he would have flipped the table that night. The next morning, Chen Guodong went to the kitchen and found his sister busy at work. "Sis, stop for a moment. I need to—" "What's up, Guodong? Why are you carrying a basket on your back? What's all the secrecy about?" the eldest sister asked. Chen Guodong chuckled as he closed the kitchen door. "Big sis, I'm heading back today. There's something I need to tell you." "Oh, why so soon? You finally made it here. Stay a few more days before you go," the eldest sister urged, her heart filled with reluctance. "It's fine. They'll come by often. Besides, you'll be going back too. No need to act like we'll never see each other again," Chen Guodong teased. "Little brother, are you asking for a beating? Daring to joke with your big sister?" The eldest sister grabbed his ear as if ready to strike at any moment. Chen Guodong quickly begged for mercy. "Big sis, I'm wrong. It hurts. Let go, let go." The eldest sister flashed a triumphant smile. "See if you dare joke with me again. By the way, with so many people around last night, I didn't ask. How did you get this job? Did you pay a heavy price for it? If so, you should take it instead." "Big sis, why are you bringing that up again? To be honest, I've recently apprenticed with a master hunter who's incredibly skilled. I traded the game for the job. Now our family has plenty to eat and drink, so just focus on your work," Chen Guodong explained. "Oh, that's wonderful. I was worried that mom, dad, and you all weren't getting enough to eat, but my mother-in-law here won't give anything." "Sigh," the eldest sister said with a sigh. "It's okay. That's all in the past. Now that you have a job, she probably won't treat you the same way. You need to stand your ground and not let yourself be bullied. Otherwise, all the effort I put into getting you this job will have been wasted," Chen Guodong admonished with concern. "I know. Little brother, you've really grown up like a little adult. This time, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do," the eldest sister said, patting his shoulder with a smile. "We're family. There's no need for such talk. Here, sis, take this 50 yuan. Keep it for emergencies," Chen Guodong said, pulling the money from his pocket and handing it to her. The eldest sister stared wide-eyed at the money he offered, not daring to take it. "Little brother, tell me honestly, have you done something against the rules? How else could you have gotten both a job and so much money? Don't scare me." Her voice began to tremble with tears. Chen Guodong smiled helplessly. "Sis, don't worry. I haven't done anything wrong. It's just that with the famine game has become more valuable. I'm not stupid enough to risk getting caught." Relieved that he didn't seem to be lying, the eldest sister refused the money. "I've already taken the job from you. How could I take your money too? And such a large sum. I don't want it. Keep it for yourself to save for a wife." Chen Guodong sighed. "Sis, how many times have you mentioned finding me a wife? I'm only 16. It's not happening anytime soon." The eldest sister insisted stubbornly. "Then save it anyway. You may not need it now, but you will in the future. Keep it." Without another word, Chen Guodong pulled out the rest of his money to show her. Suddenly the kitchen fell silent, broken only by the crackling of firewood. Chen Guodong broke the silence. "Sis, can you take it now? Fine, since you have so much, I won't stand on ceremony. He'll keep it safe for you. If you ever need money, just come to me," the eldest sister said, finally accepting the money readily. Chen Guodong knew she truly meant to keep it safe for him. Taking his time, he thought for a moment, then took out 3 jin of sugar from his basket. "Sis, keep this sugar for yourself. You'll probably find it useful often. Sugar is still scarce these days. You might not be able to buy it even with money. Keep it well, and if you run out, just send someone to tell me." "Oh, so much," the eldest sister exclaimed in surprise. Not much, not much. Take your time with it. You'll need it," Chen Guodong urged. He added worriedly, "Pack up. They'll take you to the state-run restaurant to make sure nothing goes wrong." At the mention of work, the eldest sister grew insecure. "Guodong, can I really do this?" "Of course. Don't worry. I've already asked. It's just manual work," Chen Guodong reassured her. "Oh, that's good. Then wait for me a moment," she said, quickly wiping her hands, stepping out to give some instructions, and then joining Chen Guodong as they left. Chen Guodong led his sister to the state-run restaurant. Seeing that sister he was busy, he didn't disturb her and went straight to Uncle Liu's office. The door was open, so he knocked and called out, "Uncle Liu, busy?" Uncle Liu, who was tallying accounts, looked up and saw Chen Guodong entering with a woman. Curious, he asked, "Guodong, you're back so soon. Afraid someone might snatch the job away?" Uncle Liu, "Nothing of the sort. This is my sister Chen Damei. It turns out she needed this job, so I brought her here." "Sis, this is Manager Liu of the restaurant," Chen Guodong introduced them. "Hello, Manager Liu," the eldest sister said timidly. "Oh, so she's your sister. I thought she looked a bit familiar." No need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Lou like this kid does, Uncle Lou said with a smile. The eldest sister took the hint and said, hello, Uncle Lou. Good. You're much better behaved than your brother. This kid isn't honest, Uncle Lou teased. Uncle Lou, don't slander me. I'm very honest, Chen Guodong retorted playfully. All right, you're honest, the most honest. Now let me tell you too about the job, Uncle Lou said, dropping the banter. Both of them nodded seriously. It's essentially an apprenticeship, but you can definitely become a regular later. The pay is 18 yuan, and meals are provided during work hours. Once you become a regular, you'll get a city household registration and a salary of 25 yuan. What do you think? Satisfied? Uncle Lou asked with a smile. The eldest sister exclaimed excitedly, satisfied. Very satisfied. Thank you, Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou waved his hand. No need to thank me. Just work hard. Come, I'll take you to the kitchen to meet everyone. Seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, Chen Guodong said, Uncle Lou, I'll leave my sister in your hands. Sis, just follow Uncle Liu's arrangements. I'm off now. Uncle Lou didn't try to stop him. Suit yourself. Just remember to bring me some good stuff when you have it. With that, he led Chen Damei out. After they left, Chen Guodong thought for a moment, took 5 corn cobs from his basket, and placed them on the desk before leaving himself. His eldest sister was in such a difficult spot. What about his second sister? He had to go see her too, or he wouldn't be able to shake the unease in his heart. With that in mind, he headed toward his second sister's home. She had married for love, which was quite a story. A few years ago, her husband had come to Chenjiagou with relatives to visit, and they had locked eyes. She insisted on marrying him, and he insisted on having her. With no other choice, both families had agreed. After Uncle Lou finished introducing the eldest sister to everyone and returned to his office, he noticed the extra corn cobs on the table. Figuring it must have been Guodong, he laughed and scolded, this kid already so savvy about the ways of the world at his age. He's going to be something remarkable in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Guodong was thinking about getting a bicycle. Walking was far too tiring. Chen Guodong trudged along, stopping now and then heading towards his second sister, Chenjiagou Village. Suddenly, he spotted an elderly woman lying by the roadside ahead. Though many people passed by the intersection, not a single one paused to take a look. Indeed, in this era where food was scarce, who would bother to meddle in others' affairs? Chen Guodong thought the same and simply walked past the old woman. As he passed by, the old woman called out, young man, have mercy, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Her voice was hoarse, stirring a pang of discomfort in Chen Guodong's heart. Chen Guodong hesitated for a moment, then continued forward, hearing behind him, young man, the voice growing fainter. Clenching his teeth, he cursed under his breath. Why did this have to happen to him? Unable to overcome his conscience, he turned back and returned. Chen Guodong stood before the old woman again. Seeing it was the same young man, hope flickered in her eyes as she begged, young man, have mercy. Chen Guodong crouched down, noticing her chapped lips. Unable to bear it, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then pretended to pull a sweet potato from his basket and handed it to her. Auntie, eat this. The old woman, seeing the sweet potato, didn't care if it was clean. She snatched it and devoured it ravenously, as if she truly hadn't eaten in 3 days. The sight stirred Chen Guodong's compassion. After eating half the sweet potato, the old woman recovered slightly and said, thank you, young man, you're a kind soul. Seeing her regain some spirit, Chen Guodong prepared to leave. Just as he was about to go, she asked, young man, what's your name? Tell me so I can repay you someday. Chen Guodong declined. Auntie, no need, it was just a small favor. No, young man, I must repay your kindness. Just tell me, she insisted. The old woman's persistence made Chen Guodong feel his help wasn't wasted. She was truly grateful. Really, no need, Auntie. I have to be on my way, he said, making a move to leave. Suddenly, the old woman cried out in a harsh voice, young man, how could you steal my food and put it in your basket? That was my lifeline. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? Is this a dream? Chen Guodong was utterly stunned, his mind buzzing as he stood frozen in place. What did you say? I didn't catch that, Chen Guodong asked in disbelief. Everyone come and judge. This young man has no conscience, stealing from an old woman. The old woman wailed loudly again. Her cries were so sorrowful that they could move anyone to tears and break hearts. Truly a performance. Chen Guodong suddenly understood after hearing her words. No wonder she insisted on thanking him. She was waiting for someone to pass by so she could frame him. After eating his sweet potato and regaining strength, she wanted even more. Damn it. I gave you a sweet potato because you were starving, and now you bite the hand that feeds you. Are you a dog? No, even a dog has more conscience than you. Chen Guodong cursed outright. Young man, you stole my basket, and now you're slandering me. Everyone come and judge. I can't live like this. The old woman wept as if her heart were breaking. A few passers-by stopped, but only watched the spectacle, unwilling to get involved. They wanted no trouble, but the drama was entertaining. Annie, doesn't your conscience ache? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Chen Guodong asked through gritted teeth. You are the one whole face retribution. You have no conscience stealing an old woman's food. She shamelessly retorted. Chen Guodong was so furious he laughed. Fine. You're the most shameless person I've ever met. I can't afford to mess with you, he said, turning to leave. Suddenly, several people blocked his path. A middle-aged man said, young man, stealing someone's food is wrong. This is a society of law, you can't just walk away. The others with him chimed in, yeah, you're too bullying, young man. They began to surround Chen Guodong, pointing fingers. Chen Guodong calmed down. You want to play? Fine, I'll play big. Hope you can handle it. Chen Guodong pretended to admit fault. I'm sorry I was wrong. He'll return the food now. The others nodded in satisfaction. A flicker of triumph passed over the old woman's face before she quickly concealed it, continuing her act of pity. It's okay, young man. It's good that you can correct your mistake. Chen Guodong sneered. Yes, you're absolutely right. He pretended to empty the sweet potatoes from his basket, spilling 10 onto the ground. Look, I've given them all back. Can I go now? Chen Guodong showed them the empty basket. They nodded. Without looking back, Chen Guodong strapped on his basket and hurried away. He found a corner with tall grass, crouched down, and peered through the gaps at the old woman. He knew the real show was about to begin. What show? Human nature is weakest when tested by interest, especially in this famine year. Chen Guodong hadn't left the sweet potatoes for nothing. As he spilled them, he had clearly seen the men's throats bob. The old woman breathed a sigh of relief when Chen Guodong left, afraid he might change his mind. She was delighted, thinking she wouldn't go hungry for the next few days. Once Chen Guodong was out of sight, the men closed in on the old woman. The middle-aged man said, Annie, we helped you get the sweet potatoes back. You can't eat all of them alone. How about sharing a few with us? Why should I? They're mine. Go away, or I'll call for help, the old woman said nervously. The young man was one thing, but these middle-aged men were not so easy to deal with. Don't be so ungrateful. We just helped you, the man continued. Frightened, the old woman began picking up the sweet potatoes, ready to flee. Another man said, Old hag, you think we really helped you? Dream on. Stop wasting time. If someone comes, it'll be hard to explain. Just take them. At that, someone lunged forward to grab the sweet potatoes. The old woman clung to them desperately, but it was futile. One man kicked her directly, and she cried out in pain. Once the first blow was struck, chaos erupted, followed by unending screams. Chen Guodong had no more interest in watching. He got up and left. You try to outsmart me. I've lived 2 lifetimes. Just eat your sweet potato and be grateful, but you had to court death. He muttered, what a nuisance. Composing himself, he continued toward his second sister's home. Because of the delay, it was already dark when he reached. Chen Guodong groped his way into the village in the dark, arriving at his second sister's doorstep. Her husband's family had 2 brothers who hadn't divided the household, yet still eating and living together, so Chen Guodong deliberated over what to bring for her. Forget it, he'll just bring 2 sweet potatoes. Poor relatives usually show the real situation when they visit. That's settled. He took out 2 sweet potatoes in his hand and knocked on the courtyard door. Soon footsteps approached and a voice called out, Who is it? Chen Guodong recognized it as his second sister's voice and replied, Second sister, it's me, Guodong. His second sister opened the door in delighted surprise, her eyes instantly reddening as she saw him. Little brother, why are you here? It's been so long, and you've grown taller. Chen Guodong looked at her gaunt, sallow face and reddened eyes, his heart aching. I came to see you, sis. You've lost weight. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy? She wiped her tears and forced a faint smile. Right, look at me. Come inside and let's talk. Have you eaten? He'll make you something. She suddenly seemed to realize something and stopped mid-sentence. Sensing something amiss, Chen Guodong held out the 2 sweet potatoes to ease the awkwardness. No need to bother at this hour. A sweet potato is enough for me. All right then, she said, her mood dampening as she led him into the main hall. Everyone inside looked up at Chen Guodong. She smiled and said, This is my younger brother. He came to see me today. Seeing the whole family gathered, Chen Guodong greeted them proactively. Hello, everyone still awake? His second sister's mother-in-law Zhang Guilin responded, Guodong is here. Sit down. Since you're here, stay a few days. Chen Guodong dared not stay long. In these times, visiting required bringing your own rations. How mindful of politeness, he smiled at Zhang Guilin. No need, auntie. I just came to see my second sister. I have things to do back home tomorrow. Zhang Guilin seemed relieved to hear he was leaving the next day. In that case, I won't press you. Spend more time with your sister. Second son's wife, since your family is here, attend to him. He'll go rest now. All right, mother, rest well, his second sister replied. Following Zhang Guilin's lead, the eldest brother said, Brother, sister-in-law, well, head to rest too. You two catch up. With that, he left with his wife. Son Dolly smiled and said, All right, big brother. Guodong, good lad, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you. Second brother-in-law son Dolly patted Chen Guodong's shoulder warmly. Second brother-in-law, it's not that exaggerated, Chen Guodong replied with a laugh. Guodong, you two haven't seen each other in ages, so you must have a lot to say. I won't get in the way. You chat, and he'll go check on Yaya next door. Son Dolly said, then left. All right, Chen Guodong replied, eager to speak privately with his sister. Are you tired, Guodong? Did you travel a long way? His second sister handed him a bowl of water. Thirsty indeed, Chen Guodong gulped down the entire bowl before stopping with a smile. Second sister, I was really thirsty. I just came from eldest sister's place. Hearing this, she grew excited and asked urgently, How is she? Is eldest sister doing well? She's okay, getting by, Chen Guodong replied. He concealed eldest sister's situation. If he mentioned she had a job, it would only stir up conflict. Once he found work, he'd get a position for second sister too. Relieved, his second sister said, That's good. How's everything at home? Don't worry, second sister, everyone's fine. Chen Guodong asked the question weighing on his mind. Hesitation flickered across her face which he caught. She forced a smile. I'm okay. Dolly treats me well. Oh, second brother-in-law treats you well, but what about his family? How do they treat you? He pressed, staring. Unaware of his gaze, she replied, they're all good too. All right, Guodong, you've been traveling all day. Let me take you to... She deliberately changed the subject. Chen Guodong knew he wouldn't get much out of her. Something was definitely wrong. Tomorrow he'd find out what was really going on. His straightforward sister was being too evasive. He was arranged to sleep in the guest room next to hers. He thought he might overhear something from next door, but he heard nothing and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Chen Guodong was jolted awake by a commotion. What was happening? He quickly got off the Kong and peered through the crack in the door. In the courtyard, his second sister's in-laws were arguing. He decided not to go out yet and pressed his ear to the door to listen carefully. The eldest brother's wife shouted, split the family. It has to be split. I can't go on like this another day. What's wrong, eldest daughter-in-law? Things seem fine enough, Zhang Guilin asked. Fine. Where do you see that? I'm constantly borrowing grain from my parents' home and we all share it. What have you brought in? She demanded. Sister-in-law, we borrowed too, Sundali said. Borrowed? Just 3 pounds of bran. How many meals does that cover? You all rely on my borrowing. How can I possibly bring back enough grain? The eldest brother's wife wailed. Sister-in-law, times are hard, but if we work together as a family, we'll get through it, his second sister said. Work together? Don't even get me started on you. I go borrow from my family. Why don't you? Can't you go borrow too? You just freeload off everyone, she retorted. His second sister burst into tears. My family is too poor. We have no grain. Sundali immediately hugged her to comfort her and looked up at his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, that's too much. We're family. There's no need to be so harsh. Dolly, I'm not saying this to be mean, but it's the truth. Look, your brother-in-law came yesterday, clearly to borrow grain. The grain I borrowed is barely enough for the family, and now there's one more mouth. The family must split. Mother, do you agree? The eldest brother's wife insisted. Zhang Guilin, who had been silent, sighed. How can a good family just fall apart like this? Is there really no room for negotiation? Mother, my wife is right. Maybe we should split, the eldest brother said. You? Son. Zhang Guifang was so angry she didn't know what to say. Mother, don't say we're unfilial. If we split the family, you can live with us, and I guarantee you won't go hungry. But if you don't agree, you can rely on Dolly to support you, and I won't give out any grain. You choose, the eldest daughter-in-law threw out her bargaining chip again. Big brother, sister-in-law. Son, Dolly shouted at his elder brother. Enough, Dolly, no need to say more. The family division is settled. You choose. The eldest daughter-in-law said resolutely. Zhang Guifang looked at the eldest son, then at the second, and finally sighed. Then let it be divided. Mother. Son, Dolly hadn't expected the family to actually be divided. No need to say more. The main hall and the house you're living in now go to the eldest. The house you're living in and the guest room next to it are yours. The belongings are split equally. Any objections? Zhang Guifang said. I have no objection. Mother, you'll live with us from now on. Dolly, don't blame your sister-in-law. I have no choice either. It's hard for me to manage such a big family. You'll have to figure things out for yourselves, the eldest daughter-in-law said. Son Dolly and his second sister were stunned by the sudden news, both nodding woodenly. Chen Guodong hadn't expected to encounter such an explosive situation when he arrived at his second sister's house. A family division of all things. Of course, it wasn't triggered by his arrival. It was obvious that Zhang Guifang and the eldest son's family were in the know, while only his second sister's family was unaware. Otherwise, how could the assets have been divided so quickly? And why would the eldest daughter-in-law, such a domineering woman, have no objections? It must have been discussed in advance. No wonder he felt something was off about their family last night. So that's how it was. Chen Guodong had wanted to step out and rebuke them, but it seemed futile. He couldn't blame them, were they wrong, just for trying to survive. It was hard to distinguish right from wrong. But it truly confirmed the saying, when disaster strikes, everyone flies in their own direction. After they finished speaking, everyone returned to their rooms. Chen Guodong had expected his brother-in-law and sister to argue or plead, but they just stood there in a daze. Truly a perfect match. Their reactions and coping mechanisms were identical. No wonder they had fallen in love at first sight. Chen Guodong couldn't bear to watch anymore. So he opened the door and called out, second sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? The two snapped back to reality. Nothing. Guodong, you're up. Why didn't you sleep longer? The second sister said, trying to hide the truth, thinking Chen Guodong didn't know. Enough, sis, I heard everything. You were arguing so loudly. Second sister, brother-in-law, let's go to your room and talk. Chen Guodong waved his hand. At that moment, the most heartbroken was probably brother-in-law Sundali. His eyes were redrimmed, and he followed the siblings dejectedly into the house. As soon as they entered, they saw a 5-year-old girl sitting on the Kong playing with a piece of thread. The second sister composed herself and said, Yaya, say hello to your uncle. Yaya looked up and called out, uncle. Chen Guodong went over and patted her head, smiling. Yaya is such a good girl. He took a candy from his pocket and gave it to her. The little girl glanced at the candy, then at her mother. The second sister smiled. Go ahead, it's from your uncle. It's fine. The little girl put it in her mouth, savoring it with half-closed eyes, and said, Uncle is so sweet. Uncle isn't sweet. The candy is sweet, you little silly. Chen Guodong teased Yaya. Yaya looked at him with a dazed expression as if she didn't understand what he meant. So adorable. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Here, play by yourself. Chen Guodong gave her a few more candies. Little brother, don't give her so many, the second sister stopped him. It's fine, sis. Now that the family is divided, what are your plans? Chen Guodong asked. The second sister looked at her husband, without speaking, probably unsure herself, and could only rely on her man. The brother-in-law looked at them both and smiled bitterly. What else can we do? I can see they're determined to split. Since it's done, let it be. First, we need to solve the food problem. They'll go up the mountain tomorrow and see if I can find something to eat. The brother-in-law said decisively. Chen Guodong gained some respect for him. He could take responsibility in times of trouble. But the second sister immediately stopped him. You can't go. Wazi went up the mountain a couple of days ago and barely made it back with a broken leg. There are wild boars. They're ferocious. She was on the verge of tears. The brother-in-law comforted her. It's okay, you'll be careful. Chen Guodong interrupted. No need to go up the mountain. I have a way to solve your food problem. Ah, they both exclaimed in surprise. Second sister, brother-in-law, keep your voices down. Chen Guodong quickly stopped them. I stored 100 caddies of sweet potatoes in the room I stayed in last night. They were astonished and about to shout, but immediately covered their mouths. Chen Guodong continued. I knew you hadn't split the family yet, so I hid them outside and was going to ask how to divide them. I moved them in during the middle of the night. Now they're all yours. They exchanged glances and the second sister asked, Guodong, where did you get so much grain? How did you bring it all the way here? I'm not that foolish. I hired an ox cart. I found these sweet potatoes in the mountains. I kept some and Dad told me to share them between you and our eldest sister. Chen Guodong lied. The second sister was moved to tears again. Dad is so kind. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Chen Guodong said, so I'm not good. Yes, little brother is good too. The second sister laughed through her tears. The brother-in-law asked, should I give some to my mother? He was clearly a filial son. The second sister immediately retorted, no need. Sister-in-law's family still has some means. Mother won't go hungry with them. Don't worry. Since the grain was already given, Chen Guodong didn't want to meddle in how it was divided. This 100 caddies would sustain them for a while. Alright, if there's really a problem, we can help out a bit more, the brother-in-law said, still worried about his mother. The second sister nodded in agreement. Okay. Guodong, if it weren't for you bringing the grain, we wouldn't know what to do. Thank you so much. It came just in time. The brother-in-law expressed his sincere gratitude. Don't be so polite. We're family. There's no need for such formalities. Just treat my sister well, that's all. Go back and visit our parents when you have time, Chen Guodong said. Definitely. We'll go back in a few days, the brother-in-law promised. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, I might stay here for a few days. The second sister asked in surprise, really? That's wonderful. The brother-in-law also said happily, yeah, your sister always misses you. It's good for you to stay a few days and keep her company. Okay. Chen Guodong didn't tell them why he was staying, but his heart began to race with excitement. After settling everything, Chen Guodong returned to his room and took out 100 caddies of grain from his space. He had wanted to give more, but giving too much wouldn't be good. This family was already disunited, and it might cause trouble. Better to be cautious and visit often in the future. That evening, Chen Guodong went to bed early because he had something important to do the next day. The next day, Chen Guodong rose early. Having already gleaned the approximate location of the wild boar the day before, he decided to linger for a few days solely for this prize. This was a true treasure. While others feared it, he coveted it. After a breakfast of sweet potatoes behind closed doors, Chen Guodong said, Sis, I'm going to take a stroll nearby and see if there's any food that hasn't been discovered yet. In this era, it was common to forage for food whenever free, so his request didn't raise suspicion. His second sister nodded and said, Do you want your brother-in-law to go with you? He should search too. We can't just rely on the grain you brought, or it'll run out soon. Chen Guodong felt heartened by their concern. No need. Searching separately increases our chances. Alright, Guodong, but don't go into the mountains. It's dangerous, his brother-in-law advised. Got it. I'm off then. With that, Chen Guodong stepped out and headed toward the mountain, thinking to himself that danger was precisely what he sought. He found a narrow path and ascended the mountain. Like Chen family gully, the terrain was pockmarked with holes dug by foragers, a common sight everywhere. Gradually, he ventured deep into the wilderness. After over an hour, the chirping of birds grew audible and faint rustling sounds could be heard in the distance. Indeed, crisis and opportunity coexisted. This time, Chen Guodong had no time to dig traps. He went straight after the wild boar, planning to use his spatial ability to harvest it, as he had before. He grinned inwardly. Wild boar, here I come. I hope I'm not wasting my time. Suddenly, something darted past his eyes, perhaps a hare startled by his footsteps. He immediately gave chase, excitement surging. Hare, I'm coming for you. Finally, he spotted the hare in an open area. It had stopped, possibly foraging or resting. Without hesitation, Chen Guodong crept closer. When he was about 5 meters away, he lunged forward, and with a mere thought, a basket materialized above the hare's head, trapping it instantly. He quickly pressed down on the basket, laughing, Haha, this is way too satisfying. He stashed it into his space. A good omen. This was far faster than digging traps. Displeased, he continued deeper into the mountains. Yet by midday there was still no sign of the wild boar. Could his luck have run out so quickly? This is too hard. Where's the promised wild boar? Where's the danger? Is this it? He muttered, frustrated. Feeling disheartened and hungry, Chen Guodong decided to prepare a meal. He found a clearing, set up 2 large stones as a makeshift stove, lit some dry firewood, and waited until it burned down to embers. He retrieved 2 ears of corn from his space, threaded them onto a bamboo stick, and placed them on the stones to roast. The sweet potatoes were even simpler. He pushed them into the embers and covered them to cook slowly. Then all he had to do was wait. Soon the aroma of corn filled the air. Chen Guodong's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. Damn, this smells amazing. It must be a luxury in this era, he thought. He grabbed the bamboo stick, eagerly blew on the corn, and took a bite. But instead of the imagined delight, he immediately pulled back. Ouch, it's scorching hot. Indeed, haste makes waste. After blowing on it a few more times, he finally savored the corn. Delicious. He'll definitely roast corn whenever I crave a snack from now on. With the sweet potatoes, he was more cautious, letting them cool thoroughly before eating. They seemed even better than the corn, richer in flavor. Just as he was indulging, a dark shadow suddenly charged toward him. What the? This looks like a wild boar. It's pretty big, maybe 100 gene. What do I do? What do I do? He panicked momentarily. Wait, why am I panicking? I came here for the wild boar. This is practically a gift delivered to my doorstep. My luck is incredible. As the boar drew closer, Chen Guodong rubbed his hands in excitement. He stood still, waiting for its charge. It's coming, it's coming. It's charging furiously. When it was just 3 meters away, he used his spatial power to instantly conjure a large boulder in front of him. With a deafening crash, the boar went still. Drawing from past experience, Chen Guodong guessed the boar had knocked itself out. He cautiously stepped around the boulder and saw it lying there, gasping heavily. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Just as he was about to stow the boar away, he heard rapid footsteps approaching. Over there. Don't let it get away. Hurry. A man's figure appeared, followed by another, both carrying hunting rifles. Damn. Now he couldn't possibly stow it. The secret of his space must not be discovered. Judging by the situation, these men had likely been tracking the boar. This was getting tricky. I'd have to play it by ear. The 2 men arrived. The younger one ignored Chen Guodong entirely, his eyes fixed on the boar. He laughed. Haha, master. I never thought this boar would be so stupid, chasing itself into a rock after we hunted it all day. First time I've seen that. The middle-aged man chuckled too, then looked at Chen Guodong politely. Young man, did the boar frighten you? Why are you alone in the deep mountains? That's dangerous. What if it had rammed into you? Something fell off. They seem to be claiming the boar as theirs. No one with a group. They went that way. I'm fine. Chen Guodong bluffed, hoping to gauge their reaction. Oh good. I thought you were alone. Well, young comrade, take your time eating. Well, just take the boar away so it doesn't scare you, the middle-aged man said, skirting the issue. Just as he suspected. Chen Guodong frowned. That's not right. This boar nearly killed me. I barely dodged, and it crashed into the rock. Now you want to take it? The younger man snapped impatiently. Don't be ungrateful, kid. If we hadn't chased it, it wouldn't have ended up here. Chen Guodong retorted. I dodged, and it died from the impact. This forest isn't your private property. How can you claim it's yours? The middle-aged man eyed him with interest, surprised by his defiance. Then what do you suggest? Chen Guodong knew claiming the entire boar was unrealistic. After a moment's thought, he said in a conciliatory tone, Comrades, none of us have it easy out here scraping a living in the woods. Since the boar is already knocked out, how about we split it? That way everyone wins. You chased it for half a day, and without me blocking it, it wouldn't have hit the rock. We both contributed. What do you say? Split. You wish. We put in all the effort, and you want to reap the rewards. No way. The younger man scoffed disdainfully. Chen Guodong took a deep breath, realizing the situation was becoming troublesome. Suppressing his irritation, he said, Comrade, you can't say that. Whatever one finds in these mountains belongs to whoever stumbles upon it. You were chasing the boar, but that doesn't mean it's yours by right. Splitting it evenly now is a win-win for both of us. The middle-aged man brandished his hunting rifle with a smirk. And what if we don't want to split it evenly? The threat in his voice was unmistakable. Chen Guodong forced a smile. You think you can bully me? I have companions too. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. Companions? Do you take me for a fool? I've scouted the area. I'm a hunter of 20 years, and you think you can fool me? Is there really no room for negotiation? Must it come to this? Chen Guodong asked reluctantly. What else can be done? It's hard for me too. My whole family is waiting for us to bring back game, the middle-aged man said with feigned helplessness. Chen Guodong stared at his hypocritical expression, speechless. Fine, fine. Take it all. You win. Kid, blame your bad luck. Apprentice, find a bamboo pole so we can carry it back, the middle-aged man ordered. Master, I'm tired. I even fell just now. Why not let this kid do it, the young man whined. You're just too lazy. Fine, kid, go cut us a bamboo pole. Well, wait here, the middle-aged man instructed despite his irritation with his apprentice. Chen Guodong stared at the master and apprentice in disbelief. What are you gawking at? Didn't you hear my master? Go cut the bamboo, the young man snapped. Chen Guodong was utterly exasperated by these people. You're going too far? Why should I? He retorted angrily. The middle-aged man waved his rifle. Because of this. Is that reason enough? Fine, fine, fine. More than enough. You're absolutely insufferable. Chen Guodong seethed on the verge of exploding. They had threatened him with the gun again and again. Suddenly Chen Guodong's expression turned eerily calm. And if I refuse? Oh, refuse. Are you sure? You're making this very difficult for us, the young man said, chambering around. Chen Guodong could see in their eyes that they would kill him without hesitation. He had no more reservations. Difficult? Then let's make it impossible for everyone. His voice was icy. You're asking for death, kid. The young man raised his rifle, but Chen Guodong didn't give them a chance. A colossal boulder materialized above their heads and crashed down instantly. All that was heard were two cries and a thud before silence fell. Chen Guodong's heart pounded as he collapsed to the ground, trembling. In front of him lay a boulder as tall as a man. He had summoned it simultaneously with the one above their heads, fearing they might still get a shot off and spell his doom. He didn't bother to check the aftermath. With shaking hands, he fumbled for a cigarette, striking the match several times to no avail. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied himself, lit the cigarette, and took a long, harsh drag, exhaling slowly to regain composure. Rising to his feet, he walked over to the spot crushed by the boulder. The two men were completely buried beneath the stone. Nearby lay a rifle and a cloth bundle, likely belonging to the middle-aged man. Chen Guodong inspected the bundle and found ammunition inside. He decided to practice with the rifle for hunting, as his 5-meter range was too limiting. He gazed at the boulder and shook his head. Why did it have to come to this? Wasn't half a bore enough? You had to threaten me with a gun. Since the last time someone did that, I swore I'd never let anyone threaten me again. You brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame me. With that, he stored the boar in his spatial dimension and used the same power to pile stones over the scene to conceal it. He then gathered more rocks and useful items nearby. Cursing under his breath, what a damn nuisance, he left his hunting mood ruined. Tomorrow he would return to Chen. As dusk approached, nearing his second sister's home, Chen Guodong pulled a hair from his backpack and slung it over his shoulder before entering her house. The moment he stepped inside, his sister greeted him with a smile. Guodong, where have you been? Are you hungry? Exhausted? Her husband chuckled. Can't you let him catch his breath first? He just walked in. He's my brother. I can ask whatever I want, she retorted playfully. Her husband shook his head with a wry smile. Touched by his sister's barrage of questions, Chen Guodong grinned. Sis, I just wandered around nearby. I had a sweet potato for lunch, so I'm not hungry. Why don't you ask if I caught anything? Yaya chimed in immediately. Uncle, did you catch anything? Her question sent everyone into laughter. Yaya's the best. Look what Uncle brought back, Chen Guodong said, setting down his backpack and pulling out the hair. Yaya was overjoyed at the sight of the hair and reached out to touch it. The other two stared at Chen Guodong. Guodong, where did you get this? His sister asked eagerly. Where else? Pure luck. I spotted it at the foot of the mountain and had a heck of a time catching it. We're having meat tonight, he replied with a smile. His brother-in-law marveled. Guodong, your luck is incredible. I've roamed these parts countless times and never seen one. Looks like we're in for a treat tonight. His sister beamed. I can't remember the last time I had meat. Today I have my brother to thank. We're family. No need for such formalities, Chen Guodong waved dismissively. His brother-in-law took the hair to prepare it outside, but his sister stopped him. Dolly, have you forgotten we've split from your mother? If you take it out there, will it ever come back? Oh, I almost forgot. He'll do it in the kitchen then. Let me bring the things inside, son, Dolly said, slapping his. Dolly, you don't think I'm heartless for not giving your mother any meat, do you? His sister asked. No, we each live our own lives now. They made their choice. There's nothing more to say. We just need to focus on our own household, her husband replied. Good, his sister said, relieved by his answer. Chen Guodong was satisfied with his brother-in-law's attitude. He had feared indecisiveness, which might have led to losing even the sweet potatoes he had given them. Before long, his brother-in-law returned with the hair and began preparing it skillfully. He was indeed adept, handling the task cleanly and efficiently. Chen Guodong and his sister's family enjoyed a delightful meal of hare meat. He felt it tasted far better than anything he could have made himself. Next door, the eldest son's wife and her family were eating a meal of wild vegetable soup. Zhang Guifang suddenly remarked, Eldest, I think I smell meat. Where would meat come from? We're lucky to have this soup. Eat up, Mom, and then go to sleep, the eldest son said with a laugh. Fortunately, Chen Guodong's group noticed an open window and quickly closed it, avoiding detection. After their meal, they rested. The next day, his sister reluctantly saw him off at the village entrance. Go back, sis. He'll visit often, Chen Guodong said with a smile. All right, she replied, her eyes red as she watched him disappear from sight before turning back. Walking along the road, Chen Guodong pondered whether to take the boar to the black market. Forget it, I won't go to the black market. It's been so long since I've been home, my parents must be worried. With that thought, he turned around and headed home. He dawdled along the way, finally arriving home safely just as dusk fell. For some reason, seeing Chen family village stirred a long-lost feeling within him, and he quickened his pace toward the house. When he was almost at the doorstep, Chen Guodong paused to think, then took out his backpack and stuffed it with shoes, cotton, rapeseed oil, and a caddy of sugar. Done. He chuckled to himself, wondering if they'd be pleasantly surprised or utterly shocked. He knocked on the door with anticipation. Who is it? Lin Yu's voice came from inside. Chen Guodong held his breath, staying silent, and hid beside the door ready to give Lin Yu a surprise. Wondering who would knock so late, Lin Yu walked over and opened the door directly. Chen Guodong leaped out ready to shout, "Tada!" But before he could utter a sound, Lin Yu slapped him hard across the face. Dazed, he received a loud, crisp slap. A sharp crack echoed. The scene fell into dead silence. 2 seconds later, Chen Guodong cried out, "Ouch, Mom, why did you hit me so hard?" Lin Yue, realizing she had struck her beloved son, gently touched his face in concern. "Son, does it hurt? Why would you scare me like that, hiding behind the door when you came back? I thought you were some troublemaker." A bit embarrassed, Chen Guodong knew this era wasn't suitable for such jokes. "It's nothing, Mom. I was just trying to play a joke on you. Let's go inside. Oh, don't pull stunts like that again. Let's go. Your father will be thrilled to know you are back," Lin Yu said, awkwardly following him inside. "Dad, little sister, I'm home," Chen Guodong called out joyfully as he entered. Hearing that Chen Guodong was back, they immediately came out from the inner room. Chenjiagou was delighted to see his son. "Son, you're back. Did you run into any trouble on the road?" "No, everything's fine. It's a law-abiding society, now very safe," Chen Guodong said with a smile. "Trouble? He would have been dead without his space, but he couldn't say that." "Brother, you're finally back. I couldn't sleep while you were away," his little sister coquettishly tugged at his arm. Chen Guodong ruffled her hair and teased, "How old are you? Can't sleep. You probably slept like a log." Lin Yu immediately exposed her. "You're right, son. Every time I get up at night, I can hear her snoring." "Mom, you am not talking to you." Embarrassed at being found out, the little sister stammered. The whole room burst into laughter. All right, I know you missed me. Here, have some candy," Chen Guodong teased. True to her foodie nature, she happily took the candy and popped it into her mouth. "Thanks, brother. It's so sweet." "Guodong, why are you wasting money on these again?" Lin Yu said, pained by the expense. "He's grown up, let him be. By the way, did you go see your sisters?" Chenjiagou asked. Whether from numbness or adaptability, Chenjiagou no longer seemed surprised by the things Chen Guodong brought out. Chen Guodong smiled. "Both sisters are doing well and have enough food." Lin Yu flared up at that. Those 2 ungrateful girls. They couldn't even send word they were safe, leaving us so worried. Though her words were fiery, there was a subtle relief in her tone, as if a weight had been lifted. Typical of her to have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Chen Guodong laughed. "Mom, don't be mad first. I gave them some grain, so now they're not short of food." He didn't explain further, knowing that if Lin Yu found out he had given his job to his eldest sister, she would go berserk. He figured he'd better find a job in town soon. Otherwise, when his eldest sister came home, the truth would come out. If he was still unemployed, Lin Yu, who doted on him so much, would surely make his sister give the job back. The thought painted a vivid picture. "Oh, I see. That's good then. I thought they had no conscience." Lin Yu's anger subsided. "Enough of that. Look what I brought back for you," Chen Guodong said. He then uncovered the cloth on his backpack. His little sister perked up immediately. "What is it, brother? Did you bring us something delicious again?" Lin Yu rapped her on the head. "All you ever think about is food." The little sister clutched her head in grievance. "And there is food. Hey, race a caddy of sugar." Chen Guodong pulled the sugar from his backpack. Only his little sister's eyes widened in delight. Lin Yu and Chenjiagou seemed to be thinking, "That's it. All right, so you're both used to it now." Then he took out a tightly wrapped cloth bundle. Everyone looked at it curiously. Lin Yu asked, puzzled, "What's this, Guodong?" Chen Guodong smiled mysteriously. "Cotton." "What they?" Lin Yu stammered. "Thighs is cotton." Chen Guodong nodded smugly. In those days, cotton was a scarce commodity. He remembered from history that countless people froze to death during the famine years for lack of cotton to survive the winter. "Guodong, this is no joke. The day before yesterday, I heard from your uncle that even the commune director only got 2 caddies. This must be at least 3 caddies," Chenjiagou said incredulously. "Hey, you were so calm just now, weren't you? Now look at you all flustered." It really felt good to put on airs. No wonder people always like to show off what's addictive. "Yes, this is from my master for our family. He doesn't need that much." Chen Guodong used his master as a shield again. Chenjiagou understandingly didn't ask where it came from. "We can't take this, but it's too precious." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "It's fine, my master still has more." "Oh, and here are some liberation shoes," Chen Guodong said, pulling out the shoes. "We should all change our shoes." They looked down at their own shoes, patched over and over. This time, they didn't refuse, perhaps feeling it would be futile. Chenjiagou said, "Your master has given us too much. You must take good care of him in the future. This is a debt of gratitude you can never fully repay." "I understand, Dad," Chen Guodong promised. His little sister was the happiest. "Wow, I have new shoes too. That's great. Don't just stare, try them on," Chen Guodong urged. "Let's save them for the new year." "It would be a waste to wear them now," Lin Yu said reluctantly. "Oh, we can buy new ones for the new year then. Wear them now? I can hunt, and my master only has me as his disciple. If the money runs out, he'll just earn more," Chen Guodong said with a grand wave of his hand. Seeing that they couldn't dissuade him, they tried on the shoes. They all fit perfectly. Chen Guodong could see the joy in their hearts. They were just used to being poor. After they had all tried them on, Chen Guodong brought out the last item. "Mom, this is rapeseed oil. Use some when you cook. When it's gone, I'll buy more." "You spendthrift." What do you mean by more when it's gone? This stuff is precious. Use it sparingly. Lin Yu said, hugging the oil as if it were treasure and heading to the kitchen. Chen Jianjun sighed with emotion. Son, you've really grown up. This family will depend on you from now on. I'm still young, though I still need to rely on you, Dad. I've only learned a few skills. There are still many things I need you for, Chen Guodong said truthfully. Lin Yu suddenly hurried out and asked, Son, have you eaten? Let me cook you something. You just remembered. I already had some steamed buns on the road. I'll eat tomorrow, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Then let's all go to sleep, or you'll get hungry again later, Chen Jianjun suggested. Chen Guodong nodded. He was indeed tired and went to bed. He was genuinely exhausted. The next day at noon, he was woken up by a commotion. What was all that noise about? Chen Guodong immediately got out of bed, for such a commotion right outside the house meant something major had occurred. Could it be his father again? Or? He dared not think further. Dressing himself, he walked to the door. Just as he was about to open the door, a voice rang out. Explain yourself. Where did your little sister get new shoes and candy? You can barely afford food, yet you have these. Isn't that speculation and profiteering? What's going on? Deciding not to rush out, Chen Guodong peered through the crack in the door. Lin Yu shielded her younger sister behind her, while Chen Jianjun and Chen Jianyong stood guard in front. Chen Jianjun cursed. Why should I explain to you? Who do you think you are? If you're capable, get some yourself. If not, stop your yapping. Chen Jianyong also joined the fray. Chen Matzi, you dog, have you forgotten who gave you pig offal that day? Ungrateful wretch, can't stand seeing others do well, can you? Conscience. What's that? I ate the pig offal that day, but did I force him to give it to me? He invited me, so it was only right, Chen Matzi retorted disdainfully. Chen Jianjun and Chen Jianyong, their blood boiling, were about to strike him. Just then Chen Jinfu rushed over and stopped them. That bastard has already reported us to the commune. People will be here soon. Don't resort to violence, or we'll suffer for it. Seeing this, Chen Guodong finally understood. He had thought people of the same ancestry would stick together, but it seemed inevitable that every village would have one or two scoundrels. Still, it wasn't too big a problem now. Getting rid of the village troublemaker was a good thing. Chen Guodong immediately went to stow away all the items he had brought back into his space. As he did so, the crowd outside grew larger. Uncle Guzi cursed angrily. Chen Matzi, your family left early, and you were raised by the whole village. How can you do this? Is this how you treat your own kin? Chen Matzi's face reddened for a moment, but quickly recovered. Now we must heed the organization's call. Report speculation and profiteering and progress together. Chen Jinfu was incensed. Chen Matzi, others may not know, but I do. The commune issued a document stating that those who report speculation and profiteering can join the commune's inspection team. But look at yourself in the mirror. Are you worthy? You're nothing but an ingrate. Chen Matzi, arms crossed, arrogantly sneered. That's none of your concern. Step aside. The commune people will be here soon. Let me in first to confirm, or you might secretly move the evidence. With that, he moved to act. The villagers couldn't bear it any longer and cursed, ungrateful, treacherous, worse than a beast. After stowing everything away, Chen Guodong found the villagers' scolding of Chen Matzi quite satisfying. Indeed, good people were still in the majority. This time he had to get rid of him, otherwise there would be more trouble later. Unfazed by the villagers' insults, Chen Matzi directly said, enough talk. Let me in now. Chen Jianjun, knowing he had to be tough. There were too many incriminating things in the house that would implicate his son and his master. Brandished a hoe and glared at Chen Matzi. Try it if you dare. Chen Jianyong mimicked him. That's right, try it. See if we two brothers are pushovers. Chen Matzi was startled, stepping back, but still blustering. I'm acting on behalf of the organization. Don't be reckless. Cooperate. Chen Jinfu had finally had enough. He slapped Chen Matzi across the face. This slap is from your father. Do you accept it? If not, fight back. Don't push your luck. Wait until the commune people arrive before causing trouble. Don't throw your weight around and think you're someone important. If we hadn't fed you, would you even be alive? Chen Matzi, though resentful, could only bluster. Fine. Just wait. Before long, the commune officials arrived. From a distance, two people on bicycles entered the village. Seeing his backing had come, Chen Matzi groveled as he rushed to greet them, leading them to the front of Chen Guodong's house. Chen Matzi, fawning, said to the leader, Captain Li, this is the house. Captain Li nodded and turned to Chen Jinfu. Jinfu, how did speculation and profiteering appear in your village? Your management is lacking. Chen Guodong noticed a familiarity in their tone, but given they were in the same commune, frequent contact was enough. Chen Jinfu smiled politely. It's nothing of the sort. Someone just can't stand seeing others do better than them and made a false report. Whether it's false or not remains unclear. But since a report has been made, we must investigate. If it's true, we certainly won't let someone who disrupts unity go unpunished, Captain Li said seriously. I understand. Chen Jinfu knew there was no way out and could only nod. Brother Jun Xiaoyong, step aside. Let the commune people go in and inspect. Just explain the source of the items. As he spoke, he gave Chen Jianjun a meaningful look, emphasizing the word source. Chen Jianjun seemed to grasp Chen Jianfu's intention, nodded, and pulled Chen Jianyong aside. But Lin Yu suddenly blocked the way. I won't let you. Chen Matzi, I'll fight you to the death. She grabbed a kitchen knife ready to attack him. Chen Matsi, terrified by such a desperate act, hid behind Captain Li, his legs trembling. Sister-in-law, calmed down. Chen Jianfu stepped in front of Captain Li, but Lin Yue in her rage was beyond reason. Jianfu, get out of my way. Let me chop that bastard Chen Matsi. Does he think I'm easy to bully? She tried to sidestep him. Holy crap. This woman was truly something. She meant business when it came to protecting her own. It was the first time Chen Guodong had seen his mother lose her temper like this, and it scared him. If she actually cut someone, there would be serious trouble. He suspected she feared the truth coming out and being unable to explain the item's origins. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Guodong rushed out, snatched the knife, and soothed her. Mom, don't be impulsive. It's okay, trust me. Son, give me the knife. Let me kill that ingrate. Lin Yu was still fuming. Enough, woman. Chen Jianjun roared. Finally, Lin Yu calmed down. Captain Li, unfazed, since the knife wasn't aimed at him and he had seen such scenes many times over the years, coughed and said, no need for such anger. We'll just check. If there's nothing wrong, we won't slander you. You must trust the organization. Chen Guodong, genuinely frightened, quickly added, yes, Mom. Let them check. We haven't done anything wrong. Eating candy or wearing new shoes can't be against the rules. The organization surely wants to see us live better lives. Captain Li turned to Chen Guodong with an appreciative look. Comrade, your awareness is very high. Chen Guodong smiled humbly and replied, no, it's all thanks to the organization's excellent leadership. Haha, young comrade, you're quite something. So we'll go check your home now, won't we? Captain Li laughed heartily. Chen Guodong said with complete openness, leader, feel free to search. If you find anything ill, accept the penalty. Though Chen Guodong spoke boldly, Chen Jianjun and his two companions were terrified, staring at Chen Guodong with nervous tension. All right, everyone should learn from this young comrade. Let's go, Captain Li said, oblivious to the expressions of Chen Jianjun and the others. With that, he entered Chen Guodong's home. Chen Guodong shook his head at them, signaling that they shouldn't worry, and only then did they relax and follow him inside. Upon entering, all they saw was a table and bare walls, nothing else. Another comrade who had come along began searching every corner. Chen Matsi also stepped inside to search, but Chen Guodong immediately said, hold on. I used to call you Uncle Chen, but I never expected you to be this kind of person. What gives you the right to search? Give me a reason. If something goes missing, will you compensate? This. Chen Matsi looked at Chen Guodong, then at Captain Li, hoping for support, but Captain Li didn't even glance his way. Awkwardly, he withdrew his outstretched hand. Before long, the comrade who had conducted the search returned and reported, Captain Li, no valuables were found. Only everyday items. Chen Jianjun and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but inwardly they were curious about where the items had gone since they had been there that morning. They couldn't figure it out. Impossible. They must have hidden them. I kept watch all night. They must still be in the house. Search again. There has to be something. Chen Matsi said incredulously. Are you sure? The comrade, annoyed at having his work doubted, asked. I'm sure, absolutely. Chen Matsi replied, oblivious to the comrade's tone. The comrade glanced at Captain Li, who nodded. Reluctantly, he searched again, but the result was the same. Captain, still nothing. I've turned everything over. Chen Matsi, didn't you claim they had a lot of money and bought many new things? You even wrote a guarantee. If you're falsely accusing a good comrade, we'll have to detain you, Captain Li said sternly. Chen Matsi immediately panicked. His eyes darted around and landed on the tableware. Captain Li, look at these enamel basins. They're all new. Chen Guodong demanded sharply. Am I not even allowed to buy some pots and pans? The old ones were broken. What was I supposed to do? Eat with my hands. We saved up to buy these. Is that a crime? Chen Matsi was intimidated by Chen Guodong's fierce demeanor and found himself at a loss for words. Young comrade, don't get upset. It's not a crime. The organization certainly wants the people to live better lives. It seems this is just a misunderstanding, Captain Li said with a smile. Captain, what about Chen Matsi? Another comrade asked. Chen Matsi, you've falsely accused a comrade. Come with me to explain yourself, Captain Li said seriously. No, I'm not going to the detention center. They really did hide something. Chen Matsi protested, refusing to go with. Do we need to use force? Captain Li's eyes bore into Chen Matsi. No, I'll come with you, Chen Matsi said, frightened by Captain Li's gaze, and quickly nodded in agreement. Jianfu, we had no choice. We received a report and had to investigate. Since it's a misunderstanding, we'll take our leave and bring this false accuser Chen Matsi with us, Captain Li said with a smile. It's fine. It's our duty to cooperate with the organization. Take care, Chen Jianfu replied with a smile. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Guodong pulled Chen Jianfu aside and said, Uncle, this man can't stay in our village anymore. Otherwise, who knows which family will suffer next time. Chen Jianfu thought for a moment and said, Captain Li, could you wait at the village entrance first? They'll send Chen Matsi there shortly. We have something to discuss with him. Captain Li didn't ask further and nodded. Don't take too long. We have other matters to attend to. After Captain Li left, Chen Jianfu announced to the crowd, Chen Matsi, today, I'm striking your name from the family register. You're an ingrate. Once you're out of detention, don't come back to Chen Family Gully. You're not welcome here. Who are you to decide that? This is my home. They'll come back whenever I want, Chen Matsi retorted defiantly. Ask the villagers if they'll allow it, Chen Jianfu said. The villagers nodded in unison. We agree, village chief. They truly didn't know when something like this might happen. Chen Matsi looked at the crowd, his eyes filled with unrepentant hatred. Fine, fine. If you're going to be so heartless, then let's sever all ties. But all he got in return were looks of disgust. Get lost, you ungrateful wretch. Enough, let's go, Chen Jianfu said, giving Chen Matsi a push. No need to push. He'll go. But all of you remember this, Chen Matsi said coldly. Chen Guodong couldn't stand him. Are you out of your mind? You reported me, it didn't work, and now you act like we owe you. Are you sick? Chen Guodong, you must have hidden the goods. Watch your back from now on, Chen Matsi said. What the hell? This guy is brain dead, Chen Guodong thought. Chen Jianfu directly dragged Chen Matsi toward the village entrance, not bothering to look at him anymore. He handed the man over to Captain Li and returned to Chen Guodong's home. Chen Guodong asked in confusion, Uncle, is Chen Matsi mentally ill? Why does it feel like he's targeting our Chen Jianfu sighed. He's not targeting just you. He's targeting the whole village. Last year his family ran out of food and asked the village for a loan. You know, there was no surplus, everyone was barely surviving on wild plants. So we couldn't help. A few of his family members starved to death, and he's held a grudge ever since. But several other villagers also died. It wasn't a matter of unwillingness, but inability. He just refuses to see that. Oh, so that's it. No wonder he reported us. He just can't stand to see anyone doing well, Chen Guodong said, suddenly understanding. Chen Jianjun also sighed. Yes. After his family died off, he was the only one left. The villagers sometimes gave him food, but he turned out to be an ungrateful snake. Chen Guodong didn't know what to say. By the way, Guodong, where did you hide everything? It was here this morning, but now it's all gone, Lin Yu asked. Haha, I put it outside the window. They were so focused on searching the house that they didn't check the back, Chen Guodong. Oh, outside the window. That's too risky. What if they had gone to check the back? Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. There was no other choice. I had to gamble on luck, Chen Guodong said with a shrug. Chen Jianfu smiled. Guodong, you're quick-witted. Otherwise we would have been in big trouble. By the way, uncle, how come Captain Li seems so familiar with you? Chen Guodong asked, voicing his curiosity. Chen Jianfu chuckled him. We grew up together in the neighboring Li family village. Later he went to the city to develop while I stayed for my parents. Never thought we'd meet again as commune leaders. Oh, no wonder. I always felt you two knew each other. So that's it. Chen Guodong understood. It seemed his uncle had his own stories too. All right, matters settled. I'm heading back. Clean up this mess you've made, Chen Jianfu said as he stepped out. No sooner had Chen Jianfu left than several cousins rushed and drenched in sweat. Guodong, I heard someone reported you for speculation. Where are they? We just came down the mountain. Everything okay? Chen Guowei asked urgently. Yeah, where? Well, teach them a lesson. Chen Guoqiang added. Seeing his brother's anxious faces warmed Chen Guodong's heart. It's fine. It was Chen Matsi from the village, but he's been taken away for detention. Everyone sighed in relief. Chen Guowei cursed angrily. We knew he was rotten, but not this rotten. Just then Uncle Guzi's voice came from outside. Guodong. Guodong, come to the village office. Someone's looking for you. Coming. Chen Guodong replied. He turned to Chen Guowei and the others. Wait for me here. He'll be right back. Want us to come with you? Chen Guowei asked. No need. If Uncle Guzi called, it's nothing serious. I'm off. Chen Guodong slung his basket over his back and left. Carrying a basket felt safer, it was handy for everything. Now going out without one felt incomplete. At the village office he spotted a bicycle. Wait, that looked familiar. Just then a familiar voice came from inside. Guodong. Finally found you. Chen Guodong turned in surprise to see Zhao Dehai from the steel mill. Uncle Zhao. You're looking for me. Yes, I've been searching for you. Came by a few days ago, but the village chief said you were away. Thought I'd try my luck again today, and here you are. Zhao Dehai laughed. Uncle Zhao, what's the matter that brought you all this way? Guodong asked curiously. Haha, didn't you say you could hunt? I came to see if you had any game to trade. Zhao Dehai explained. But why the rush? Is there something you're not telling? Chen Guodong's words carried a shrewd edge. Guodong, you're young, but sharp. Hey, race the thing, the factory's ramping up production and needs lots of meat to keep the workers strong. We buyers have run our legs off and barely scraped together any meat. You know how it is these days. Folks either trade for grain or eat it themselves. Zhao Dehai said helplessly. Oh, then I need to trade for grain and eat too. Chen Guodong shook his head, reluctant to sell to him now, since Uncle Li and Uncle Lu in the city also needed supplies. Zhao Dehai rubbed his hands together, urgency clear in his eyes. Guodong, hey, race the deal. The boss said 50 caddies of meat gets you an apprentice buyer position, 18 yuan a month. 100 caddies gets you a permanent spot at 30. Before Zhao Dehai could finish, Chen Guodong exclaimed, what? That good? His heart raced. This was a job handed to him on a silver platter. He had to seize it. Zhao Dehai lowered his voice. Don't get too excited, Guodong. There's a catch. You have to deliver 50 caddies of meat and 100 caddies of mountain goods every month. Miss it 3 months in a row and you're out. The factory's under heavy quotas. We had no choice but to resort to this. But it's still pretty tough. Chen Guodong suppressed his inner excitement and thought it over. It was tough for others. But he had his space for sideline food. Sweet potatoes would do. Meat. He could hunt in the mountains, and he even had a gun now. No problem at all. This job was tailor-made for him. Chen Guodong asked, do buyers have to go to the factory every day? He felt foolish the moment he asked. Then who would go to the countryside to collect? You report at the start of the month to get your tasks, then spend most of your time in the villages. When you've gathered enough, you go back to turn it in. Zhao Dehai retorted. Oh, I see. That's not bad. Chen Guodong thought it over. Apprentice or permanent? Which should he choose? Oh, Guodong, are you saying you can get meat? If so, hurry. The spots are limited. Li Sheng from the neighboring procurement group is eyeing it too. Zhao Dehai asked expectantly. Chen Guodong nodded, aware that jobs were hard to come by. Not right now, but I might be able to get 100 caddies of wild boar by tomorrow. Think that'll work. 100 caddies of wild boar. Really? That's more than enough. But let me be clear. This is a job swap, no money involved. And your household registration can only be processed if you perform well. Zhao Dehai grew excited. Chen Guodong thought it over and understood. This was a makeshift position squeezed out for emergencies, not the normal process. But that didn't matter. Having a job would cover his income source. Everything else could be handled. So he agreed readily. All right, how do I deliver it tomorrow? How about I wait for you here tomorrow? Zhao Dehai asked. Maybe at the foot of the mountain by the roadside. It's closer for me to bring it down and less crowded here. What do you think? Chen Guodong thought for a moment. Fine. I'll wait for you there tomorrow morning. I'll rest at your village office tonight. Zhao Dehai said. Good. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. Chen Guodong bid farewell, his mind buzzing. A job just like that. Was he the chosen one? As he neared home, he saw his brothers approaching. Didn't I tell you to wait at home? What are you doing here? Chen Guowei smiled. We were worried, so we came to check. Chen Guodong felt a warmth in his heart. It's nothing. Someone just wanted to trade for game. Oh, that's good. Chen Guowei nodded. By the way, how have your hunts been lately? Chen Guodong asked. The group's spirits fell. Gongzi said gloomily. In all the days you were gone, we only caught one pheasant. That little. The nearby game must be all caught. This won't do. Don't go up the mountain for now. Let me ask my master for advice. Chen Guodong thought for a moment. All right. Going up every day is too exhausting and not worth it. Chen Guowei said helplessly. Chen Guodong secretly slipped some sweet potatoes into his basket, then set it down, uncovered the cloth, and handed a few to each. Knowing Chen Guodong's temperament, they didn't refuse. Guodong, we won't stand on ceremony. Just say the word if you ever need us. We'll head back now. Chen Guowei said earnestly. That's right, we're brothers. Go on, I'll call you if anything comes up. Chen Guodong said cheerfully. Watching them leave, Chen Guodong thought for a moment. Maybe he should go up the mountain and take a look. What if there was still some game left? That would be a windfall. He walked up the mountain path, the pit trap still empty. He casually tossed a few sweet potatoes in his bait. Damn it, 2 empty traps in a row, what lousy luck. Chen Guodong grumbled as he turned toward the cave, moved the stone blocking the entrance, and stepped inside. Holy crap. The sweet potato patch was a lush green, the vines almost creeping to the cave's mouth. Chen Guodong rubbed his hands together, excitedly dug up a sweet potato, wiped it on his clothes, and took a crunchy bite. Sweet and crispy. Perfect. After toiling for a while, he finished harvesting, replanted 10 sweet potatoes, watered them with spirit spring water, and was done. This harvest was estimated at a good 500 jin. He checked his space. Besides today's harvest, there were the daily force ripened ones totaling nearly 1,000 jin. Haha, while others gnaw on wild greens, I'm hoarding grain. Feels great. With so much food now, I need to hurry up and secure that job, or else it'll be hard to explain the source, and I won't be able to eat it openly. I really don't want to be reported a second time. Also, going up the mountain every time was too troublesome. If only he could plan in the space. Once the job was settled, he needed to upgrade the space quickly. Chen Guodong already had a rough plan. In a good mood, he headed toward the last pit trap. As he got close, Chen Guodong's eyes lit up. The trap had collapsed. When he got nearer, got something. If that isn't a pleasant surprise, I don't know what is. A gray rabbit was enough for a whole pot of stew. Truly, when one door closes, another opens. Chen Guodong quickly found a bamboo pole, retrieved the wild rabbit from the trap, and felt overjoyed. It was still early. Maybe he should practice with the gun. Had got the gun, but never trained with it. If he encountered danger and couldn't even use it, that would be embarrassing. So he set a stone as a target and began practicing. Chen Guodong studied the gun carefully. It looked familiar. Where had he seen it before? Holy crap, wasn't this a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle? No wonder it seemed familiar. Had seen it in videos. Come on, let's fulfill the dream of countless men. From memory, he loaded the bullet, pulled the bolt, set the safety, aimed, and the moment he pulled the trigger, his whole body tensed. Bang! The bullet grazed the stone, and a shower of sparks burst from the rock face. A crack even appeared on the stone's surface. Chen Guodong's pupils contracted, and he gripped the gun tightly. Holy shit. Is this the power of a rifle? A Type 56 in my hands can be used like a sniper. With each shot, he grew smoother, raising the muzzle with overflowing confidence. I'm a reincarnated sharpshooter. From now on, anyone who dares defy me will have to answer to my gun. He even blew theatrically at the muzzle. Glancing at the sky, it was time to head back. In high spirits, he walked home feeling like he was striding with the wind. As soon as he got home, Lin Yu asked Guodong, "What's up? You seem pretty happy." "Ah, is it that obvious?" "Yeah, I'm really happy. I caught a wild rabbit." Chen Guodong kept quiet about the job since nothing was settled yet. If something went wrong, wouldn't that be a huge joke? He put down the basket, pushed aside the covering weeds, and pulled out the wild rabbit. Lin Yu was so startled she quickly closed the door and scolded him, patting her chest. "Child, can't you give a warning first? You just pulled it out like that. Have you forgotten you were reported this morning?" Chen Guodong felt a bit embarrassed, his mind elsewhere. "I understand, Mom. They'll be more careful next time." "Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Another wild rabbit. A few days ago, cousin and the others didn't catch anything," his little sister said, hopping over. "Of course your brother has a master, but they don't. They can't compare to your brother," Chenjiagou said with a laugh. "Let's have rabbit meat today," Chen Guodong suggested. "Let me do it. My injury's all healed." Chenjiagou rubbed his hands together, eager to take over. "Go on, sit still." Lin Yu slapped his hand away. "Wait until your bones are fully healed." Chenjiagou chuckled. "All right, I've just been lazing around and enjoying myself these days." Soon Lin Yu brought out a large pot of rabbit meat. She had simply boiled it until cooked, which was unavoidable. If she made it too fragrant, what would the villagers think? Everyone ate with relish, especially Chenjiagou, who didn't even spare the small bones. Chen Guodong was in awe. People of this era really had good teeth. After the meal, Lin Yu called everyone into the inner room and handed Chen Guodong a set of clothes. "Try these on. I've packed them full of cotton, they're warm. You try yours too, but don't wear them outside. It's not the right time." "Okay, Mom," Chen Guodong nodded. He definitely wouldn't wear them in the village, but he would outside. Otherwise, why bother? Chen Guodong tried on the clothes and was satisfied. Finally wearing new clothes, it hadn't been easy. He said emotionally, "Mom, they fit perfectly and are very warm." His little sister put hers on happily and said, "Mom, I want to wear them every day. Can I not go out?" "No, wear them for New Year's," Lin Yu refused. His little sister pouted. What a crappy world. Chen Guodong cursed inwardly. Having to eat food in secret, not daring to wear new clothes. How stifling. "By the way, Mom and Dad, I need to go to the city tomorrow. If things go fast, I'll be back tomorrow night. If slow, the day after," Chen Guodong said after thinking. "Going again? Didn't you just come back yesterday?" Lin Yu said reluctantly. "Son's grown up. Having his own business is a good thing," Chenjiagou said understandingly. "Mom, I'm going with my master to handle some business in the city. He'll be back soon, don't worry," Chen Guodong reassured her. "All right, since your father said so, but you must be careful." Lin Yu reminded him worriedly. "Don't worry, you'll take good care of myself. You can rest assured, Mom and Dad." Chen Guodong. "What about me? Let me feel reassured too, big brother," his little sister said playfully, making everyone laugh. Chen Guodong looked at his happy family and felt it was all worth it. He said dotingly, "All right, little sister, rest assured too." The next day, he got up early, got a permit from his uncle, and went to the foot of the mountain, where he saw Zhao Dehai smoking and waiting for him from afar. He found a secluded spot and brought out the wild boar, now completely cold. He called out, "Uncle Zhao, over here. I can't move it anymore." Zhao Dehai, hearing it was Chen Guodong, immediately put out his cigarette and pocketed it, hurried over, and upon seeing the wild boar, beamed. "Guodong, you finally came. I thought you weren't coming. I was about to go to your house." "How could that be?" "Hey, race the wild boar. Take a look." Chen Guodong pointed at the boar in the grass. "My God, it must be over 100 gene. Let's load it onto the bike together, and it'll take you to town to handle the paperwork," Zhao Dehai said excitedly. The two of them worked together to load the wild boar into one side of the old-fashioned bike's basket, covered it with grass, and then wrapped it tightly with cloth. Zhao Dehai said, "Come on, get on, I'll take you." Chen Guodong didn't move. "Uncle Zhao, are you sure you can pull me and the boar?" "Nonsense, this bike can carry 400 gene easy." "And how much do we weigh?" "Let's go," Zhao Dehai said confidently. They were both quite thin, so Chen Guodong half doubtfully got on the bike. Zhao Dehai said, "Hold tight, here we go." "All right." Chen Guodong's heart began to anticipate the job in the city, the development there. Now with a job, it was like starting the second chapter of his life. The two of them rode into the city in a leisurely manner, stopping now and then finally arriving at noon. Zhao Dehai, drenched in sweat, but beaming, said, "We've made it. Once we hand in this task, the rest of the month will be a breeze." They arrived at the steel rolling mill. Chen Guodong took in the sight, truly grand and imposing. So this was the steel mill. Zhao Dehai led Chen Guodong into the mill and to the procurement department. "Guodong, wait here for a moment. He'll go hand in the task." Chen Guodong waited on the spot. Half an hour later, Zhao Dehai returned with a broad smile. "Guodong, I've reported the matter to the leadership. Come, I'll take you to see them now." "All right." Chen Guodong followed Zhao Dehai to the leadership office. They knocked and entered. "Director Ho, the person is here. This is Chen Guodong." "Guodong, this is Director Ho," Zhao Dehai introduced them. "Greetings, Director Ho." Chen Guodong said politely. "Comrade, you've done well to procure so much meat. Keep up the good work and bring in even more so our worker comrades can eat without worry." Director Ho's flattering words flowed effortlessly. Chen Guodong pretended to be serious and promised, "I guarantee I will complete the tasks assigned by the organization." "Ha, good. Old Zhao, this comrade will be in your team from now on. Just guide him. I have other matters to attend to, so you may leave now." Director Ho chuckled and instructed, "All right, Director. You're busy. We'll take our leave." Zhao Dehai led Chen Guodong out, and headed to the... An hour later, after completing the formalities, Chen Guodong held his work ID and 2 sets of work clothes, feeling a bit dazed. So he had a job now. He never expected to still have to work in this era. But at least he wasn't a beast of burden. With his space, having a job had many advantages. No more sneaking around to eat and dress, making life much more convenient. Guodong, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out? From now on we're workmates, Zhao Dahai asked, noticing his distraction. No, it's nothing. Uncle Zhao, please guide me in the future. I'm still young and don't know much. Chen Guodong said modestly. That's no trouble. I believe you'll do well. Given your hunting skills, I might even rely on you someday. Zhao Dahai joked. No problem. He'll do my best, Chen Guodong agreed generously. He had to build a good relationship. It would make things smoother and cause fewer problems. After all, Zhao had been around for a long time and knew the ropes. Then I want stand on ceremony. Come, let's go see your bicycle. Zhao Dahai led Chen Guodong to the bike shed. Take a look, this one's yours. Chen Guodong examined it. It was old but well-maintained with 2 large iconic baskets. He touched the bike. From now on he was a man with wheels. Satisfied, he nodded. It's really good. All right, glad you're satisfied. As a procurement officer, there's not much to do. Just finish your tasks by the end of the month. If something small comes up, find me. For big matters, go to the director. Zhao Dahai said with a smile. Okay, Uncle Zhao. You go ahead. They'll head back now. Seeing nothing else to do, Chen Guodong took his leave. Go on. Zhao Dahai waved. Chen Guodong excitedly rode out of the factory gate, kicked off, and zoomed away. He sped down the road, letting himself go, shouting, whoop, in exhilaration. Everyone else envied those with bicycles, but now they didn't have to. Passers-by looked at Chen Guodong as if he were a fool as he raced by. Chen Guodong didn't care about others' opinions. After playing for a while, he grew tired. He found a secluded corner, put his backpack on, and rode straight to the supply cooperative. He stopped and proudly rang the bell a few times. Wow, if it isn't Guodong. What a sight. This bicycle. Brother Wu ran out looking at Chen Guodong. Heck, keep it low-key. Just basic stuff. Chen Guodong said smugly. A little brother, this is a bicycle from the steel mill. You've become a procurement officer there. Sister Sun wasn't as shocked. Haha, Sister Sun, you're sharp. You saw it right away. Yes, I just joined the steel mill as a procurement officer today. Chen Guodong boasted. Guodong, that's impressive. You're only 16 and you already have a job. The matchmakers will be wearing down your doorstep soon. Brother Wu teased. Brother Wu, don't say that. I'm only 16, still young. I'm not thinking about that. Chen Guodong blushed. Alright, stop teasing the kid. Little brother, you didn't come just to show off, did you? Let's go inside and talk. Sister Sun came to his rescue. Sister Sun is the best. Chen Guodong gave her a thumbs up. They entered the supply cooperative. Seeing no one around, Chen Guodong pulled 4 sweet potatoes from his backpack and handed 2 to each of them, smiling. Mountain sweet potatoes, really sweet. Big brother and sister, try them. The 2 happily accepted the sweet potatoes. Little brother, you're too kind. Every time you come, you bring something. We feel embarrassed to take them. Sister Sun said, though she put them away quickly. Sister Sun, if you don't want them, give them to me. I'm not shy. I've got thick skin, Brother Wu joked. Get away. These are from my little brother. Why should I give them to you? Thanks, little brother. Sister Sun immediately packed them away. By the way, is the director in? Chen Guodong asked. The director isn't here today. You came at a bad time. He's out on business, Sister Sun said. All right then. Sister Sun, please give him these 2 when he returns. Chen Guodong took out 2 more sweet potatoes and handed them over. Sure, no problem. Did you come to buy something today? Sister Sun asked, taking the sweet potatoes. Yes, I do need some things, nails, a hammer, a saw. And do you still have sugar without coupons? Chen Guodong thought for a moment. Only 5 gene left. Do you want it? Sister Sun asked. Give me 5 gene of nails, 3 hammers, 3 saws, and the 5 gene of sugar. How much will that be? Chen Guodong inquired. 20 yuan in total. Sister Sun went to weigh the items. Soon everything was ready. Chen Guodong paid Sister Sun and said, all right, Sister Sun, goods for money. They'll be off now. They'll come back when I have good stuff. Okay, you have a job now. Get busy. Drop by when you're free. Sister Sun said warmly. Go on. Brother Wu waved. Chen Guodong put the items into the large baskets, kicked off, and rode away. This little brother is really something. He got a job just like that, Brother Wu said admiringly. I sensed he was no ordinary person the first time I saw him. Just wait and see. He's definitely not an average character, Sister Sun said meaningfully. Having a bicycle was truly exhilarating. Even after yearning for it for so long, it was finally in his hands. Although it wasn't his own, it made no difference. Finding a secluded spot, he changed into his work uniform. That was the feeling. In this era, work didn't mean being a beast of burden. One was a respected worker, quite impressive. He wobbled his way towards Chenjiagou. The bicycle made the journey swift. He returned to Chenjiagou before dusk. A few elderly were chatting at the village entrance, and some children were playing in the mud. They were astonished to see Chen Guodong. Guodong, where? Where did you get that bicycle? An old woman asked. And those clothes, where are they from? You look so spirited, an old man added. Haha, I think so too, great uncle, great aunt. What if I told you these clothes were given by the factory? Chen Guodong said to them. Little Guodong, who are you trying to fool? Why would the factory give you anything? You were bragging without a shred of evidence. Great aunt scolded with a smile. I wouldn't dare fool you, great uncle and great aunt. I'm afraid my father would beat me to death. It's true, Chen Guodong said, feigning fear. Then tell us, how did you get it? Did you just pick it up on the road? A great uncle asked. Chen Guodong found it amusing to tease his great uncles and great aunts. He stopped being cryptic and said, I'm done joking. I found a job in the city, a purchasing clerk at the steel rolling mill. A proper job, and I started today. Really? Little Guodong, you could barely even get into the city, and now you have a job. The great uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. Exactly, and you said you weren't joking. Aren't you joking now? We're not curious anymore. Go somewhere cool and play. We're chatting, great aunt scolded with a smile. Well, no one believed the truth. At just 16, having a job was a privilege usually reserved for city folks. It was hard to make others believe. Guodong, is it true? You asked me for that certificate just for this job? Good lad, you've given me a wonderful surprise. You're our village's first worker. Chenjiagou's delighted voice came from behind. Cousin, now when I tell the truth, no one believes me. Just now great uncle and the others told me to go play elsewhere, Chen Guodong said, feigning helplessness. You little rascal, you're just showing off. You must have teased them, or why wouldn't they believe you? Chen Jinfu saw through him. Haha, you really are my cousin. You saw right through me. Chen Guodong laughed awkward. Wait. Jinfu, are you saying Guodong really has a job? Great aunt asked incredulously. Only with Chen Jianfu's confirmation did the elders begin to believe. Chen Guodong stopped pretending and directly pulled out his work ID. How could this be fake? Cousin, you should recognize this. A work ID. Cousin read the words on the ID aloud. Chen Guodong, purchasing clerk at the steel rolling mill. And there's an official stamp. It's real, no doubt about it. And this outfit. Chenjiagou's ancestors must have accumulated virtue. Finally, we have a worker among us, great aunt said, a bit emotional. Yes, finally someone has risen above. It's been so many years, the other great uncles sighed. Is it really that big a deal? It's just a job, Chen Guodong said, a little overwhelmed. Didn't the neighboring Li village produce a Captain Li? The village ahead also has someone working in the city. Only our village didn't. When we meet in the commune, we can't help but feel inferior, cousin explained. Oh, I see. Well, since everyone is so happy today, let me share some candy with everyone, Chen Guodong said, feeling he should do something after hearing all this. Saying this, he pulled out the 5 gene of candy he had just bought from the basket. Guodong, are you really going to share the candy with the whole village? Cousin asked, uncertain. Yes, to sweeten everyone's mouths, he said, grabbing a handful and giving a few pieces to each person. Guodong, you're so thoughtful, but this is too much of a loss for you, great aunt said, declining with a gratified smile. It's fine, take it. Cousin, go ahead and share it with everyone. If the candy runs out, we can buy more. Today is a day of joy, Chen Guodong said generously. He truly wanted to say, tonight's candy is on Master Chen. Eat as much as you want. But the candy was too precious and scarce. Just wait, one day he would be able to say those words. Great. We get to eat candy. The children nearby immediately became excited at the mention of candy. Alright, the village hasn't had a happy occasion in a long time. Let's use this to lift the spirits. Get on, you kids, go tell everyone in the village to come to the village office to get their candy. Chen Jinfu said to the children. Hearing the village chief's words, the children happily scattered in all directions, shouting, Brother Guodong is giving out candy. Brother Guodong is giving out candy. Chen Guodong, hearing their shouts, said helplessly, Cousin, am I being too flashy? This doesn't feel right. What's wrong with it? Having a job is a huge blessing. Who says you can only give out wedding candy? We're happy for you because you have the ability, Chen Jinfu laughed. Exactly. Little Guodong, the village hasn't had a happy event in ages. The last bit of excitement was when you young folks brought back some meat. It really needs a lift in spirits, the great uncle said with a smile. Seeing everyone agree, Chen Guodong resigned himself and followed the plan. Guodong, you'll hand out the candy later, and it'll record it on the side, cousin said. We need to record it? Chen Guodong asked in surprise. Of course. Every bit of kindness counts. We need to keep track, consider it a gift, and also to check for any omissions, cousin said seriously. That's not necessary. Just listen to me, and you won't go wrong. Chen Jinfu said, moving a table and taking out a notebook to prepare for recording. Chen Guodong stood by the bicycle, holding the candy, waiting for the villagers. Soon the village office entrance was packed with people. Cousin shouted, quiet down everyone. Today is Guodong's first day working in the city. He thoughtfully bought candy to share the joy. 1 piece per person. It's not much, so don't complain. The crowd immediately buzzed with chatter, all looking at Chen Guodong with envy. Alright, quiet down. Line up and start receiving your candy, Chen Jinfu called out. Cousin still held authority, and the crowd quickly quieted down and lined up. The first was Uncle Guzi. Guodong, you've made it, boy. You got a job without a word. Impressive. Your uncle is happy. Thank you, uncle. Here, sweeten your mouth, Chen Guodong said, happily handing candy to Uncle Guzi. Guodong, I knew you'd amount to something since you were a child, and Andy said. Brother Guodong, you're amazing, Gongzi shouted. One after another, the people receiving candy showered Chen Guodong with praise, leaving him dizzy and blushing furiously. Yet this feeling was intoxicating, truly exhilarating. Chen Guodong decided that when he had the means, he would hand out candy every day. It was too satisfying. After giving out the last pieces, he found there was still some candy left. He looked at cousin. What now? Take it back home. Everyone has gotten some, cousin said. No, since I brought it out, it's for everyone. Cousin, think of a way to share it, Chen Guodong insisted. Then let's give the rest to the elderly and children, Chen Jianfu said after a moment's thought. All right, that's settled. He'll head back now, uncle, you handle it. Chen Guodong secretly handed his uncle a handful of candy and a pack of cigarettes. Chen Jianfu was astonished. Guodong, you smoke such fine cigarettes at work. No, these are for you. My father and third uncle don't smoke, so I bought them especially for you. Chen Guodong, you rascal. Well, I'll accept them, then no need to be polite. I only had one cigarette like this when Captain Li offered it to me at the commune meeting. Chen Jianfu chuckled, fondling the pack in his hands. Then smoke it, don't hoard it. When it's gone, I'll buy you more, Chen Guodong said generously. No, I'll save it for show, Chen Jianfu replied, pocketing the pack. Chen Guodong couldn't bear it. Her life was so harsh that his uncle hesitated over a single cigarette. He pulled out another pack, offered one to his uncle, and said, then smoke one of mine. You rascal, fine, I won't feel bad smoking yours, Chen Jianfu said, taking the cigarette and putting it in his mouth. Chen Guodong dutifully lit it for him. His uncle took a blissful drag. Good cigarettes really are different. Enjoy them and tell me when you run out, Chen Guodong said magnanimously. All right, you're thoughtful, Chen Jianfu replied with satisfaction. Then he'll leave the rest to you, uncle. I won't come back and my father is probably waiting at home. He'll go check on him, Chen Guodong said, mounting his bicycle and heading home. This kid. Chen Jianfu shook his head with a smile. As he neared home, he saw his parents and younger sister sitting at the doorstep. Chen Guodong rode up and stopped, smiling. Father, mother, little sister, why didn't you go get the candy? Your father said not to cause trouble for you. They said you have a job. Is it true? Is this the bicycle the factory gave you? How impressive. Lin Yu exclaimed, stepping forward to confirm. Afraid it might be a lie, she kept touching the bicycle. His little sister immediately ran up. Brother, is this a bicycle? Yes, mother, little sister. I have a job and the factory gave me this bike. Impressive, right? Chen Guodong boasted. Hearing her son's confirmation, Lin Yu wept tears of joy. Amazing, son, you've made it. You have a job now. All right, our son getting a job is a happy occasion. Don't cry so easily. Guodong, did your master help you find this job? Chen Jianjun asked. Chen Guodong was looking for an excuse, and now one came. Yes, my master found it. How else could I so young have managed it? Your father is glad you have a job now. Remember, always take good care of him for the rest of your life, Chen Jianjun said earnestly. I understand, father, Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. I'm happy too, but you gave too much candy to the village, Lin Yu said with concern. Mother, this is a joyous occasion. If you want candy, I'll buy it for you. Now that your son has a job, are we afraid of not having candy? I'm just afraid you'll get tired of it, Chen Guodong boasted. Now that he had a job, he could explain the source of many things without worry. Look at you, so full of yourself. Now that you have a job, work hard, Chen Jianjun interrupted. By the way, son, did the factory not provide housing? Lin Yu asked. Housing is tight, so definitely not for now. Maybe if I perform well at work, Chen Guodong said after a moment's thought. Wife, you're too ambitious. In these times, having a job is already good enough, and you're thinking about a house. Chen Jianjun said helplessly. Brother, will you be away from home often now? His little sister asked, voicing her concern. Probably. As a purchasing agent, I'll have to travel to the countryside often, so we'll be home less, Chen Guodong nodded. Oh, then what if I miss you? His sister frowned. Don't worry, every time I come back, I'll bring you something delicious. How about that? Chen Guodong tempted her. Oh, that's great. It's settled then. You have to bring something delicious every time, or I won't let you off. As expected, his sister forgot everything at the mention of food. Lin Yu was still worried and cautioned, son, you must be careful. Don't worry, mother, I will, Chen Guodong promised. Guodong, you're grown up now. Your father is just a farmer and doesn't understand much, but safety must come first. Your mother and I have no great wish except for you to be safe and sound, Chen Jianjun said. Chen Guodong nodded, moved. All right. That evening they had sweet potatoes for dinner and went to bed. The next day, Chen Guodong rose early, planning to go up the mountain to prepare some things. As he stepped out, he saw a few brothers waiting. He greeted them. Morning. Have you been waiting long? Why isn't Gongzi with you? Gongzi said since there's no prey, he didn't want to waste his energy. We just got here not long ago. Guodong, you got a job without a word. I thought I was dreaming, Chen Guowei said. Exactly, Chen Guoqiang echoed. Oh, it's nothing. My master helped me find it, Chen Guodong said, modestly waving his hand. The others were extremely envious. By the way, is there a carpenter in our village? Chen Guodong asked. Your brother Guoqiang and I are carpenters. We learned the basics a few years ago, but then the famine hit, and we stopped. Guodong, why do you need a carpenter? Chen Guowei asked in surprise. Ah, you two are. That's wonderful. I was about to hire a carpenter. Come on, let's talk while we go up the mountain, Chen Guodong said, excitedly shouldering his basket and pulling them along. Chen Guodong led them to a spot dense with bamboo and trees and stopped. Right here. What do you mean right here? Chen Guowei asked, puzzled. Chen Guodong smiled, pulled out cigarettes and asked, do you smoke? Nice, Guodong. You even got the kind officials smoke, Chen Guowei exclaimed. Smoke? Of course. With such good cigarettes, how could we not? When we were learning carpentry, we even smoked sawdust, Chen Guodong said, staring at the cigarettes in Chen Guodong's hand. All right, hey, race a pack for each of you. I don't have many, Chen Guodong said, handing 2 packs to the brothers. No, that's too much. Just 1 each to satisfy the craving is enough. It's a waste on us. You'll need cigarettes for work. There's a saying, cigarettes pave the way, liquor builds bridges. Keep them, Chen Guowei refused. Don't be polite. I have a few more packs left. Don't worry, take them. If we're brothers, don't stand on ceremony. I need your help with something, Chen Guodong said with a smile. All right, then we'll take you up on your offer. Let's splurge on good cigarettes this time, Chen Guodong said, accepting the pack with a grin. The 3 began to puff away. After finishing their cigarettes, Chen Guowei asked, Guodong, what do you need help with? If it's simple, we can definitely handle it. I want you to build me a sturdy wooden hut along with a large wooden frame, or a bamboo basket would also work. Can you do that? Chen Guodong said after some thought. Oh, I thought you wanted fine furniture. What you described is simple, no problem at all. Leave it to us. How big do you? Chen Guowei asked confidently. Chen Guodong pondered and replied. The hut should be a 3 meter by 3 meters square, though larger would be fine too. The key is that it must be thick and sturdy enough. Chen Guodong nodded. No problem. There's plenty of wood in the mountains. What about the basket? The frame should be 2 meters in size. All right, but it'll take some time. We don't have any tools though, Chen Guowei said. Haha, I've already prepared them. Take a look. Are these tools sufficient? Chen Guodong said, lifting the cloth covering his bamboo backpack to reveal the tools. Chen Guowei stepped forward to inspect the tools and nodded with satisfaction. Good, these are enough. I was wondering why you covered your backpack with cloth. Turns out you were carrying all these tools. Haha, just to be safe, Chen Guodong laughed. Guodong, are you building such a large wooden hut to live in the mountain? Or? Chen Guodong couldn't help but voice his doubt. Guodong. Before he could finish, Chen Guowei scolded him. Chen Guodong gave an awkward smile. It's fine, Brother Wei. We're all family, no need to be so formal. My master asked me to build it. Once it's done, he'll have someone take it away. I don't know what he plans to do either. Maybe he wants to live in the mountains. But let's keep this between us 3, Chen Guodong said, easing the tension. Chen Guodong tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. In truth, Chen Guodong's purpose in building the hut was for hunting to fulfill his work quota. There were few prey left in the outer areas. He had to venture deeper into the mountains. But the journey was long, requiring an overnight stay, so a safe shelter was necessary. He couldn't reveal this to them, however. All right, rest assured we won't say a word, Chen Guowei promised. The 2 nodded and dropped the subject, proceeding to Chen Guowei said, Guodong, leave this to us. We'll get it done as soon as possible. You go ahead and attend to your business. All right, here are 2 steamed buns for you to eat. You'll need the energy. Chen Guodong figured they probably hadn't eaten since early morning. He still had some buns in his space, so he gave each of them 2 steamed buns. These are a rare treat. I'd be wasting them on me. You keep them, Guodong. Chen Guowei swallowed his saliva and declined. You can't work on an empty stomach. Take them and eat. I have a job now. We share the blessings, Chen Guodong said with empathy. All right, we won't stand on ceremony then. The 2 took the buns and began eating happily. Chen Guodong smiled. Good, I'll go find my master now. Take your time eating. With that, he left. The 2 men ate their buns and nodded. Chen Guodong returned to the cave and continued his diligent work. He planted the sweet potatoes and watered them with spirit spring water. Watching their promising growth, he lit a cigarette and mused that he still had to wait a few more days. The pace was too slow. Running through the mountains every day was also too troublesome. He would need to go to the black market to find a jade pendant. After finishing his cigarette, he sealed the cave entrance and went to check his traps. Each time he felt like a gambler silently chanting, hit this time, it has to hit. But upon arriving at the trap, as he had guessed, it was empty. He shook his head in disappointment. It seemed hard to catch prey in this area now. He would have to venture deeper into the mountains. Once his cousins finished the hut, he could put his hunting plan into action. Judging by the sky, it must be noon. He went to find his cousins. At their worksite, the 2 were busy and hard at work. Seeing the neatly sawn logs scattered on the ground, he felt quite satisfied. They truly had skill as carpenters. It seemed the work would still take a few more days. He decided to go to town and visit the black market to exchange for supplies. Brother Wei, Brother Chong, hard at work. Have some sweet potatoes, Chen Guodong called out as he approached. He gave each of them 20 jin of sweet potatoes as payment. He couldn't give too much lest it cause trouble. Guodong, you're giving us way too much. You don't need to give this much. Keep some for yourself, Chen Guowei said with some emotion. Exactly, we don't need that much, Chen Guodong added. These 2 were definitely his own people, even refusing such generosity. Good brothers, don't get worked up. Listen, I'm going to town tomorrow and might be gone a few days. You keep working. These sweet potatoes will tide you over. When I get back, I'll treat you to plenty of meat buns, Chen Guodong said. Guodong, just having sweet potatoes is great. No need for meat buns. They require ration tickets and money. Chen Guowei shook his head. It's fine. I have a job now and money is meant to be spent. Spending it on my brothers is no loss, Chen Guodong said carelessly. Guodong, we won't stand on ceremony. If you ever need help, just say the word, Chen Guowei said, touched. That's right. No formality between us. That's what family means. Haha, by the way, with so much work, do you need a hand while I'm here? Chen Guodong laughed. Leave the rough work to us 2. You go on back. I'll head home this afternoon, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Alright, I won't be overly polite then. Stay safe in the mountains, Chen Guodong reminded. Chen Guodong and Chen Guowei waved him off. Chen Guodong smiled and headed home. After dinner, he said to Chen Jianjun, Dad, I'm going to town tomorrow. I might be back in a few days. Alright, you have a job now. Just stay safe and think things through. Don't act impulsively, Chen Jianjun advised. Your father is right. I don't expect you to be rich and powerful, just stay safe and sound, Lin Yu said with concern. I understand, Mom and Dad, Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. The next day, he slept until noon, greeted his family, and then leisurely made his way to town. This trip to town was to exchange for grain and meat ration tickets at the black market, planning to indulge at the Statone restaurant and prepare for his hunting expedition. Sure enough, with a bicycle, he reached the vicinity of the black market before dark. He stored the bike in his space, smoked 2 cigarettes, covered his face with a black cloth, put on his backpack with a cloth cover, and headed into the black market. After paying 5 cents, he followed the crowd into the market. The square was still packed with people, yet it remained eerily quiet. Chen Guodong actually quite liked this atmosphere, mysterious and thrilling. Kid, get out of the way. Move it, a gruff voice rang out. Chen Guodong was startled and about to curse when he turned around and saw a tall man yelling at a 7-year-old boy. Damn, I was getting all worked up for nothing. Thought I was about to get into a fight. Shaken by the market's tense vibe, Chen Guodong shook his head with a smile and decided to wander around. Then the same voice came again. Kid, what are you shaking your head at? What the hell? This time he's definitely talking about me, Chen Guodong thought, turning back to face the tall man. Chen Guodong turned his head and didn't yield to the tall man. Is it a crime for me to shake my head? Can't I have a stiff neck? With that, he turned around and continued browsing. The tall man behind him fumed in frustration. You little. Just then an overseer approached. What's this? Looking for trouble. The tall man immediately put on a fawning smile. No, nothing at all. Just joking. I don't care if you're joking or not. Since you're in the black market, you follow its rules. If you want trouble, well, oblige, and don't blame us for being rough, the overseer warned sternly. No, I won't. I'll obey for sure, the tall man said, bowing and scraping. Good, the overseer replied, patting him on the shoulder before leaving. Once the overseer was far off, the tall man spat and cursed. What rotten luck. Chen Guodong paid no heed to the incident. Calculating that the Tindui appointment with the rice vendor from last time was nearly up, he went to their agreed spot. Finding a mark left behind, he added his own and resumed his stroll. As Chen Guodong wandered, his eyes caught something. Eggs. Now that was a rare find. He had to get them. Feigning nonchalance, he approached the female vendor and asked, Comrade, how much for these eggs? The vendor, delighted by the inquiry, replied, Comrade, these eggs are fresh. I only trade, not sell. 3 caddies of coarse grain for 1 caddy of eggs. I have 2 caddies here. Chen Guodong pondered for a moment. It seemed reasonable. He crouched down, picked up an egg, held it up to the moonlight, and gave it a gentle shake. It seemed fine, but he still haggled. Can you do a little less? Comrade, my family is truly starving. That's why I'm selling these. Otherwise, I couldn't bear to part with them. The vendor said pitifully. Before she could finish, Chen Guodong cut in. All right, stop. He'll take them. 3 caddies it is. Good, how shall we trade? The woman asked, a bit excited. Chen Guodong took 6 sweet potatoes from his basket. Each weighed over a caddy, so it was more than enough. Weigh these in your hand and see if they're sufficient. If you don't trust me, find a scale to check. The woman took the sweet potatoes, weighed them in her hands, and said with satisfaction, Enough, they're definitely enough. No need for a scale. Thank you so much. May good people be blessed. With that, she carefully handed over the remaining eggs. Chen Guodong took them, felt their weight, and nodded. A fair exchange. If you have more next time, I'll come to you. All right. I usually come every few days right here. The woman said, her mood lifted after the transaction. Fine. See you next time then, Chen Guodong said, placing the eggs in his basket and standing up to continue his stroll. His spirits were buoyed by the acquisition, and he looked forward to finding more treasures. As he walked, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, startling him. He whirled around to see who it was. Young brother, I've finally found you, a man said. Who are you? I don't know you. Why did you tap me? Chen Guodong frowned, studying the newcomer. He couldn't place him and asked in an unfriendly tone. Being startled like that in the dead of night would sour anyone's mood. Seeing Chen Guodong's anger, the man quickly explained, It's me, the one who traded rice with you last time. I left a mark a few days ago, but when you didn't show, I came every day to wait. Just now I saw your mark and hurried over. Hearing this, Chen Guodong finally understood. Oh, it's you. You've changed your outfit so much I didn't recognize you. Next time, don't tap people on the shoulder. You scared me half to death. The man looked a bit embarrassed. I was just excited to see you. My apologies. Forget it. Just be more careful next time. By the way, how many caddies of rice did you bring? Chen Guodong wanted to cut to the chase. 20 caddies. Same price as last time, the man asked hopefully. No problem. Let's go over there to trade. Chen Guodong led the man to their previous spot. Setting down his basket, he asked, Did you bring a cloth bag? Yes. Hey, race the 20 caddies of rice, the man said, putting down his sack and pulling out a large bag. Fill it yourself. Each one is over a caddy, so there's more than enough. Chen Guodong opened the basket, too lazy to do it himself, and let the man pack. He examined the rice, clean and well sorted, quite good. The man beamed. Young brother, you're generous. I want stand on ceremony. As he loaded the sweet potatoes, he counted them 3 times to be sure. Chen Guodong lit a cigarette and watched him finish. Is the count right? Don't mind me, young brother. I'm just trying to make a small profit on the side. I have to be careful or I'll end up losing out. I understand. The deal's done then. Chen Guodong hoisted his basket ready to leave. Hey young brother, next time I can get 50 caddies. Would you be interested? The man asked anxiously. 50 caddies. Are you sure you can get that much? Chen Guodong asked doubtfully. He didn't ask where they came from, just wanted confirmation. 50 caddies was no small amount. Definitely. When would be convenient for you to trade? The man affirmed. Interesting. He's even richer than me. All right, Chen Guodong thought. Same as before. They'll definitely come within 10 days. Good, it's settled. They'll wait for you then, the man said readily. All right. They'll be off now. With that, Chen Guodong shouldered his basket and left. The man lingered for a moment before also departing. Chen Guodong continued his stroll. In the distance, he saw several people gathered around a stall examining something by flashlight. Curious, he went over for a look. Hey, isn't that the jade pendant I've been longing for? Heaven helps those who help themselves. I've finally laid eyes on it again. Chen Guodong thought, his heart racing with excitement. He edged closer, planning to buy it if the price was right. He heard one man say, "Comrade, this jade pendant isn't the best quality. How about a discount?" It was a classic bargaining tactic. Chen Guodong looked up at the vendor, who had an scholarly air and seemed worldly wise. 50 caddies of grain, not a bit less. This is a family heirloom. I wouldn't sell it if I weren't desperate. I already feel like I'm betraying my ancestors. And you want to haggle? You're starving, aren't you? What's wrong with a little discount? At least you won't starve. Sell it cheaper, and he'll take it. 30 caddies. Can't offer more, the man said patiently. Impossible. You'd better look elsewhere. I can't sell it at that price, the vendor insisted stubbornly. How about 35 caddies, the man pressed on. If you can't come up with 50, go elsewhere and stop wasting my time, the vendor said, shaking his head. The man sighed helplessly. Oh well, with the food shortage this severe and you refusing to lower the price, it's just too expensive. This wasn't meant for me. They'll look elsewhere. With that, he rose and walked away reluctantly. Seeing the commotion had ended, the others also dispersed, leaving only Chen Guodong, who remained behind, carefully examining the jade pendant. Chen Guodong nodded in satisfaction, convinced it was genuine. Just then the vendor noticed the lone straggler and asked with interest, "Comrade, are you looking to buy?" Chen Guodong nodded. "Comrade, is this item authentic?" he asked, still cautious, his eyes fixed on the vendor's expression. To his surprise, the vendor didn't even blink. With righteous indignation, he retorted, "You can insult me, but don't you dare insult my elders. If you're not buying, then move along, go elsewhere." Chen Guodong let out an awkward chuckle. He wasn't an expert himself and had merely hoped to gauge the truth from the man's demeanor. Judging by his reaction, it seemed genuine. "Comrade, please don't take offense. For such a big deal, one has to ask right. Don't be angry. He'll buy it. Can I trade with sweet potatoes?" Chen Guodong said with an apologetic smile. The vendor's eyes lit up. "Sure, as long as it's food. That's exactly why I'm selling the pendant. I'm out of food. Do you have it with you?" "I do, but it's not convenient to trade here. Let's go over there." "Do you have a scale?" Chen Guodong asked. "No, but I can borrow one," the vendor replied immediately. "No need. Look, does this weigh about a gene?" Chen Guodong said, pulling out a sweet potato and handing it to the vendor. The vendor took it with delight, weighing it carefully in his hand. "Yes, it does. So what's the deal? They're all roughly this size. Come with me, and he'll count out 45 for you." "Deal. You're definitely getting a good deal," Chen Guodong said. He wasn't one to let strangers take advantage of him. The vendor thought for a moment, weighed the sweet potato again, and agreed. The two went to the spot where Chen Guodong had traded rice. Setting down his basket, he let the vendor fill it. Without hesitation, the vendor pulled out a sack and began loading. Chen Guodong lit a cigarette and watched him count. When the count reached 45, the vendor tried to add more. "Comrade, what are you doing? We agreed on 45, that's enough." "That's not fair," Chen Guodong said irritably. The vendor laughed awkwardly. "No, I must have miscounted. Since you say it's right, then it's right. Sorry, comrade." He tied the sack shut. "Forget it. One-time deal," Chen Guodong said, hoisting his basket onto his back and walking away without a backward glance. The vendor also hurried off with his sweet potatoes. Chen Guodong toyed with the jade pendant in good spirits as he headed over to He Gu, the ticket scalper. Seeing someone still exchanging tickets, he waited. When the person left, he stepped forward and greeted, "Busy, He Gu." He Gu recognized Chen Guodong as a big spender and welcomed him warmly. "Oh, if it isn't my old pal Chen. Welcome, welcome. Here to exchange tickets today. Why else would I come? You think I came to see you?" Chen Guodong joked. He Gu, a seasoned street-smart man, laughed. "Hey, coming to see me wouldn't be bad either." The two burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Chen Guodong handed He Gu a cigarette and asked seriously, "On a serious note, He Gu, do you still have any cotton tickets?" He Gu took the cigarette with a grin. "Thanks, pal. No cotton tickets left, but I've got a cotton quilt." "Used?" Chen Guodong asked doubtfully. "No, it's new. A friend of mine made it for the winter, but he ran out of food and wants to trade it. Want it? Hey Gu explained. If it's new, of course I want it. How much? Don't try to rip me off, Chen Guodong said, ready to haggle. Friends and family price, $30. A steal, right? Hey Gu said, acting as if Chen was getting a deal. That's a bit steep. Lower the price, and he'll take it, Chen Guodong bargained. Pal, look at the times we're in. Cotton is in high demand. Tell you what, I can't go lower than 30, but he'll throw in a few Class B cigarette tickets, Hey Gu offered after a moment's thought. Seeing there was no room to negotiate further, Chen Guodong relented. Alright, that's more like it. Deal. By the way, how many meat and grain tickets do you have? Those are hot commodities too, pal. You sure know how to pick 'em. Not many left. 20 gene of meat tickets and 50 gene of grain tickets. What you planning to take them all? Hey Gu teased. Congratulations, you're right. But no prize, Chen Guodong joked. Hey Gu looked at Chen's joking demeanor and asked uncertainly, forget the prize, or no prize, are you really taking them all, Chen? This is no joke. I'm not joking. Give them all to me. How much? Chen Guodong said seriously. It seemed that joking wasn't well received in this era. Not funny at all, just awkward. Hey Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. You really mean it? Let me think. No one's ever bought this much. After a pause he said, how about 1 yuan each? That's a real bargain. I've given you my best price. What? You call that a bargain? Chen Guodong scoffed. Listen pal, it really is cheap. Go see how tight things are out there. I paid a lot to get these and I had to pull strings. Cut me some slack, Hey Gu said helplessly. Seeing that Hey Gu was being sincere, Chen Guodong relented. Fine, let's do it. Anything else you need? Any sugar or cloth tickets left? Chen Guodong inquired. No cloth tickets either. All I have now are industrial tickets. Want some? Hey Gu asked hopefully. Chen Guodong mimicked a pistol gesture. You have this. You sure? Hey Gu asked. Chen Guodong nodded. What's the price for a gun? And bullets? Gun 120, no haggling. Bullets 10 yuan for 100 rounds. How many do you need? Hey Gu replied. Chen Guodong nodded, finding the price reasonable. 1 pistol, 2 Type 56 rifles, and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. This time Hey Gu didn't question or express surprise at the large order. He simply said seriously, if you trust me, wait for me by the woods outside the black market. It's not safe to deal here. Alright, I trust you. They'll head to the woods first. Hurry up, don't keep me waiting till I fall asleep, Chen Guodong said. With his spatial storage he felt bold and unafraid. Chen Guodong, having concluded the deal, prepared to leave. He wandered through the black market, but found nothing he desired, so he sauntered out and headed to the agreed-upon forest edge to wait. Chen Guodong lit a cigarette and pondered, can this brother He be trusted? Unable to discern the truth, he decided caution was paramount. He chambered a round in the gun from his spatial storage and placed it back ready for later use. Today Chen Guodong planned to sell sweet potatoes. He had exactly 500 gene left in his space and was eager to trade them away, tired of eating them. He hid the sweet potatoes behind some bushes. After a short wait, he saw several figures approaching. It should be Brother He, as he could hear their conversation. Chen Guodong kept his gun ready, for this was no longer the black market and safety came first. As they drew near, Brother He chuckled. Brother Chen, sorry for the wait. This stuff can't be shown openly. These two are my friends, don't mind them. Safety first. Chen Guodong remained vigilant and said, no worries, I understand. Brother He, did you bring the goods? Yes, take a look, Brother He replied, signaling a companion to place a cloth bag before Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong glanced at Brother He, then at the bag. Without lowering his head, he reached in and pulled out a pistol. He examined it, unable to discern its quality, then pulled the bolt. Brother He laughed. This is a fine piece, a Browning pistol. Chen Guodong's interest peaked. He had seen these in videos before, a man's dream. What luck? Fingering the pistol, he couldn't help asking, can I test it? Brother He was alarmed and quickly said, no brother, that's impossible. If we attract the police, we're done for, and the black market is nearby. Chen Guodong gave an embarrassed smile. Brother He, don't worry, I was just asking. He then examined the other 2 guns and ammunition. Brother He rubbed his hands and grinned. Well, are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied, Chen Guodong nodded. Then, Brother He winked. Haha, write the payment. Can you take sweet potatoes? Chen Guodong understood Brother He's hint and smiled. What? Sweet potatoes? Are you serious? You're paying for all this with sweet potatoes? Brother He asked incredulously. Yes, is that a problem? Chen Guodong queried. No, it's perfectly fine. Brother, you've come at just the right time. Brother He said excitedly. Good to hear. They're behind the bushes, go weigh them. My people have already placed them there. Chen Guodong breathed a sigh of relief, glad it worked. All right. Brother He was indeed reliable. He had brought a scale. The group eagerly went to weigh the sweet potatoes, and by the time Chen Guodong finished his cigarette, it was done. One of Brother He's men reported, Brother He, no problem, 500 gene. Brother He beamed, brother, let's settle up. The total is 560 yuan, and there's even a little extra. He raised the money, tickets, and a quilt. He handed over the quilt, cash, and tickets. Chen Guodong nodded in satisfaction. Good, thank you, Brother He. Brother, if you need anything else, come to me. I've got everything, and the price will be right, Brother He declared, thumping his chest. Sure, I'll find you next time. You all go ahead, I'll wait for my people. Chen Guodong smiled. Brother He knew it was time to leave and didn't dawdle. He led his men away carrying the sweet potatoes. Hey brother, hey Chen Guodong, called out remembering something. Brother He and his men stiffened slowly turning to look at Chen Guodong, suspecting he might double-cross them. Their hands instinctively moved behind their backs. Seeing their reaction, Chen Guodong quickly said, Brother, hey don't worry. I just wanted to ask if you could give me that flashlight. It's dark and I'm scared. They relaxed at his words. Brother He laughed and scolded, Brother, you nearly scared us to death shouting like that in the dark. Here, take it. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's a small thing. He handed over the flashlight and left without looking back. Watching them disappear, Chen Guodong finally let out a tense breath. Damn, that scared me. What a thrill. He plopped down on the ground, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag to calm himself. After finishing the cigarette, his nerves settled. He packed everything away, running his hand over the pistol. Not bad at all. I really like this. In high spirits, he went into the woods to relieve himself. As he was about to leave, he overheard voices. Haha, we met a fool today. These sweet potatoes will last us a long time. A man's voice said. Exactly. What a fool. If we met a few more, would never worry about food again. Another man said excitedly. Dream on. How many fools can there be? And with this much food, we're set for a while. Be grateful. A third man chimed in. Damn, that voice sounds familiar. Isn't it the stall owner who sold the jade pendant? Was the jade pendant fake too? He quickly put it into his spatial storage. Sure enough, nothing happened. It was indeed a fake. You bastard, that scammer put on such a convincing act. Scammers existed in every era. He'd have to keep his eyes open next time. If this had been in later times, he wouldn't have been duped. Damn those swindlers. Unable to contain himself, Chen Guodong burst out and cursed, how can you people be so wicked? You cheat honest folks out of their food. Give me back my sweet potatoes and take back this fake jade pendant. The men were startled by his sudden appearance. The stall owner was the first to react. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Who says I sold you a fake? Do you have proof? Are you sure this is the pendant I sold you? For all I know, you swapped it. You're shameless. I just heard you talking about me. Don't deny it. Give it back and I'll pretend this never happened, Chen Guodong said angrily. The stall owner dropped all pretense and sneered, Kid, look around. This isn't the black market. It's just you against the three of us. What if we refuse? Exactly. You call yourself smart. Seeing the three of us and still jumping out. Are you asking for a beating? Another man taunted. They'll ask you one last time, will you return it or not? Chen Guodong's eyes turned fierce. Ooh, scary eyes. I'm so frightened. You fool, the man said disdainfully. Fine. You leave me no choice. Chen Guodong drew his gun and aimed it at the three. They panicked instantly. Comrade, don't get worked up. Let's talk this out. Yes, we're just trying to get by. We've never hurt anyone. Don't shoot. The other two begged. Only when you hold the truth can you speak properly, Chen Guodong thought. Put down the sweet potatoes, leave all your valuables, and get out of here. All right, just don't shoot, the stall owner said. They began emptying their pockets, placing items on the ground. One of them, his eyes darting, asked, We've put everything down. Can we go now? Chen Guodong had just sensed something amiss and immediately aimed his gun at the man. All of it, I said, put all of it on the ground. Are you forcing me to shoot? No, we'll give it all right. The man pulled a jade pendant from his shoe and placed it on the ground. That's all really. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Get lost. I frequent the black market, so you'd better not let me catch you swindling again. Chen Guodong cursed. Fine, we're going. The men fled as if pardoned, disappearing in an instant. Only after they had vanished did Chen Guodong walk over, stow the sweet potatoes into his space, and inspect the spoils, a short blade, a few coins, and a jade pendant. Truly impoverished. Was this jade pendant genuine or fake? Chen Guodong examined it closely. It appeared to be the same type of antique jade as the one the old woman had sold earlier. This time it should be real, for even a swindler wouldn't surrender it unless threatened with a gun. He decided to test it. Placing the pendant into his space, he observed intently, determined to see how it vanished. The pendant slowly melted upon entry, truly authentic. So this was how jade pendants disappeared. Within seconds it dissolved. Suddenly the spring in his space began to tremble. The spring sank, the ground leveled, and the soil churned, revealing half an acre of land. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, Chen Guodong's heart raced. Had it upgraded? Could he now cultivate the land? He rushed over to plant a sweet potato as a test. Suddenly a message appeared in his mind, space upgraded. You can manipulate items within the space with your mind without removing them. The half-acre can be cultivated and crops will mature in 5 days. Whoosh, take off. Though it lacked instant ripening, half an acre maturing in 5 days was extraordinary. He could now plant without trekking up the mountains. So convenient. And the yield would be high. Even better, he could process items within the space. How advanced. How exhilarating. Seized by curiosity, Chen Guodong used his mind to load all the guns with bullets, watching them slide into the magazines. Utterly magical. Then he peeled the sweet potatoes, finishing in an instant. In his hand appeared a peeled sweet potato. He took a bite. Delicious. Wow, this was incredible. He should have upgraded the space long ago. What features would the next upgrade bring? He could hardly wait. He suspected it wouldn't be as simple as 2 jade pendants this time. It would likely require more. Chen Guodong had a premonition. But never mind, the present was already fantastic. With a thought, Chen Guodong planted the entire half-acre with sweet potatoes. So convenient. No more digging. Each harvest had been so exhausting. After playing around for a while, a thought struck him: where would he sleep tonight? He decided to rough it somewhere. Finding a secluded spot, he arranged some large rocks into an enclosure, placed a flat stone as a bed, laid out a blanket, and settled in for the night. At dawn the next day, Chen Guodong could no longer stay put. He had hardly slept, disturbed by rustling sounds all night. The forest was no place to rest. He needed to build a wooden cabin for any sense of security. Arriving in town, Chen Guodong headed straight to the station restaurant. It wasn't too busy yet, perhaps too early. Spotting Sister he greeted. Morning, Sister he. Morning, Guodong. Are you here to see your sister? She's in the back kitchen. He'll call her out, Sister he said warmly. Yes, please, thank you, Sister he, Chen Guodong replied with a smile. No trouble at all. You've come at a good time. It'll get busy soon. Wait here, Sister he said. Before long, his elder sister emerged, leading him outside the restaurant with delight. Guodong, you're here. How are things going here? Are you settling in? Everyone's been kind to me. I'm helping in the kitchen now. Are mom and dad at home, doing well? His sister asked happily. That's good. Everyone's fine at home. Oh, by the way, sis, I'm now a purchasing agent at the steel rolling mill. Pretty impressive, huh? Chen Guodong boasted. His sister's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? How do you make finding a job look as easy as eating or drinking? I thought you'd worn yourself out for this one, but now you've got another. Little brother, you're amazing. Of course. Sis, here are some grain and meat coupons. You've got low blood sugar, so you need to eat well and nourish yourself, Chen Guodong said, handing her 10 jin worth of tickets. No, little brother. You have many expenses now with your job. Keep them. I get meals here, so I won't go hungry, his sister refused. Don't worry, I have plenty. Just take them, Chen Guodong insisted. Just then a voice called from the kitchen. Damie, I come help. We're about to get busy. Alright, I'll take these then. Let's talk later. I was in the middle of something when I came out. I need to help first. We'll chat later, his sister said hurriedly. Sure, go ahead. Get to work, Chen Guodong waved. As his sister went in, he approached Sister he with a smile. Sister he, any meat buns today? There are, but they require meat and grain coupons, same price as usual, Sister he replied. Fine, just exchange all I have for them, Chen Guodong said, pulling out his remaining money and tickets. Sister he was stunned. All of this? Everything? Chen Guodong chuckled. Yes, it's for my unit, not just me, he said, showing his work ID. Sister he examined it in surprise. You're a purchasing agent already. Amazing, so young and already in that position. Alright, wait a moment. I'll pack them up for you. Guodong, you little rascal, how did you end up at the steel rolling mill? I was thinking of finding a spot for you here, came Uncle Liu's voice from behind. Haha, Uncle Liu, you scared me half to death sneaking up like that, Chen Guodong said, feigning fright and patting his chest. Cut the act, kid. Come to my office. Shall he bring the package to my office when it's ready? Uncle Liu instructed. Yes, director, Sister he acknowledged. Following Uncle Liu into the office, Chen Guodong heard him say with a laugh. So you just dump your sister here and forget about her. It's been ages since you visited. I've been busy. Got some free time today. By the way, Uncle Liu, were you serious earlier? Is there a job for me? Chen Guodong asked slyly. No, I was kidding. You already have a job. What do you need another one for? Uncle Liu teased. Not for me. For a relative. I was getting my hopes up for nothing, Chen Guodong said, disappointed. Come to think of it, Old Li might have something. Uncle Liu said mysteriously. Really? Then he'll go ask Uncle Li right now, Chen Guodong said, starting to rise. Hey, are you just leaving like that? Uncle Liu asked speechlessly. Yeah, work is important. Next time I come, I'll bring you, Chen Guodong said cheerfully as he walked out the door. You'd better keep your word, kid. They'll be waiting, Uncle Liu said expectantly. Definitely. Chen Guodong arrived at the hall of the station restaurant and said to Sister he, are the packages ready? No need to take them inside, I will get them. They're packed right here. Sister he pointed to a pile of buns. Alright, I'll handle it myself. You go ahead, Chen Guodong said as he took out a bamboo basket and began packing them. After packing, he said to Sister he'll head back now. No need to wait for my sister. When she comes out, alright, go ahead, Sister he said, waving her hand. Chen Guodong left, found a secluded corner, stored all the buns in his space, and then headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Entering the cooperative, Chen Guodong greeted, Sister Sun, Brother Wu, good to see you. A little brother is here. What are you buying today? Sister Sun asked warmly. I need a few packs of cigarettes. Is the director in? Chen Guodong said as he took out his cigarette coupons and money. The director went out on business and isn't here. Wait a moment, he'll get your cigarettes, Sister Sun said as she went to fetch them. Brother Wu sidled over and asked, Guodong, coming here at this early hour isn't like you. Spill it, what are you really? Chen Guodong thought for a moment. Brother Wu was well connected and likely in the know. So he asked, I heard the director has some work quotas. Guodong, how did you find out? You're too late, someone beat you to it. It was exchanged last night. Brother Wu, oh I see. Never mind then. I happened to be in town on business and Uncle Liu from the station restaurant told me, but I was still too late. Chen Guodong explained. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. But there might be some next month. If it happens, I'll have someone notify you in Chenjiagou. How's that for loyalty? Brother Wu said earnestly. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Wu. Chen Guodong felt a surge of gratitude. Really, but it's not convenient to discuss, yet it's not confirmed. Don't mention it. Just remember us when you have some meat. Brother Wu laughed casually. Deal, will make sure to bring some, Chen Guodong promised. Guodong, what are you two chatting about? Your cigarettes are ready. Sister Sun asked. Nothing much. Well, Brother Wu's sister Sun, it'll be off now, Chen Guodong said as he left the cooperative. That kid Guodong is no ordinary fellow. He knew the director had a work quota and even calls the restaurant manager Uncle Lu. Brother Wu said, finding Chen Guodong somewhat enigmatic. He's so well informed, it seems we'll really have to rely on this little brother in the future, Sister Sun remarked with a sigh. Once outside the city, Chen Guodong couldn't wait to pull out a meat bun and take a big bite. He was ravenous, but to his dismay there was no meat inside. Question marks flooded his mind. He took another bite, still no meat. Had they mistakenly given him a plain steamed bun? Refusing to believe it, he took a third bite and finally tasted a tiny bit of meat. What a struggle. It was an era where meat buns bursting with juice were a fantasy. Shaking his head, he finished one bun and pedaled toward Chenjiagou. By noon he was back. As he pushed his bicycle through the gate, his little sister exclaimed happily, "Brother, you're back. Did you bring any food?" Chenjiagou tapped her on the head and scolded playfully. Is that any way for a sister to act? Asking for food the moment he walks in. Dad, it's fine. Here, big brother brought you some meat buns, Chen Guodong said affectionately. He took out a dozen or so meat buns from his basket and placed them on the table. Wow, so much food. Brother, you're amazing. These buns smell delicious. His little sister was overjoyed and immediately grabbed one to eat. You little brat, even with food in your mouth, you can't stop talking. Guodong, why did you waste money on so many buns? Your salary will be gone in no time. Lin Yu said, her heart aching at the expense. Mom, it's fine. Money is meant to be spent. Just eat your fill, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Eat up. The kids are grown, it's time for us to enjoy ourselves. I haven't had a meat bun in ages. They'll have one too, Chenjiagou laughed. He seemed to have resigned himself to a life of ease. You have to admit the buns from the city are really fragrant. I had one a few years ago when I was in town, but now there's hardly any meat in them. Lin Yu also relaxed and began eating, praising them. It's good enough that we have something to eat at all given the current situation, Chenjiagou said with a smile. By the way, I should take some to your third uncle and cousin, Lin Yu suddenly said after eating. In broad daylight. Let's do it tonight. It might make people uncomfortable if they see us, Chenjiagou advised. All right, tonight it is, Lin Yu nodded. Mom, Dad, no need to deliver them. They'll go up the mountain to see my cousins and give them some, Chen Guodong said, shouldering his basket and heading out. Eat some more before you go. Lin Yu called after him. Chen Guodong waved his hand, no need. I still have some in my basket, I'll eat them on the mountain. I'm off. Chen Guodong hiked up the mountain to the construction site. Seeing his two cousins standing far apart, he asked in confusion, Brother Wei, Brother Chong, why are you two standing so far away? Guodong, you're back. As for this, just wait a moment, and you'll see, Chen Guowei said awkwardly. Yeah, you'll find out soon enough. Chen Guoqiang grinned mysteriously. Before he could finish up, a sound rang out. Chen Guodong instantly understood. It was the sweet potatoes. The three of them burst into hearty laughter. Chen Guodong doubled over, laughing at the thought of the two of them farting at each other over the past 2 days. All right, Guodong, stop laughing. You're back so soon. I thought it would take a few days, Chen Guowei asked. No, I finished my business and came back. It looks like you're almost done. The progress is quite fast, Chen Guodong said, observing the nearly completed wooden cabin. Just the door left to nail on, Chen Guoqiang said with a smile. All right, let's finish nailing that and call it a day. They'll go find my master later to have someone move it. Chen Guodong nodded. Sounds good. They worked together and finished quickly. Then Chen Guodong took out 20 buns from his basket, giving 10 to each cousin. These are the buns I promised to have. Guodong, you actually came through. But this is too many, Chen Guoqiang said. That's enough. Brothers are in the heart, Chen Guodong declared boldly. Deeply moved, the two replied. Right, brothers are in the heart. Then Chen Guodong told them to head down the mountain first. After they left, he stored the wooden cabin away. That evening, he told Chenjiagou he would be going into the mountains with his master for a few days. His father only warned him to be careful and said nothing more. Lin Yu didn't say anything either, but Chen Guodong could see the worry in her eyes. The one who was most reluctant was his little sister, who clung to the hem of his clothes the next morning. Chen Guodong carefully pried her fingers loose and got up to leave. Following a small path deep into the forest, he gazed at the rising sun and couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful mountain view. But with my poor education, all I can say is, damn, it's gorgeous. The journey into the mountains was quiet, but the deeper he went, the colder it felt, whether it was his imagination or the actual temperature. Fortunately, his new clothes kept him warm. It wasn't until noon, when the sun was out, that it felt better. He found a spot to eat roasted sweet potatoes and corn. Though they were tasty, he couldn't help thinking how other transmigrators feasted on meat and fish, which made his meal feel lacking. No, I need to have meat and fish too. Channeling his frustration into determination, he pressed deeper into the forest. Strangely, he hadn't encountered a single animal along the way. As dusk fell, he found a secluded flat spot and summoned the wooden cabin. He went inside and bolted the door. a large wooden latch from the inside that couldn't be opened from the outside. Only then did he feel safe. To be honest, being alone in the deep mountains was a bit frightening, but he had no choice. Even an experienced procurer like Zhao Dahai couldn't get meat anymore. Without game, he couldn't complete his tasks and had lose his job. With his space, he should be safe. That night, as he slept, he heard the sounds of large animals. He woke up early the next morning grinning. Chen Guodong put away the wooden cabin. Early in the morning, he figured a big meat bun would calm his nerves. With a bun in hand and a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle slung over his shoulder, the hunter vibe immediately kicked in. Full of anticipation, Chen Guodong thought he'd bag some large game this morning, but by noon he hadn't spotted a single animal. He found some tracks and followed them for ages, but eventually lost the trail. After all, he wasn't a professional hunter. With a sigh, he found a flat spot, lit a cigarette, and set up a fire to roast a corn cob to soothe his fret. What's going on? Were all these animals nocturnal? Chen Guodong began to question the wisdom of coming deep into the mountains to hunt. Empty-handed as he was, doubt was inevitable. The roasted corn, usually a delight, tasted like ash. Oh well, since I'm here, I'll keep looking, he muttered, packing up and trudging on listlessly. Suddenly, and it was truly sudden, startling Chen Guodong, a heavy grunting sound came from ahead. From the thicket emerged two enormous wild boars. It was a twist of fate, a light at the end of the tunnel. His heart pounded. This was at a big score. No business for a year, and then a windfall that could last 3. Chen Guodong took a deep breath to steady himself. What to do? Use the gun or the wooden trap? So nervous. They were a bit far, getting closer might spook them. Had waited so long for this, if they ran he might not catch them. No, he definitely couldn't catch them. With the gun he might not even kill one. What to do? A happy dilemma. Get closer first, and if all else fails, Chen Guodong crept forward with the stealthiest movements of his life. As he neared 6 meters, his heart thumped like a drum, pounding fiercely. Suddenly the two wild boars turned their heads and locked eyes with him. Yes, suddenly. No twig snapped, no branch caught, and no untimely gas was passed. 6 eyes met in an instant. How did he feel? Hell, scared to death. But in that split second, Chen Guodong charged forward like a madman. The boars bolted instantly. But Chen Guodong was faster, releasing the wooden trap from his spatial storage and slamming it down. He trapped both boars at once. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, one trap was knocked over and a boar escaped. Quick as a flash, Chen Guodong released a boulder. The boar crashed into it, dazed and still. Chen Guodong lunged forward and stored it in his space. Ha, where do you think you're going? Don't you know I'm cheating, you little rascal trying to escape? Indeed, pride comes before a fall. The other boar pushed open the trap and dashed out. Seeing it was already 5 meters away, Chen Guodong decisively drew his gun. He aimed and fired. Bang. Hit. Haha, got it, and in a vital spot. But the boar didn't stop despite the wound, yet kept running. Chen Guodong fired again, but all shots landed beside the boar. He almost felt he was predicting its movements. His marksmanship was truly awful. Chen Guodong wouldn't let the boar go. He sprinted after it, tracking it. Since it was injured, it couldn't run far. As it turned out, Chen Guodong followed the blood trail for half a day, exhausted and cursing. How could a wounded boar? Finally, the boar collapsed from exhaustion, lying on the ground, panting heavily, giving up the fight. Seeing this, Chen Guodong took his time, drank some water, lit a cigarette, and slowly approached. Just as he neared, a large dark shadow burst out. Before Chen Guodong could react, it lunged at him. Without a second thought, his body instinctively sidestepped, and he watched helplessly as a sharp claw snuffed out the cigarette in his mouth. What the hell? Who's this brave general? My cigarette. Chen Guodong's first thought was oddly peculiar. Once the shadow passed, he finally saw what it was. Damn, a black bear, this vicious. The bear, having missed its strike, gathered strength and charged again. In that moment, Chen Guodong's fury surged. Screw it, I'll fight you. Come on. Who's afraid? Let's settle this unknown. The bear couldn't understand his words, but sensed the challenge and pounced directly. His heart racing, Chen Guodong waited for the bear to charge. As it leaped with its paw just a hair's breadth away, he slapped it and shouted, "Store." Due to the bear's momentum, the slap sent Chen Guodong tumbling to the ground. He burst into laughter. Haha, trying to mess with me. I'm cheating. How can you compete? Yesterday someone fought a tiger, today I Chen Guodong slap a black. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Thrilling, too thrilling. But I was too reckless, there was no need for this. Still, that bear was just too vicious. Today felt like a roller coaster, one thrill after another. But the deep mountains were truly dangerous. Even with his spatial ability, he could still die. Safety first. He walked over to the boar. Should he thank it or thank it? He stored the boar away. His mood lifted, the fear and thrill fading into an indescribable joy. Had heard bear paws were delicious and bear gallbladders good for liquor. Chen Guodong began fantasizing about how to cook the black bear, since had never tasted it before. Lost in culinary daydreams, he suddenly heard messy footsteps approaching, sounding like several people. Chen Guodong immediately hid. What's this? People this deep in the mountains? Dad, I heard sounds from over there, and a wild boar's cry earlier, a man's voice said. I heard it too, Dad. Shanzi is right, a woman's voice chimed in. Ernie, you check over there, a middle-aged man's voice instructed. Chen Guodong tried to stay hidden, wanting no conflict with these people. Dad, look. There's blood here. It must be from the boar, but it's gone, the man called Shanzi said. From a distance, Chen Guodong saw them examining the spot where the boar had fallen. The middle-aged man looked around and suddenly shouted, "Who's there? Sneaking around. Come out or I'll shoot." The group aimed their guns at Chen Guodong's hiding place. Chen Guodong broke out in a cold sweat from the shouting, wondering how on earth they knew he was there. It was too uncanny. He had hidden so well. No, they probably hadn't spotted him. They were just bluffing. Sure enough, after a few shouts, the middle-aged man stopped, just as Chen Guodong had guessed. Lindsay asked in confusion, "Dad, why were you shouting at empty space? I thought you saw someone." "Silly boy, you need to learn. This is called shaking the mountain to scare the tiger. You never know. It's better to be safe. Don't neglect caution, but don't harbor malice either." "Got it," the man said earnestly. The two nodded. "Got it, Dad. You two look around nearby for any traces. Either someone carried him away or he's still around here." Then they began searching. From their conversation, Chen Guodong gathered it was a family of three out hunting. They didn't seem like bad people, but he couldn't be sure. He decided not to engage. Chen Guodong quietly slipped away. Only after putting some distance did he breathe a sigh of relief, then meandered back to his original campsite. He lit a cigarette and thought this haul was a pleasant surprise, but it had been too dangerous. If that bear had gotten him today, he'd be dead. It was a bit frightening. What if he got bitten by a snake next time? Could he always go into the mountains alone, without backup? What if something happened? Wouldn't he be the most tragic time traveler? There was no need to risk his life for some game. His decision to venture into the mountains had been too impulsive. With that thought, Chen Guodong had already decided to retreat. He took out the wooden hut, planning to stay the night, and then head home. This place was no longer safe. His life came first. That night, Chen Guodong couldn't sleep soundly. He heard gunshots, realizing there were many unknown dangers. His previous luck had probably just been luck. Early the next morning, he packed up the wooden hut and started walking toward Chen family village. The more he thought about going home, the faster he walked. As noon approached, Chen Guodong found an open space to roast corn, thinking he'd be home in half a day. Soon the corn was roasted. Just as he was about to eat, a voice suddenly came. "Young man, your corn smells delicious." In this deep wilderness, the sudden sound startled Chen Guodong. He immediately grabbed his gun and aimed at the direction of the voice. A hurried voice followed. Don't, young man. We mean no harm. You brat, I told you not to shout at people in the woods. What if they react quickly and fire?" Chen Guodong looked toward the source. Several people slowly emerged from behind the trees. It was the family from yesterday. But he didn't let his guard down, still holding his gun. "Young man, don't be alarmed. We're just passing through. My boy here has a craving and wanted to ask for some food," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "That's right, just what my dad said," Lindsay said with an awkward grin. The middle-aged man gave him a sharp rap on the head, scolding, "How many times have I told you? Don't call me dad in the mountains. You have no sense of safety." "I know, Dad," Lindsay said aggrievedly. You're driving me crazy," the man fumed. "Don't be angry, Dad. Mom said Lindsay is just innocent. He's a good man," Ernie comforted. Seeing this, Chen Guodong almost laughed and began to sympathize with the uncle. Truly, a teammate like a pig was a disaster, but you couldn't do without him. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. "Young man, you must find this amusing. We really mean no harm. Could you spare some corn for them? We can trade with a pheasant." Chen Guodong stared at the man in surprise. A pheasant for 2 ears of corn. He looked down at the 2 roasted ears as if asking, "Are you kidding?" "Young man, no need to doubt. Yes, it's for the corn," the man affirmed. Chen Guodong no longer suspected any ill intent and smiled. No need to trade. Meeting is fate. Just take them and eat. "No, my mom said we shouldn't take things from others for free. We'll end up losing out," Lindsay said wisely. Chen Guodong was stunned for a split second. Well, damn, that made sense. He couldn't find a retort. Good people, even better than himself. Pure good people. The middle-aged man sensed the awkwardness and said, "Young man, don't mind them. They spend all their days hunting in the mountains and rarely interact with outsiders." Chen Guodong suddenly understood. No wonder they had approached without a sound. They made a living this way. No problem, uncle. What Annie said makes a lot of sense," Chen Guodong said with a smile. "Sigh, what would a woman who knows nothing know?" The man sighed, clearly worried about his son and daughter-in-law's future. No parent was ever without worry for their children. Chen Guodong smiled. "Enough of that. Let's eat together." He broke both ears of corn in half and shared them among the 3. The young couple didn't take it, they just looked at the middle-aged man. He smiled. "Eat, take it. Young man, I can't let you be at a disadvantage. This pheasant isn't big, so we'll trade it with you." He placed the pheasant, which was tied at his waist, in front of Chen Guodong. Knowing he had to accept it, or they might not eat, Chen Guodong said with a smile. "All right then, I'm getting the better deal." He put the pheasant into his basket. Only then did they happily start eating. "Dad, this corn is so fragrant." "I haven't had corn in ages," Lindsay said with a simple smile. "Exactly. Why is this corn so sweet? Young man, do you have more?" "Well, trade with game," Ernie asked. Chen Guodong grew curious. Though corn was rare, it wasn't as rare as meat. Why were they so fixated on corn? He asked, "Don't you find meat delicious? Why are you so eager for corn?" The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. "No matter how delicious meat is, it can't replace grain. We eat it every day and are sick of it. A couple of years ago we could still trade for some grain, but last year we couldn't. We could get money but no grain. That was a bit of a humble brag. Eating meat every day? What kind of family was this? Oh right, old hunters really did eat meat daily. Exactly. Now even our breath smells bad. There are no fruits in the mountains, and if we find any it's just luck, Ernie said. Suddenly an idea struck Chen Guodong. He asked, do you often catch game? Of course. We're in the mountains all the time. We've caught all kinds of game. My dad even took down a bear. Chen Guodong looked earnestly at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, if I could trade you grain on a long-term basis, what would you think, uncle? The middle-aged man, unfazed by the young man's earnest gaze, asked shrewdly, how can I trust you? Chen Guodong unhurriedly pulled out a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes, offered one to the uncle, and said with a smile, have a smoke, uncle. Wow, young man, these are cadre cigarettes. I haven't had one in ages. The uncle set aside his old tobacco pipe, lit the cigarette, and took a pleasurable drag. Dad, can I have a puff too? Lindsay asked eagerly. Ernie immediately grabbed his ear and scolded. Mom told you not to smoke, and she told me to watch you. Don't follow Dad's bad example. The uncle's face reddened with embarrassment as he chuckled. Young man, this still isn't proof. Got anything else? Chen Guodong knew it wouldn't be that simple and smiled. You're quite cautious, uncle. What about this? With that he pulled out his work ID. Upon seeing it, the uncle finally scrutinized Chen Guodong seriously. You're a purchasing agent. Dad, he really is. The guy who came to our village to collect things before had one of those, didn't he? Lindsay said, thinking he was knowledgeable. Shut up. Do you think I don't know that? You don't need to tell me. The uncle tapped Lindsay on the head in exasperation. So uncle, does this prove I have the means to trade? Chen Guodong asked. The uncle nodded seriously. Yes, it does. So how do we go about the transaction? Though Chen Guodong trusted these people, he didn't want to reveal where he lived. After a moment's thought, he said, how about we meet here every month at this time? If you have a lot of game and can't wait a month, just draw a circle on this big tree. When I see it, it'll draw one too, and we can trade the next day. What do you think? The uncle thought it over and said, all right, let's do that. Let's formally get acquainted. Just call me Uncle Lin. I saw on your work ID that your name is Chen Guodong, so we'll call you Guodong. Fine, Uncle Lin, you're a straightforward man. It's settled then. How would you like to trade for the grain? Chen Guodong asked. What do you think? Uncle Lin countered. Chen Guodong was completely stumped. What did he think? He thought trading for free was best, but that wasn't what the uncle was thinking. Asking him was just confusing. After a moment's thought, Chen Guodong tentatively said, how about you name a price, and he'll see if I can accept it. You rascal. Fine, I won't take advantage of you. How about a pound for a pound? Uncle Lin said after thinking. Chen Guodong was secretly ecstatic. This was a gold mine. The uncle probably had no other channels, but he did. Huh. No, he couldn't get carried away. Suppressing his excitement, he said as calmly as possible, are you sure about a pound for a pound? You don't agree? Uncle Lin asked, puzzled. I agree, of course I agree. Just confirming. By the way, if you want money, is it also 1 yuan per pound? Chen Guodong quickly agreed, and then asked. Sure, that's the standard rate from other buyers. Uncle Lin nodded. Do you need anything else besides grain? Chen Guodong inquired. Oh, Guodong, do you mean you can get other items to trade besides grain and money? Uncle Lin asked. Yes, although ration tickets are needed, I can usually get ordinary things. Chen Guodong said modestly. Can you get these cigarettes? Give me 5 packs. The uncle said with some excitement. Indeed, cigarettes were a fatal temptation for an old hunter, as hunting required immense patience. That's why he always carried his old tobacco pipe. And me? I want meat buns. Lindsay blurted out eagerly. And me? My mom said she hasn't had candy in a long time. Can we trade for a pound? Ernie said filially. Chen Guodong smiled. As long as you have the game, no problem. He'll make sure to get them for you. Good lad. Then next time just bring these things for us to trade. By the way, can we move this transaction up? How about tomorrow? We have some stock on hand. Uncle Lin asked. Chen Guodong thought for a moment. All right. How much meat do you have on hand? Probably about 50 jin of cured meat, 20 jin of wild pheasant, and 30 jin of wild rabbit. Uncle Lin estimated. Wow, that's quite a lot. They'll bring the things you asked for tomorrow. We'll meet here around noon. Chen Guodong decided. Then it's settled. We'll head back now. Uncle Lin was decisive. He stood up and walked into the woods. The 2 youngsters reluctantly followed Uncle Lin into the woods. Remember to bring the meat buns. Lindsay couldn't help but remind him once more before disappearing into the forest with his father. Chen Guodong chuckled and shook his head, then headed home. By the time he arrived, it was already evening. He knocked. Lin Yu opened the door. The smile on her face was unmistakable when she saw it was Chen Guodong. Son, you're back. Come in quickly, you must be exhausted. Have you eaten? Chen Guodong felt a warmth in his heart at Lin Yu's gentle words. Perhaps this was what he wanted, the reason he strove to protect and cherish. He smiled and said, Mom, I'm not tired. I've already eaten. As they entered the house, his little sister perked up at the sound of her brother's voice. Brother, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Hey, race, a treat for you. Chen Guodong said, pulling out a piece of candy for her. Yay? Mom hasn't let me have any candy lately. Thanks, brother, the little girl said happily. Guodong, don't give her so much candy, but spoiling her palate, Lin Yu said. It's fine. Where's Dad? I didn't see him. Chen Guodong asked. He's up at the village reservoir, keeping watch. Lately some other villages have been trying to steal our water, so someone has to guard it at night for work points, Lin Yu explained. Mom, you mean someone wants to steal our village's water? Chen Guodong asked in surprise. Yes. The small reservoir your great-grandfather dug still has some water, but recently we noticed it's been decreasing. We found out someone secretly dug a ditch to divert it to the neighboring village. We don't have proof yet, so we have to guard it, or we won't even have water for ourselves, Lin Yu explained. Chen Guodong then remembered the small reservoir. They used it for their daily water needs as the wells had run dry. Truly, one generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade. If they had asked to borrow water openly, they might have shared some, but stealing it was underhanded. Chen Guodong nodded. Yes, it does need guarding. Exactly. We've been conserving water, but they don't even bother fetching it properly. They dug a channel in the middle of the night to connect to their own, wasting who knows how much water, Lin Yu said, growing angrier. All right, Mom, don't get angry. It's not worth it. Chen Guodong comforted her. Mom, I'm tired. He'll talk to you after I get some sleep. He was genuinely exhausted. All right, go get some rest. Lin Yu said, her heart aching for her son. Waking up the next morning, he found the house unusually quiet. Something was off. Chen Guodong searched inside and out, but couldn't find his parents or little sister. What was going on? Had they gone to forage for wild greens? It didn't make sense. He had brought so much food. Chen Guodong didn't dwell on it, assuming they had simply gone out to look for food. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered an 11-year-old boy hurrying out with a kitchen knife. Chen Guodong recognized the boy and called out, Tieton, where are you rushing off to with that knife? Guodong, my dad was bullied. I'm going to chop that bastard up. This was serious. He couldn't delay. Pulling Tieton along, he asked, your dad was bullied. You're going after him with a kitchen knife. What happened? Honestly, Chen Guodong was stunned. Were kids this fierce in this era? How had he never noticed before? This morning my dad went to guard the reservoir, but some guys from Wangjiagou came to steal water and beat him up. Now both villages are arguing by the reservoir, Tieton said angrily. You catch up on your own. I'm going ahead. Chen Guodong panicked. His parents were there. He had heard of water disputes turning deadly in other villages. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He sprinted all the way to the small reservoir, where two groups were facing off with hose and shoulder poles. It felt like a gang fight. Captain Wang, what's the meaning of this? Do you think our village is pushovers? First you sneakily dig a canal, and now you resort to violence. If you don't make this right today, we won't let it slide, said Uncle Chen Jianfu sternly. Captain Chen, what are you saying? Sneakily digging a canal. Is this reservoir yours? Everything is collectively owned now. Your consciousness isn't high enough, Captain Wang retorted. This small reservoir belongs to Chenjiagou. Everyone knows our ancestors dug it. Don't give me that collective nonsense. If you have the guts, dig your own. Stealing water is stealing. Quit your excuses. Now how do you plan to settle the assault? Chen Jianfu pressed on. Seeing no way around it, Captain Wang said, we're all farmers, tempers flare easily. It's no big deal. No one was crippled, just a little scuffle. He even fought back. There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Oh, so you're saying we need to cripple someone? Come on, you son of a, hitting someone and acting like you're in the right. They'll fight you right now, how about that? Chen Jianfu laughed in disbelief. A battered man from Wangjiagou shouted, bring it on. Who's afraid? You're so stingy with a bit of water, hoarding it like misers. Did we say you couldn't use it? Can't you carry water in buckets? Why dig a canal and waste so much? Look at this drought. If you have the energy to dig a canal, why not dig your own reservoir? Chen Jianjun immediately cursed back. The man from the other side grew belligerent. I dug it, so what? Come on, you cripple. Hit me if you dare. How could anyone tolerate that? What the hell? Was that a request? Chen Guodong charged forward without a second thought and slapped the man hard. Grinning scornfully, he said everyone saw it. He asked someone to hit him. Nothing to do with me. First time I've ever heard such a demand. Chen Guodong's move left everyone speechless. For a moment, there was dead silence. The slapped man's face twisted with rage. Where did you come from, you little brat? How dare you hit me? You're asked. He was about to strike, and the two sides were on the verge of a brawl. Knowing he had to do something to prevent worse, Chen Guodong said directly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I did what you asked and hit you. Hearing this, everyone was baffled again. Was that an apology? When the man finally caught on, he cursed, are you messing with me? What if I am? Chen Guodong's eyes turned fierce. How dare he call his father a cripple? That was a death. The man could no longer hold back and threw a punch. Many closed their eyes. His father and cousin rushed forward, but just before the punch landed, it stopped abruptly. Chen Guodong had pulled out a gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the man. Still want to fight? Believe he'll shoot. Can't we talk nicely? You forced me to draw this. The man was fearless. Go ahead, shoot. You're still wet behind the ears, playing with a gun. Without a word, Chen Guodong fired a shot into the air. Bang. Then he aimed again, his eyes cold. Want to fight? Guess whether I dare. Seeing the look in Chen Guodong's eyes, the man stumbled back in terror. Captain Wang had hoped the man would lead the charge to secure water rights, but this kid played dirty with a gun. He couldn't let it continue. Smiling, he said, Captain Chen, you need to control this. A kid playing with a gun. What if someone gets killed? Comrade, put that gun away. I gave him that gun. What, you think our village is easy to bully? Let me tell you, you can draw water with buckets from now on. Don't say we're heartless or leave you no way out. We're all in the same commune. Let's drop this and go our separate ways. Chen Jianfu pulled Chen Guodong toward the village office. Seeing it was over, everyone dispersed. Captain Wang was bitter but helpless. He sighed and trudged back to his own village. Back at the village office, Chen Jianfu said, Guodong, you were too impulsive. What if you had hit someone? It's fine. I know my limits. Thanks for covering for me. Uncle Chen Guodong expressed his gratitude. That's why I called you here. If anyone asks about the gun, just say I gave it to you. Never admit it's yours, Chen Jianfu warned. Got it. Uncle, have a smoke. Chen Guodong smiled, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He took two out, one for each of them, and left the rest on the table. The two uncles and nephew shared a smoke. But you really did well today. You've got guts, a true son of Chenjiagou. I doubt they'll cause trouble over water again, Chen Jianfu praised after a puff. Not at all. How could I stand by while my own father was insulted? Just a normal reaction, Chen Guodong said. Don't be so modest. By the way, that's a nice gun. Where did you get such a good one? Chen Jianfu asked. Chen Guodong chuckled. My master gave it to me. You're really lucky to have found such a master. I wish I had one like that. Our village wouldn't be in such a tough spot, Chen Jianfu said enviously. Oh, uncle wants to find a master too. Chen Guodong asked curiously. You're playing dumb with me. I'm talking about guns. If the village had guns, we could hunt some game instead of foraging for wild greens at the foot of the mountain every day. Chen Jianfu laughed and scolded. Wasn't this exactly what I had in mind? The earlier plan to buy guns on the black market was to help the village survive the winter through hunting. I had considered giving everyone sweet potatoes daily, but I dared not gamble with human nature. If they had guns, they could fend for themselves, and I could stay out of it. A win-win situation. Hey Guodong, what are you? Chen Jianfu called out after noticing the young man had been silent for a while. Oh, uncle, that's simple. I have a way. Chen Guodong snapped back with a smile. Oh, what brilliant idea do you have? Let me hear it. Chen Jianfu asked with keen interest. Do the villagers know how to use guns? Chen Guodong asked first, otherwise if they couldn't use them, it would all be for nothing. Of course. You might not know this, but most men in our village can handle a gun. We fought the Japanese and served as militiamen. Chen Jianfu said with a hint of pride. Oh, I didn't know that. Never heard of it. Chen Guodong questioned. What would you know? You were just a kid back. Chen Jianfu said with a smile. Oh, then it's simple. My master still has 3 guns. I can at most get 800 rounds of ammunition. How about lending them to the village uncle? Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said. Chen Jianfu immediately lost his composure. His cigarette fell unnoticed as he excitedly grabbed Chen Guodong's shoulders and said, Guodong, are you serious? Don't fool your uncle. This is no joke. Uncle, let go first. Chen Guodong's shoulders hurt from the grip, and he wondered if Chen Jianfu knew martial arts given the strength. Chen Jianfu realized he had used too much force, too excited. He laughed, haha, I got carried away. This concerns the whole clan's survival. Chen Guodong rubbed his sore shoulder and nodded. I understand, uncle. I'm serious. It's not convenient now, but I'll bring them to you tonight. Wait for me at the village office. That's wonderful, Guodong. On behalf of the whole clan, thank you. You're such a good kid. Chen Jianfu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Uncle, why be so polite? I'm a part of the village too. It's only right to help when I can. Chen Guodong, you kid, I knew you'd amount to something since you were little. Chen Jianfu gave a subtle compliment to Chen Guodong. Haha, uncle, you really know how to praise. By the way, uncle, my master and I have hunted most of the game in the southern mountains. You'll have to go north. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, no problem, we live here, we know the area well. We just didn't have guns. Just wait this year, we'll definitely have a bountiful new year. Chen Jianfu said confidently. That's good. Oh, uncle, I've already thought it through. If you have leftover game, give it to me, and I'll trade it for supplies like rice, flour, oil, and money. Chen Guodong shared his idea. Oh, right, I forgot you're the supply officer. I was so focused on having meat, I didn't think about leftovers. You're really farsighted. It's settled then. Give me the rest for supplies. The more Chen Jianfu thought about it, the brighter the future seemed. They'll write an IOU for your master right now, he said as he began to write one. Chen Guodong smiled. No need, he's not a stranger. Kid, what you give is one thing, but what you borrow should be done properly. As the old saying goes, even brothers settle accounts. This way we avoid unnecessary trouble. Chen Jianfu said earnestly. Chen Guodong didn't really mind, but having a written record was fine too. Oh, uncle, please keep this a secret. I don't want too many people to know I got the guns. Chen Guodong said. Don't worry, he'll take the blame. Rest assured. You should head back now, your parents must be worried. Chen Jianfu patted his chest. Got it, I'll be going then. Chen Guodong nodded and got up to leave. After Chen Guodong left, Chen Jianfu noticed a pack of cigarettes on the table and chuckled. This kid, he's going to be remarkable when he grows up. As Chen Guodong walked home, everyone he met praised him. Guodong, you're amazing. Brother Guodong, teach me how to shoot, you're so good. Guodong, you're the pride of our village. Chen Guodong reveled in the praise. As soon as he got home, Lin Yu rushed over worriedly. Son, you scared me today. I thought you were going to kill someone. Chen Guodong comforted her. It's okay, Mom, I know my limits. Master often taught me to shoot, don't worry. Guodong, you've really grown up. If it weren't for you today, our 2 villages might have fought. Chen Jianjun said, I don't know if there would have been a fight, but I couldn't stand him insulting you. Chen Guodong smiled. Good kid, you've done us proud. Lin Yu also said with satisfaction. After chatting for a while, Chen Guodong suddenly remembered something. Oh dad, mom, I need to go up the mountain now. I have an appointment with my master. Go ahead, just be careful. Chen Jianjun waved his hand. Chen Guodong quickly grabbed his basket and headed out knowing he had to make it to the meeting spot before noon. First, he went to the cave to collect the sweet potatoes, or he wouldn't have enough corn to trade. After gathering about 200 jin of sweet potatoes, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. He took one last look at the familiar cave that had started his fortune, feeling a bit nostalgic, then left without looking back. Rushing all the way, he finally made it to the meeting spot on time. Checking that no one was around, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he was early, missing the first trade would have been trouble. He really needed to buy a watch. Telling time was too inconvenient. No sooner had he sat down than a few people emerged from the woods. Chen Guodong focused and saw it was Uncle Lin and his group. Chen Guodong smiled. What perfect timing, I just got here too. Guodong, not really. We've been here for a while waiting for you. Uncle Lin laughed. Oh, you've been waiting? Sorry? Chen Guodong said with an awkward smile. It's fine. Let's trade or we need to get back. Uncle Lin said, all right, let me see what you've brought. Chen Guodong didn't waste time. It's all here. This bag has live game, and this one has cured meat. Uncle Lin placed the 2 bags and a scale on the ground. Good, let me check. Chen Guodong opened the bag and inspected. The cured meat looked professionally made. It must be delicious. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. He hadn't had any in years. This cured meat is made with my father's secret recipe. It's incredibly fragrant. Lindsay boasted. It does smell good. The wild rabbits and pheasants are nice too. Chen Guodong checked the game, tied the bags, and dusted off his hands. Chen Guodong opened his basket and took out 5 packs of cigarettes, a jin of sugar, and 10 meat buns. Everyone immediately grabbed theirs. Lindsay even bit into a bun. Delicious. Dad, Ernie, you have to try it. Dad, this sugar is really sweet too. Try some. Ernie, you also said. They all started eating. Chen Guodong didn't disturb them. After they finished, Chen Guodong did the math. Uncle Lin, by the old price of 1 yuan per jin, this comes to 100 that's right. Uncle Lin nodded leisurely, enjoying his cigarette. All right, meat buns cost 1 mao each in town, but with the ration ticket 3 mao each shouldn't be too much, Chen Guodong asked again. That's fair enough. Uncle Lin nodded again. Sugar is 5 yuan, cigarettes are 2 yuan a pack, so that's 18 yuan, leaving me owing you 82. I don't have enough corn with sweet potatoes due. Chen Guodong calculated. Sure, as long as it's edible grain. Uncle Lin affirmed. All right then, behind this tree. Wait for me. Chen Guodong went behind a large tree, secretly took 85 jin of sweet potatoes from his space, and carried them directly to the others. Weigh them, Chen Guodong said. After weighing, Uncle Lin said, Guodong, this is 85 jin, a few extra. Take them back. Chen Guodong had actually been testing Uncle Lin and the others' trustworthiness. Satisfied with the result, he said, no need, I have more. Consider it a gift. That won't do. My mother said we shouldn't take advantage of others, or well suffer great losses. Lindsay said wisely. Brother Lin, Annie is right, but we're already partners now. It's not taking advantage. Chen Guodong persuaded. All right, Lindsay, listen to Guodong. Take it. Guodong, we're square now. He'll notify you when I have more goods. Uncle Lin said decisively. All right, Uncle Lin, is there anything else you need next time? Chen Guodong asked further. Wheat flour would be best if you can get it. Uncle Lin thought for a moment. That might be a bit tricky, but he'll try. Chen Guodong said. We're off. Uncle Lin led the 2 away, soon disappearing into the woods. Chen Guodong didn't leave or put away his things. Instead, he lit a cigarette. His space was a secret, and he hadn't noticed them coming earlier, nor could he trust that they were gone. After finishing 2 cigarettes, he looked around to make sure no one was there before stashing everything back into his space. It was already evening when he got home. Chen Guodong took out a piece of cured meat, placed it in his basket, and entered the house. Dad, Mom, little sister, I'm back. Has dinner been cooked? Son, you're back. We haven't cooked yet, waiting for you to decide what you want to eat, Lin Yu said with concern. All right, we're in for a treat tonight. My master got a piece of cured meat. Let's have a taste, Chen Guodong said, taking the meat out of his basket. Great. Meat again. Little sister cheered happily. Guodong, I feel like I've been eating too well lately, Chen Jianjun laughed. It's good to gain weight. You were too skinny. Chen Guodong looked at them and said, wait here, I'll cook. With that, he went into the kitchen. Seeing that the rice jar was nearly empty, he checked that no one was following him, then put the 20 jin of rice he had traded last time into the jar along with 10 jin of cured meat. He started washing the rice and steaming it, slicing the cured meat. When the rice was almost done, he added the sliced meat to the pot to cook. Though there were few seasonings, the aroma was irresistible. He brought the entire pot to the table. Chen Jianjun couldn't help asking, Guodong, is this cured meat rice? It smells incredible. When did you become such a good cook? I learned from my master. Come on, try it. It's delicious. Chen Guodong boasted. Each person scooped a bowl of rice, and the family began to eat with joy. So good. Brother, this is the best meal I've ever had, little sister mumbled while eating. Silly girl, can't you eat without talking? Of course it's good. Your brother probably put in a whole jin of meat. Even you could make it taste good, Lin Yu scolded playfully. Son, I feel like our life is getting better and better. What if our tastes get too refined? Lin Yu worried. Having been poor for so long, sudden prosperity felt strange. Chen Guodong understood. Mom, you'll get used to it. There are even better days ahead. Wife, let's just enjoy the blessings. Our children are grown up, Chen Jianjun said, taking a relaxed approach. Chen Jianjun was too full to move and sat still, saying, I ate too much. Wife, I won't have breakfast tomorrow. Look at you eating like a starving ghost. Lin Yu scolded with a smile. Mom, I won't have breakfast either, little sister Mim. Son, look what you've done to them. Next time use less meat, Lin Yu said. It's fine, eating well is a good thing. By the way, I need to tell you something, Chen Guodong said after some thought. What is it, Guodong? Chen Jianjun became serious. My master has extra guns and bullets. I plan to lend them to the village so those who know how to shoot can hunt in the mountains. That way the village's food shortage can be solved, Chen Guodong explained. Guodong, your father has no objections. In fact, I fully support you. It's good that you haven't forgotten the villagers in better times. You're a fine son, Chen Jianjun said with pride. I learned from you, Dad, ha. Chen Guodong flattered. You little rascal, are you flattering your own father? When did you learn to be so smooth-tongued? I ought to teach you a lesson. Chen Jianjun scolded playfully, pretending to get up. Chen Guodong grabbed his basket and dashed out in a flash, shouting, I'm off to deliver the things, ha. Lin Yu smiled. Isn't this good? At least he won't offend anyone outside. She then cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen, but quickly rushed back to call Chen Jianjun inside. Husband, this. Lin Yu was too excited to speak clearly. Calm down. This must be from Guodong. Our son truly has skills now. It's not just his master's help. He's capable himself. Let's just enjoy the blessings and ask fewer questions, Chen Jianjun said after some thought. Lin Yu nodded. Chen Guodong carried his basket and walked in the dark to the village office. The village was silent and the office was pitch black with no one around. Could it be that uncle hadn't eaten dinner yet? Just as he was hesitating whether to go back and find his uncle, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Chen Guodong jumped up immediately. A ghost. He ran several meters away before stopping, not because he wanted to look back, but because he heard, Guodong, what are you doing? Chen Guodong was truly terrified and said helplessly, Uncle, can you please make some noise when you walk at night? And don't tap people on the shoulder from behind. You'll scare them to death. Haha, I didn't know you were such a scaredy cat. I thought you were brave shooting guns so casually, Chen Jinfu laughed. Uncle, do you still want the gun or not? Keep laughing, Chen Guodong threatened. Alright, I'll stop. Of course I want the gun, Chen Jinfu said, suppressing his laughter. Then come with me to the village entrance. I have something else to give the village, Chen Guodong said. Huh, what else? Why so secretive, going all the way to the village entrance? Chen Jinfu asked doubtfully. You'll see when we get there. It's definitely something good, Chen Guodong said with a mysterious smile. Uncle, bring that wheelbarrow over here. It'll be useful later, Chen Guodong said after a moment of, alright, let's see what you're up to, needing a cart, Chen Jinfu muttered as he fetched the wheelbarrow and followed Chen Guodong toward the village entrance. Chen Guodong led Chen Jinfu to an old tree at the village entrance and said, Uncle, wait here while I bring out the goods. Chen Jinfu chuckled. Need any help? No, just wait a moment, Chen Guodong replied as he circled behind the tree, retrieving 100 jin of sweet potatoes, 3 guns, and 800 rounds of ammunition from his spatial storage, placing them on the ground. Actually, Uncle, you'd better come help carry these. I'm not strong enough, Chen Guodong said lazily. Unaware of his nephew's ruse, Chen Jinfu approached, saying, I told you I'd help, but you. But what, Uncle? Chen Guodong grinned. Guodong, are these sweet potatoes? So many of them. For the village show. Chen Jinfu exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Uncle. You all need strength to hunt in the mountains, and you must eat well to have it. It's not much, just distribute it as you see fit, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Guodong, you've thought of everything. They'll keep a record and repay you with the game we catch. Without you, these days would be truly hard, Chen Jinfu said gratefully. Come on, we're all from the same clan. It's my duty. I can't feast alone while you all starve. Don't get all sentimental, Uncle. Pack up quickly and head back before anyone sees us, Chen Guodong teased. You little rascal, lecturing me now, are you? Itching for a scolding? Uncle pretended to be angry. No, Uncle, you're busy. I'll be off now, ha. Chen Guodong said, then ran away. Hey, you brat, you couldn't even help me push the cart, Chen Jinfu scolded with a laugh. His only reply was a retreating figure. He shook his head and chuckled bitterly, that kid. When Chen Guodong returned home, he wasn't asleep yet. He told his parents he would go on a procurement trip to the countryside the next day and might be away for a while. His family didn't say much, only urging him to be careful. He could see the reluctance in their eyes. It couldn't be helped. If he stayed home all day despite having a job, others would start questioning his work and the source of his goods. He had to keep up appearances. Besides, Chen Guodong quite looked forward to the procurement trip. It was a chance to travel around. The next morning, Chen Guodong rose early, donned his work uniform, and rode his bicycle toward the city. With a bike, it was convenient. He reached the factory gate before noon and prepared to enter. Hey, you there, wait a moment. You look unfamiliar. Which department are you from? A security guard stopped him, blocking his path. The security guard's back, then were genuine, all retired soldiers. Chen Guodong held great respect for them. He stopped his bike and smiled. Comrade, I'm the new procurement officer. That's why I look unfamiliar. Here, have a cigarette. He pulled out a fresh pack of Dakium cigarettes and offered 2 sticks, one for each guard. As the saying goes, cigarettes bridge gaps, liquor clears paths. The effect was immediate. The guard took the cigarette, his stern expression softening. Good cigarette. No wonder you looked unfamiliar. Let me see your work ID. Chen Guodong handed over his work ID along with the open pack of cigarettes. Brother, you work hard every day for our safety. Please share these cigarettes with the other guards. It's a small token of my appreciation. Good lad, you're the first to care about our hard work. Call me Brother Zhao from now on. It's friendlier. He'll thank you on behalf of the brothers, Zhao said heartily. All right, Brother Zhao. Is the ID in order? Chen Guodong asked, seizing the opportunity. No problem. Go ahead, Zhao replied with a smile. Sure thing, Brother Zhao. He'll go report in now, Chen Guodong said as he left. Several guards on duty, seeing Zhao with cigarettes, immediately gathered around. Captain Zhao, you know that kid. He gave out such good cigarettes. No, I don't. But that kid's something else. He moved me. He said we work hard. Hearing this, the others felt a mix of emotions. They truly worked hard and bore great responsibility, yet others often thought they were idle, always searching people and making things difficult. From now on, let's look out for that kid, one of them said. Yes, share these cigarettes among yourselves. Back to work, Zhao. Meanwhile, Chen Guodong arrived at the office and greeted Zhao Dahai. Uncle Zhao, what are you doing here today? Not going to the countryside. No, I was about to get some funds from the finance department for the trip. Guodong, why are you here? Zhao Dahai asked, puzzled. Haha, what a coincidence. I'm here to collect funds for a countryside trip too, Chen Guodong laughed. Oh, what a coincidence. By the way, Guodong, I just heard from the director that this month we're ramping up production. Whoever can bring in 300 jin of meat will get an apartment. What? An apartment? Chen Guodong was stunned. Don't be surprised. These days, even grain is hard to come by, let alone meat. And 300 jin. That's a full 300 jin. Where would we find that? It's just talk, Zhao Dahai grumbled. Uncle Zhao, is that information reliable? Chen Guodong asked, suppressing his excitement. The director said it himself. How could it be false? Wait, you're not thinking about that apartment, are you? Zhao Dahai caught on. Haha, of course I am. Who wouldn't want an apartment in the city? Chen Guodong admitted openly. Oh, from your tone, Guodong, do you think you can manage it? Zhao Dahai looked at him in surprise. I might have a chance, but we'll see. If it works out, great. If not, no harm done, Chen Guodong said modestly. Good lad, it sounds like you've got it in the bag. After all, you're a hunter. It wouldn't be surprising if you could come up with that much meat, Zhao Dahai said enviously. Nothing's settled yet, Uncle Zhao. Let's go collect our funds and head to the countryside, Chen Guodong said, changing the subject. Right, let's go. The finance department will close soon, Zhao Dahai said, standing up abruptly. The two went to the finance office, registered with their work IDs, and each received 100 yuan in procurement cash along with a scale. After leaving the finance department, Chen Guodong asked curiously, Uncle Zhao, they just hand out the money like that. Aren't they afraid someone will run off with it? Zhao Dahai laughed. What's there to fear? The factory knows where you live. Unless you don't plan to stay in this town anymore. Oh, I see, Chen Guodong said, feeling embarrassed for asking such a naive question. Silly boy, let's go, Zhao Dahai said without a second thought, walking off. Good luck with the procurement, Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong also mounted his bicycle and rode out of the city. He was going alone for the procurement, having asked beforehand what to watch out for during countryside trips. He pedaled leisurely, wondering which village to visit. The nearby ones were probably tapped out. He needed to head. Chen Guodong scanned the area for mountains, picked a direction, and rode off. Villages too close would surely have nothing left to procure, as the locals could simply go to town themselves to sell. Thus, Chen Guodong pedaled his bicycle, racing against the setting sun until he found a village nestled against a mountain. It seemed every village was the same. No sign of life, even before dusk. Chen Guodong arrived at the village office and rang his bicycle bell, a crisp jingle breaking the silence. If no one emerged, he would have to find a spot to set up his wooden cabin and sleep. He dared not knock on doors recklessly. Oh, everyone had their struggles. Just as his mind wandered, a door beside the village office creaked open. A middle-aged man stepped out and asked, Young man, what brings you here? Chen Guodong immediately approached with a smile. Comrade, I'm a purchaser from the steel rolling mill. Hey, race my work ID. The man took the ID, scrutinized it, and nodded. Impressive, young comrade, becoming a purchaser at such an age. I thought you were lost. I'm Captain Li of Li Family Village. Let's talk inside the office. Chen Guodong wheeled his bike and parked it, and pulled out a cigarette, offering it. Captain Li, have a smoke. Captain Li's eyes lit up. Whoa, an official's cigarette. I won't be polite then. I haven't had one this good in near. Catching the hint, Chen Guodong chuckled. There's half a pack left. If you don't mind, take them all. I've been coughing lately and can't smoke. He placed the remaining half pack on the table. Oh, young comrade, that's not what I meant. You're making me breach discipline. Captain Li feigned a stern face. Seeing the captain wasn't truly angry, Chen Guodong smiled. How can you say that, comrade? You're helping me doing a good deed. I can't smoke because of my cough, so it would just go to waste. What a shame. He punctuated this with a cough. Captain Li sighed theatrically. All right, I'll take it so it doesn't spoil while you're coughing. You've arrived late, comrade. You can rough it in the village office for the night. Thank you so much, Captain Li. I was wondering where I'd stay. Chen Guodong expressed his gratitude. Indeed, offering a cigarette had its perks. No need for such formality. Get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll notify the village about the procurement, Captain Li said with a smile. That would be wonderful. I'll turn in now. We'll talk tomorrow, Captain Li. After Captain Li left, Chen Guodong bolted the door and surveyed the office. The outer room held only a desk while the inner room had a heated brick bed covered with a patched quilt. This would do for one night. He was genuinely tired. Chen Guodong didn't use the village's quilt as he had it. He woke at the crack of dawn, folded his quilt, and stretched. Opening the door, he found Captain Li waiting. Good morning, Captain Li. Good morning, Purchaser Chen. Have you eaten? Care to join me at my place? No thanks. I'm not in the habit of eating breakfast, Chen Guodong declined. He knew accepting would be awkward. Oh, everyone was struggling with food shortages, so the invitation was surely a polite gesture. All right, I've informed the villagers. If anyone wants to trade, they should come to the office soon, Captain Li said. What agricultural or mountain products does your village have? Have any purchasers come recently? No purchasers have visited in the past month. Our village is quite remote. We mainly have some mountain goods, but given the current tense situation, they might not be willing to trade, Captain Li replied. I understand. Whatever we can get is fine. I have a quota to fulfill, Chen Guodong said, adopting a wait-and-see approach, knowing there might be little to procure. They set up a table outside the office. An hour later, villagers trickled in, some genuinely selling, others just. An old man stepped forward with a smile. Purchaser Chen, I have some dried shiitake mushrooms. Would you take a look? Old Li, finally willing to part with your treasured mushrooms, the other villagers teased. Alas, I have no choice. I need money for my child's schooling, Old Li said helplessly. Why bother with school when you can't even eat your fill? Marry her off next year and save the food, another villager chimed in. Get lost. What's it to you if he wants his kid to study? Are you going to feed them? If you're not selling, don't interfere with the purchaser's work. Captain Li scolded. The villagers fell silent, showing Captain Li's authority in the village. Purchaser Chen, let's move the procurement inside. Have them come one by one to avoid the racket, Captain Li suggested. All right. They moved the table indoors, and Old Li followed with his cloth sack. Chen Guodong admired Old Li's dedication to his child. He was a good elder. All right, let me weigh it. Old Li handed over the sack. Chen Guodong hung it on the scale, 5 caddies and 6 tails. Captain Li and Old Li watched closely. I won't lowball you on mountain goods. Times are tough for everyone. I just need to fill my quota. I'll give you 1 yuan per caddy, Chen Guodong announced. Both were stunned. Old Li exclaimed, Purchaser Chen, that's too much. Others only pay 7 mao. Just give me that or I can't let you lose out. Exactly, you have a hard job braving the elements, Captain Li added, clearly surprised by the generous offer. Don't worry about it, Old Li. Your spirit is admirable. Consider this my small contribution. Take it. Chen Guodong pulled out 6 yuan. Old Li reached for change, but Chen Guodong refused. Keep it. Go home and don't tell anyone. Old Li's eyes reddened with gratitude. Thank you, thank you. You're a truly good man. He wiped away tears. Chen Guodong thought to himself, I appreciate the thanks, but please don't call me a good man. That word makes me uneasy. It's nothing. Go on. After Old Li left, Captain Li said in admiration, Purchaser Chen, that was no small deed. You paid nearly double the price. Most couldn't do that. I take back last night's cigarette. He reached into his pocket. It seemed Captain Li was a man of integrity, not the sly fox Chen Guodong had initially suspected. Chen Guodong quickly stopped him. Stop. We're all struggling. Helping where we can is only right. Taking back something I've given would be slapping my own face. Let's just call it making a friend. All right, I'll listen to you, Captain Li said without hesitation. Next, he called out. A woman entered looking well-fed with a healthy complexion, carrying a basket and smiling. Procurement Officer Chen, my husband picked these autumn pears from the mountains. Would you accept them? Aunt Li, your autumn pears are sour and unappetizing. Don't bother bringing them out. They'll just leave you hungry again. Are you trying to trick Procure Officer Chen? Captain Li said disdainfully. Captain Li, you can't say that. I've heard many city folks have nothing better to do and love sour food to aid digestion. Aunt Li retorted confidently. Who told you that nonsense? Don't spread rumors about things that aren't true. Captain Li scolded with a laugh. Chen Guodong intervened. It's fine, Captain Li. Let me take a look and see if they're edible. All right, here you go. Captain Li, see. I told you city folks love this, but you wouldn't believe me. Aunt Li said with a smile. Captain Li shook his head. Chen Guodong looked at the autumn pears in Aunt Li's basket. They were very small, but he wondered if they would taste better if grown in his space. Taking a gamble, it wouldn't cost much anyway. He weighed them directly and said, Aunt Li, these autumn pears weigh 4 gene total. 7 mao per gene, no problem, right? Aunt Li was pleased, but still said, Procurement Officer Chen, can you give a higher price? Aunt Li, these autumn pears aren't a hot commodity. This price is already generous for me. If not, you can wait for another procurement officer. Chen Guodong said seriously. Fine, let's go with your price. Aunt Li pretended to concede. Chen Guodong didn't call her out and paid directly. Captain Li watched silently, but gave no opinion, calling out, next. After a long pause with no one entering, Captain Li and Chen Guodong stepped out to investigate. and found people at the door, but none coming in. Chen Guodong smiled. Fellow villagers, anyone else want to trade? The villagers exchanged glances, and all shook their heads. Somewhat disappointed, Chen Guodong said, Captain Li, let's call it a day then. As the others began to disperse, a 13-year-old boy ran out and said, Big brother, I have a jade pendant. Can I trade it for some food? A jade pendant. Oh, how could I not think of it? While going to the countryside for procurement, I can also collect antiques, jade pendants, gold, and such. How foolish of me. He said happily. Yes, absolutely. Where's your jade pendant? Let me see. Procurement Officer Chen, do you mean jade pendants can be traded for food? What about old artifacts? Captain Li asked. Those too, but this is just a personal hobby. I can trade but not buy or sell, Chen Guodong clarified. That's right, Procure Officer Chen is correct. Anyone else want to trade? You can go home now and look for items better than letting them gather dust, Captain Li shouted. I think I have some at home, let me check. I might too, the villagers said as they dispersed. Big brother, my jade pendant is at home. Can you come back with me to get it? The boy asked hopefully. Sure, no problem. Captain Li'll go with him to his house. Please watch over things here, Chen Guodong said. All right, go ahead, no worries, Captain Li agreed. Chen Guodong then went inside, picked up his backpack, and followed the boy out. The boy led Chen Guodong to a dilapidated house. Stepping inside, the place could only be described with one word: shabby. He had never seen such a rundown house. There wasn't even a place to sit. Chen Guodong even doubted if there really was a jade pendant. Zhu Zi, is that you back? A weak woman's voice came from the inner room. Yes, mother, I'm back. Can you give me the jade pendant? I found a big brother willing to trade food for it. Zhu Zi ran into the inner room and said, All right, take it. Thank him. In these times, trading a jade pendant for food shows his kindness, the woman. Soon after, Zhu Zi came out happily and said, Big brother, see how much food this jade pendant can get. He carefully handed the jade pendant to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong took the jade pendant and examined it closely. It was lustrous, full, and translucent, an old jade of good quality. He had struck gold today. It was similar to the previous two jade pendants. In a good mood, he asked, How much do you want to trade for? Zhu Zi thought for a moment and said, Can I trade for 3 days worth of food? My mother has a cold and needs a few days to recover before she can find food. Chen Guodong thought for a moment, used his space to put 20 steamed buns and 10 ears of corn into a cloth bag and placed it in his backpack. Then he lifted the cover of the backpack, took out the cloth bag, and placed it on the broken table in the room, saying, All right, this is the 3-day ration for you. If you eat sparingly, it should be enough. Big brother, what's in this cloth bag? It's so much, Zhu Zi asked curiously. Take it inside and look with your mother. It's something good, but don't let others know. Can you do that? Chen Guodong instructed. Don't worry, I won't let anyone know, Zhu Zi said, patting his chest, looking like a little adult, which amused Chen Guodong. All right, go inside now. I'm leaving, Chen Guodong said with a smile and walked out. Zhu Zi couldn't wait to share the food with his mother and shouted, Mother, look. Big brother gave me a big bag, and he said we have to open it together. Oh, what does this big brother do? Zhu Zi's mother asked. The villagers call him Procurement Officer Chen, Zhu Zi said after thinking seriously. Oh, a procurement officer. Then it should be fine. Zhu Zi, open it so mother can see too, she said. All right, Zhu Zi said as he opened the cloth bag, revealing white steamed buns. Zhu Zi immediately shouted, Mother, mother, it's steamed buns. His mother quickly covered his mouth, tears streaming down her face, and said, Zhu Zi, don't shout. What if others hear? We've met a benefactor. This is more than enough for 3 days. It could last nearly a month. Remember that big brother's face and be grateful to him for life, understand? Then I'll go thank him now, Zhu Zi said. Silly boy, he didn't want anyone to know, that's why he had you bring it inside. Don't cause him trouble. Just keep it in your heart and repay him when you can, his mother patiently explained. I understand, mother, Zhu Zi nodded seriously. After leaving Zhu Zi's house, Chen Guodong excitedly stored the jade pendant into his space. Sure enough, the jade pendant dissolved, but the space seemed unchanged. What was going on? Not enough quantity. He would have to gather more. Chen Guodong shook his head helplessly. Arriving at the village office, he found many people there. He thought to himself, could today be his lucky day? If he collected a bunch of jade and upgraded the space, that would be amazing. Just thinking about it felt great. In a good mood, he greeted, Hello everyone. It seems you've all kept some old artifacts at home. Great, come in one by one, and let me see the goods. If you're satisfied with the price, we trade. If not, no pressure. All right, the crowd agreed. Chen Guodong and Captain Li entered the room. Captain Li, please write a trade slip for each person and have them affix their fingerprints to avoid any disputes later. All right, no problem. This way there won't be any controversy, Captain Li said, preparing paper and pen. First one come in. Chen Guodong called out. Hearing the commotion outside, someone entered. To Chen Guodong's surprise, it was Aunt Li again. He asked curiously, Aunt Li, what old items do you have to exchange this time? Officer Chen, I have a bracelet for my dowry. How much is it worth? Aunt Li inquired. Chen Guodong glanced at it, but couldn't discern its quality. It seemed genuine, yet not as fine as the jade pendant from before. He asked, What price do you have in mind? How about you name a price? If it's reasonable, I'll take it. Oh, is that so? How about 50 yuan? Aunt Li demanded exorbitantly. Chen Guodong and Captain Li both widened their eyes in disbelief. Captain Li, unable to contain himself, said exasperatedly, "Aunt Li, how can you ask such a price? You're practically robbing him. 50 yuan. A worker would need 2 months of hard labor to earn that. Do you think that's possible? I don't care. I believe my bracelet is worth that much. It was left to me by my grandmother, so it must be valuable," Aunt Li insisted stubbornly. "Aunt Li, your demand is indeed too high. How about a lower price?" Chen Guodong probed tentatively. He wasn't sure if the space could absorb this bracelet, as it seemed to require jade of high quality. If it could, he would take it. If not, it simply wasn't meant to be. "No, that's the price," Aunt Li said firmly. Chen Guodong shook his head. "Aunt Li, I'm sorry, but I really can't take it at that price. Perhaps you could try asking in the city. Fine, then I won't exchange it. He'll go to the city another day," Aunt Li said, turning and leaving without a second thought. Well, damn, she sure had attitude. Next, Captain Li called out. An elderly woman entered holding a vase. "Officer Chen, take a look. Is this bottle worth anything?" Chen Guodong knew nothing about porcelain vases and didn't know what to say. He asked, "Annie, how much do you want for it? Name your price. If it's reasonable, he'll take it. I've never collected such bottles and am no expert." "Oh, is that so? Can you give me 5 yuan? I want to use it to find a wife for my eldest son," the elderly woman asked hopefully. "Andy, how old is your son? Wouldn't marrying him now just add to your burdens?" Chen Guodong asked kindly. Captain Li chimed in. "This Andy's son is 30, a hard-working man who hasn't settled down yet. They had a deal last year, but the bride's family demanded a higher bride price because of the famine." The elderly woman nodded. "If I don't find him a wife soon, I'm afraid I won't live to see it. Oh, if 5 yuan isn't enough, I also have a piece of jade. Would that do?" She hastily pulled a jade pendant from her clothes. Chen Guodong's eyes lit up at the sight of the jade. "Andy, let me see it," he said eagerly. But upon closer inspection, he was disappointed. It had many flaws. Still, he said with a smile, "Andy, to be honest, this jade isn't very good, and I can't appraise the vase." Hearing his words, the elderly woman broke down and cried out, "Oh, my son, your mother is useless. I can't get the money. What are we going to do?" Annie, I didn't say I wouldn't exchange. I only said these items aren't valuable, but I'm still willing to trade with you," Chen Guodong quickly interjected to stop her. He didn't want a scene of tears and tantrums. That would be too much like real life. "Really? How much can you give me, Officer Chen?" the elderly woman asked, instantly calming down with excitement. "How about this? I'll give you 10 yuan. Let your son find a wife and treat her well. Consider it my wedding gift to you," Chen Guodong said generously. "Oh, so much. Thank you, Officer Chen. Thank you so much." The elderly woman began to kneel before him. Chen Guodong, alarmed, quickly helped her up. "Auntie, you mustn't kneel. That's not a thank you. It would shorten my life. I'm sorry I got too emotional." "It won't happen again," the elderly woman said, flustered. "Next time? Don't let there be a next time. Take the money and go make arrangements," Chen Guodong joked. As he helped her up, he secretly used his space to slip a handful of candy into her pocket. After expressing her gratitude, the elderly woman happily left the village office and hurried home. Halfway there, she felt something in her pocket. Reaching in, she pulled out the candy, and her eyes reddened. "Oh my, how can I ever thank you enough? Officer Chen, you are truly a kind soul," she murmured, understanding his kindness. She remembered it in her heart, but didn't turn back, heading straight home. Next, Captain Li called out. This time a roguish young man walked in and said, "Officer Chen, take a look at my family's heirloom snuff bottle. What do you think?" Chen Guodong took an immediate dislike to the man. "I'm not familiar with such old items and I can't appraise it." Hey, Officer Chen, what do you mean? You looked at others' items, so why not mine?" "That's discrimination," the young man protested loudly. "Li Erga, that's enough. It's not strange that the purchasing officer doesn't recognize it. Why don't you take it to the city? Get out and stop causing trouble." Captain Li scolded. "Captain Li, what are you yelling about? Fine, I'll leave. It's no big deal," Li Erga said disdainfully, then walked. "Officer Chen, don't mind him. He's just a street loafer. If it weren't for his father, he'd probably starve." It's fine, I'm used to it. Every village has 1 or 2 like him," Chen Guodong said with a smile. "Come to think of it, it's strange. Our village is pretty good, yet we have this one troublemaker. I've seen them in other villages too. What's the principle behind it?" Captain Li mused, prompted by Chen Guodong's remark. "Who knows? Even the dragon's 9 sons are all different," Chen Guodong chuckled. "True, forget it." Next, Captain Li shook his head and called out. A young woman not much older than Chen Guodong entered timidly and said nothing. "Li Chang's wife, what do you want to exchange?" Captain Li asked. The woman finally looked up and stammered, "Captain, I. All right, put it on the table, and we'll take a look," Captain Li said, then whispered to Chen Guodong. "Li Chang's wife is a bit quiet." Chen Guodong nodded. "It's fine. Let's see what she brought." Li Chang's wife placed a gold ring on the table. They exchanged glances, and Chen Guodong asked, "How much do you want for it?" I want to exchange it for candy." "Is that possible?" Li Chang's wife stammered. "Li Chang's wife, that's a bit unreasonable. Candy is precious. Where would the purchasing officer get it for you?" Captain Li said exasperatedly. "My child is too thin. I want to make some sugar water to nourish him," Li Chang's wife said timidly. "I understand, but your request is really impractical," Captain Li replied. "But I have no other choice. I went to the city, but they only offer money, and without ration tickets, I can't buy anything, Li Chang's wife said on the verge of tears. Stop, I didn't say I wouldn't take it, Chen Guodong said hastily. Both of them exclaimed simultaneously, ah. Li Chang's wife said excitedly, Procurement Officer Chen, is it true? Do you have candy? I have some, but not much. Only 2 jin. If you're willing to trade, we can do it, Chen Guodong replied. He had originally planned to eat the candy when bored, but now he encountered this situation. Not helping would weigh on his conscience. While he thought if he could assist even one person it was worth it, especially since it was in exchange for gold. Keeping it for later would surely be a profit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Alas, such times. I'm willing. Here, take it, Li Chang's wife said, pushing the gold ring toward Chen Guodong, afraid he might refuse. Chen Guodong took 2 jin of candy from his basket and placed it on the table. Li Chang's wife grabbed the candy, tears streaming uncontrollably as she thanked him. Thank you so much. Go on, Chen Guodong waved his hand and pocketed the ring. Procurement Officer Chen, you've brought quite a lot of goods, even candy. Do you have any grain? Captain Li asked expectantly. Oh, Captain Li, do you mean you have something you'd like to trade? Chen Guodong inquired curiously. Yes, but it can only be exchanged for grain. Captain Li replied. Oh, may I ask what it is so I can determine if I have the grain? Chen Guodong said. Procurement Officer Chen, you've got an interesting way of putting it. It'll be straightforward. I have a pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants. How about that? Can it get you some grain? Captain Li said with a smile. Chen Guodong immediately grew interested and asked, are they old pieces? Are they pure? Absolutely. I won't go into their origin, but they're genuine treasures. However, they're not in my hands right now. I can get them in a few days. If times weren't so hard, I wouldn't even consider trading them, Captain Li said earnestly. So how much grain do you want for them? Would sweet potatoes do? Chen Guodong asked. Yes, as long as it's food. I want 200 jin, Captain Li nodded. Chen Guodong looked at Captain Li in surprise and asked, what makes you think your jade pendants are worth 200 jin of grain? Because my items are genuine, and because I'm Captain Li. I won't run away, Captain Li replied confidently. Alright, I'll take your word for it. But I'll need some time. Keep them for me, and I'll bring the grain the next time I come. How's that? Chen Guodong said after a moment's thought. Fine. I doubt anyone else would be generous enough to trade that much grain with me. But please hurry. I don't have much, Captain Li nodded. No, it's just that a friend of mine happens to have an interest in such things. I'm merely an errand boy. Have you ever seen a procurement officer with this many supplies? If so, why would they still be a procurement officer? Chen Guodong deflected. Oh, I see. So that's how it is, Captain Li said, suddenly enlightened. Let's continue the collection. Next one, Chen Guodong called out. But after calling for a while, no one came in. Curious, the two stepped outside and saw only onlookers. Captain Li shouted, is there anyone else who wants to trade? Everyone shook their heads. Then let's call it a day. Everyone disperse, Captain Li said. After the crowd left Chen Guodong, and Captain Li went back inside. Chen Guodong put away the receipts Captain Li had written that day and said gratefully, thank you for your care over the past 2 days, Captain Li. Otherwise this collection wouldn't have gone so smoothly. You're welcome. It's just my duty as captain, Captain Li replied politely. I see you really like these cigarettes. Let me leave you a pack. I'm heading to the next village, Chen Guodong said. As he spoke, he placed a pack of cigarettes on the table. I can't accept these, Captain Li refused. I have more and I can't smoke because of my cough. Do me a favor. Besides, I'll be visiting your village often in the future, and I'll need your help to get things done, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Oh, you? Alright, I don't want to seem cold-hearted. I'll shamelessly accept it then, Captain Li said happily. That's right. Don't stand on ceremony as you said. I'll take my leave now. Next time I'll bring the grain, and you have the items ready. I'll be quick, maybe a few days at most 10, Chen Guodong said after thinking. Alright, I'll be waiting for you, Captain Li said readily. Chen Guodong nodded, and seeing nothing else to do, he pushed his cart toward the village entrance. Leaving the village, he wondered where to go next. A remote mountain village would be better. Fewer procurement officers would have visited there, and the locals might have stockpiles living off the mountains as they did. He rode, intermittently stopping now and then. By the time night fell, he still hadn't found a village. Though the road stretched ahead, he had seen no settlements. With no other choice, he pressed on in the dark, hoping to stumble upon a village soon. Chen Guodong had no desire to spend the night in the wilderness. The forest might harbor beasts, but here by the roadside humans were the greater threat. Just as he was thinking, he noticed a figure standing not far ahead. Damn, it couldn't be. Pitch black, and he hadn't seen a soul all day. Why now at night? Wait, what did he mean hadn't seen anyone all day? True, ever since leaving in the afternoon the road had been empty. Oh no, this couldn't be happening. What to do? Don't scare yourself. Stay calm. Maybe this place was just remote and sparsely populated. Steady. There was no way he'd encounter anything unnatural. Should he turn back? Was it too late? Yes, go back. This procurement didn't have to happen today. He could do it another day. Decision made. Chen Guodong immediately stopped the cart and prepared to turn around. As he swung the cart back, damn it, there was another figure behind him too. How eerie was this? Chen Guodong froze because the silhouettes both ahead and behind were moving seemingly toward him. He drew his pistol directly. Even if useless, holding it gave him a sense of security. He had no choice but to believe it. If time travel was possible, why not this? As the figures slowly approached, Chen Guodong's tension reached its peak. Suddenly a young woman's reproachful voice came through. Dad, is that you? I told you not to wait for me. I can go back on my own, but you never listen. Damn, this was wrong. How terrifying was this? Should he answer or not? Dad, why aren't you answering me? The woman's voice drew nearer. Hey, I just couldn't stop worrying about you. A middle-aged man's gruff voice came from the other direction. Chen Guodong looked back and forth. Two figures were closing in. Had he misunderstood? He didn't relax his guard, gripping the pistol tightly. Hey Dad, where did you get a bicycle? Where did it come from? The woman called out as she drew near. Chen Guodong seemed to realize the truth. This was a colossal misunderstanding. He had scared himself for nothing. Damn, it was just a father picking up his daughter. As the woman approached, he could see she was in her early 20s. Comrade, hello. Your father is behind me. I'm just passing through, Chen Guodong said. Oh, sorry. It's so dark I couldn't see clearly. I thought you were. The woman apologized. Daughter, I'm here. You mistook him. Sorry about that, comrade, the middle-aged man said as he drew near. It's fine. It's just too dark. Where are you headed? Is there a village nearby? Chen Guodong asked. Yes, our village is just ahead, though it's a bit remote. Just follow us, said the middle-aged man. Comrade, why are you traveling so late? Where are you headed? The young woman asked. I'm a purchasing agent from the steel rolling mill named Chen Guodong. I came to the countryside for procurement, thinking I'd reach the village soon, but night fell before I could find it. Chen Guodong introduced himself. Oh, a purchasing agent. No wonder you're still on the road so late. I'm Captain Zhang of Zhang Family Village, and this is my daughter Xiaowan. Captain Zhang introduced them. Captain Zhang, comrade Xiaowan, hello. Chen Guodong greeted politely. Hello, procurement Chen. The two replied. As they walked and chatted, they grew familiar. He learned that purchasing agents rarely came here. It was too far, and one risked traveling in the dark. Only Chen Guodong was bold enough to venture so far. They entered the village and arrived at the village office. Captain Zhang invited Chen Guodong to sit, then fetched hot water and filled his cup. Procurement Chen, did you come specifically to our village for procurement? Sort of. The nearby villages are already covered, so I took the risk and came farther. Chen Guodong fabric. Xiaowan asked curiously. I've heard that purchasing agents are one of the 8 prestigious jobs, but seeing you travel at night, it doesn't seem so glamorous. It's not glamorous at all, we just serve the people. Others exaggerate. Captain Zhang, have a cigarette. Chen Guodong humbly said, then handed a cigarette to Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang took it happily. An official cigarette. Thanks, procurement Chen. Don't mention it. By the way, comrade Xiaowan, why are you back so late? Chen Guodong asked curiously. Xiaowan felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Ahem, nothing to be shy about. She went on a blind date with the matchmaker today. The matchmaker left halfway, so she had to come home alone. I was worried and went to pick her up, Captain Zhang said with a laugh. Chen Guodong was also curious about the blind date. How did it go? Did you like him? Which village is he from? Xiaowan, now not shy about her own future, said to her father. Dad, the matchmaker lied about him being good. He was just pretending. When I went to the outhouse, I overheard him bad-mouthing me. He has a terrible temper. I only saw it because I couldn't find the outhouse and came back. How outrageous. That matchmaker Wang set me up with someone like that. Next time I see her, I'll give her a piece of my mind. Captain Zhang said angrily. Exactly, that matchmaker Wang is awful. Xiaowan added indignantly. Chen Guodong studied the young woman in her early 20s. Thick eyebrows, bright eyes, neat and sturdy. Procurement Chen, what's wrong? Have you taken a liking to my daughter staring at her like that? Captain Zhang teased. Dad, you? Xiaowan turned away. No, Captain Zhang. My cousin isn't married either, about the same age. I can vouch for his character. He's honest and upright. He looks similar to me, taller. How about considering my cousin? Chen Guodong thought of his uncle's son Chang. Wei already had a partner, but wasn't married yet. Procurement Chen, are you serious? Captain Zhang said incredulously. Seriously, comrade Xiaowan, would you like to consider it? Chen Guodong asked earnestly. I don't know, ask my dad. Xiaowan said, then ran off. What do you say, Captain Zhang? This is my work ID, Chen Guodong said, showing it. In those days, a work ID was the most trustworthy thing. Chen Guodong tempted further. Our family is from Chen Family Gully. My uncle and I live next door. We've always been close. Whatever food I have, I always share with his family. And as a purchasing agent, I never go hungry. He had made it so clear if the captain still disagreed, there was nothing more he could do. Captain Zhang looked at the work ID, hesitated, and asked, can you guarantee she won't go hungry? And that he'll treat Xiaowan well? Rest assured, Captain Zhang. If my cousin mistreats Xiaowan, it'll break his legs, Chen Guodong promised. If it's really as you say, take Xiaowan to meet your cousin tomorrow, Captain Zhang said, gritting his teeth. Captain, Chen Guodong asked, somewhat incredulous. Was he really being told to take her back? So direct. I agree. I know the captain of Chen Family Gully, and you've said such good things. How could I disagree? Her mother passed away early. She's over 20 now, and there's been gossip. Now that a good opportunity has come, I want her married off quickly to stop the rumors. Captain Zhang said bluntly. So he knew my uncle. No wonder he was so quick to let me take her back. Chen Guodong sensed Captain Zhang's reluctance. Will you miss her? What can I do? A grown daughter won't stay forever. It's bound to happen sooner or later, and at least she won't suffer with me, Captain Zhang said helplessly. Alright, what about the bride price? Chen Guodong asked. You're negotiating the bride price. It's fine, I'll handle it. We're all family now. He'll pay it, Chen Guodong said with a smile. It seems you two are truly close. That puts my mind at ease. Give whatever you think is right as long as Xiaowan lives well. Captain Zhang said gratified. Alright, do you want grain or money? Chen Guodong asked. You have grain? Captain Zhang asked in surprise. Of course. So don't worry about Xiaowan going hungry, Chen Guodong said with a smile, thinking that the sweet potatoes in his space should be ripe tomorrow about 2:00 Jin. He'd give both money and grain since they were all family now. Captain Zhang hesitated. Chen Guodong smiled and said, how about this? The usual bride price is 10 yuan. He'll give 20 plus 50 jin of sweet potatoes and 10 jin of cured meat. Is that acceptable? Oh, that's too much. You don't need to give so much, Captain Zhang stammered, clearly shocked. It's necessary. This is even a bit modest. He'll give you the money and cured meat now. The sweet potatoes can be brought when my cousin comes to pick up the bride, Chen Guodong said, taking out 10 jin of cured meat and 20 yuan from his basket and placing them on the table. Captain Zhang was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this young man to be so decisive and to actually have the goods without bluffing. Captain Zhang, it's settled then, Chen Guodong said. Captain Zhang nodded numbly, his eyes a mix of surprise, joy, and reluctance. I can't take her back myself. In a few days after we've discussed it, I'll have my cousin come. If they like each other, they can get the marriage certificate. Is that all right? Chen Guodong asked. Captain Zhang finally came to his senses. No problem. Get some rest. He'll go back and talk to Xiaowan. All right, go ahead and ask her, Chen Guodong said respectfully. Captain Zhang walked out, dazed, wondering if he was really marrying off his daughter like this. It was clear Captain Zhang was deeply reluctant to part with his daughter. Tonight would surely be a sleepless night. Chen Guodong never expected marriage to be so simple in this era. The ease of it surprised him too. He chuckled to himself, imagining how shocked his cousin would be to learn he'd found him a wife. The next day, Chen Guodong rose early. Opening the door, he saw Captain Zhang with dark circles under his eyes and chuckled. Captain Zhang, didn't sleep well last night, did you? Captain Zhang smiled bitterly and nodded. Sigh, nothing I can do about it. I always wanted my daughter to marry into a good family, but now that it's actually happening, I can't bear to let her go. It's all right. Chenjiagou isn't far from here. It's in the same commune after all. When you have time, you can visit her, or she can come back often. My cousin can even use my bicycle to bring Comrade Xiaowan back. It's quite convenient. Chen Guodong offered words of comfort. Hearing this, Captain Zhang's expression visibly relaxed. That's true. Saying it like that makes me feel a lot better. By the way, Captain Zhang, could you please inform the villagers today? See if anyone has anything to trade. They'll finish collecting and head back this afternoon to discuss matters. Chen Guodong asked, handing him a cigarette. Captain Zhang accepted it without ceremony and said, wait here. They'll go ask around. Even though the procurement team hasn't come, I doubt there's much to trade. These days nobody has anything to spare. Oh, and Captain Zhang, if there are any old artifacts, gold, silver, or jewelry, they'll take those too, Chen Guodong added. Ah, you're collecting those as well. There might be a bit. Wait for me. Captain Zhang then went to notify the people. Chen Guodong smoked a cigarette, waiting idly at the village office. Just then Xiaowan approached and greeted him. Procurement officer, Chen, waiting for the villagers to bring things. Chen Guodong smiled. Call me Guodong. We're going to be family soon, no need to be so formal. All right, I won't be shy then. Guodong, is your cousin really like what you said? Xiaowan asked, still a bit uncertain. Yes, really. If you're not sure, you can see him when he comes in a few days. If you're not satisfied, just say no. It's all about mutual willingness. You can even keep the betrothal gift as compensation from me. Chen Guodong said frankly. All right. If he's truly, as you say, you'll go back with him to get the marriage certificate. But if I find him unsuitable, he'll refuse, and you can't blame me then. Xiaowan stated firmly. No problem. He'll tell him not to say he's coming for the bride, but just to meet for a matchmaking. Is that okay? Chen Guodong said understandingly. Good. I find you're really kind. Your cousin should be no different. Well, see then. You go ahead with your work. With that, Xiaowan left. Judging by her tone, it was almost settled. This era was wonderful, so pure. Unimaginable, in later times terrifyingly complicated. Before long, Captain Zhang returned accompanied by an elderly woman. He introduced her. This is Aunt Zhang. Take a look at the box in her hand and see if it's worth anything. Procurement Officer Chen, this was passed down from my ancestors. It's just a wooden box. I don't know if it's valuable. Take a look. If you like it, buy it. If not, no matter. Aunt Zhang said with a smile. All right, let me see. They'll take any old artifact, just depends on its worth. Chen Guodong took the box. Chen Guodong examined it carefully. The box itself was unremarkable, a rectangular flat pull-open type resembling a box for hairpins or jewelry. However, the carvings of dragons and phoenixes around it were vivid and lifelike. Not bad. It could serve as a jewelry box at home. Chen Guodong set the box down and smiled. Aunt Zhang, this box is indeed old, but it doesn't seem to have much value. The wood is ordinary. How about this? He'll give you 2 yuan. Young man, I don't want money. Can you give me some food instead? Aunt Zhang refused. Aunt Zhang, I already told you this box isn't worth much. 2 yuan is already decent. Why are you asking for grain? Grain is so precious these days. Captain Zhang said, slightly displeased. It's fine, Captain Zhang. Times are hard for everyone. I actually quite like it. How about 2 jin of sweet potatoes? Chen Guodong asked. All right. Thank you, young man. Aunt Zhang beamed with joy. Then it's settled. Chen Guodong took out 2 jin of sweet potatoes from his bamboo basket and placed them on the table. Aunt Zhang grabbed the sweet potatoes and ran off as if afraid Chen Guodong might change his mind. Haha, this aunt is quite amusing, Chen Guodong laughed. Guodong, you got ripped off. That aunt found that box in an abandoned house, Captain Zhang said with regret. It's fine. I think the box is nice. By the way, Captain Zhang, why hasn't anyone else come to trade? Chen Guodong asked curiously. Sigh, nobody in the village has anything left. And in this mountainous area, where would old artifacts come from? If there were any, they'd have been taken to the city long ago, Captain Zhang said helplessly. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and realized he was right. Since there's nothing to collect, I'll head back today. He'll discuss things with my cousin as soon as possible. All right, I'll be waiting for you. It shouldn't be a problem. Xiaowan has agreed. Captain Zhang said. Good. He'll pack up and leave. Chen Guodong turned and went inside to gather his things before setting off. Captain Zhang watched Chen Guodong leave the village. Xiaowan came out and stood beside him saying, Dad, I'll miss you. He'll miss you too, but you need to have your own life. I can tell that Guodong is a fine young man and his family won't be bad either. Captain Zhang said after a moment of thought. I hope so. Lately the villagers keep teasing me saying he'll never get married. It's so annoying. Xiaowan set her mind heavy with worry. Chen Guodong pedaled his bicycle toward Chenjiagou, feeling lighthearted. Around noon, he found a secluded spot and prepared a roast chicken. The wild chicken was from Uncle Lin's collection. Sure, he had a handsome in, but he also needed to eat well himself. Roast chicken was far tastier than boiled. The sizzling fat dripped as he bit into it, and with a meat bun, it was pure bliss. In this era, this was the pinnacle of life. After eating, he rested, but something about the wooden box head collected earlier kept nagging at him. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chen Guodong opened the box. Nothing special. What was wrong? Suddenly, he noticed the bottom of the box seemed unusually thick. Could there be a hidden compartment? Without hesitation, he removed the lid and knocked on the base. It did feel hollow. Taking out a small knife, he pried open the edge. Sure enough, there was a compartment. His heart pounded. Could it be a treasure? He was about to get rich. Excitedly, he pried it open with force. Huh. A cloth-wrapped object resembling a book. A treasure map. A legendary martial arts manual. His imagination ran wild. He slowly unwrapped the cloth, revealing a thick book titled Complete Compendium of Medical Arts. Could this be a legacy of medical knowledge? Curious, Chen Guodong flipped through the pages. It recorded treatments for simple ailments, various difficult diseases, and illustrations of medicinal herbs. Holy cow, had struck gold. The book contained all sorts of prescriptions and symptom descriptions. With this, an ordinary person could treat 80% of illnesses. As he rejoiced, he also found acupuncture needles in the box, a matching set. He'd have to study this thoroughly when he had time. It was getting late. Time to go home. Haha, what a steal. This was fantastic. Today this commoner is truly genuinely happy. Humming a tune, he headed toward Chenjiagou. Chen Guodong hurried and managed to return to Chen family village before dusk. The sun was about to set, and as he entered the village, he headed straight home just in time to see his cousin carrying water on a shoulder pole. Chen Guodong immediately shouted excitedly, Chong, wait for me. Chen Guoqiang, seeing it was Chen Guodong, greeted him happily. Guodong, you just got back. Yeah, I just got back from collecting supplies in Zhang family village. By the way, I need to tell you something. You'd better prepare yourself, Chen Guodong said mysteriously. Huh? Prepare for what? Chen Guoqiang asked curiously. Do you want a wife? Chen Guodong asked with a smile. What do you mean, a wife or not? Chen Guoqiang didn't understand. I mean, do you want me to find you a wife? Chen Guodong asked again. Chen Guoqiang chuckled, thinking Chen Guodong was joking. Sure, who would turn down a wife? Really? Then it's settled. Chen Guodong said happily. He had been afraid his cousin might refuse, but now he realized he might have acted too rashly. All right, it's settled, Chen Guoqiang replied with a smile. He still hadn't realized he was about to get married, thinking Chen Guodong was just teasing him. Fine, come to my place for dinner tonight. Bring your whole family. I've brought back some good food, and don't you dare refuse. We share the good times, Chen Guodong said, not giving him a chance to decline as he quickly pushed his cart home. Chen Guoqiang watched his cousin's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself. Lately this cousin of mine seems more mature than me, and I'm 20. Carrying the water, Chen Guoqiang entered the house. His mother Anson asked, was that Guodong I heard just now? What were you two talking about? Chen Guoqiang laughed. Mom, Guodong asked if I wanted a wife. Your cousin is thinking of you with such good news. Anson asked doubtfully. Mom, don't hold a grudge. Guodong's family might have been poor before, but now he has a job, and he's been good to us. The sweet potatoes and game he gave us are proof of that, Chen Guoqiang said seriously. Exactly, we're family. If Grandpa and Grandma hadn't passed away so early we wouldn't have split up, Chen Jian. Alright, if Guodong really finds a wife for our eldest, we'll tear down the wall and live together from now on. How about that? Aunt Sen said. Chen Jianyong sighed. You're just making things hard for Guodong. Where is he supposed to find you a daughter-in-law at a time? He just asked our eldest if he wanted a wife? Aunt Sen said scornfully. Really? Guodong actually said that? Chen Jianyong asked in surprise. It's true, Dad. But he was probably just joking. Oh, by the way, Guodong said he got some good food and told us not to cook tonight. We're to eat at his place. Chen Guoqiang remembered the important matter. See, Qiuhua, you misjudged him. My nephew still thinks of our family. Alright, let's head over soon and help out in the kitchen, Chen Jianyong said. Fine, I won't say another word. Let's go see what good food he's brought back since he actually remembered us. Aunt San Wang, Qiuhua said with a hint of anticipation. Gongzi, stop sleeping. We're going to your cousin Guodong's place for dinner, Chen Guoqiang called out to the inner room. Huh, food. I'm coming. Upon hearing there was food, Gongzi sprang up like a carp and rushed straight to Chen Guodong's house. That kid runs faster than anyone when he hears there's food, Chen Jianyong laughed. Meanwhile, Chen Guodong arrived home and greeted, Dad, Mom, little sis, I'm back. Brother, you're finally back. It's been days. I thought you'd be gone for a whole month. You scared me, his little sister said coquettishly. Here, have some candy, Chen Guodong said affectionately, tapping her nose. He took a handful of candy from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Guodong, did everything go smoothly at work? Chen Jianjun asked with concern. Very smoothly, Chen Guodong replied with a smile. Let me see if you've lost weight, Lin Yu said, touching her son's face and looking at him carefully. Mom, it hasn't been that long, only a few days. I eat meat every day, so we'll only gain weight, don't worry, Chen Guodong laughed. By the way, I invited Uncle and his family over for dinner tonight. What? Why? That means he'll have to cook so much food. Lin Yu immediately protested. Mom, now that we're better off, we should look after Uncle's family too. Remember how they helped us when Dad was injured? Uncle and cousin Guoqiang did all the farm work for us, Chen Guodong soothed her. I have no problem with Jianyong and his kids, but that Qiuhua always looks down on us. It bothers me, Lin Yu said. Enough, dear. It was the famine that caused all that. Her family had some means, so it's natural she looked down on us. But didn't Jianyong still help us when we were in need? Jianyong and I are brothers from the same father. Don't be so petty. Now that Guodong has the means, we should support each other. Fine, I'll listen to you. I won't hold it against her, Lin Yu said after a moment's thought. Indeed, Jianyong had been nothing but good to their family, and his wife's attitude, though unpleasant, was understandable. Son, you didn't invite them just for a meal, did you? There must be something big going on, Chen Jianjun said with a knowing look as if he had seen right through him. Haha, a father knows his son best. I can't hide anything from you, Dad. Well, I found a wife for cousin Guoqiang. Isn't that a big deal? Chen Guodong said with a grin, thinking that ought to shock you. What? Chen Guodong's family was startled. What? Chen Jianyong's family, who had just entered, was equally shocked upon hearing Chen Guodong's words. Up. Chen Guodong was startled by the shout from Chen Jianyong's family as they came through the door. The most anxious was Wang Qiuhua, who rushed over immediately and asked, Guodong, you're not joking, are you? Don't mess with me like this. Annie doesn't think this is funny. Yes, son, this is serious. You're not even married yet, and you're finding a wife for your cousin. What are you doing? Lin Yu also scolded. Guodong. Chen Jianyong started to say something. Chen Guodong interrupted. Stop. Listen to me. I really did find a wife for cousin Guoqiang. She's a 20-year-old girl, very proper, you can be assured. She's the daughter of Captain Zhang from Zhang family village in the same commune as us. What? Guodong, is this for real? Chen Guoqiang's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Great. I'm getting a sister-in-law. Gongzi exclaimed happily. Really? I asked if you wanted a wife, and you said yes. You can't back out now, Chen Guodong said, afraid his cousin might change his mind. Hey, what's all this commotion about between you two families? I could hear you from far away, Chan Jinfu said, drawn by the noise as he walked in curiously. Brother Fu, do you know Captain Zhang from Zhang family village? Chen Jianyong, seeing Chen Jinfu like a lifeline, grabbed him and asked. Yes, I know him. I've seen him at commune meetings. He's a straightforward man. Why are you looking for him? Chen Jinfu looked bewilderedly at the two families. Does he have a daughter in her 20s? Chen Jianyong pressed on. As he asked this, everyone in the room looked expectantly at Chen Jinfu, fearing that Chen Guodong was only joking. Well, he does have a daughter. What's this about, huh? Jianyong, is your Guoqiang interested in her? Have you two met? Chen Jinfu asked with dawning realization. So it's true. Guodong, what you said is real, Wang Qiuhua exclaimed in surprise. What did Guodong say that's real? Chen Jinfu asked. It's like this, uncle. I found a wife for brother Chang, Captain Zhang's daughter. I was about to invite them over to discuss it, but no one believed me, Chen Guodong explained. Chen Jinfu nodded. See, there's a reason uncle is the captain, his ability to take things in. Before Chen Guodong could finish, Chen Jinfu said earnestly, I haven't finished either. I want to say I don't believe it either. What the hell? Wasn't this era supposed to be quick about accepting arranged marriages? Why was everyone so skeptical? Was he being too presumptuous? Alright, this is indeed hard to believe. Let me explain, hey race, how it happened. Chen Guodong recounted the whole story from beginning to end. After the explanation, it actually became somewhat convincing. Chen Jianyong asked. Ah, so it's true then. It's true. Would I have paid the bride price if it weren't? How could I joke about Brother Chang's lifelong happiness? Chen Guodong said seriously. What? You've already paid the bride price. How much? Your uncle will help you scrape it together. Chen Jianyong exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing. These days marrying a wife doesn't cost much. Don't worry, Chen Guodong said nonchalantly. I dare not tell you how much money and meat I spent or third uncle will pester me all night. Even a little is still money. Let your uncle help you out. Chen Jianyong insisted. See, just as I thought, money is always a headache. Chen Guodong glanced at Chen Jianjun signaling, Dad, it's your turn. Chen Jianjun caught on and said, enough. Guodong has a job now and Guoqiang is his cousin. Consider it our family's gift. Hearing his own brother say that he had to relent, fine, I won't stand on ceremony. What can I say? You're my brother, huh? So it's really true. Guodong, you're such a good kid thinking of your brother Chang. Your aunt thanks you. Wang Qiuhua said, her eyes red with emotion. She never expected Chen Guodong to actually find a wife for her son. And the girl was from a decent family, a captain's daughter. She couldn't be more satisfied. Don't mention it, Auntie. It's the least I can do as your younger nephew, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Jianyong, you must be happy now. You used to sigh all day, but now ha. Chen Jianjun laughed. Exactly. Congratulations, Jianyong. Chen Jianfu offered his congratulations. Same to you. Joy shared his joy double. Chen Jianyong returned the congratulations. Everyone was overjoyed except for Chen Guoqiang, who stood there dumbfounded looking like he was wondering who he was and where he was. Brother Chang, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to have a wife? Uncle said the girl is quite proper, Chen Guodong said, patting Chen Guoqiang on the shoulder. Snapped out of his daze, Chen Guoqiang smiled. No, it's just too sudden. I'm very happy really. A sudden idea struck Chen Guodong. Great. Hey, why not have both families hold the wedding together? Great idea. The village hasn't had a wedding in a while. Let's do it. Chen Jianyong clapped in approval. But at that moment Chen Jianfu let out a sigh. Everyone looked at him in confusion. It's like this. Guowei found a girlfriend named Xiao Tsue, a city girl. They met in school and have a great relationship. They've agreed to get married, but her family doesn't approve, Chen Jianfu explained with a sigh. Why? What's the reason? Chen Guodong asked curiously. The bride price is too high. Our family can't afford it, Chen Jianfu said helplessly. How much? Chen Guodong asked cautiously, not wanting to act rashly. 100 yuan plus 100 caddies of grain. Chen Jianfu said, seeming to age years as he spoke. What? Off. 100 yuan. Everyone in the room was stunned. What kind of demand was that? Terrifying. No one dared to breathe. Only Chen Guodong was deep in thought. A high bride price is understandable. City dwellers have ration books. Marrying into the countryside means the ration book gets revoked. That means her family loses their ration grain. Need I say how precious grain is these days? Besides, the average city salary is around 20 yuan, so it's just a few months' wages. Acceptable. Calculated that way, they're actually asking for less. Brother Fu, is your Guowei marrying a gold nugget? Asking for that much? Chen Jianyong exclaimed. Chen Jianfu just gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Yeah. Guowei won't listen to reason. He insists on marrying her. I don't know what to do. After thinking it over, Chen Guodong asked, Uncle, what's the girl's character like? Chen Jianfu nodded. I've met her. She's decent enough, no issues. All right, Gongzi, go fetch Brother Wei. Let's ask him about the situation, Chen Guodong said, turning to Gongzi. Guodong, why are you calling Guowei over? What are you going to ask him? Chen Jianfu asked, puzzled. Brother Fu, just wait. I reckon something good might come of this, haha. Chen Jianjun said with a mysterious smile. Chen Guodong gave his father a thumbs up. Truly a father knows his son. What do you mean, Brother Jun? Chen Jianfu asked, confused. Chen Jianjun just smiled and said nothing. Guodong, you tell me then. Chen Jianfu urged, turning back to Chen Guodong. Don't rush, uncle. Let Brother Wei get here first, and I'll ask him before we decide anything, Chen Guodong said with a smile. He didn't want to make promises he couldn't keep until had heard the full story from the person involved. All right, Chen Jianfu sighed, knowing impatience wouldn't help. Soon Gongzi led Chen Guowei in. Greeting everyone, he said, Uncle Annie, everyone's here. Guodong, you wanted to see me. After the greetings, Chen Guodong smiled. Brother, no wonder you wanted to go up the mountain with us earlier. You were trying to earn money to get married, weren't you? Haha, isn't that right? Her family asked for too much. I had no choice. Couldn't find another way. Chen Guowei. What's the story? Is sister-in-law that captivating? You won't marry anyone else? Chen Guodong asked. Chen Guowei nodded seriously. Xiao Tsue is a good girl. We've already made our promises. No regrets. Chen Guodong pressed earnestly. No regrets, Chen Guowei nodded firmly. All right. No regrets, then he'll cover the bride price. Meet me at the town supply cooperative tomorrow. They'll find you after I finish my errands, and we'll get this settled so we don't keep the girl waiting, Chen Guodong said after a moment's thought. What? Really? Shocked voices rang out from the room. Lin Yu was about to speak, but Chen Jianjun quickly grabbed her and shook his head. Guodong, are you serious? Chen Guowei grabbed Chen Guodong's shoulders in excitement. Chen Guodong genuinely wondered if this father and son had practiced martial arts. Their grip was incredibly strong. Chen Jianfu immediately slapped Chen Guowei on the shoulder. Let go. You're hurting Guodong. Oh sorry Guodong. I got too excited, Chen Guowei said with an embarrassed laugh. Once released, Chen Guodong said, Brother Wei, it's true. I wouldn't joke about something like this. Just wait for me at the cooperative tomorrow, and I'll handle the rest. Guodong, but this is too much. We can't accept it, Chen Jianfu refused. We are all family, there's no need to speak like outsiders. My grandfather and Brother Wei's grandfather were blood brothers, so since we're that close, it's only right for me to lend a hand, when I can, especially for such a good cause. That's true, but this is really too much, said Chen Jianfu. All right, let's do as Guodong says. The children's marriage can't be delayed. At this rate, when will you ever save enough to marry her off? I know your nature. Just write an IOU now, and you can pay it back slowly when you have the means. Is that acceptable? Said Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianfu's face lit up with joy. All right, that works. Haha, you have no idea how worried my family has been lately. Guodong really is capable solving everything in one go. I was just lucky to meet a good master. I'm glad I can help everyone. I love seeing the whole family happy, Chen Guodong said with a smile. You're too modest, kid. Anyway, our two families owe you big time. Well, remember this, Chen Jianfu. Exactly. Guodong, thank you so much. Otherwise our Guoqiang wouldn't know when he'd ever get a wife, Wang Qiuhua said beaming. Why are you being polite again? Stop it. We're all family. Any more of that, and you're treating me like a stranger, Chen Guodong said helplessly. Still, these were major life events, so he understood the gratitude they held in their hearts. Guodong is right. We're all family. Today both families' problems are solved. Let's be happy and have a meal together, Chen Jianjun said. Good. Let me say one more thing. Guoqiang Guowei, even though you're the older brother's Guodong, has done so much for you. Remember this for the rest of your lives, understand? Chen Jianfu said seriously. We understand. Well, remember, the two promised. Chen Guodong called out. Let's cook. Today is a good day. I just got some game meat. There'll be plenty of meat tonight. Really? Brother Guodong, I haven't had any in ages, let alone enough to eat my fill, Gongzi said looking at Chen Guodong with eager anticipation, stars almost sparkling in his eyes. Of course. When my brother says something, it's always true. If he says enough, it's enough, his little sister said smugly. Chen Guodong walked over to his bicycle, lifted the cloth covering the basket, and pulled out 3 wild rabbits with a smile. This should be about right. Isn't that too much? These rabbits are so plump. Together they must weigh over 10 jin, said Chen Jianyo. It's fine. No one has had a proper meal in a while. Mom cooked 5 jin of rice. Tonight we'll all eat to our heart's content, Chen Guodong said generously. What? Rice? Son, are you trying to bankrupt the family? Rice and rabbit meat. Lin Yu scolded with, exactly. Rabbit meat is already a luxury. Why add rice and so much of it? Wang Qiuhua thought Chen Guodong was being far too extravagant. Women of this era were indeed thrifty. The moment Chen Guodong said that, both women grew restless. Enough. Let's listen to Guodong. We're all so happy today, Chen Jianjun said, giving in. Come to think of it, the last time I had rice was last year. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water, Chen Jianfu said nostalgically. Last year? It's been 2 years for me, Chen Jianyong added with a laugh. Haha, then eat plenty later. There's more than enough, Chen Guodong said with a smile. All right. Today we feast thanks to Guodong. He'll handle the rabbits. That's my specialty, Chen Jianfu volunteered. Then he'll cook the rice. I used to do it often when I was at my parents' home, Wang Qiuhua said with a smile. Then well help, Chen Guowei said, gathering the younger ones to assist. Without a word about where these things came from, everyone set to work. After more than an hour of bustling, the meal was ready. Chen Jianyong even brought a table from his house to make a large one. Everyone stared at the delicacies in the center, swallowing hard. Especially Gongzi and the little sister, those two little foodies. Chen Jianjun sat at the head of the table and said with a smile, let me say a few words as an elder. Today is a happy day, so no need to be formal. Eat well and be full. May we all stay united like our ancestors, sharing joys and hardships, and walk this path together forever. Well said, Brother Jun. Chen Jianyong exclaimed. Right. Chen Jianfu nodded in agreement. Then everyone joined in clapping and cheering. Chen Jianjun gestured for silence. All right, let's eat. He was the first to pick up his chopsticks. The scene stunned Chen Guodong. Everyone wolfed down their food, young and old alike, with no regard for manners. Hadn't they been so polite just a moment ago? Damn, he had been naive. But thinking about it, aside from his own family, they probably hadn't had such a lavish dinner in a long time. Who knew when the next one would be? At a time like this, eating their fill was more important than being polite. Chen Guowei, still chewing on a bone, saw Chen Guodong spacing out and mumbled, Guodong, eat up. If you wait any longer, there won't be anything left. Chen Guodong gave an awkward smile. It's fine, you guys eat. I have this often. All right, I'll dig in then, Chen Guowei said, immediately rejoining the fray. The most vivid sight was the two little ones, their bellies round and full yet still going. If their parents hadn't snatched the bowls and chopsticks away, they might have stuffed in even more. Chen Guodong didn't eat much that night, just the 1 bowl of rice and a few pieces of rabbit meat he had at the start. He simply couldn't eat more, they were all too hungry. Thankfully, Lin Yu was thoughtful enough to set aside a portion for Aunt Zhangfeng to take back to Uncle. Uncle had been quite embarrassed having eaten without remembering his own wife. Chen Guodong was so mortified he wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground, which sent Chen Guodong into a fit of muffled laughter. After everyone had left, Lin Yu immediately said, "Guodong, you were way too generous. Their family, yes, but that was 100 yuan. And all that grain. Even with your master's help, you can't just throw it around like that. Mom, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. I promise you will find you a beautiful and capable daughter-in-law. How about that?" Chen Guodong quickly changed the subject to something Lin Yu loved to hear. "Really? You said it?" Lin Yu said happily, her attention successfully diverted. "Yes, really," Chen Guodong said with a smile. But inwardly, he thought he'll deal with that later. "I'm only 16 now, haha. By the way, Mom and Dad, I need to go into town to see my master. He's in the city these days," Chen Guodong said. "It's so late. Can't it wait until tomorrow?" Lin Yu said worriedly. "It's fine. He'll ride fast. Don't worry," Chen Guodong assured her. "Wife, have you forgotten? Your son has a gun. Don't worry, but still be careful," Chenjiagou said. "All right, I'm off then," Chen Guodong said as he headed for the door. "Brother, come back soon," his little sister said reluctantly. "It shouldn't take long. Don't worry. I'm off," Chen Guodong said, mounting his bicycle and pedaling away. Chen Guodong cycled along the main road enveloped in pitch darkness as the moon was just obscured by dark clouds. It suddenly dawned on him that he had a flashlight, one had borrowed from Brother He. Why hadn't he thought of it during his last trip to Chenjiagou Village? Damn it. Frustrated at having been scared for nothing, Chen Guodong angrily pushed the switch on the flashlight illuminating the path ahead and pedaled fiercely toward the black market. As he neared the black market, Chen Guodong stopped, found a place to stash his bicycle, then covered his face and draped himself in a cloak made of flawed fabric. This was something Head asked Lin Yu to make, claiming it was for wind and cold protection. Lin Yu naturally didn't believe him and laughed at him for quite a while, but she still made it. Truly, a mother's love is great. Now if Chen Guodong added a hat and a sword, Head looked just like a chivalrous warrior. Ha, every man must harbor a knight-errant dream, he thought, striding spiritedly toward the black market. In truth, Chen Guodong's attire wasn't entirely out of place. Many who couldn't afford clothes or sought convenience would drape cloth sacks over their shoulders for warmth or to carry things. Lost in his scattered thoughts, Chen Guodong suddenly heard arguing up ahead. What was going on? In the dead of night, weren't people supposed to be sneaking around the black market? Why were they quarreling out in the open? Chen Guodong crept closer and hid behind a tree to see what was happening. He could always head to the black market later. He heard a woman cursing, "You're utterly shameless, robbing a woman of her belongings. You despicable wretches." A robbery. This era was truly unsafe. Had encountered this so many times himself. Infuriating. Was no one going to do anything about it? Head watch for now and step in if necessary. Shameless. Look at the times. People are starving to death. Who cares about shame? We saw you trying to trade that gold bracelet earlier. You didn't succeed, so it must still be on you, right? A middle-aged man's voice came through. Huh. That voice sounded familiar. Another man chimed in. Enough chatter. You always talk too much. Woman, hand over the gold bracelet, or don't blame me for being rough. With that, he pulled out a gun. Chen Guodong finally recognized them. No wonder they sounded familiar. They were the two who had tried to rob him of his jade pendant on his first visit to the black market. Had only escaped thanks to his quick wits. The humiliation of that first threat surged back. The woman spat again. "You're beasts. Heaven will punish you. Go on, kill me if you dare. Without this bracelet, you'll starve anyway. Come on, let's see if you have the guts to pull the trigger. Woman, you're pushing my limits. You're asking for death." The gunman raised his weapon. "No, don't fire unless absolutely necessary. ITLL, draw the police and cause trouble," the middle-aged man said. Coward. The woman spat contemptuously. Chen Guodong truly admired her. She wasn't afraid of death. A tough one. It seemed only he could save her now. An idea struck him. Judging the distance at just over 4 meters, he hid behind the tree and shouted, "You're truly shameless. In this bright and clear world, is there no justice? Is there no law? Bullying a woman comrade like this?" After saying this, Chen Guodong felt his face flush with embarrassment. How cringy it sounded. The men were startled. Of course they were being mid-robbery in the dead of night. "Who's that skulking behind the tree? Show yourself, or he'll shoot," the gunman shouted. "Who am I? You want to know?" Chen Guodong taunted. "Enough nonsense. I don't care. If you don't come out, I'll have to shoot you out," the gunman threatened. Damn, he wasn't playing by the script. Weren't villains supposed to ask, "Who are you?" cooperatively? TV shows were all lies. This thug had a functioning brain. "Fine, since you insist, I'll reluctantly tell you, I am the guardian of the night. From today on, the black market's night is under my watch." Chen Guodong subverted expectations again. "Boss, did we run into a lunatic?" "Forget him. Search the woman. The goods must still be on her. Grab it and go," the gunman said. "Yeah, what bad luck, getting a fool during a robbery," the middle-aged man added. Chen Guodong's mind was full of question marks. How awkward. Maybe this whole knight-errant thing wasn't for him. It felt so stupid. Just as the two men moved toward the woman, Chen Guodong suddenly yelled, "Look up. It's raining stones." The middle-aged man cursed. "Are you done, you idiot? The moon is out. It won't even rain, let alone stones. You're hopelessly crazy." The two clearly didn't believe him. But the woman opposite them could see clearly above their heads a dense shower of stones of various sizes was falling. Terrified, the woman pointed at the sky. It's true. It really is raining stones. Go fool someone. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a small stone hit his head. He looked up and saw a dense mass of stones plummeting toward them, too close to dodge. He only had time to shout, "Ghosts!" before being buried by the stones. The gunman, perhaps a trained fighter, reacted swiftly at the middle-aged man's cry. He rolled away, but a large stone crushed both his legs. My legs. He writhed in agony, firing wildly into the darkness. Who's there? He kept shooting until with the last bullet gone, it was as if his obsession faded and he passed out. The woman stared in shock, then suddenly slapped herself hard across the face, so hard that Chen Guodong winced. Was she that ruthless with herself? It's not a dream. Has a heavenly god truly descended to save me? She murmured, clutching her stinging cheek. Only when it was safe did Chen Guodong slowly emerge from behind the tree. Comrade, there are no gods. Don't hit yourself. It hurts just watching. Benefactor, are you really not a god? The woman quickly realized it was this man who had saved her. But if he wasn't divine, how to explain the stones? Without a word, Chen Guodong walked over to the unconscious gunman, picked up the gun, and tucked it into his basket. Turning to the woman, he said, "There are certainly no gods. But you can tell others whoever dares to rob heaven will eventually punish them." He had intended to say more to sound impressive, but the memory of his earlier foolishness made him cringe. So he simply turned and walked away gracefully. Little did he know the most lethal form of showing off is the effortless kind. All that remained was the silhouette of his cloak slowly fading into the night, yet it left an indelible mark on the woman's heart. Shortly after Chen Guodong left, several uniformed individuals suddenly appeared. Had Chen Guodong walked a bit slower, he would have encountered them. One must admit the public security officers were remarkably efficient in those days. Spotting a large pile of stones and a woman about to leave, the officers immediately approached and inquired, "Comrade, did you just hear gunfire?" Relieved to see the officers, the woman exclaimed excitedly, "Hello, officers. I not only heard it, I witnessed it with my own eyes." Hearing this, the group became alert. The leader introduced himself. "Hello, comrade. I'm Captain, he from the police station. Please tell us what happened." "All right. Hey, race, what happened? I was walking home when two men tried to rob me. Suddenly someone from behind a tree started taunting the robbers, and they dismissed him as a fool." The woman narrated as Captain. He interrupted, "Wait, you were robbed. Are you hurt? Did you lose anything?" "No, that benefactor saved me." Just as the two robbers were mocking him, he suddenly said, "Stones are about to fall from the sky." And then countless stones indeed crashed down upon their heads. The woman grew animated as she spoke. "What? You're saying these stones of all sizes fell from the sky? Comrade, are you in shock? How could stones possibly fall from the sky? Besides, the area is so open," added another officer. "No, I'm not in shock. I fear nothing, not even death. Oh, I recall. There's another robber behind the pile of stones. His leg was crushed. He's the one who fired the gun." One of the officers immediately ran behind the stone pile and reported, "Captain, there is indeed a person here." "And the other one?" "Captain," he pondered. "Oh, the other one is buried in the stones. He didn't make it, I think. Once my benefactor saw I was safe, he picked up the gun and left," the woman added. "Really? This sounds so bizarre." "Comrade, you shouldn't be superstitious," another officer doubted. "Impossible. It's the truth. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself," the woman affirmed. Just as Captain he was about to ask more, the gun-wielding man suddenly awoke, crying, "I was wrong. He'll never do it again. Spare me." The officers quickly worked together to move the stones off him and asked, "What happened to you?" "Officers, save me. I don't want to die. It was terrifying. Stones raining down from the sky. Heaven is punishing me. Arrest me. I'm guilty. I can't stay here." The gunman rambled in terror. "Indeed, heaven is here to collect you wicked souls. You wouldn't even spare a woman's last resort money," the woman cursed angrily. "Captain, their stories match up eerily." "What should we do?" a young officer asked. "Take this man back for treatment and questioning first." "Captain," he decided. Yes. Take me away. I confess to everything. Let's go quickly. I'm scared." The gunman had lost all his earlier ferocity, replaced by sheer terror. Captain, he now disinterested in the traumatized man, turned to the woman and asked, "Did your savior say anything before he left? Do you remember what he looked like?" "I didn't see his face clearly. He had a mask on and wore a cloak." "Oh, he did say something to me. Whoever dares to rob on this road will be punished by heaven." The woman spoke with admiration. "Oh, don't punish me. He'll never do it again," the man screamed in panic. "Captain," he frowned, finding no leads from her account. "Comrade, since you're unharmed, they'll take this man back." "All right, I'll be on my way then," the woman said and left. "Captain, can we trust what they said?" "You have no choice but to believe it. The facts are right here. You stay on guard. They'll take the man back. Later, he'll send someone to dig through the stones to see if there's another body." "Captain," he instructed. "Yes, Captain," the officer replied. A month later, Chen Guodong's deeds had spread far and wide. From then on, no more robberies occurred near the black market. A legend circulated: a mysterious guardian watches over. Those who rob will be struck by divine retribution, meteors falling to crush them. Of course, that was in the future. At that moment, Chen Guodong was eagerly strolling through the black market searching for jade. Chen Guodong hadn't wiped out the robbers completely because he knew the police were nearby and would respond to the gunfire. By leaving a living witness, he ensured the story would spread, deterring future robbers. Otherwise, there would be no end to it. Lost in thought, Chen Guodong suddenly noticed someone selling eggs. This was a luxury item in those days. He immediately approached and asked, "Comrade, how much are these eggs?" 1 jin of eggs for 3 jin of grain, the vendor replied. Deal? How many eggs do you have? Chen Guodong said cheerfully. With 2,000 jin of sweet potatoes in his space, he felt like a nouveau riche and didn't mind the price. The vendor stared at Chen Guodong in disbelief. Are you sure? I have 3 jin of eggs. Yes, I'm sure. Let's go over there to trade, Chen Guodong said, walking to the spot where he had traded rice last time. No sooner had Chen Guodong arrived than the vendor followed. Comrade, you really want them? Not selling? Chen Guodong asked doubtfully. No, I'm selling. It's just that I've never met such a straightforward customer before, the vendor chuckled. Is it all right if I trade with sweet potatoes? Chen Guodong asked. No problem. Let's weigh them, the vendor said without hesitation. After completing the trade, the vendor hurried away. Chen Guodong noticed that the man who had sold him rice last time hadn't left a mark, so he decided to wait for another opportunity. After wandering for a while without finding any jade pendants, Chen Guodong sighed. These things required luck, it seemed. He then went to find Blackie, as he had important business with him today. Seeing Blackie idly chewing on something, Chen Guodong greeted him. Blackie, not busy. What tasty treat are you? Hearing Chen Guodong's voice, Blackie looked up as if seeing his own father and exclaimed happily, Ah, brother Chen, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Stop. I like women, not men. Save that for someone else, Chen Guodong said, pushing him away jokingly before pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Blackie. Brother, I like women too. I'm just bored out of my mind. You're here to save me, right? Blackie took the cigarette. Saving is a strong word. Let's call it mutual benefit. I want to discuss a business deal with you, Chen Guodong said with a sly smile. What kind of deal, eh? Blackie asked eagerly. 2,000 jin of sweet potatoes. Interested? Chen Guodong said casually. What, eh? Blackie exclaimed, then immediately covered his mouth, realizing his outburst. Hey Gu quickly pulled Chen Guodong to a secluded spot before stopping, speaking gravely. Brother Chen, this is no joking matter. I truly believe you. I wasn't joking. If you don't want it, I'll find someone else, Chen Guodong teased. So it's true. Oh brother, you're a blessing to me. I thought you were kidding. I wanted a how do we make the trade? Hey Gu asked excitedly. Knowing he'd believe it, Chen Guodong said calmly, don't rush. I still need to exchange for notes and cash. Alright, I was too hasty. Tell me what you need and I'll get it for you. Hey Gu declared with a resolute air. Hey Gu, can we be normal? You're making me uncomfortable. By the way, what were you just eating? Chen Guodong asked casually, having noticed him snacking on pumpkin seeds. Oh, these pumpkin seeds. Just something to kill the boredom. Hey Gu replied nonchalantly. Roast? Chen Guodong asked with a hint of excitement. No, I'd waste firewood on that. Hey Gu chuckled. Oh, do you have can you spare half a caddy for me? Chen Guodong inquired. Sure, it's all here. Take it all, brother. Hey Gu pulled a pouch of pumpkin seeds from his cloth bag. Then I won't be polite. Thanks, Hey Gu. Chen Guodong expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. Take it. Hey Gu said generously. With the pumpkin seeds in hand, Chen Guodong cheered up and asked, Hey Gu, what kind of notes do you have? I want bicycle liquor, sugar, and cigarette coupons. Ah, brother, you need so many. Hey Gu asked uncertainly. Obviously, why else would I ask? Chen Guodong replied, exasperated. Haha, don't mind me, brother. It's just that no one's asked for so much at once. I asked out of habit. I have most of those except for the sugar coupons. Only a few caddies, but the rest are plentiful, Hey Gu said, glancing at his cloth bag. Chen Guodong took a peek and, seeing it wasn't much, said, then give me all of them. How much will it be? What? Everything in my bag. Brother, are you? Hey Gu hesitated. Hey Gu, I'm not alone. There are others above, Chen Guodong hinted, pointing upward. Hey Gu caught on instantly. Alright. I'll calculate it now. Brother, I have 2 bicycle coupons. Hey Gu asked. Just one. What would I do with more? Chen Guodong said, amused. Haha, just checking. 10 caddies of sugar coupons, 100 cigarette coupons, 90 liquor coupons, and the bicycle coupon for 50 yuan. The rest at 1 yuan each. How about 250 in total? Hey Gu stated seriously. Chen Guodong burst out laughing at the number. 250, ha. Yes, it's 250. What's so funny, brother? Hey Gu asked, puzzled. Nothing. 250 is fine, Chen Guodong said, stifling his laughter. With his newfound wealth, he didn't mind paying with grain. Good, I thought I miscalculated, Hey Gu said, patting his chest. Hey Gu, after buying so much, no freebies. Chen Guodong joked. Brother, this is already a special deal. I'm barely making anything. Hey Gu said a bit. Then how about this? Do you have any wheat seeds or rice? I know you're resourceful. Just a caddy of each, Chen Guodong asked. Hey Gu thought for a moment and said, I have wheat, but no rice. I'll give it to you during the trade. Seeing his goal achieved, Chen Guodong smiled. Alright, same place as before. Remember to bring a cart. I'm off. After Chen Guodong left, Hey Gu waved over a few men. One asked, Hey Gu, what's up? Go get the grain later. Brother Chen brought me 2,000 caddies this time, He Gu said happily. That kid. Should we? Another man said excitedly, making a throat-slitting gesture. He Gu slapped him without a word and scolded. Are you brainless? Didn't you hear me call him brother? And someone who can supply this much grain is no ordinary person. It took effort to build this connection. Who knows how long this situation will last? As long as we stick with Brother Chen, we won't go hungry. Understand? Sorry, He Gu, I was wrong, the man said, holding his face. No need for apologies. I'm just telling you our future meals, whether we eat meat, might depend on Brother Chen. Some people you don't cross. That slap was to make you remember. We've come this far together, and I don't want to capsize. I hope you understand. I want to lead us all to feast on meat and drink every day, He Gu said, softening his tone. If Chen Guodong were here, he'd only think, damn, He Gu, you're smooth. He Gu, rest assured we're with you. The other He Gu nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, follow me, and well, eat meat. Let's go haul the grain. This haul will last us a long time. With that, the men dispersed. Chen Guodong arrived at the previous meeting spot, set down a stool, and sat. Yes, had brought a stool. His space was now cluttered with all sorts of items, useful or not, and the stool came in handy now. How satisfying. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Guodong mused. Since harvesting sweet potatoes 2 days ago and replanting them, only a day had passed. They'd only sprouted no tubers yet. Should he plant something else? As he pondered, he heard a rumbling sound. He Gu was coming. He quickly stashed the stool, hid the sweet potatoes behind some grass, and calmly smoked. He Gu approached with a smile. Brother, where's the grain? Behind there. Have your men weigh it, Chen Guodong said, pointing behind him. All right, go weigh it out back, He Gu ordered. Brother, here are the wheat seeds you wanted, he said, handing them over. Thanks, He Gu. Chen Guodong expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. They'll be relying on you for meals from now on, He Gu flattered. Let's skip the formalities. If you treat me like a brother, I'll remember you when I have good things. Rest assured. Chen Guodong said generously, seizing the chance to build rapport. Anyone surviving in the black market had to be resourceful. All right, if anything comes up, just tell me. I can handle anything short of the authorities, He Gu declared, thumping his chest. Damn, He Gu was that formidable. Had thought he had some connections, but this seemed significant. As they chatted, one of He Gu's men reported, He Gu, it's confirmed. 2,000 caddies. Loaded up. Brother, at the original price of 1 yuan each, that's 2,400 yuan. Subtract the 250, I owe you 2,150, right? He Gu calculated. Yes, that's correct. He raised the cash and coupons. Count them. He Gu handed Chen Guodong a cloth bag, then lit a cigarette. Chen Guodong took it and glanced inside. It was full of large 10 yuan notes. He was stunned. It was the first time he'd seen so much money in this era. His heart raced. But he quickly composed himself, tossed the bag into his basket, and smiled. No need to count. I trust you, He Gu. What? No counting. He Gu and his men stared at Chen Guodong in shock. Brother, this is over 2,000, not just a few tens or hundreds. And all these tickets too. He Gu said excitedly. Chen Guodong replied calmly. Yeah, over 2,000, so what? Is the amount wrong? No, the amount is definitely right, but aren't you going to count it? He Gu was beginning to doubt his own sanity. He thought to himself, are we really that close? Or does this brother truly see me as his elder? He Gu, who had seen his fair share of storms, was now at a loss, never having encountered such a situation. Chen Guodong smiled. Since the amount is correct, that's all that matters. Didn't I just say I see you as a brother? I meant it, so of course I trust you. But He Gu tried to interject. All right, He Gu, will take my leave now. Why are you being so polite again? Chen Guodong didn't want to drag it out. He finished speaking and left, leaving He Gu and his men utterly bewildered. One of them said, He Gu, he really left without counting. I saw it too. He Gu, this brother of yours is truly straightforward, another subordinate remarked with emotion. I saw it too. What kind of act is this? He Gu was a bit confused. If it were me, I would have counted it at least 3 times. One of He Gu's men said seriously. Nonsense, I'd count it 3 times too. This brother is getting more and more interesting. Fine, since you truly see me as a brother, I'll acknowledge you as one too. For this trust from now on, Brother Chen is one of us, so treat him with respect. He Gu spoke with heartfelt admiration. The others nodded in agreement, then pushed the cart away into the night. In truth, Chen Guodong didn't bother counting because there was no need. He was a big client. If they tried to cheat him, they would only cut off their own source of income. He Gu had managed to thrive in the black market, so he was certainly clever. He knew the difference between a single full meal and a lifetime of plenty, which was why Chen Guodong didn't count. Chen Guodong went to a secluded spot where no one passed, took out his wooden cabin, and lit a kerosene lamp. He poured all the money from the bag onto the floor, scattering it, and shouted, Awesome. Haha, finally, I don't have to worry about money anymore. This is incredible. He had left in a hurry earlier, simply eager to admire the cash, which led He Gu and the others to mistake his actions for magnanimity. If He Gu could see Chen Guodong now flinging money around like a nouveau riche, he would probably be speechless. So much for trust and integrity. Looking at the money scattered across the cabin, Chen Guodong felt an indescribable sense of security. After living so cautiously for so long, he had finally achieved financial freedom. Having half an acre of space had immediately changed his circumstances. If the space could be upgraded again, what greater surprises might await? The thought was exhilarating, but he must not get carried away. He had to take it step by step, stay calm. Haha, there was no way to stay calm at all. By the way, he now had wheat seeds and pumpkin seeds, but the sweet potatoes he had planted just 2 days ago had only grown leaves, and the tubers were still tiny. What should he do? But looking at the wheat and pumpkin seeds made him itch to plant them. With a grit of his teeth, he harvested 2/3 of the sweet potatoes, which were edible even if not yet ready for sale. He divided the half-acre into 3 plots, planting the 2-day-old sweet potatoes alongside the newly sown wheat and pumpkins. The variety was growing. He remembered the sour pears he had collected. Would they become sweet if planted in the space? Without delay, he took out the seeds and planted them in the farthest corner. They should ripen in 7 days, he hoped. Hopefully they would be sweet, or it would be a waste. He needed to find other varieties, but the space was still too small. He would have to upgrade it. For now, it was sufficient. What a relief. He no longer had to worry about food or money. Finally, he could breathe a little easier. Chen Guodong lay comfortably on the wooden board surrounded by money and fell asleep with a smile, ignoring it all. But the next day brought the troubles of the wealthy. As he picked up the money, Chen Guodong wanted to slap himself. He had really let his emotions get the better of him. After tidying up for over half an hour, Chen Guodong packed away the cabin and cycled into the city. Today's task was arduous. He had to visit many supply and marketing cooperatives. He definitely couldn't spend at Uncle Lee's cooperative if the amount was too large. He would have to go to several others to avoid being suspected of profiteering. Chen Guodong found a cooperative he had never been to and bought a bicycle along with some liquor and cigarettes. He then moved on to another one, spending at 3 different places before finishing his purchases. He saved the rest for Uncle Lee's place, where he could also introduce Wei Gu to him, as it might come in handy. Chen Guodong arrived at the cooperative on his new bicycle, carrying a basket on his back. He found Chen Guowei already waiting. Greeting him, he said, "Wei Gu, you're here early. I thought you wouldn't have arrived yet. I walked here before dawn, afraid you might be waiting. I've never seen this bicycle before. It looks brand new," Chen Guowei said in surprise. As he spoke, he reached out and touched it. To be honest, Chen Guowei had gradually come to accept Chen Guodong's sudden acquisition of new things, having been astonished far too many times before. Haha, no need to ask, it's definitely new. Later go to the police station to get it stamped. Hey, race the certificate from the cooperative, Chen Guodong said, handing the document to Chen Guowei. What? Me go get it stamped. Chen Guowei thought he had misheard. That's right, you're getting it stamped, not getting the bike. Why are you so excited, Wei Gu? Chen Guodong laughed. You scared me. I thought you were giving it to me, Chen Guowei said, startled. You wish. Come on, let's go into the cooperative. They'll introduce you to someone, and well, buy some things to visit your in-laws. Chen Guodong smiled. All right, Chen Guowei agreed. It's fine. Let's go into the cooperative and buy some things for your mother-in-law's house. Chen Guodong led Chen Guowei into the cooperative. As usual, it was empty at midday. Chen Guodong greeted, Sister Sun, have you eaten? Sister Sun, recognizing Chen Guodong, smiled happily. Yes, I have. Guodong, you're here. You've eaten so early. I was going to give you and Brother Wu some corn to enjoy, but I'm too late. Chen Guodong said, placing 10 ears of corn on the counter. Guodong, don't say I didn't warn you, but why do you keep bringing things? Sister Sun said, though her hands quickly moved the corn behind the counter. Haha, I forgot. Look at my memory. Next time I promise to remember. By the way, Sister, is the director in? Chen Guodong patted his head and asked jokingly. No, he's not. The factory's mass production has kept everyone at the upper levels busy too, Sister Sun replied with a smile. Oh, then please give him this corn too, Chen Guodong said, handing over more corn. Sure, no problem, Sister Sun said cheerfully. Brother Wu finished his work and walked over, smiling happily. Guodong, you're here. The quota still hasn't been settled. Why are you here so soon? Haha, I'm not here about the job. I came to buy things, Chen Guodong said with a laugh. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Chen Guowei. Wei Gu, this is Brother Wu and Sister Sun. Chen Guowei immediately greeted them with keen awareness, saying, Sister Sun, Brother Wu, hello. Sister Sun and Brother Wu also returned the greeting, hello. Chen Guodong, after the pleasantries, said, Sister Sun, get me 10 packs of Dakianmen, 2 bottles of Maodai, and a caddy of sugar. Chen Guodong took out the remaining tickets and money from his purchases at other supply cooperatives and said, here you go. All right, wait a moment, Sister Sun replied as she took the money and tickets. Chen Guowei looked at Chen Guodong in surprise and asked, Guodong, are you buying so much? Of course you need to show some dignity when visiting your in-laws so your wife can hold her head high, Chen Guodong said with a smile. But this is too much. This could practically cover the bride price for 2 ordinary families. I'm really afraid I won't be able to repay you, Chen Guowei said worriedly. Haha, we're brothers at heart. Why overthink it? If I have the means, I'll help. If I don't, there's nothing I can do, right? All right, we're family, no need for formalities, Chen Guodong laughed. All right, then I want stand on ceremony. Chen Guowei nodded firmly. Sister Sun placed the packaged goods on the counter and said with a smile, I wrapped them in red paper for you. You must be going to propose with all these cigarettes and liquor. As expected of Sister Sun, so thoughtful. You figured it out. Thank you, Sister Sun, Chen Guodong said with great satisfaction. Don't give me that flattery, I'm not falling for it, Sister Sun chuckled. Haha, well, Sister Sun, Brother Wu will be off now. I still have many things to attend to, Chen Guodong said with a laugh. Go ahead, come by when you have time. Brother Wu waved dismissively. The two carried their things out the door and headed straight for the police station. Stopping at the entrance, Chen Guodong said, Brother Wei, go get the stamp from the police station. I'll wait for you here. Alright, it'll be quick. Chen Guowei pushed his bicycle into the station. Chen Guodong truly didn't want to enter the police station. These government offices always made him feel uneasy. Chen Guodong was smoking at the entrance when Chen Guowei emerged surprisingly fast before he had even finished 2 cigarettes. Guodong, it's done. Where to now? Chen Guowei asked. Where? To your mother-in-law's, of course, to bring your wife home. You should have all the documents ready by now, right? Chen Guodong inquired. Yeah, before I left my dad said with you around this should work out, and it'd be best to get the marriage certificate, Chen Guowei said earnestly. Well, uncle really trusts me. Aren't you afraid I wouldn't show up? Chen Guodong joked. No way. Guodong, I swear you handle things more smoothly than my dad. You completely stunned me at the supply cooperative today, Chen Guowei said admiringly. It's nothing. I just learned by watching my master, Chen Guodong lied. Oh, your master is truly remarkable. I envy you, Chen Guowei said with genuine envy. Haha, and I envy you for having a cousin like me. Hey, race the money, Chen Guodong teased as he handed the cash. Haha, you rascal, I can't outtalk you. Come on, get on the bike, and I'll take you there, Chen Guowei said with a playful scold as he took the money. Alright, let's go. Chen Guodong climbed onto the bike, and they set off. Chen Guowei pedaled furiously, and Chen Guodong was genuinely afraid of being thrown off. Indeed, a man about to get married is different. His legs were spinning so fast they were nearly a blur. Chen Guodong wanted to say, is it really that urgent, but decided against it. Eventually, after a nerve-wracking but safe ride, they arrived at Xiao Cui's home. Chen Guodong was a bit skeptical. There was even a small courtyard. He asked doubtfully, Brother Wei, are you sure this is the right place? Definitely. I've been here many times. Her family used to run a pawn shop. Now you know why the bride price is so high, Chen Guowei said helplessly. As they were talking, a woman's voice came from the yard. Don't you dare go looking for that country boy. He can't even afford the bride price. How will he support you and your future children? Mother, please let me go to Guowei. I really want to be with him. Just agree, another woman pleaded. Chen Guowei couldn't sit still and immediately moved to knock on the door. Chen Guodong stopped him and asked, Brother Wei, what's going on? Could it be? Guodong, let me knock. Xiao Chui is arguing with her mother, Chen Guowei said anxiously. Chen Guodong didn't step aside and said, Brother Wei, let's listen a bit more first. Chen Guodong wanted to hear what Xiao Cui's family was thinking. Seeing that Chen Guodong insisted on stopping him, Chen Guowei had no choice but to sigh and wait. What kind of love potion did that poor boy give you? You insist on marrying him, Xiao Cui's mother said angrily. Brother Guowei said he truly loves me. We promised to be together forever, Xiao Chui replied. I never should have let you go to that damn school. Now your soul has been stolen by that poor boy, Xiao Cui's mother regretted. Brother Guowei is a good man. You've met him too, mother. Why can't you see his worth? Xiao Chui asked in confusion. What's so good about that country poor boy? Last time I told you to meet that man with a good job and a stable life, you flatly refused. Now he's married. You're infuriating me, Xiao Cui's mother said angrily. Mother, don't be so hard on sister. They love each other. Let her go, a boy's voice chimed in. You little brat, you ungrateful wretch. Get inside and study, Xiao Cui's mother scolded. Dear, let the child go. Look, she's lost weight lately. Children have their own fortunes. Don't interfere too much. We're not that poor, we can help out if needed, a middle-aged man said. Oh. So now I'm the only villain and you're all the good ones. She's flesh of my flesh. If I don't care for her, who will? A life of hardship is unacceptable. If he can't bring the bride price, she's not getting married, Xiao Cui's mother insisted stubbornly. Mother. Woo-woo. Xiao Chui wept in sorrow and helplessness. Alas. The middle-aged man let out a deep sigh. Chen Guodong asked curiously, Brother Wei, their family seems quite wealthy. Well, they used to be well off, but not so much now. They still have some savings, Chen Guowei explained. Oh, then let's go knock on the door. Chen Guodong nodded, having a rough idea of the situation. Seeing Chen Guodong agree, Chen Guowei immediately ran to the door and knocked. Chen Guodong shook his head, thinking what a lovesick fool. But people back then were truly sincere. He felt a twinge of envy. Dong dong. Annoyed and agitated, Xiao Cui's mother asked impatiently, Who is it? As she opened the door. Chen Guowei smiled and greeted, Hello, Auntie. Before he could finish, Xiao Cui's mother slammed the door shut. Bang. Luckily, Chen Guowei was standing far enough back, or he would have lost his nose. Get lost. How dare you show your face here, came Xiao Cui's mother's angry shouts from the yard. Hey, Auntie, open the door. Chen Guowei knocked anxiously. Leave now. If you can't afford the bride price, you'll never see my daughter again. Xiao Cui's mother, convinced that Chen Guowei couldn't gather the bride price, said, Right, Auntie, I'm here today to deliver the bride price. Just open the door first. Chen Guowei, recalling his purpose, spoke. Who'd believe you? How could you have earned enough money in such a short time? You just want to trick me into opening the door. Not a chance. Xiao Cui's mother scoffed. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just open the door and see. Chen Guowei grew a bit anxious. Leave now. You won't fool me today. Xiao Cui's mother refused to open the door. Mother, let me go. Don't hold me back. I want to open the door. Xiao Chui shouted. She was probably being held back by her mother. Truly a pair of star-crossed lovers. Chen Guodong wondered what would become of them without his help. Auntie, you'll know once you open the door. Why won't you just open it? I even brought gifts. Can't you trust me just this one? Chen Guowei pleaded. Why should I trust you? Xiao Cui's mother said disdainfully. Chen Guodong grew impatient watching all this pointless chatter and stubbornness, itching to kick the door down. But kicking the door would lead to a whole different story. Chen Guowei gritted his teeth and said, if you open the door and I don't have the bride price, it'll never bother you again. How about that, Annie? Xiao Cui's mother's eyes flickered. Fine, let's see what trick you're up to. Remember your words. If there's no bride price, don't come back. You heard that too, Xiao Chui. Mother. Xiao Chui sounded helpless yet hopeful. Xiao Cui's mother opened the door, but without even glancing at Chen Guowei, she turned and sat on a stone stool in the yard. Xiao Cui's father sat on another, watching the two men enter. Upon seeing her beloved, Xiao Chui threw caution to the wind and rushed into his arms. Brother Guowei, why did you take so long? Was what you said just now true? Yes, it's true, Chen Guowei said earnestly. That's wonderful. We'll never be apart again. Xiao Chui, look at you. Getting so happy over a few sweet words. Sigh, Xiao Cui's mother sighed in frustration. Uncle, Auntie, I brought you some gifts, Chen Guowei said, placing them on the stone table in the yard. Xiao Cui's father looked pleased. Guowei, my boy, this must have cost you a fortune and taken a lot of effort. With ration tickets so tight you even managed to get Mount I. You're thoughtful. Xiao Cui's mother's expression softened slightly as she saw the gifts. What's in this red paper? It's toffee and dakium and cigarettes, he said, opening the red paper. Xiao Cui's mother looked at her future son-in-law with some surprise. You got all this? Not wanting to reveal the truth, Chen Guodong quickly said, yes, Auntie. My cousin got them. These past few days he's taken me up the mountain to hunt and trade for them. Oh, you're his cousin? Xiao Cui's mother asked doubtfully. Yes, I'm Chen Guodong. Hey, race my work ID. Knowing it was time to show the family's strength, Chen Guodong placed his ID on the table. Having a job at such a young age. You're much more impressive than your cousin, Xiao Cui's mother remarked casually. Seemingly casual, but the test had arrived. Chen Guodong smiled and spun a tale. There's no comparison. My grandfather and my cousin's grandfather were brothers. Our ancestors decreed the family shouldn't split, so we still share meals and support each other though we live separately. In truth, if Chen Guowei had a job, things would be fine. But jobs weren't easy to come by. For now, he just had to get through this. In this era, the most persuasive thing was his work ID. Oh, that's nice. But no matter how good you are, if you can't produce the bride price, Xiao Chui won't be leaving with you, Xiao Cui's mother said, though she seemed to be wavering. Seeing Chen Guowei busy comforting Xiao Chui and knowing he couldn't count on him, Chen Guodong pressed on. Name your price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Today we're taking my sister-in-law with us. Oh, so confident. Xiao Cui's mother could hardly believe such bold words from the young man before her. Absolutely. We even bought a bicycle today. It's right outside the door. Tell me, where else can you find a man as good as my cousin? Chen Guodong added fuel to the fire. Capital was capital, and what mother-in-law didn't care about face? What? You bought a bicycle? Xiao Cui's mother asked incredulously. Chen Guodong shot his cousin a look, signaling him to stop comforting Xiao Chui and step up. It was his wedding after all. Understanding the cue, Chen Guowei said, yes, Auntie. It's right outside. Wait a moment. Let me show you the bicycle registration, and he'll bring it in. With that, he went out and wheeled the brand new bicycle into the yard. Seeing the new bicycle and its registration, Xiao Cui's mother couldn't help but say, Guowei, you've really changed today. I have to say I'm impressed. But you've spent all your money on these gifts and the bike. That can't be the bride price, and it can't buy food. Do you still have money? Yes, I do. Here it is, Chen Guowei said, pulling out 100 yuan and placing it on the table. Xiao Cui's family's eyes went wide in disbelief. It was unimaginable that Chen Guowei had gathered so much money in such a short time. A silence fell over them. Xiao Cui's mother's face darkened. She knew her daughter would have to marry now, but the poor boy she had always looked down on had unexpectedly proven himself. Her pride wounded, she said defiantly, 100 isn't enough now. The other man who wanted to marry Xiao Chui offered 200. You can't give less. Seeing that Xiao Cui's mother just wanted a way to save face. Perhaps a soft word from Chen Guowei would have settled it, but she refused to give an easy way out. Chen Guodong said directly, fine, well, give it. He pulled out another 100 yuan and placed it on the stone table. Xiao Cui's mother was dumbfounded. Why wasn't he following the script? Wasn't he supposed to say he had no money and plead? Xiao Cui's father was also stunned. Was this young man foolish, or was he a ruthless character? Xiao Chui gasped in astonishment, looking at Chen Guodong in a daze. She tugged at Chen Guowei, who simply, while everyone was still reeling, Chen Guodong, defying expectations again, nonchalantly pulled out another 100 yuan and placed it gently on the table. With a pompous air, he said, my cousin is no less than that other suitor. He has to give 100 more. What? The entire yard was stunned, including Chen Guowei, who hadn't expected this from his cousin. In truth, Chen Guodong had his own reasons for offering such a high bride price. Xiao Cui's family had once run a pawn shop, so they would surely have a deep knowledge of antiques. In the future, they could be a great asset to him. The family was bewildered by Chen Guodong's move. People always bargained down, not up. What kind of madness was this? The silence grew even heavier. Xiao Cui's mother began to question her life. Who was this? Was it so hard to say a few conciliatory words? Wouldn't saving 200 yuan be better? She had always called Guowei a poor boy in front of the family. Now with so much money on the table, how could she back down gracefully? Xiao Cui's father also questioned reality. Whose general was this so bold and fierce? Auntie, are you satisfied with the betrothal gift? Chen Guodong broke the silence. Xiao Cui's mother did not respond, somewhat dazed. Xiao Cui's father nudged her and said, Dear Guodong is asking you. Xiao Cui's mother came back to her senses and nodded, satisfied. With that, she went into the house thinking to herself that there was nothing to be dissatisfied about given such a generous betrothal gift. No one quite understood what was going on, but they said nothing. Chen Guodong felt like laughing. You set a high bride price, and now that I've met it, you're unhappy. Our life is so— Mom agreed, that's wonderful. Brother Guowei, we can finally be together, Xiao Chui said happily, taking Chen Guowei's hand. Chen Guowei looked at Xiao Chui with joy and affirmed, Yes, Xiao Chui. Uncle, what do you think? Chen Guodong asked politely. After all, he was Xiao Cui's father. I have no objections. We've always liked Guowei, but his mother was afraid Xiao Chui would suffer in the countryside. So she devised this plan to make Guowei back down. It turned out for the best, and Guowei has proven himself, so we're even more reassured. Xiao Cui's father spoke earnestly. I understand. All parents want their children to live well. I get it, Chen Guodong said with understanding. Guowei, I entrust Xiao Chui to you. You must treat her well and not let her suffer any grievances, or our family won't be easily bullied. Xiao Cui's father said seriously. I understand. I will definitely treat Xiao Chui well for the rest of my life, Chen Guowei promised earnestly. Just remember your promise. We won't hold a wedding ceremony. They'll just distribute these gifts among the relatives to share in the joy. Xiao Cui's father thought for a moment and said. It made sense. In these times, people could barely fill their stomachs, so who would hold a banquet and cause trouble for everyone? All right, uncle has thought it through well. Now that everything is settled, it's still early. How about they go get the marriage certificate? Chen Guodong suggested. Sure, go get a letter from the street office, then register at your commune to get the certificate. Xiao Cui's father nodded and Chen Guowei, hearing Xiao Cui's father's words, said excitedly, Thank you, uncle. Still calling him uncle? Chen Guodong teased. Exactly, brother Guowei, just like me. Call him dad quickly. At that moment, a boy came out and said playfully, Xiao Tian, you rascal. Chen Guowei smiled. He then put away his smile and called out seriously, Dad. A good child, Xiao Cui's father replied with red-rimmed eyes. It was clear that Xiao Cui's father was reluctant, but also relieved. And me, Xiao Cui's mother came out holding a jewelry box and asked. Chen Guowei, quick-witted, immediately called out, Mom. Take good care of Xiao Chui from now on. She's never suffered much since she was little. You must treat her well, Xiao Cui's mother admonished. Chen Guowei nodded. Mom, rest assured, I promise to treat Xiao Chui well. Xiao Chui, here is a pair of gold bracelets as your dowry. If you ever feel wronged, come back and tell me, and I'll seek justice for you. Xiao Cui's mother said reluctantly. Hearing her words, Chen Guodong realized she was the classic case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Xiao Chui was already sobbing and said, I understand, Mom. All right, go now. Get it done quickly, Xiao Cui's mother said with mixed emotions. Chen Guodong knew it was time for him to speak. Then it settled. Brother Guowei, let's go, or it'll be dark before we can get back to Chen Family Gully. All right, Dad, Mom, Xiao Tian, they'll take Xiao Chui back now. Once we're settled, they'll come visit you, Chen Guowei said. Chen Guowei then led Xiao Chui out the door. They watched until the pair disappeared around the corner. Before returning, Chen Guowei stopped the bicycle and said, Guodong, thank you so much today. Otherwise, I don't know when I'd ever marry Xiao Chui. Seeing Xiao Chui was present, Chen Guodong graciously replied, Don't mention it, we're family. All right, go get the certificate now. Don't delay. I have things to do, so I'll head off. All right, you go ahead. Chen Guowei nodded, knowing words were useless, and silently vowed to save up and repay. By the way, Brother Wei's sister-in-law, don't let the family know about the betrothal gift. I'm afraid they won't accept it given their mindset. Chen Guodong advised. All right, the two nodded gratefully. Chen Guodong knew they understood the reasoning. Chen Guodong left the city immediately. Damn, he had bragged too much today, saying they all lived together without dividing the family property. What if Xiao Chui saw the reality and everything fell apart? Wasn't it precisely because Xiao Cui's parents saw that the groom's family was united and he had a job that they agreed? If they saw the family was divided, Guowei would have nothing left but love. Could love fill their stomachs? Obviously not. He had to rush back and have the walls between the three families torn down. Luckily, their houses were connected, or he'd never be able to cover up this lie. He'd never brag again. The price was too high. Brother Wei, I've done my best this time. You better remember my kindness. Once out of the city, he immediately grabbed his bicycle and pedaled furiously toward Chen Family Gully. Just as he reached the village entrance, he saw Chen Jianfu. Perfect. He shouted, Uncle, come to my house quickly. I need to discuss something, and sped past like the wind. Chen Jianfu watched Chen Guodong's receding figure and called out, Hey Guodong, before heading toward Chen Guodong's house. Nearing home, he saw Chen Jianjun and Chen Jianyong chatting and called out, Third Uncle Dad chatting. Come inside, I have something to discuss. Chen Jianjun asked urgently, what's the matter, Guodong? You look frantic. The two stood up to go inside, and Chen Jianfu called from behind, wait for me. Fu, you're here too? Chen Jianjun asked. Guodong called me. I think it might be about Guowei, Chen Jianfu mused. He's called us inside too. I wonder, Chen Jianyong said. Let's go in and find out. The men entered the house. As soon as he got inside, Chen Guodong grabbed a wooden ladle from the water vat and gulped down water. Lin Yu hurried over and asked, son, what's wrong? I've never seen you so anxious. Mom'll explain when everyone's here. Oh, and little sister, go call auntie and third aunt too. It's important. Chen Guodong called out to his younger sister. Okay, big brother, I'm going now. The little girl dashed out like a Chen Jianjun and the others walked in and asked, Guodong, you've called us all here. Do you need help with something? It's a big deal, and we need to be quick. It might not be enough even with all of you. We might need the whole village. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, what? Guodong, what are you planning? Chen Jinfu asked. The younger sister then led third aunt and the cousin's wife inside. Third aunt asked, Guodong, why did you call everyone here? Is it for another meal? You woman always thinking about food. Guodong must have something important to say, Chen Jianyong chided with a laugh. Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Guodong, seeing that everyone had gathered, smiled and said, haha, third aunt, well, eat later. I do have something to discuss with everyone and need your consent. Guodong, what is it that requires such a grand affair? Chen Jianjun asked. Hey, race, the thing I told Captain Zhang that our family and uncle's family haven't separated our households. Then today, I went to my cousin Guowei's fiance's family and said the same about our family and uncle's family. Now you understand what's going on. Chen Guodong dropped a bombshell. Guodong, how could you say that? We've already divided our households, Lin Yu asked in confusion. The others also looked at Chen Guodong in bewilderment. But Chen Jinfu thought for a moment and said, Guodong, do you mean that Guoqiang and Guowei's marriages were only approved because of your position as a purchasing officer? Chen Guodong gave his uncle a thumbs up and said, correct. In this climate, only those with jobs have a say and can eat their fill. But Guoqiang is no longer young and still has no job. It will only delay him further. And Guowei's situation is even worse. So I took the liberty of telling this lie. Now both girls are about to marry into the family. What does everyone think? Everyone fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Chen Jinfu said, Guodong, this must have been difficult for you. I never imagined you would do so much for our two families. I don't know how to thank you. Uncle, don't be so formal. We're all family. The main thing now is how to resolve this, Chen Guodong said, waving his hand. Let's just tear down the courtyard wall. I told Jianyun before, if you help Guoqiang find a wife, our two families will live together. After all, it's just one wall separating us, third aunt Wang Qiuhua said directly. Yes, Qiuhua said that, and I agree, Chen Jianyong said. You agree with nothing. Do you have enough grain in your— Right now, only Guodong's family has grain among the three of us. Our house and yours are also separated by just one wall. Can we simply break it down? Will both our families live off Guodong's? Chen Jinfu said. Aunt Zhangfeng had initially wanted to agree, but her husband's words made her hold back. Chen Guodong had already thought about this issue after returning. There was no better solution than merging the households. He didn't mind, they were his closest relatives. He had space and plenty of food, and since he was often away, his parents would have company and care, which put him more at ease. All right, let's hear what Guodong has to say, Chen Jianjun said. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, we're all within 3 generations the closest of kin. I see no problem with living together. Besides, the ancestral house was built for shared living. Look at this row of houses. Originally, there were no walls. It was one big courtyard. It was our grandfather's generation that added them. The food issue is easy to solve. They'll provide it. With my job and hunting, I can certainly support all 3 families. Although Chen Jinfu also wanted to merge, he still said, but your family would be at a disadvantage. Exactly, I didn't think of that either. Now it feels like would be freeloading. Let's forget it, Chen Jianyong said awkward. The 2 aunts remained silent in tacit agreement, as if waiting for a decision. Uncles were family. Don't worry about the grain. I can guarantee it, Chen Guodong declared firmly, then gave a meaningful look to Chen Jianjun. His message was clear, Dad, it's your turn. You are the eldest, they'll listen to you. Chen Jianjun cleared his throat knowingly and said, all right, Jianfu, and Jianyong listened to Guodong. Now that our family is doing well, we must include you. How could I eat meat while you gnaw on grass roots? If our ancestors knew, they'd come beat me in my dreams. I believe you'd do the same for us if fortunes were reversed. Am I right? Brother Jun, that's true, but it's so many mouths to feed. A meal or 2 is fine, but in the long run, how will we manage? Chen Jinfu said. Are you stupid? Do you think this situation will never improve? Will you just sit and eat without contributing? Is that who you are? Chen Jianjun asked with a smile. Chen Jinfu slapped his forehead and laughed. Look at my brain, I was overthinking. Brother Jun, you're right. This is only temporary. We'll definitely find food later. For now, I can cook. I learned before. Our family will handle the cooking. Seeing Chen Jianfu's response, Chen Jianyong immediately said, then our family will fetch water and chop wood. I don't have any special skills, just brute strength. Chen Jianjun didn't object to their arrangements, opposing would only make them unhappy. This was actually good. He joked. Haha, then our family will just wait to eat. So it's settled. No objections, I assume. None. Everyone shook their heads happy inside. Only the frugal Lin Yu's heart ached. How much grain would this cost? Such a waste. But she couldn't say anything. Her son had his own ideas now. Seeing no one objected, Chen Jianjun said, all right, from now on our three families will reunite. Let us work together and live well. I believe we will only get better. Good. Everyone agreed happily. With the matter settled, Chen Guodong said, Cousin Guowei will return after registering. Time is tight. Let's ask the villagers to help tear down these two walls and clear them away. Uncle, start the village canteen today. I've brought some sweet potato vines and small sweet potatoes so the villagers can have a full meal too. All right, I'll arrange it now. Chen Jinfu said, knowing time was short, and left. Both families went out to prepare, leaving only Chen Guodong, Chen Jianjun, and Lin Yu in the house. The younger sister had gone to join the excitement. Lin Yu scolded, Son, do you know how much grain three families need? You were too impulsive and didn't Mother, I've thought it through. Three families living together is fine. I've never lacked grain. Have you ever noticed that strong families always live together? Have you ever seen a powerful family that was separated? Chen Guodong reasoned. True, the landlords in the old days were quite powerful, and they didn't split up, Lin Yu said, falling back on old Exactly. In this climate we must stick together. If we eat well and grow plump and fair, someone might report us. It's better for everyone to be well fed together. Then who would report us? For now it's our three families, later it'll help the villagers eat their fill too. After all, we're all from the same clan, Chen Guodong explained. Chen Guodong had another unspoken thought: to live well and prosper in this era, he would need his family's help. Outsiders were unlikely to share the same heart, but those of the same ancestry were different. You want to feed the whole village too? How much grain would that take? Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Haha, mother, I said in the future, not now. Besides, it won't be for free, Chen Guodong laughed. Wife, stop worrying. As long as there's food, it's fine. The child has his own ideas, and that's a good thing. All right, I'll follow your lead, and stop meddling. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Haha, that's right. Just enjoy life. Guodong, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you, Chen Jinfu called from outside. Chen Guodong heard Chen Jinfu calling him and stepped outside. Seeing many villagers gathered at the entrance, he asked, Uncle, what's wrong? Have you made up your mind? Chen Jinfu wanted to ask one last time, because once the wall was torn down the families would merge, and regretting it later would lead to unpleasantness. I thought it was something serious. Tear it down, the sooner the better. Chen Guodong understood his uncle's thoughts. All right. Chen Jinfu agreed, and turned to shout to the villagers, everyone start dismantling. Tonight Guodong is treating us to a sweet potato feast. All right, let's go. The group responded, picking up hoes carrying poles and manure baskets, and heading straight to the three families' earthen walls to begin the demolition. It was a bustling and lively scene. Seeing everyone busy, Chen Guodong went directly to the communal kitchen. After checking that no one was around, he took out a large pile of semi-ripe sweet potato leaves and tubers from his space, clapped his hands, and returned home. Finding Chen Jinfu, he said, Uncle, the sweet potatoes are already in the communal kitchen. When you have time, arrange for someone to cook them. All right, I'll have someone prepare the meal later, Chen Jinfu replied. Then you go ahead and take care of things, Chen Guodong said before heading home. Feeling a bit tired, he lay down on the kong and fell asleep. He vaguely heard Lin Yu whisper, Don't disturb your brother. Can't you see he's exhausted? You thoughtless girl, go play. Chen Guodong slowly woke up and opened his eyes. Seeing him awake, Lin Yu said, Son, go back to sleep. It's all this girl's fault for waking you. It's fine, Mom. I've had enough sleep. What time is it now? Chen Guodong asked. It's almost dark. Guowei just came back, and this girl wanted to tell you that his wife is beautiful. I stopped her, but you still woke up, Lin Yu explained. Oh, my sister-in-law is here. I need to go see her, Chen Guodong said, getting up from the kong. All right, I think she's quite pretty too. If you in the future. Lin Yu started, but before she could finish, Chen Guodong dashed out. Lin Yu shook her head. This child, why is he in such a hurry? I want a daughter-in-law like that too. Chen Guodong knew exactly what Lin Yu was about to say from her tone. If not now, when would he run? As soon as he stepped outside, he was stunned by the sight. The yard, which previously had no gate, now had one. The wall between his family's house and his third uncle's was gone, and so was the wall between his third uncle's and his uncle's house. The view was suddenly so open and pleasing. With the walls demolished, most villagers were probably at the communal kitchen enjoying sweet potatoes. Seeing a few people watching the commotion at his uncle's doorstep, Chen Guodong walked over, feeling it was truly good. The wall should have been torn down long ago. Chen Guodong walked over and greeted, Uncle Guzi, what are you all looking at? Guodong is here. Isn't it because Guowei brought his wife back? We came to take a look and get to know her. You have to admit, city girls really are good-looking, fair and clean, Uncle Guzi said with a laugh. It's the same everywhere. If you lived in the city, you'd be fair too, haha, Chen Guodong joked. The group burst into laughter, finding Chen Guodong's words reasonable. You little rascal, if it weren't for you treating us to sweet potatoes tonight, I'd really tell your father to give you a beating, Uncle Guzi scolded playfully. Haha, my dad wouldn't hit me. Are you all going inside? Chen Guodong chuckled. No, we've already seen her. We're off to the kitchen to eat, Uncle Guzi said as he walked away, followed by the others. Chen Guodong entered his uncle's house and saw his father, third uncle, and uncle all there. He greeted them. Why aren't you all eating sweet potatoes? Your father said that since Xiao Chui is here for the first time we should eat at your place to celebrate, Chen Jinfu said. Oh, did Brother Wei get the marriage certificate? Chen Guodong asked. Yes, I did. Guodong, come outside for a moment. I have something to tell you. Xiao Chui, wait here for a bit, Chen Guowei said, pulling Chen Guodong out. Chen Jinfu probably knew what it was about, and said with a smile, these two brothers are so close. Here, Xiao Chui, have some water. Xiao Chui said shyly, all right, Dad. Hearing her call him Dad filled Chen Jianfu's heart with immense comfort. Outside the house, Chen Guowei said gratefully, Guodong, thank you so much. You've really done so much for me. It's nothing. Were you surprised when you came back today? Chen Guodong smiled. Surprised? I was completely stunned. You're so fast, and you thought of everything. I didn't even consider all this, Chen Guowei said admiringly. I had no choice. Since I told such a big lie I had to cover it up somehow, Chen Guodong said. I've put you through a lot. I told my dad that tomorrow he'll go hunting in the mountains with the experienced villagers. I owe you too much. I feel like I need to do something to ease my conscience, Chen Guowei said. You're not going to the damn mountains. You just got married. Let the other villagers go, Chen Guodong scolded. Don't try to stop me. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. I can never repay you, Chen Guowei said helplessly. We're family. Don't talk nonsense. Don't worry about it so much. If it were someone else I wouldn't even help. Just enjoy your honeymoon, Chen Guodong said. All right, Chen Guowei had to nod. Go on in and talk. He'll prepare dinner for everyone, Chen Guodong said, heading home. You don't need to cook. He'll ask my dad to show off his skills. My dad is an amazing cook. Wait a moment, Chen Guowei said, going back inside. Chen Guodong was curious about how good his uncle's cooking really was. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Returning to the kitchen, he took out a 4-gene rabbit and 2 gene of cured meat and grabbed a large handful of sweet potato leaves from his space. That should be enough. Before long, Chen Jinfu and Zhang Feng arrived. They really were in charge of cooking. Fine, it saved him the trouble. Seeing so much meat, Zhang Feng was happy, but still said, Guodong, are you not planning to live anymore? I'm not one to nag, but this is too much. Andy, it's not too much. There are so many of us today, and it's my sister-in-law's first day here. We have to eat well. Please cook quickly. I heard from Brother Wei that your cooking is delicious. I'm already drooling, Chen Guodong said with a smile. All right, just wait and see. Go outside and wait to eat, Zhang Feng said, shooing Chen Guodong out. He knew they just didn't want his help, which made him feel better. Chen Guodong walked outside and sat down. Seeing his third uncle arrive, he asked, Third uncle, why haven't I seen Brother Chong? That kid went hunting in the mountains with a few good marksmen from the village. He should be back tomorrow, third uncle said. Oh, that explains why I haven't seen him around, Chen Guodong said. After nearly an hour, the food was ready. Chen Jinfu had the tables from the 3 families set up in the yard and began serving the dishes. The entire yard was filled with an enticing aroma. Chen Guodong took a deep breath. It smelled so good. He couldn't resist pinching a piece of rabbit meat. It was absolutely delicious. How is it, Guodong? Good, Chen Jinfu asked. Chen Guodong gave a thumbs up and said so good words can't describe it. Then he turned and shouted, time to eat. The new bride was indeed eager. She and Brother Wei were the first to arrive. Seeing the white rice on the table, the braised rabbit meat, the cured meat stir-fried with sweet potato leaves, and the wild vegetable soup, they stood frozen on the spot. This. We're eating this today. Xiao Chui stammered in disbelief. That's right, we're having this, Chen Guodong said with a laugh. Don't you turn your nose up at it, sister-in-law. It's absolutely delicious. Xiao Chui waved her hands hastily upon hearing this. No, that's not what I meant. I was just wondering if we're really eating all this for dinner. This entire lavish spread. Yes, what's wrong, sister-in-law? Chen Guodong asked, puzzled, thinking she was dissatisfied. Nothing. I feel like I'm the one from the countryside now. I've never seen a meal like this even in the city, so much rice and meat. It's far too extravagant. Xiao Chui exclaimed with a sigh. Chen Guodong pretended to be startled, patting his chest. You scared me. I thought it wasn't to your taste. How could that be? I haven't had food this good in years. You have no idea. In the city it's nothing but coarse cornmeal buns day in and day out, Xiao Chui said with deep emotion. Xiao Chui, don't listen to Guodong. He's the only one who can get his hands on so much food. In every other household they're lucky to fill their bellies with wild herbs every day. Chen Guowei couldn't help but smile as he chimed in. What? I thought everyone in the countryside ate like this, Xiao Chui said, startled, shooting a glare at Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong chuckled awkwardly. New bride, go grab the bowls and chopsticks. Time to prove yourself. Oomph. Xiao Chui snorted and walked off to help. Truly a soul untouched by the trials of the world. So innocent, so enviable. Before long, everyone had gathered. As the elder Chen Jianjun spoke first, a farmer of few words, he simply said, Welcome Xiao Chui to our big family. Let's eat. After exchanging pleasantries, they began the meal. Everyone seemed more reserved in Xiao Cui's presence, eating with unusual delicacy. Chen Guodong found the sight amusing, but the younger ones couldn't care less. They wolfed down the food ravenously until the adults, unable to tolerate it any longer, rapped them on the head to restore order. The evening's feast was the most satisfying meal Chen Guodong had enjoyed since arriving in this era. The finest. Everyone ate to their heart's content. Xiao Chui in particular was so full she began to hiccup, her face flushed crimson, drawing hearty laughter from all. After chatting for a while, they dispersed. Chen Jianjun's final words were, "Eat well and sleep early. No need to cook tomorrow." The next day, Chen Guodong was jolted awake by a commotion. What was happening? Someone reporting him. He couldn't help but think so, considering he had just torn down a wall. Chen Guodong sprang up and opened the door. He saw a crowd gathered around something and breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward to look. It was a wild boar weighing over 100 jin. Guodong, perfect timing. Look what I and a few uncles brought down from the mountain. Pretty impressive, huh? Chen Guoqiang boasted proudly. Well, perfect timing indeed. Just because you wanted to show off, right? But fine, let it slide. Chen Guodong offered sincere praise. That's really something. This boar is no small catch. Guodong, you're up. This is the village's haul from the past few days, Chen Jianfu said as he approached. Quite impressive. Uncle, what do you plan to do with it? Chen Guodong asked. At his question, everyone present turned their gaze to Chen Jianfu. Since he was nominally the one who had procured the gun, he had the most say. Chen Jianfu pondered for a moment, and then arranged, Guoqiang, aren't you going to Chenjiagou Village for a matchmaking meeting? Take 10 jin of meat, and set out soon. If it works out, go to the commune to register, and bring the girl back. Guowei just got married, and with this wild boar, take 10 jin to your father-in-law as well. Make a good impression. The rest will be used for the wedding feast. Tonight the whole village will dine on wild boar. What does everyone think? Agreed. Everyone nodded in approval. Chen Guodong was quite satisfied with this outcome. He had feared another dispute over dividing the spoils, on no and uneven distribution. Then he suddenly asked, by the way, Guodong, I didn't get a chance to ask yesterday. What's the story with this bicycle of yours? Why did you have Guowei register it? Chen Guodong thought for a moment and replied, I was just about to talk to you about that. Since everyone is here today, let me share my idea. Everyone looked at Chen Guodong with curiosity, wondering what idea he was about to announce. Hey, race the thing. I've noticed that it's not easy for people in our village to visit their families or travel far. So I've personally bought a bicycle for the village's use. Chen Guodong announced. Oh, wonderful. Guodong is such a promising lad. I knew he was capable since he was a child. A chorus of cheers and praise rose without end. Chen Guodong felt a swell of pride. Praise me, heap it on. Ah, this feeling is far too satisfying. Once he had heard enough, he raised a hand to quiet them. But of course there have to be rules. If you need to use the bike, you must first register with my uncle and state the reason. It's best to book in advance. No abusing the privilege. If anyone is caught, they won't be allowed to use it again. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding the rules reasonable. Chen Jianfu looked at Chen Guodong with pride. Guodong, you're doing a great service for the village. You're a good lad. Everyone should learn from you. Once you have the means, you must give back to the village. Hear, hear. The crowd applauded in response. Guoqiang, use the new bike for your matchmaking today. Make it grand, Chen Jianfu said. Got it, Chen Guoqiang said excitedly. Chen Guodong pulled him aside. Be polite and respectful during your meeting. I've put up the bride price and said a lot of good things on your behalf. Don't mess this up. I promise. Besides, she's my future wife. They'll treasure her, Chen Guoqiang said earnestly. Well, it felt like he was flaunting his love. No, not felt. He definitely was. Damn it. Chen Guodong turned and walked away. These people, no fun at all. Hey Guodong, where are you going? Chen Guoqiang asked, utterly bewildered. You go ahead. I'm busy, Chen Guodong said testily. Oh, okay, Chen Guoqiang replied. He went inside, changed into a newer set of clothes, and wheeled the bike out the door. Before long, Chen Guowei came over with a smile. Guodong, are you using the bike? I'd like to take some pork. No, go ahead and take it. Chen Guodong was still nursing his irritation. What's wrong, Guodong? Chen Guowei asked. Chen Guodong was about to reply. Xiao Chui walked over and called out, Brother Guowei, I want to go with you. Can you take me? Sure, I'll take you, Chen Guowei said with a nod and a smile. Chen Guodong grew even more annoyed at this fresh display of affection. Go on, hurry up. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? It's no trouble. Xiao Chui isn't heavy. Chen Guowei said. Fine, not heavy at all. I'm going back to sleep. Tell me when you get back, Chen Guodong said, and walked away. Xiao Chui didn't understand. What's wrong with Guodong? Chen Guowei chuckled. Maybe he's missing his wife. Haha. Xiao Chui covered her mouth and snickered. Let's go. We're heading to town. The two of them took the pork and rode the bicycle into the city. Back in his room, Chen Guodong suddenly burst out laughing. What was wrong with him? Was he missing a wife? He was only 16. What nonsense. Forget it. Head go to the village and hand out candy to find some